from beautiful and safe Brighton, Massachusetts.
It's go, 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 go time.
It's
You're a cool hill man.
The Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing. White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
Do you prefer X Factor or Shime said earlier, human joystick? Like, which do you prefer?
It depends on talking about my wife or fans.
Get him.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
You can't be sleeping with somebody who works underneath you. Pause.
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
It was Jodeci. So you're having my baby.
I just wanted
And it means so much to me.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass,
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
Curtis is one of my heroes.
Yes,
He's like a mythical creature to me. I will never actually meet him, but he has the perfect type of, I call it optimistic cynicism.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Morning. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors!
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. It's on my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
It's go, 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 go time.
The games begin.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What up, what up?
How you doing, Wiggy?
It's good. You guys are busy.
We are back. Shime, hello. How are you?
Good, Greg. How are you?
Where is the mythical creature that is Chris Curtis? There he is. Curtis, good morning. Curtis, yes.
Yeah, I was talking into the microphone. What's cooking?
You didn't turn your mic on, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Great start.
Restart.
Question for the room. Does the Knicks sweep of the Sixers make you feel better or feel worse about your Celtics and round one of the playoffs?
I'll start because I'm going to keep it 100. It's got to make you feel worse. It's got to make you feel worse. That wasn't even a competitive series between the Sixers and Knicks, and they took you to Game 7, and they owned the last 3 games.
I looked at this series, and it was an absolute ass-whipping by the Knicks. I think the Celtics would have done better, personally, if they were playing the Sixers. Obviously, we'll never know.
All love, but how?
Because I think that when you start to look at the matchup, and I don't know, I just think that the Celtics have more offensive talent. Now, granted,
Wiggy, come on.
Come on, that wasn't even competitive. It wasn't. And the thing about the Sixers, they had their best shooting came, at least from three-point land, for those guys came in the Celtics series. So I think they gassed out on that. Where the Celtics are a team, granted, they had a horrible three-point shooting against the 76ers in round one. I just don't think they consistently would be that bad because that's not who they are.
You know who that was an awful series for? Joe Mazzulla. The way the Knicks approached the Sixers and totally removed their biggest strengths. And you sit back, and obviously the player is the reason Celtics lose. It's not, whatever. But that was an indictment, I thought, on Mazzulla. I mean, I just kept going back to Mazzulla in the Twitch stream where he's talking about his favorite season. And I'm watching the team that they lost to get absolutely boat raced by a Knicks team the Celtics are also more talented than. God, it just was awful. That is the worst outcome that could have happened if you're a Celtics fan.
You know what I think? Like, when I look at the top-end talent, I agree the Celtics are more talented in the fact that when you start to look, and I would say the combo that you have is more talented than what I believe the Knicks have and what the Sixers have.
Is there a sport in which the top-end talent is more important than the NBA?
Well, but no, but I think if you look at these series and you look at yesterday's game, for example, it was McBride. I mean, the kid he was in a heat check from three-point land, and then obviously the rest of the team kind of followed suit. But when you start to look at the top-end talent that you have, and then the rest of their talent versus your talent, that's where I don't think they're not your Celtics are not as talented than those other two teams.
If your top end talent likes each other and wants to keep playing with each other, yeah, maybe.
But I mean,
maybe.
if you would just look at it and you would just based on just on paper, if Tatum's healthy and Jaylen Brown's healthy, I think that most people would take Jaylen Brown over Embiid, Maxey, take him over. Maybe I might have some people that would take Jalen Brunson, but I think that's pretty close. But I think Tatum would be clear-cut taking over more than anybody else.
I agree with that. I think Tatum, when healthy,
yes,
best player on the floor across all those teams.
Right.
But I also think it's interesting, like I kept thinking in the wake of the way that series ended, going back to what Brad Stevens said in his press conference, basically saying in the regular season we were 3-11 against these ultra competitive playoff teams, and the regular season did not show us enough to feel like there was any real success from what we had because of what happened in the playoffs. And the further away we get from those comments from Brad Stevens, the more I think that he's poised to try to make a kind of a dramatic change.
Okay.
Because he did sound so frustrated in that press conference.
And dramatic means one of the Jays is not here next season? Is that how dramatic it is in your mind?
Well, I wouldn't go necessarily as far as that,
Right.
but I think maybe a year ago you could look at, hey, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but a year ago when you're coming out of the Tatum injury, you're saying somebody like, hey, Derek White, he's part of the core, right?
No.
Or Peyton Pritchard, he's got the best contract in the NBA.
Right.
And now I wonder if they're at a point where they're looking at it and going we really got to reconfigure stuff around.
And that's
Tatum.
what I think that could be when you think of major changes. It might not be that you're moving on from the two J's, but it might be that you're doing what you did, a couple years ago to win the championship, where you're bringing in a guy that has a similar status to a Porzingis, a Drew Holiday. You are completely making the rest of your starting five look so much different, and I think that could be something that we could see with Pritch potentially being gone. Everybody but the two J's could basically be all new.
Yeah, I think that's window dressing. But also, Greg, I remember last offseason when I ripped Chisholm, my new friend at Logan, that he arrived and gutted payroll. And it was overreacting. They're just, who cares about Kristaps? Who cares about these guys not being here? Now I'm being told that the reason the Celtics lost is because their bench sucked.
Well, I would say, first of all, Porzingis was not a bench player.
No, he wasn't a bench player.
Second of all,
Even more reason why people should have been upset about it.
I think the guy who left who would have made a really big difference if you could have kept him would have been a Cornette or a Horford, just because you needed you needed another option at big. And we kind of knew that going into the season. Neemias Queta was very improved during the season.
Right.
But I don't think anybody looks at it and says, Porzingis would have been the guy who changed
No,
this.
because Porzingis went to Atlanta, was hurt for a bunch of time, then went to Golden State, was hurt for a bunch of time. Drew Holiday was hurt out in Portland. Al Horford, he basically was, holding down the bench in Golden State. So I agree. Maybe Horford could have been a guy that could have been, you would have had a little bit better center option than you did.
Can you answer a question sitting here right now from somebody on the Subaru of New England text line, Wiggy, which is that if you believe the Celtics would have beaten this Knicks team and should have beaten this 76ers team because they are better, then it's all coaching.
I didn't say they would have beat the Knicks. I said it would have been a better series.
Did he not say that they would?
I said it would have been a better series if the Celtics would have been.
You're saying they would have at least hung with
the
Knicks.
would have. Yeah, they wouldn't have got swept.
The Sixers had one game where they looked kind of competitive.
And that was game 2.
Yeah.
And other than game 2, they were absolutely getting destroyed.
Yeah, the Sixers won as many games as the Celtics in the second round.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Celtics would have won that series, but I felt like the Celtics team would have been more competitive. They wouldn't have got swept off the court.
I have to say, I kind of enjoyed the Knicks. I don't know who it was post-game, just mocking Sixer and Philly fans. That made my day yesterday. Just seeing how pathetic the Sixer because
do you enjoy Knicks fans more?
No, I just enjoy the Knicks player mocking the. Yeah, I actually have more respect for New York fans than I do Philly fans, if we're being honest.
We are. I think we're going to get to that during They Said It.
Oh, good.
Are we, Shine? Yes. Okay.
Yes, we will hear from a Knicks player, and They Said It today,
Okay.
Greg.
All right. Excellent. We are. I believe we are going to hear also during They Said It from the lone bright light of this Red Sox season, and that is Big Stash on pitching on Mother's Day at Fenway Park. And
they're still in it.
They had a chance against the Rays.
Why? Can I just ask though? Why is Trevor Story still in it? Like, why is he still?
He's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah. He's the default leader.
Why is he still fielding ground balls that are hit in his direction or attempting to field ground balls that are hit in his direction at Fenway Park? He cannot hit the baseball. He cannot catch the baseball in his glove. I like, what is the point of having him out there at this point?
He's got a great attitude.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think that you'd put maybe
what an absolute between him and Jared Duran.
Oh my God.
Going after Michael Hawley, who whatever, he's one of the best people to ever do this
How
stuff.
dare you accuse an organization of not being fully truthful about injuries?
Right, and then he deletes the account.
Yeah.
I would think maybe you'd put Meyer there, you know what I mean? If he's supposed to be somebody that you thought was going to be your future shortstop, and then pop Trevor Story over to second base. If he's having some fielding issues, you could do that. But what the hell do I know? I'm sitting here talking on the radio, and I'm no manager of a team, but that's what I would do. I mean, like you said, Story's not ripping the cover off the ball at home plate.
It's awful. Just awful. 2-0. Like, and then not for nothing, not to mock others because of my ability to accurately predict the weather, but like, how much does that suck Saturday if you have a family and you live in, Amherst? So you make the trek in because the game's still on. You spend $500 for the tickets. You can't just throw it away. You pay $60 to park. You go in, and then they cancel the game. And it's like, come back in July.
Yeah.
Like
they won't stop doing that. They have been doing that forever.
Right.
But you can do that when you're great.
They have to know that it pisses people off, and they still do it.
So you just play in the rain?
Well,
no, you can cancel the we cancel school a week in advance these days.
So but what if you're trying to squeeze the game in?
That's they're trying to get the game in.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe that's if
But it's not in the best interest of the ticket buyers.
Well, I don't know much about the scheduling in Major League Baseball. Is it when you cancel a game? Is it very difficult to now try to
Yeah, they had to push this one back all the way to the first game after the All-Star break.
Right, so I mean, maybe they try to do that.
If it's the team's only visit to Boston, like if it's a National League team, it's up to Major League Baseball. The Red Sox have no control. But when it's a division game against the Rays, and there's going to be other trips from Tampa to Boston, then the organization can make a decision in a way that is a little bit more suitable for the fan base.
It's just for those who came in and had to park and have to drag the kids in. It's a pain in the what, and it's not right. They ought to, especially when every meteorologist, even Curtis, knew that they weren't going to be able to play that game.
I do like the idea of there's some dad out there who is for the Mother's Day present, I'm going to make this a win-win where I take the kids to the Red Sox game on Saturday and mom gets a whole day at home where she's just propping her feet up. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, everybody's back. And she's like, what are you doing here? You're back? What do you mean the game's canceled?
That Red Sox have hit the 40-game mark. They have, I believe, 17 wins. And that's on par with 1997, Chris Curtis. Last time, first 40, they had 17 wins in the first 40.
Well, Mo Vaughn turned it around that year. Let's see what can happen this year.
All right. We will get to They Said It coming up at 7:20 this morning. I mentioned that. Before that, the leads in about 10 minutes. News with Mego coming up at 8 and Hill Notes at 9:20. So you can leave one now or anytime over the next 3.5 hours on the Odyssey app. Leave a voice note on any topic. We'll pick the best ones and play them back later. And here is Shime to start us off with what is trending this morning.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Well, your Boston Red Sox lost to the Tampa Bay Rays yesterday 4-1. Peyton Tolley went 5 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. The Sox have the day off today before welcoming in the Phillies tomorrow night. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Canadiens beat the Sabres 6-2 to take a 2-1 lead in the series, and the Anaheim Ducks beat the Golden Knights 4-3 to tie that series at 2 games apiece. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks swept the Pistons, getting a 144-114 win last night, and then the Timberwolves.
That was the 76ers that the Knicks swept.
I'm sorry, I wrote Pistons. You're right. My apologies.
I don't want to,
Nope, great point by you, Greg. The Knicks.
I'm a ball guy. I just want to make sure we get the accurate information.
I don't know why I wrote Pistons. Bad
because
job
of the
by
guy
me.
that called in wanting the 3-team trade last week, that there was a guy in the Pistons and then the Hawks.
Nailed it. So the Knicks swept the 76ers, getting a 144-114 win last night. The Timberwolves beat the Spurs 114-109 to tie that series at 2 games apiece.
Not for nothing, Greg, you're the restaurant guy. I would have said the Knicks 86, the Sixers.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, that did not work out so well for a former FBI director, Curtis. So I don't know.
Curtis, you should write the back page.
I have very odd skills that don't really matter much, but yeah, that would be one.
That's a great one.
Thank you.
The Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery over the weekend. They will have the first overall pick in this year's NBA draft.
Curtis, could one say headline-wise that the Sixers' performance was 6-7?
Pretty good.
Okay. All right.
Pretty good.
Oh, that's great. That's great because that gets a bunch of young readers into the New York Post.
Nice. Good job, guys. And the New England Revolution got a win this weekend, taking down the Philadelphia Union 2-1. That's what's trending. We've got the leads coming up here on the Greg Hill Show.
Tomorrow night, Sox and Philly.
We will get to They Said It in about an hour, and we will hear from Peyton Tolley, among others. When we get there, this is Mike from Florida. Hello, Mike.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday.
Yes, to you too, Mike.
So, first off, I want to start off by wishing Courtney a very happy Mother's Day for her first Mother's Day if she's listening. Mego, I also want to say that as much as we miss Courtney, you're doing such a great job. It's going to be difficult when she comes back. We love her. We want her to come back, but you're doing a fantastic job, Mego, so keep it up.
Thank you.
Now, that being said, I don't want you to think that I'm coming at you a little bit on this one, but when it comes to the Celtics, this is why people say that you're basically on their payroll, because when you say something like Jason Tatum in these series, healthy, is the best player on the court, no matter what team that they're playing against. Best player, I can't say that. Maybe you want to say he's the most talented, but consistently, he does not show up in comparison to some of these other players who, in your opinion, are not as good as he is. These guys, like Jalen Brunson, or just name them off, they show up more consistently than he has in the entirety of his career. Now, obviously, he had a little boo-boo this last time. That's why he couldn't play Game 7. He should not have been courtside because it was a bad look. He should have been up in the box. That look on his face was the look of somebody who just was defeated. That's not a look that's good for the franchise, and the rest of the team could see that. They all felt that, and that probably led to their demise. So when it comes to Jason Tatum, talented, you can say he is the most talented guy, but he is not the best player on the court when he's playing against some of these teams.
So if it were to be either of the Jays that were saying farewell to the city, you would want it to be Jason Tatum.
He dropped off. He was thinking about the face that Jason Tatum had on the bench, and that was the reason that they lost Game 7.
Right.
If he had been hidden, if he was hiding on the 9th floor, it would be a different case.
Oh, then they would be criticized. But you could just tell he doesn't know nothing about basketball.
Oh, Wiggy, don't be.
No, because
we don't got to get personal here.
It was that. What's a personal shot? Like everything, you can't even say anything about.
That because he has a different opinion, you say he doesn't know anything.
But to say that this guy doesn't show up in big games, and he did something.
Of course, he shows up in big games.
Okay, so that's not being personal. That's just.
How many times has Jalen Brunson gone to the Eastern Conference Finals? How many times has he gone to the finals? That's what I'm talking about.
But that's not me taking a personal shot at him. A personal shot is something that Draymond Green did to Charles Barkley, and saying that you did nothing in Houston.
Right. Your mama wears combat boots.
I'm saying
a personal shot is what Jalen and Jason have been taking at each other through other people in the media over the last week.
Now,
or so.
Tracy McGrady said there was never a conversation. And since we took Tracy McGrady at his word before,
Okay.
I don't see why we don't believe this now.
There we go. The Colgate back of the tube.
I just was trying to state to the caller that when they won the NBA title, he did something that only 5 other players did, and all of those guys won MVP. So when you say he doesn't show up, that's just like me saying, that's like me going, you know what? Tom Brady's not the GOAT. Like, all right, did you not watch anything?
I think there's a little more evidence of that.
When you do something that only 6 players have done in NBA history, and then say the dude doesn't show up in the playoffs?
And wait, you say this all the time. Let's lead the playoffs, the entirety of the playoffs in points and assists. Is that what it is?
Points, assists, and rebounds for your team.
Okay.
I mean, there was 5 other guys to do it, and all 5 of them won. And the names, LeBron, Jokic, Hakeem Olajuwon, Larry Joe, and Tim Duncan. And for you to say, oh, he doesn't show up in big games. I mean, there are some big games where he hasn't had his best games in, where he hasn't shown up. I'd agree with that. But when he steps on the court, he basically puts the team, for the most part, he carries the team, and he does what he needs to do. So if
he's been the best player on a team that has underachieved 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, and nobody's disputing that. I'm not saying that.
So if that's LeBron, he's getting destroyed.
But, I mean, he's saying that he brought up Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson hasn't even sniffed an NBA championship.
That's a bad point.
I'm also, like, I think he was conflating a little bit what I said, just to defend myself.
Yeah.
I didn't say Jason Tatum versus everybody. I said Jason Tatum versus VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid,
Jalen Brunson,
right. Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm taking
Paul George. Pick who you want. He would have been the best player when
I'm taking Tatum.
Yeah, obviously when he's healthy. But I would even say Jaylen Brown, who was healthy, if most people would take him over everybody, except maybe you'd have a conversation where some people might take Jalen Brunson over him.
508 texter on the Subaru of New England text line says Jason Tatum always shows up. It's just sometimes in street clothes. So.
That's not true either.
The style's been good, though.
Yeah, the fit is definitely dripping. But if you look at Tatum has never been a guy who sits out. He doesn't do the load management thing. He's not a guy that has cut, other than Game 7 of the Miami Heat series where he rolled his ankle at the beginning of the game. The guy doesn't miss many playoff games. So there's another caller, or excuse me, a texter or whoever, who don't know what they're talking about. Because he don't miss many games. And when he does miss, like Michael said, his drip is fire. So if you are going to miss, at least...
That is exactly how I said it.
All right.
Quote me.
Mego said at the start of the show that she believes Brad Stevens is going to do something significant. Or what was the word you used?
Got to.
What, did you use significant? Dramatic.
I like it.
Dramatic.
Because I think Brad knows that, like, this is a team at this point that should be championship contenders. And if you just watch the way that things went in this playoffs, and he's talking about, he was talking about how many teams were tanking for the lottery. I'm going to get a little bit to the lottery in my lead because for some of those tankers, it went about as poorly as it could.
Yeah.
So there's a little silver lining there for the Celtics.
But, I agree with that I think he's going to do – it's got to be a big splash because I think this year he probably looked at it like, all right, we're tearing a lot of things down. We're shipping off a lot of this payroll. We don't have high expectations. And then ultimately they have a tremendous year. He now has to be looking at it and going, okay.
And you think both of you think Missoula's he's safe, all set?
Yeah, I think Missoula's fine.
Why?
Because I think Missoula has showed he's going to be coach of the year. He's shown what he can do with the team. He's shown that he can get superstars to kind of put their egos to the side and do what's best for the team.
Can he get them to stop shooting threes when they aren't going in and take the ball inside? Or
well,
no?
That's going to be on Stevens to build a team that you won't be so reliant on the three-pointer. That'll be Brad's job.
That's Brad's fault.
Well, I think part of it is when you build a team that's relying on that and you have no inside presence.
Right.
Shime,
let's get to it.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Apropos this morning on the day after Mother's Day to pick Glenn Danzig as the lead song. By the way, we met Mama Shime at the wedding bought a round for us. Very, very, very marvelous woman.
Thank you. Yeah, she is a remarkable woman, and I am grateful every day.
What did you do for her yesterday?
So she's down in Florida. She left us. She went back down to the warm world. So we gave her a phone call, sent her flowers.
Okay. All right. Flowers.
Big dog.
Flowers are fine. Very nice. And the phone call, she probably appreciates that more than the flowers, just getting to talk to her son.
Yeah, we chatted for, like a half hour or so. It was nice.
Leads this morning brought to you by Subaru. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hi, Sharp.
Hey, Greg. I don't know if you saw this or not. Megan and I got to talk about it this weekend, but I really wanted to talk about it more today. And that was on Behind the Bee. David Pastrnak had a bit of a moment in the locker room after the first period of that Game 4 against the Sabres, where they immediately went down 4-0 in that playoff game. Here was David Pastrnak flipping out in the locker room.
Embarrassing! We talked about it! It's a afternoon game! Gotta be ready! No, we show up! We lose every battle! Boom! 3-0! 2 mistakes! We get out battle! Outstaying everything! Guys playing without MCL! And this is how we show up! Embarrassing, boys! Take it up! Damn it!
I think this is a form of David Pastrnak I have never seen before in my life. I didn't even know it really existed. Like, I felt like he was more of a Manny character than a true, real leader. And maybe he is. Like, maybe he's the leader that I just never knew he was. Maybe that's one of the reasons there was friction between him and Brad Marchand last year, because David Pastrnak felt that the team needed to be led a specific way, and it wasn't getting done that way. And so I find it even more odd that they didn't just name him the captain. If this is the David Pastrnak you're getting in the locker room, why didn't they name him captain at the beginning of the year last year?
Great question. I love that from David Pastrnak, and I don't think it's something that he just suddenly started doing this series. Like, I imagine that's the way he has been for quite some time. And you're right. Why not? He's the guy who should and very well could be the captain of this hockey team.
And it made sense when you hear that, and then you heard his comments a little right after the season talking about how he's only sniffed one Stanley Cup, and he learned all these things from guys like Patrice Bergeron and Zdeno Chara. And it's like, oh, maybe he was actually paying attention. Maybe he does want to lead the same way those guys led and wants to be this kind of vocal inspirer and kind of rise to that next level. And it's a side of Pastrnak, because I'm not in the locker room every day, I never knew. And I would love to see more of. Like, I think this is a good look for Pastrnak and a bad look for the rest of the team.
Reminds me a little bit, Curtis, of how Ken responded when somebody broke COVID protocols during the pandemic.
Identical, actually.
Yes.
I would say Pasta was more tame.
I wonder if he's feeling it. If he's like, God, this team is stuck in purgatory because of those comments, Shime, that he gave last week, where he was like, I'm almost 30 and I've only sniffed the Stanley Cup playoffs, like the final, once. And now, like, I'm stuck in this situation where you got the Jacobses basically saying, we're going to get back on the road to possibly competing for a championship next time, like in the next couple years. I hope it leads to him being somebody who, like, not only holds other guys accountable, but maybe even on the ice with the way that his game is with his turnovers, giving the puck away, that he's a little bit different that way.
Well, it's such a waste of talent. Like, when you see it in all sports, like, you see players and you go, man, that player there is just going to rot away. He'll be a great player, but his team will never be competitive enough, or they might be competitive, but they're not good enough to win a championship. And now you're going to be one of these great players who has a great career, and you're going, they didn't do enough around them. And Pasta's probably, like to Mego's point, is feeling that. And maybe he's one of those players who go, you know what? I want more than for this for my career, where there are some guys that you go, why don't they, like, a guy like Myles Garrett, for example. You go, why would you continue to re-sign with the Cleveland Browns? And I know you're going to make money no matter where you go, but don't you want to get out of there and try to land someplace?
And they pull him over like every week. You think he'd want to go somewhere else.
And so maybe Pasta's like at that point where it's like, yeah, we'll make the postseason, but we're never going to be good enough to get to a Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah. Shime, great lead. Thank you. Curtis, good morning.
Good morning, Greg. Can I do a very quick selfish shout-out?
Yes.
My best friend, Jeff Kotzen, one of the great people in the world, his daughter, Skylar, at 9:03 a.m. at Marlboro Country Club is beginning a 36-hole U.S. Women's Open qualifier.
Cool.
Wow.
She is at IMG Academy in Florida.
Okay.
She is going to be the next Annika Sorenstam. She could beat Shime with one hand.
I was going to say.
She could probably beat me playing the opposite side.
So good luck to Skylar.
Yeah.
You will absolutely dominate today. So I got a story. I sent it to you and Mego over the weekend about Harvard's new potential policy to stop grade inflation. Did you know that now 60% of Harvard students get an A? Not an A minus, an A. Professors there, knowing the competitive nature of the schools and the strict standards that are required to get entrance into the into Harvard University, are going to try and create a limit on number of A's given out, thereby creating a need for students to compete against one another and not compete against the basic requirements of a class. They tried this at Princeton. They did it for about a decade, and they stopped it in 2014 because professors felt that the stringent policies were precluding the students from getting opportunities in postgraduate roles.
Oh, it wasn't because they were creating sociopaths?
That could have been it.
You're already at Harvard.
Then what's the point of giving a grade anyway?
I don't know. I kind of feel like if you've gotten into Harvard, my parents would be pretty satisfied with that life achievement.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
You peaked early?
Like, you're going to punish the kids because you're giving them courses and then they're getting A's? They're Harvard students.
But I think
what did you expect?
I think on that note, I don't know because I would never have been able to enter Harvard. But if you're applying for a job and you have a degree from Harvard University, my guess is they're not really worried about the GPA.
Yeah.
So in that case, and if they understand that this policy is in place, it's not like you're lying to the guy that's interviewing from account temps saying, you know, hey, I got a 3.3, but it was because they had a limit on the number of A's. I don't know. I feel like iron strengthens iron, Greg.
Yeah. I mean, if they should have, they shouldn't penalize people. It's just like in sports, right? The better player gets the MVP or gets, offensive player of the year. If you want to go
Not always. Not in the case of Drake May.
Well, but he was a finalist.
Shime, Drake May robbed the MVP this year.
Hey, Greg, don't remind me. You're going to make me depressed already. It's Monday morning at 6:40.
What was that odd post from you this weekend offering to sing with your
did you see him strolling down the fairway singing Ella Langley?
I did, but don't go on social media and say I'd love the opportunity to sing with my king.
I'm just saying if he ever wanted to, if he ever needed a jester, I'm here to sing with him.
No,
I wasn't saying
he's thirsty now.
It's
kind of weird.
Kind of creepy a little bit. Like,
was this on X? I missed it.
On Instagram.
On Instagram. He posted Drake May singing when he's playing in the Pro-Am in, where was
the
that?
Truist with Keegan Bradley.
Yeah, North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Near where we were.
Yes, sir.
And Shime says, if my king would ever like to sing with me, I'd love the opportunity.
No, if the king ever needs a jester, I'd be happy to sing with him. That's all. That's all I said.
Don't call him my king.
Yeah.
I didn't. I said the king.
Okay.
The king ever needs a jester.
Ann Michael is going to start seeing these, and she's going to be like,
I bet you think it's endearing.
We need another security detail, Drake.
This kind of makes Greg look bad. It's like you allowed this stalker into his life.
I know. No, I know.
I love the man. What do you want me to do?
Now the guy
you want me to just not tell people about my love and make a shrine in my closet or something?
You can absolutely tell that that you love, but saying I want to do that with my king is a little.
Drake's like, this guy won't leave me alone now.
It's giving Selena Shooter vibes. That's what it's.
I would take a bullet for that man. I'd never fire something.
Okay.
No, but that was the problem with the Selena thing. Like that lady ran her fan club, and then
I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with the Selena situation.
Oh,
How about
a great movie with Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
There's a good
How about
prize for
John
me.
Lennon?
Yes.
Are you a music person? You don't know Selena is. She's
No,
like,
I know who Selena is, but I
okay.
don't know about this situation
right.
Greg's referring to. So.
she
Sorry.
She was gunned down by the woman who ran her fan club.
Oh, that's awful.
After they had a
I
catch.
would never do that to him. I would die for him.
Oh my God!
Isn't that?
Aren't you about to go on your honeymoon?
Yeah. I love my wife. She knows. She understands. She got into this marriage fully understanding the situation.
Oh, she knew that there was somebody else in the marriage from the start.
She knew that Drake May was.
She knew it was a throuple from the start.
They spend enough time
Unrequited
in the friend
love, Greg. It's like a Shakespearean play.
Is she the side piece?
Yeah. She got the ring, so she wins.
Well, Drake, if he had a better game, he would have had one.
All right. Well, Curtis, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will get to Mego's lead and perhaps a lead from Wiggy coming up next.
Jones and Keith.
Okay, Shime. Artist formerly known as Prince. I like it.
Yeah, it's a great call by the 207 texter right there.
Text from Maine.
Yes, sir.
Dedication to you. You said you would die for Drake May.
I would, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Without hesitation.
Very good. They said it is coming up. Can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis before we continue with leads, please? Curtis, is it going to rain all week? Is that what I heard?
I don't know who you're listening to.
Occasionally I stray and pay attention to another meteorologist. I apologize.
Well, you look like you strayed to brunch yesterday. Looked lovely.
Oh my God. We don't have time for it, but the prefix, normally I'm very happy when I go to a restaurant. Somehow Lindsay signed us up for a prefix thing with her mom, Suzo. It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous.
I don't like those.
$115 for the food.
Yeah.
Just food.
Just food.
Holy cow.
Absolutely.
Drinks were 2 for $1.
Drinks were $30.
What?
Wow.
Jesus. $30.
Were they coated in something?
For a drink.
Jesus.
And I get it, captive audience, Mother's Day, but I'm sorry, not for brunch. Maybe if you're having, maybe if it's being served to you by the Queen of England or something. Right. But other than that, brunch is very simple. Brunch should be like $45 or something like that.
Yeah. I don't like the fact that you have to. There's a menu already put in place for you.
Correct.
I want to be able to order what I want.
I understand, Wiggy, especially when it's your one meal.
Yeah, and if
what did you do for Mrs. Wiggins yesterday?
So for my wife and my daughter, who's a mother-to-be, we went to Morton's.
Okay.
I enjoy Morton's. I love their chicken Christopher, so we went out there.
Very reasonable, I'm sure.
My son-in-law split the bill with me, so that was.
That's very nice.
Well, I mean,
you let him do that?
Yeah. I picked up enough bills in my time where it's like, well, you're gonna have to split now.
I think that's nice.
Yeah. I mean, normally I pick it up.
Oh, the father-in-law pays.
No, the father-in-law been paying, and still pays for other things. I thought I was at the point once you get married.
Did you guys divide up what each of you had?
No.
You had the wedge.
I'm always
All right, just write it down on the back, everybody.
I'm always a split down the middle, or however many people are there. We all just, But I always thought that was always the part of, giving your daughter away, and when she does get married, it's like, whew, okay, now you get to pick up the tab. That was the part of giving the daughter away.
I'm sorry that the window world has been open this long.
Please, if you could.
It is 51 degrees. It feels like 45. Not going to rain all week. Today and tomorrow, cloudy. Tomorrow, partly cloudy. And then Wednesday, going to get some showers. Not great yet. Ken's worst take ever was that May is the best weather month in Boston.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's literally for a man that has lived a life of dumb things. That is the dumbest thing.
When did he say that?
Oh, he triples down. He'll come in.
All right.
He believes May is the best weather month in Boston.
Right up there, though. Your take that you don't like brunch.
Oh my God, Rosalines is one of my favorite restaurants. It's a great spot. Never gotten anything for free. Not trying to. If you think brunch in any way is not totally and completely depressing to everybody that sits down and sees the menu, you're out of your ever-loving
Why
mind.
is it depressing?
It's all eggs and pancakes.
Yes.
I'm not.
It's delicious.
It's 2:00. I don't want breakfast.
Well, don't go that late.
Well, I didn't know they
Go
were
at
still having a
12:30.
brunch menu. By the time we're sitting down, James is throwing things. It's like we might as well order.
Well, there's a lunch item or two on there as well.
Yeah, there was a turkey burger. It was one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my life.
Wow, so much for Rosa Lyons.
No, I love it. Just get rid of brunch. Yeah. They have one of the great sandwiches around. They just for whatever reason they limit the menu to like 16 egg dishes and 2 entrees that have anything to do with lunch.
See, I think brunch is excellent because you don't do it every day. Like it's once in a great moon. It's generally a Sunday. It's like that's the worst take I've ever heard that brunch.
I don't
stinks.
mind brunch. Just give me the breakfast and lunch options.
Brunch was created so young women can drink early on a Sunday morning and not be called an alcoholic.
There are times I do love getting, French toast with some home fries, side of ham. I don't mind that. But if I don't feel like that, I want to be able to have the option to get my lunch things where I don't like the set brunch menus.
I think we did it the best way with my mother-in-law. We did Mexican brunch. So we got the huevos rancheros. You could do a breakfast burrito if you wanted, but you could do a regular burrito.
Yeah. Could you get fajitas?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. My question is, let's say you go to Morton's yesterday. Did anybody sit down sad they couldn't get French toast?
No, I went at dinner time, but that was
I
me.
would have been sad.
But, like, if you go to a nice restaurant on Sunday, you're not like, oh, man, I wish I could get huevos rancheros right now.
No, I usually pick this.
I think that all the time.
Oh, gross.
Really?
I've sat down where it's like, oh, I missed the brunch window, and I'm like, damn, I wanted an omelet.
Yeah, I don't eat eggs, so brunch is kind of out the window.
Oh, well, that is kind of the underlying thing to all of this.
If I want breakfast, I generally go there at the time where I know I'm going to get the breakfast.
Amen.
So if I know I want like a French toast or something like that, I'll say, all right, let me get there before 11.
Okay. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. Windows, doors, siding, a new roof, all of it at windowworldofboston.com. Mego, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, just a quick update because the NBA, the lottery ping pong ball machine was going last night before the Knicks game. I do just want to say that in the context of what has not been the happiest 2 weeks for the Celtics, there's a little silver lining here. And I'll explain it as simply as I can. The Pacers tried to tank, and they could not have screwed up worse. So the Pacers mid-season decided to trade their first-round pick from this upcoming draft. That was a top 4 protected pick. So basically, they had the second-best odds to get one of the top 4 picks. If they had gotten one of the top 4 picks, they would have held on to that, even though they traded it to the Clippers. The Clippers, I believe, would have gotten their pick from 2031. At that point, like, who cares? Tyrese Halliburton didn't play all year. He's having, it seems like, a rough time coming back from his Achilles rupture that happened just weeks after Jason Tatum's. Well, the Pacers land at the 5 spot. So they don't have their pick. The Clippers have their pick. They get nothing for the upcoming season. So this is a team that was in the NBA Finals last year in your conference, and they're like battling to get back now in this upcoming season. On top of that, the Atlanta Hawks got the 8th pick, which were quietly a team that if you're interested in the Giannis sweepstakes, maybe had something interesting to trade for Giannis. I think that they fall way down that list now. And so if you're interested both in how competitive the East is going to be next year and if the Celtics are high up in the Giannis sweepstakes, this is just a double silver lining for you coming out of this draft.
And they got what they deserve for an extremely egregious tank.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in real time, a lot of people were looking at what the Pacers did. Not me, but I think some people were looking at it and going, well, isn't that kind of like the old Spurs model where it's like, hey, your superstar's out.
Right.
So why not just try to get the best draft position possible and be a lottery team?
Right.
And it was so bad that the Pacers president sent out a statement yesterday apologizing to everybody. It was like, guys, I really thought we were going to have better luck than this.
And if anything, the tanking actually worked because the Wizards got the number 1 overall pick.
Well, the Wizards have been like, you think the process of the Sixers, the Wizards, it's been 3 years.
Talk about, that's the Bam Adebayo 83-point game where you go, the Wizards basically are laying down, so actually tanking worked for them.
Yeah. All right, Mego, thank you. Lead from Wiggy coming up. Lead from me coming up. How do you feel about the government putting their grimy hands all over your NFL watching big screen? Because that's what they want to do. So we'll get to that when we get to my lead coming up.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show.
Hill Notes coming up at about 9:20 or 9:30, so you can leave a voice note for us anytime this morning on the Odyssey app. Please, if you would, over the next couple days, run any potential Hill Notes by Jaron Duran to make sure they aren't clownish. That would be appreciated.
I missed this Jaron Duran, Michael Hawley thing.
Oh, it's big.
Oh, is it?
He deleted his accounts.
Yeah. So Michael Hawley, what was the take by Michael Hawley that the Red Sox lie about injuries?
Something to that effect, yep.
And Jaron Duran said, and I'm paraphrasing, can you believe that NBC Sports actually employs clowns like this? Did that on his Instagram and then got the correct backlash and went and deleted his Instagram. And that's... Wow. That's probably because of the anxiety that it created for him. So,
I mean, you can't really be a mental health advocate and be tossing bombs on social media. Like one of the great frauds you'll ever meet, Jaron Duran.
Did they lie? Did they lie about an injury that I missed?
He was talking about the Roman Anthony situation. Because, like when Craig Breslow came on with us last week, it sounded like no big deal with Roman Anthony. And then the next day he's on the IL retroactively, and you're like, well, okay, so you weren't very transparent about that. And Michael Hawley was saying, I watched the clip, all the teams do this.
Okay.
Nobody is transparent about injuries. And at one point he did say that Roman Anthony was one of the biggest flops so far through his career. So maybe, like, if you want to be a little nice, you could say that Jaron Duran was trying to defend Roman Anthony, but I think Curtis is right. If you're going to be like, people are coming at me at stadiums and it's so tough for me, you can't then be going after other people on social media.
He hears it. He definitely hears all the noise.
I just don't understand. Never mind what's going on the field. What's going on off the field there cannot be helping.
No.
And I include Trevor's story in that. If you buy into the whining that he apparently does up the chain with ownership and other things. It's like, I honestly, if you're in first place overall in Major League Baseball, then maybe, okay, you have the time to deal with other stuff, but like focus on the fact that you have 17 wins first 40 games of the season.
And Greg, when you look back at the Trevor story, to me, that offseason was a swing year where they reached a fork in the road, and instead of keeping Schwarber and building off of the progress they made in that season, they didn't call Schwarber. It was in Xander Bogaerts' walk year, and right before the season begins, they gave $120 million to this robot from Colorado who had boosted his stats at Coors Field. And then that year, you basically lose Bogaerts because he's pissed and he's out the door. And then you retain a guy who, Xander Bogaerts has not been great in San Diego, although he's been better this year. Xander Bogaerts is a winning player. He is. He was a part of 2 World Series. He's a guy that is a respected person in that locker room and is a guy that people look up to. Trevor Story is a bumbling idiot a-hole.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, but I'm not. I wouldn't have paid Xander $285 million.
Well,
which he
wouldn't
wanted
have
at
gotten
the
to
time.
that point.
You could have
Wiki.
given that money before the
Yeah.
season
He
instead of
won-
giving it to Trevor Story. Sorry,
Exactly. No. I'm
would've had
just
it-
jumping into.
You would
support
have had,
Chris.
yeah, you would have had to go that. I think it was the end of that season is where you would have had to get him on a team-friendly discount, which
He was in tears because he wanted it in preseason, like he wanted it in spring training.
Yeah, you swung a miss on that. If you give it to him early, you wouldn't have had to pay that money.
Hey, what about the news this weekend that Rafael Devers is available?
That he is.
Bring him back. Bring him back.
You have more wins than San Fran, so at least I guess that's a good thing.
Imagine if they brought Devers back.
Oh, my God.
That experiment didn't last very long.
No.
Out there.
Oh, that's honestly why Breslow's here and Cora's gone.
Yeah, you have to give Bresbach credit on that.
Smart move.
Totally.
You really
$30 million a year out the door.
Yeah.
See you later.
Right.
Somebody else's headache.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, we have a couple leads left, including this one from Wiggy. Hi, Wiggy.
Hello and good morning. So football isn't too far away. We got to see the Patriots rookie minicamp over the weekend. And I'll tell you what, I had said it on Friday, and it was good to see Mike Vrabel out there full on, knee deep, waist deep. He was all in.
That's your phrasing.
Okay, all I will say is Coach was all in. Whether it came to showing outside linebackers how to set the edge or punt protection, Mike Vrabel has thrown himself into football, and he looks like he has energy of, the focus and all the things that he is going to be doing this season. It seems like it's going to be all football, all football, all football, all football long. We'll see the veterans show up for veteran minicamp like the second week in June. They'll have some OTAs at the end of this month. But Vrabel, you've seen him down there, and he is saying, you know what? Hey, I am all in.
Well, he didn't say anything.
No. I'm just saying he said it from his, what we saw. His actions spoke.
He let his actions speak louder than words.
So keep doing that, Mike.
So from your perspective, he's not going anywhere.
No, not the way he's all in on this thing. This guy is, I'm telling you, every drill, every period, every special teams, offense, defense unit, he's helping everybody out.
Yeah.
I think one time I saw him up there holding the camera. Like, hey, let's get this footage from here. He is going all in.
Okay.
And that's a good thing, though, because maybe fans will start to look, because as we're able to see some of these videos kind of trickle out of practice, we now start looking at Vrabel in a different perspective.
Yeah, you're right. The walkthroughs are way more interesting than any other videos that have come out recently.
Yeah. All right.
That was during COVID.
Thank you, Wiggy.
You got it.
The president over the weekend, he's got his own White House news network.
Is that Fox?
To get the truth out there. And he was asked when he did an interview about the NFL and about paying for NFL games. And I thought his answer was of interest, so here's the way that went.
Your Justice Department is investigating the NFL for moving a lot of viewers from free broadcast television into more expensive pay programming like Amazon Prime, Netflix, Peacock, and YouTube, where the NFL makes more money. Do you think this is price gouging on America's favorite sport? And should the government do anything about it?
It's tough. You got people that love football. They're great people. They don't make enough money to go and pay this. It's tough. And they could be killing the golden goose. I mean, they have that stupid kickoff thing that you can't watch. It's unwatchable. I hate the games where they have the new phony kickoff. I don't think it's any safer. I hope college football doesn't do that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not
You're not a football. You are not
viewer.
a football fan. These people know what I'm talking about. They ruin the game. But they have to be careful because others have tried this, and all of a sudden you don't have a sport anymore. Probably will.
The government will step in and do something.
There's something very sad when they take football away from many, many people. Very sad. I don't like it.
So do you think the government will step in and
I
do
don't know,
something?
but I don't like it. I don't like it. They're making a lot of money. They could make a little bit less. They could let the people see. You have people that live for Sunday. They live. They can't think about anything else, and then all of a sudden they're going to have to pay $1,000 a game. It's crazy, so I'm not happy about it.
Yeah. How about you worry about our taxes rather than
Yeah,
football?
I mean, this may surprise you, But the government has no business deciding how much money the NFL makes.
No.
Do you know how this started, Greg?
It's a private entity. Curtis, go ahead. Sorry.
Rupert Murdoch had dinner with Trump, said they're trying to renegotiate these rights deals. Stop it. And so he goes attacking Amazon and these other companies. That's legitimately what just happened.
Now, I will say there are a lot of fans, like I'm looking at the Twitch chat, who say, here, thank you. Finally, somebody is stepping us up for us, the little guy, and we can't afford to pay for all these games. But
how much does ESPN cost a month if you're doing it a la carte? Monday Night Football's been in ESPN for how many years?
I think it's like $30.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But that's that's what makes America great, is the fact that there's, it's a free market. It's capitalism. People can go out and they can try to make money.
When he was in real estate or hotels or whatever, nobody was telling him that he was making too much money or charging too much.
Could you imagine Donald Trump having a meeting like, okay, let's charge a little less. Like, let's profit a little bit less off of this product that everybody wants.
Yeah, I think the market dictates this stuff. I complain about it a lot because I think eventually you're going to have to pay for every NFL product that you want to see, including the Super Bowl. So I do complain about it, but I think that that's the way it generally works, is that the market puts up enough. At some point, NFL fans are going to be like, enough is enough, and I'm just not going to be able to watch, and then they can reel it back in a little bit. That's the way that's the way it works.
Listen, if it's like Dubai and I got no taxes, then hey, guess what? Step in for my my football watching. That should be your focus, man. Things that can actually help me out. Lower my taxes and figure out the Second Amendment.
Did you know Hilton Head, South Carolina, where we were last week, is the only city in the entire United States of America where every resident gets free health and dental insurance.
What?
No, I did not know that.
Really?
Paid for. There was a trust fund that was established in the 50s.
Those things are awesome.
by a bunch of doctors who went down there and golfed and wanted to be able to do free or a group medical plan. So the fund is at like, I don't know, $480 million or something at this point.
That's incredible. So you're saying Hilton Head socialists.
Yeah, every resident who lives there gets free medical and free dental just for being a resident.
Well, that's maybe a place to look at.
That's another reason for you to move down there.
Hey, listen, anywhere I would guess south of maybe North Carolina works for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, that'll do it when it comes to leads this morning. We are going to get to They Said It coming up next. Right now, Shime and what is trending this hour.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by the 99. The Red Sox lost to the Rays yesterday 4-1. Peyton Tolle went 5 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. You'll hear from Peyton Tolle coming up shortly here on They Said It. The Sox have the day off today before welcoming in the Phillies tomorrow night. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Canadiens beat the Sabres 6-2 to take a 2-1 series lead, and the Ducks beat the Golden Knights 4-3 to tie that series at 2 games apiece. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks swept the 76ers, getting a 144-114 win last night, and the Timberwolves beat the Spurs 114-109 to tie that series at 2 games apiece. The Washington Wizards have won the NBA draft lottery and will have the first overall pick. And the New England Revolution got a win this weekend, taking down the Philadelphia Union 2-1. Trending Now is brought to you by the 99. Now at the 99 restaurant, kids eat free the day after the Red Sox win. Get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchased. It's a win-win. The 99 restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. That's what's trending. We've got They Said It coming up here on the Greg Hill Show.
What did you miss on
We are about to get to They Said It, and then the news with Mego coming up at 8. This is Greg in the car. Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
Good. I'm a great listener. I listen every day, and a first-time caller. I wanted to say, too, about the money situation with the NFL. You have to be careful. That's the same thing they do with soccer. Now it's like everybody's at the 1%. So I guess the ticket is like $1,000 to go watch a game. I guess they happier with a stadium with 40,000 people paying $1,000 and 80,000 people paying $500. They're gonna make the money no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, it's a general. It's like the free market concept, and we generally in this country don't tell businesses what they can charge for their services. I will say that the NFL does have several antitrust exemptions that they utilize, have been given, and so maybe the Department of Justice is going to approach it in that way and say, wait a second, you can't, you are essentially a monopoly. There's no competitor. So at some point, we might be able to tell you that you have to provide some free football games.
No, players do not want to hear that, because they realize the bigger the TV deals, the more of these streaming platforms that come in that want to pay more money. Players understand, hey, listen, that's an advantage for us. So next time we get to the CBA, there's more money that we can get for our contract.
When would you guess it would reach a point where there would be actual fan backlash? Is it?
I'm sure there are fans now that don't pay and watch, casual fans that don't watch, but there's enough people that are paying to make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, would it be if they charge for the Super Bowl? Do you think that would be enough to get people all worked up and say I'm done with the
No,
NFL?
because you know what you would then get, which it would be, I don't know, like the money breakdown. I feel like if you charge for the Super Bowl, what you would get is more people just like throwing Super Bowl parties. So now you'd be jamming a whole bunch of people
like
in
you
one.
used to do for a pay-per-view,
Yes.
like a fight when everybody would chip in.
And does that make more money now that there's not necessarily there's less eyes on it, but there's less people spending because they're having Super Bowl parties of 50 people?
Yeah, I would say that would be I mean, most of America doesn't live close to all those people. That wouldn't be the same in my view. But the reality for me is that, you know how when you get on a plane and the captain says every 10 minutes we're going to be taking off soon, because if he said it was 3 hours, there'd be people riding on the in the tarmac.
Yeah.
This is the NFL's slow drip towards that, where it's initially we're not going to do it, and then we're going to just charge for certain select games on Netflix, and then it's Thursday night Amazon Prime.
And then Sunday Night Football goes to pay-per-view.
But the pay-per-view thing, I would say this though, right? What makes the Super Bowl such a unique thing? Because it's big worldwide, right? And I think it'd be
don't say the commercials are.
No. I was saying other countries, the fact that it's probably free for them.
The halftime shows in a different language, which I thought was unique.
So for all these other countries that maybe just turn it on because it's free and they're interested and they want to see a halftime show, you think they're now going to say, okay, I'm going to spend $100 to watch a sport that I'm not really interested in?
What if they charge for the halftime show? I could see that happening.
No, because it's like FIFA, right? I think a lot of people are watching it because it's free. But if FIFA said we're going to start charging, there'd be a lot of people in the U.S. that'd be like, I'm not paying for that. I'm not that interested.
In the Twitch chat, and hello and good morning, and thank you to those who watch this show on Twitch or on YouTube. Daddy Seuss says, I am probably not paying for the Super Bowl if my team isn't in it, which is interesting. I don't know how any man or any woman could say they would not want to watch the Super Bowl.
I would do the same thing. I wouldn't pay for it. I would just go to somebody's house that is paying for it.
Well, you don't pay for cable anyway.
Yeah, well, you'd probably have your son-in-law pay for it.
Yeah.
I'd be like, based on the way Mom's Day dinner went.
Oh yeah, you buying the Super Bowl this year? Pat's ain't it? Okay, we going to your house. But I think a lot of people would do that.
I'm very curious by Greg's judgment of this son-in-law grabbing part of the check move. I think that's a fantastic move by your son-in-law. That means your daughter got a good one.
Yeah, of course. But that's the purpose
of it.
of it.
He should offer, but I don't think that the father-in-law should accept.
No. She is now your responsibility. You married her. As the father, I'm giving you my daughter. That's understanding that, knowing that what comes with that is the fact that I've been raising her and taking care of for all these years. Now this is the job that you are going to have to do, and that means financially. That's a big part of it. So when we go out, you know what? Hey, I'm taking my wife out. You're taking your wife out. Your wife just happens to be my daughter, but still, you're going to have to pay for that.
So this isn't just a Mother's Day holiday thing? It's whenever you guys go out to dinner?
No, not whenever we go.
Aria, it's free.
For the most part, I pick it up. But I think generally, as I get older.
Raise your hand if you buy that statement.
I do. For the most part, I pick it up. I mean, believe me. It's always like,
Mama Bula pays.
You know how kids are. Kids always think that, daddy is a billionaire, which is not the case, but they believe that in their mind.
Oh, you're in the Snow Bowl.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. You know how long ago that was?
Hey, it still happened.
Yeah, well, the Snow Bowl money long gone.
Who that man in the Twitch chat says Greg can't imagine people boycotting the Super Bowl. I would do it very easily.
Okay.
So there are.
You are full of crap.
Yeah.
Who dat man?
We've been hearing this for years. I'm not even going to watch the NFL anymore.
No.
Yeah, it seems like business is really struggling. I'm not sure that there's anything the NFL can do that will push a consumer away at this point.
I do agree with the pay-per-view angle. You'll have some people go, I'm not going to pay for it. My team's not in it, but I'll go to so-and-so's house to watch it.
What you're going to see, and you're exactly right about that, Wiggs, is that the in-home experience is so great, and the absolute grind of a football game in person is something that I think turns a lot of people off. Because especially around here, do you want to drive an hour, sit, go to the game, you miss every other game. If there's a 1 o'clock Pats game, you get home barely for the end of the 4 o'clock games, and you're spending over $1,000, and you're dealing with people swearing, throwing things at you, and you're sitting in traffic.
This is Rich from Vermont, where we will be in a few weeks for a road show. First time in a couple years. Hello, Rich.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I live right up next to the Canadian border in Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, and it's like a little triangle. And the thing is, where we are, we don't have cable. You got to pay for everything through like the internet and stuff like that. So it's like now the ESPN is going to.
We're kind of losing you.
Okay.
You don't.
I think
you
Rich
don't have
has had-
signal either.
He's
I-
had trouble watching TV for a while.
Wait,
Well, I think-
whoa. He doesn't have cable?
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
Do they have indoor plumbing? Like what? What
They
do you
just
mean?
got a 28.8 modem.
What do you mean?
I think a lot of people have cut the
Telling by
cord.
the potato he called in on,
No,
Greg, he might not.
He didn't say we cut the cord. He said we live in an area where we don't have cable.
Oh, is that what he?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he meant like we just
yes.
cut the
They
cord.
can't get it.
It's like he picks
where the
up,
hell you live,
He
man?
picks up the rotary dial phone, and there's other people on there, and he has to ask Helen to connect him to the Joneses down the street. Like what?
That's actually Jones did grow up in that part of Vermont. Not kidding.
My father-in-law lives in West Virginia, and you can't get no backwoods than that. And they got cable.
Speaking of road shows, it's road show week number 1 this week.
That it is.
We are heading out to Northborough on Thursday night. Mego's first road show pregame and her first road show, which is happening Friday.
Then she technically is it because she kind of did her Hilton Head road show.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Not
thing.
the same. All right.
Not the same experience.
Wait, you're saying it's not going to be like that everywhere? I liked that.
It'll be same but different.
Okay.
Same
All
but
right.
different.
That was really nice.
Yeah.
You
I
cool
liked
with
that.
the anxiety? Is that what it is? You were able to get through that?
Not
How
really.
was Saturday morning for you?
Saturday morning was a great Big Dog show.
Okay.
We got bumped up an hour because the show has been so successful already. Rapidly becoming a cornerstone of the station.
8 a.m. to 11 a.m. every Saturday. Tune in.
Except for Shine for the next 3 weeks.
Nope,
It's gone.
I'll be there this Saturday.
You will?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, we would love to see you Thursday night at the neighborhood tavern or on Friday morning at the ground round, the new ground round, which is like the old ground round in Shrewsbury. And first 100 people, they did a really cool custom ground round roadshow shirt. So first 100 people there will go home with those on Friday morning in Shrewsbury. Shime, let's get to it.
They said it. It's time for
They said it.
They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It.
The Greg Hill Show.
Question that I frequently get about road shows that I will answer in a second because I'm getting a text about it right now. But They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law. And at Catches, they are here and ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you get hurt at work or hurt at a business, reach out to Catches, and they will be there for you. The results are really, really good. Over $3 billion won for injured New Englanders by Catches Law. This text basically says, where did it go? Are you guys really blowing off Western Massachusetts? I have to be clear about this. We work in conjunction with our affiliate stations when it comes to road shows. And oftentimes, depending on what they have going on out in their particular area, road shows work or road shows don't work. So we have gone to Springfield and love Springfield, and we will go back to Springfield whenever Craig and the whole crew out there who run the operation are ready for us to go out there. So,
how does this show have affiliates?
I just want to be very clear about that for the 413ers.
We are free to all of the American public.
Yes,
Amen.
we are.
Yeah,
we do not charge at all for this product.
You don't have to reach out
Yeah.
to Trump for
Right.
us.
We tried at one point to charge for it, and people were laughing.
Yeah.
It was really about the content, honestly, not about the.
We had to pay them.
It was yes. But we are free on the Odyssey app. It's free as can be. All right, Sean, what are we starting with this morning?
Well, Greg, Peyton Tolley got the start for your Boston Red Sox yesterday on Mother's Day. After the game, he talked about how difficult it was to pitch on Mother's Day 2 years after the passing of his own mother. Here was Peyton Tolley.
How did it go pitching today, of all days for you, and the emotion that comes with that?
Yeah, I mean, this weekend's really tough for me. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a tough weekend. I think yesterday would have been just as hard, but I try to. It's tough.
On a team of Jaron Duran's and Trevor Story's, he is the brightest light possible.
Yeah, big stash, a good one.
I mean, we got to talk to him, Fort Myers, and he's an unbelievable guy. Seems to cherish the opportunity that he has, and I hope he remains here for a long time.
And his outings have been pretty good, you know. His
Yes,
outings have been
yes.
pretty good. He's been consistent, you know. Unfortunately, it seems like there's been a couple outings where he's not able to get run support, but, you know, he gives you 5 or 6 innings, and we know from talking to Alex Cora before, you know, he was fired, he said if we can get, 3 runs and 5-6 innings out of a guy, that's a good start.
Yeah. All right, what's next, Shime?
Well, Greg, let's hop over to basketball here for a moment because Philadelphia got swept by the Knicks in the playoffs, and after that win last night, Josh Hart of the New York Knicks was asked about Philly fans and Philly sports as a whole, and decided to take his shot. Here was Josh Hart.
How many Knicks fans were here tonight?
Nah, man, because everybody was begging for Philly to not sell their tickets and all that stuff. So, man, yeah, I used to think Philly was a sports town. I don't know if it is anymore.
Love it.
There you go. Shots fired.
Love it.
Hey, he can talk. When you're winning, you can talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love watching Philly fans lose. I feel like the Knick fan is almost even like,
The Knick fan is the worst.
But they have nothing. They've never won
anything.
And that's my point, and they go overboard.
Like
we got to deal with Timothy Chalamet and
Wiki
man,
really has a thing for Timothy Chalamet.
He's a great actor though, but the Knick fans are the worst.
I don't know. I
New
hate
York
Philly
fans,
more than I hate New York.
Oh, come on. No way.
I think the Knicks fans should be more sympathetic than they are. Like, they should be a sympathetic figure, but they're so annoying. I agree with Wiggy with all the celebrities. Oh, it's Celebrity Row. Oh, look, it's Ben Stiller. It's Timothy Chalamet.
And they feel like they've won something. Like, forget about when you got to hear them talk about the two Giants Super Bowls, and then you got to, they always want, the Yankees thing. So it's like the New York. In the basketball world, forget it. Like, the Knicks have stunk.
The Knicks pretend like they invented basketball.
Oh, it's the worst. It is the worst.
I'm still intrigued by your take and Wiggy's take this morning that the Celtics lost in 7 games to the Sixers. And then that team went out and got the team that beat you, went out and got swept by the Knicks unceremoniously. Mm-hmm. And the Celtics are still, in both of your minds, a more talented basketball team.
I mean, I think they are. I mean, personally, the Knicks got swept because your best player, Tyrese Maxey, decided to say, you know what, I'm going to shoot 15% from three-point land.
At least he showed up.
That was the biggest thing. Their best player in Maxey, he didn't have a good series at all. We talk about Tatum and how the fact that, Tatum didn't show up. Look at Maxey that series. I mean, Maxey did not show up. He was their best, and against us, the Celtics, he was on his game.
I'd also say I'm just more optimistic about the Celtics being a title contender next year and the year after than I am at all about the Sixers. I mean, the Sixers, you got Maxey and Edgecombe. Joel Embiid, it feels like he's kind of coming to an end for a former MVP.
Paul George is just now a role player.
A lot of it has to do with I just trust the front office in Boston so much more.
You were optimistic about them being a title contender this season.
No, I wasn't.
I was.
I never said that. I said they should get back to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happened?
You said they were
there?
on a dynastic run, which I thought was.
When did I say that? You guys are making stuff up. And Looney Tunes out there are going to believe it.
No, I'm kidding.
And I think the biggest thing, though, that now that we know and we thought it was a good thing, but maybe it came back to bite them in the ass, was the overuse of Jason Tatum, which,
you are an excuse maker extraordinaire. You really are.
He's loyal.
That was the thing.
He's loyal. Loyalty is important.
So why was he quiet then?
What do you mean?
Why didn't he say you're overusing me?
I thought he probably felt like this was the way for me to knock the rust off too.
He wanted to.
Yeah. Because early on in the beginning, he was complaining about oh man, they got me on a minutes restriction, and maybe if this is during the regular season and he comes back midway through the season and he misses a few games because of just him making a return, it's not a big deal. But like I've said before, the unfortunate thing is, the game that he needed to miss was Game 7, which wasn't a good thing.
All right, take a break. We'll continue with the rest of They Said It next.
You can watch the Greg Hill Show live stream every day on Twitch and YouTube.
Can I kick it? 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 Can I kick it?
Mego 781 text for you on the Subaru of New England text line during the break, and it simply reads, "Nothing is more predictable than a backpedaling green teamer." And yes, you heard that. You heard that on this show moments ago. I didn't have them getting much farther than the first round.
I never said that. Everybody made fun of me because I sat here and said the Knicks and the Pistons are a serious threat. I did not foresee the Sixers, but I said that, and everybody said the Eastern Conference is wide open. It's completely the Celtics. Everybody else sucks. Like I
said that.
I was not one of those people.
I was
go
one
back,
of those people.
Check the tapes. You can go back on the Odyssey app, listen for yourself.
There you go.
No backpedaling over here.
They had no answer for Joel Embiid, and that's...
And I caught to that. I did sit here and say after game one, it doesn't even matter if Joel Embiid comes back.
Mm-hmm.
It mattered a lot. Now, it didn't matter in the next series for the Sixers, but it mattered against you.
But it was, I mean, Joel Embiid played well, but Maxey against you in the series against Boston shot 41% from three-point land. Against the Knicks, he shot 15%.
Knicks defense. Knicks, do you have anything to do with that?
No, he was just missing shots.
Okay.
Yeah,
then what's the point of anything if it's just about who makes a shot? What a boring thing.
No, it's more than that. But when
not according to what you just said.
But when your star player doesn't perform at the level that you expect them to perform at,
I just missed his shots. Okay.
No, but when he doesn't perform at their level, then we criticize the star player. Like Maxey. He's the star player of that team. That team goes the way he goes.
Is Maxey better than Tatum or Brown?
No,
okay.
He's not.
So he's the
not.
third best player in the series.
Right, but your star players weren't.
Fourth if Embiid's healthy.
Your star players weren't able to outperform Maxey in that series.
Right, that's why they lost.
Which is awful.
What's that?
In hindsight, awful that they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, when
when
you look at it, I think
they lost to a team that just got swept by the Knicks.
Right, I think the Sixers. That was their NBA Finals against Boston.
If the Celtics beat the Sixers in Game 7, they would have been overwhelming favorites against the Knicks in the second round. And the Celtics lost to.
I don't know if they would have been overwhelming
2-1 at least.
No,
they were at the start of the playoffs.
No, but they lost. They lost to the Knicks last year with a healthy and better team.
Right, but when the playoffs began, the Celtics were the overwhelming favorites to win the East. Overwhelming.
I don't know what were they?
Yes.
Yeah, I think if in that Knicks series, I think the line, and I don't know because I'm not a Vegas person, but I think if the Sixers would have pushed them to Game 7, the way that the Knicks were able to get through the first round against who the hell the Knicks play in the first round? It wasn't Toronto.
The Hawks.
The Hawks, yes. The way the Knicks were able to get through that series, I think going into it. There might be some Vegas books that would have had the Knicks as the favorite.
That was a tough series for the Knicks against the Hawks.
And
they win
the
in
odds.
5?
The Hawks put up a fight early on.
Right, but then they win that series in 5. The Knicks
didn't go 6.
They won it in 5 because they blew them
bad.
out. And the Celtics right at the beginning, before the playoffs began, according to DraftKings, the favorite in the East at plus 155. The Knicks were plus 450.
Since you bring up Atlanta, some reporting over the weekend that they were interested in Jaylen Brown at trade deadline time.
That was Chris Mannix who had that report, right?
Could we then imagine that they still are? Probably.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be if that report is accurate, and Mannix is hyper-connected.
What was the report? Because this is very interesting. Were Atlanta was just interested, or were the Celtics like, okay, Atlanta, what do you got?
No, there was no reporting on the Celtics side.
Because this is why Jalen is upset.
Okay, Wiggy. Did he not say he could see himself playing for Atlanta?
Oh yeah, he said
it's his hometown.
It's his hometown.
So he's allowed to say that, but they're never allowed to investigate what might be out there. I mean,
yeah, but that was well after the fact of trade rumors about Jalen, and other places. So he's like, yeah, I'm from Atlanta. I would love
Wiki,
to.
this is exactly what it says. God, these ads. I wrote this week about the Atlanta Hawks. This is Chris Mannix was talking Saturday on an NBC Peacock broadcast. Jalen is a Georgia native. Last offseason, the Celtics and Hawks did have a brief conversation about Jaylen Brown. It didn't really go anywhere. The Hawks were leery about the size of Brown's contract, which at the time was the richest contract in NBA history. They weren't really in a position to go all in. Celtics were not looking to give Jaylen Brown away either, so it didn't go anywhere.
But there was a conversation. Yeah.
And
so I can see why
they were leery about the size of the contract for the best two-way player in the world.
Well, Atlanta was.
But this says so. There's like this. That report from Mannix said last offseason. So that would have been before Jalen had the All NBA performance that he had during the regular season this year. Which, regardless of how
player in the world,
regardless how you feel about the playoffs, you can't take that away from Jalen.
Right. But I think to your point, going into the season, people are like, wait a second, you're paying this guy $50 million and he's not even, an All-NBA player. He's a very talented player, and I think there were some people that were a little skeptical about the contract, but that's where the NBA was going, and that was the price for a guy like Jaylen Brown. My only point is, everybody is like, why is Jalen so upset? Or maybe not upset being the right word, but why is he side-eyeing the organization a little bit? Because the organization is constantly picking up the phone. I mean,
do you want the organization, Wiggy, as a fan of the Celtics, to always be looking to improve the team?
No, they should, but I'm just saying, I understand why he's upset. If I'm dating somebody and that person is always entertaining other people, you wouldn't be upset?
No, if I'm making $70 million. All
right, maybe you and I are different.
We certainly are.
That would bother me.
Yeah, and you're saying that all the time. Talk about a straw man. Yeah, Brad Stevens is calling everybody every day.
Curtis,
watch Jalen.
You know the point that I'm making when I say there's been 2 or 3 potential trade whispers and rumors out there with Jaylen
There was
Brown.
the Durant thing.
There was
what else is there?
There was the Durant thing. There's been the Giannis thing, and now there's this thing with Atlanta. So that's 3 of them that we know of.
But this report does say the Celtics were not interested in giving Jalen away.
Right, but it's not.
Wiggy doesn't want him to even pick up the phone. Like the phone rings in Brad Stevens' office, and he says, "Nope, not going." Might be somebody asking about Jaylen Brown, not picking the phone.
We don't have call waiting.
What do you think would happen if somebody called and said, "Hey, Brad, we're interested in Jason Tatum"? You know what he'd say? Sorry, gotta go.
That's
Bye.
what happened in this exact situation with Jaylen Brown.
No, there was a conversation, is what Mannix said.
Yeah,
that's a difference.
But I do think, Wiggs, that the rest of the NBA knows that Jaylen Brown wants to be a number 1.
Yeah, I know that.
So why wouldn't you call?
I'm not saying that you don't call.
If you're the Celtics, you know Jalen hasn't always been the happiest here.
Right,
he kind of wants it both ways.
Yeah, what's the way to handle this, Wiggy, if you're the Celtics?
Oh, it's too late. What's the saying? The horse is out of the barn, right?
That's it.
It's too late because once they said, hey, listen, once Brooklyn, I believe it was Brooklyn at the time, was like, all right, we're willing to give you Kevin Durant for Jaylen Brown. And then the Celtics said, oh, we're on board. And Brooklyn said, oh, but we want you to throw a Marcus Smart. And the Celtics said, no. That's when the horse left the barn for a guy like Jaylen Brown, who was somebody who's like, he's got a chip on his shoulder. And that's when it was like, all right, you really clearly like me, but you like me to a certain extent in his mind.
You like me, but you're accepting DMs from others. Is
Bingo.
What you're saying, yeah. All right, what's left? They said it was, Sean.
Well, Greg, we have more of douchey Rory McIlroy here for you if you'd like. He was asked about the live golfers and potential return to the PGA. Here was Rory McIlroy.
I said at the start, I was probably too judgmental with the guys that went because I was seeing it from my point of view and maybe not seeing it from other points of view, but again, I'm not going to judge anyone for not wanting to play on the PGA Tour. I don't know what, does that mean that they go play DP World Tour maybe, if that's a pathway? That would make the DP World Tour stronger, and I'd be delighted with that because, that's my home tour at the end of the day. So, but this is if you want to be the most competitive golfer you can be, this is the place to be. And if you don't want to play here, I think that says something about you.
I'm not going to judge anybody for not wanting to play on the PGA Tour, but if you don't want to play on the PGA Tour, I think that says something about you.
Like, who anointed him the king of the PGA? Like what?
The Masters.
I mean, no. Are you serious right now?
It's so dumb. This guy is such a turd.
He plays in the turd. He's a turd.
It's just let him back in. Competition is better. Like they went somewhere else. They got some money. That place is, has run out of money.
Right.
And if they want to come back in, let him back in. Like you don't control the entire world, Rory.
Does he listen to what he says? Like the hypocrisy in the one statement he makes is ridiculous. I'm not going to judge anybody for not wanting to play the PGA Tour, but if you don't play on the PGA Tour, it says a lot about you.
It's not his tour. He doesn't own it.
I hate this.
And
guy.
why would you be judging another man for going to get a bag?
Because those guys went and got a bag.
Right.
He did not, and so he's pissed about that.
Not that it's your fault, but you chose not to get a bag. You shouldn't be, as grown men, I'm never watching your bag.
No.
That I think that
Amen.
that was one of the things that I think we had, or there was the issue with the Swayman situation when Brad Marchand talked about it. As a player in a locker room, I'm never checking somebody else's money on what they're doing. Like, hey, whatever you got to do to go get your bread, do it.
But the other thing is he won. Like, why do you have to – you know what I'm saying? Like, you can just be quiet.
Right. Yeah. You don't have to take a victory lap over their throat.
You've never been in a better place professionally, and these guys are groveling to join you again.
All right. That will do it when it comes to They Said It, the news with Mego coming up next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on
correct and word correct on these crazy machines that we use to put out truths, or they used to be called tweets.
The news.
I wrote Melania, it would correct to Melody, and I would get just absolute decimated. These people would decimate.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
No lamp is hit home for the...
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
We are still ways away from Hill Notes. That will happen about 9:20 or 9:30. So plenty of time to leave a voice note for us on whatever is on your mind this morning, right? Whether it is something we have discussed or something we have not. And you can do that on the Odyssey app, and we'll play the best ones back during the 9 o'clock hour. We are about to get to the news, but a little Odyssey appreciation for Susan that we met on Friday, who listens to the show in North Carolina, drove down to join us at the show on Friday. And then when she left at the end of the broadcast, I was cleaning everything up, and she had left me a hoodie, but she had also left a check for the Greg Hill Foundation. So I would like to thank Susan for that generosity, and for making the trip down to see us on Friday. So, all right, let's get to it news-wise. Please, Mego.
It's a lot of cruise news today, starting with the passengers from the hantavirus cruise that we are all following. They were evacuated from the hantavirus-hit cruise ship. They began flying home Sunday aboard military and government planes after the boat anchored in the Canary Islands, where travelers were escorted to shore by personnel in full-body protective gear and breathing masks. Spanish passengers were the first to leave the MV Honduras following its arrival off the West African coast. They were then flown to Madrid and taken to a military hospital. Hours later, a plane that evacuated French passengers landed in Paris, where it was met by emergency vehicles. Planes will fly out passengers from more than 20 countries in an evacuation effort that's expected to last through today. We can hear from the acting CDC director.
We are in touch with the WHO. We're in touch with the international health organizations, including the one in Spain, and we have been providing technical assistance to all of those organizations all the way through.
So are they just going to hose those people down, and then they get to go enter back into society, or do they have to quarantine or anything like that for a couple of weeks so we all don't get the hantavirus?
Yes, the 17 passengers that were Americans that were aboard the boat, I believe, are being taken to Nebraska, where they're going to quarantine there.
Oh, okay.
Good.
So,
Rich Ted and Ted live
for
from
Nebraska.
Omaha, please.
Dropping in the middle of a cornfield out nowhere.
But everything I read from people that are actual doctors say that this is not in any way similar to COVID, and that it's very difficult to transmit.
Yeah.
So, like, why do we cover this? Like, not us, I mean, like the general news.
Yeah.
I agree. It freaks me out.
But then there's another cruise that has over 100 people that have the noro on it currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Something that spreads very easily. More than 100 passengers and crew members got sick during a norovirus outbreak aboard a Caribbean Princess cruise. The cruise ran from April 28th through today, and passengers who fell ill suffered from vomiting and diarrhea.
Oh, boy.
Don't worry. The company said they quickly disinfected every area of the ship and will undergo extra sanitation methods before its next voyage. Do you get a little update before you get on a cruise that says, hey, just so you know, last week there was a norovirus outbreak on this boat, so you can decide if you want to postpone or not? Because I feel like that should be enforced, right? Just so you know,
Right.
It's like when you buy a house and you found out there's like a double homicide there 10 years ago.
Potentially could be some ghost in there.
Yeah, I don't want the ghosts of the norovirus on my cruise ship.
But I feel like any cruise you go on, aren't you rolling the dice on noro anyways?
That's why I don't go on cruises.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But people who do go, they probably like,
Yeah.
maybe I got a 25%
Isn't
chance
it more
it's coming
of a,
out both ends.
Wiggy, it's more of a weighted dice if it's a cruise ship that just had a norovirus outbreak of more than 100 people.
But think about the benefit on going on a cruise ship that had noro.
Weight loss.
No,
how is there a benefit?
Oh, because it's probably going to be cheap. You know how much money you could save on that cruise.
Well, I think in general, the cruise lines are experiencing a bit of bad press lately. So there may be some people.
Wait, how is it cheap? I don't understand.
Well, because I think maybe now if it would cost you, let's call it $1,200 or $1,500 per person for all inclusive, you probably get the same package at like $750, and you're probably getting like a beautiful suite.
How?
Because they know like they need people to come on their cruise ship.
But didn't you book it like 6 months ago?
No, I'm saying for the next person after the noros come out.
That's what I mean. Like, you probably booked your cruise 6 months ago with no idea.
I'm talking about for us. Like, I ain't booked the cruise yet.
So you're going to go jump on the Princess Cruise with the
price is
norovirus?
right. If I can get a presidential suite.
If the son-in-law is willing to pay for it.
Yes. Hey, if the presidential suite is $750 for an all-inclusive wristband, food, and everything.
I don't care if it's $750.
Oh,
I'm not
that's you.
going on a noro boat.
Well, that's
Have you had
Do you make him
norovirus?
pay? Like if you go on a family vacation, do you make him pay?
No, we haven't been on family vacation.
Okay, but if you went on one?
Well, I mean, I think if you're going on family vacation.
Sandals, Jamaica.
I would say you pay for your family. Isn't that how it works? Listen,
So basically,
we're not
that's
all
it.
as fortunate as
So your
John
daughter-
Curtis.
So your daughter basically.
You're talking to Greg Hill. Why are you
That's
bringing my
true.
dad?
That is true.
So your daughter basically, she is married to this gentleman.
Yes.
And that's it. You're never gonna.
No,
you're
I
never
still
gonna
pay for
treat
some-
her to a dinner or anything.
Who do you think
It's
paying
all
for
on
the
him.
wedding?
Huh?
Who's paying for the wedding?
Okay.
All
All right.
right.
So you're not charging him for the
Oh,
wedding.
Guess what? I paid for my wedding when I had one.
Did you ask him if he could contribute?
Well, no.
Uh-huh.
The kids do it
Wait a
different.
minute, did you?
No, I would never do that.
Okay.
Yeah, believe me. I would love to, but my wife ain't gonna let that happen.
Oh, okay. She wouldn't let that happen.
That's what I'm saying. When you get married, that's the point. Well, your daughter isn't married. When she gets married, you'll see that's like, okay, you're building a life, and then guess what? Maybe now and then they're picking up.
You're
the tab.
passing on the debt.
Yeah, well, that don't necessarily mean it's debt, but they're building their own debt together.
Okay.
I'm trying to chop away at the one that I built over mad years for all of you guys. I'm trying to now chop away at it.
Okay.
One person was struck and killed by a Frontier Airlines plane 2 minutes after jumping a perimeter fence and crossing a runway at Denver International Airport late last Friday.
Did you happen to see this?
No.
No, why are we showing it
I
so
saw
much?
the video.
It's very disturbing.
Wild.
Like we don't even need to show it. It's
Okay.
very disturbing. Like, but the guy got sucked into the engine.
Oh. Okay.
Like, and I how do they not? I guess it's impossible to stop people who are just going to trespass and
Yeah, you
jump
can't
onto
do
a
nothing
runway.
about
That's
that.
what the fence is for.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if you're on a runway and a plane is moving at 200 miles an hour, it can't just hit the brakes.
Yeah.
Equally disturbing, I heard a story recently about a guy who was on an abandoned empty airfield, and
Is he pooping?
he did a number 2.
Oh, he did. Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I heard that.
And there.
Yeah. He did.
It's a tough one.
I don't know if there's video. We can't show that though.
Yeah. No, you can show it.
Hopefully Drake doesn't know about that. That might end the duet.
We've all been there.
Karaoke duet if he finds out about
We all,
that.
Greg, we all have things in our past. It's fine.
The pedestrian has not been identified, not believed to be an airport employee either. A witness shared their account with CNN.
We were already taking off and we were going pretty fast, and I felt like the plane started to tilt up when out of nowhere we felt like a thud and heard like an explosion. And I was right on the wing, so I looked to my right and I just see like the right wing just on fire. And well, when that happened, like the aircraft lands back down and they kind of like swivel side to side, and then they stop, shut it off right away, and then the cabin starts to fill up with smoke, and that's when they start evacuating everybody.
Can I just say I complain a bit about Boston?
Yes.
Logan being close to downtown is so spectacular.
Oh,
like you go to
amazing.
Denver, you go to O'Hare, you go to those airports and you land, it's an hour just to get to the city.
Yeah.
It's something that we take for granted here.
It is great.
So convenient. And Houston's even worse because they got 2 of them
That's right.
spread out over miles and miles and miles away.
Is
We
it?
actually we got our luggage pretty quick when we got back Friday night.
I don't remember. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
Not even because I was slammered on the plane or anything. I was tired. I told you it felt like a fever dream being at Logan Airport at 11 p.m. after Hilton Head.
Blame it on the Tiki Hut.
The Tiki Hut was great.
Except
I love
for
the Tiki Hut.
The guy there.
What do you mean? He made the Tiki Hut experience.
He did.
What an outfit.
Yeah. Did you share that on your Instagram?
I decided not to because I always feel weird about private citizens, even though this man, we were at a great beach bar called the Tiki Hut, right on the beach, and this king walks out with a bright blue banana hammock, just stood there in front of everybody for 2 hours.
Oh, really?
Chugging Heineken.
European style, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
When you say king, is that in a good way?
I mean, he wanted all the attention.
All right.
I would like 10% of this man's confidence.
Little out of bounds, though, that you sent the video to your husband.
Yes.
And his response was, I didn't know Greg liked Heinekens, which I thought that was not a nice thing for your husband to say about me.
To be fair, I sent it to my dad, who also said, Chris is looking good these days. So I think that's just a generic lame joke.
Is it always shocking to be in America and catch somebody wearing the Speedo at the beach?
Yes.
I'm always shocked, especially the dudes. I'm like, wow.
Well, this guy did not look good in one. I mean, does anybody? But
Most don't in America.
There's probably some dudes who look good in a Speedo.
Right,
Do
but-
women like that look?
No.
Not at all.
Nobody likes that
What if
look.
it's some jacked
Doesn't
bodybuilder?
matter. It's too much.
I think it's
some Fabio type.
I mean, look, I can't speak on behalf of all women, but I will say it's never been something that draws me closer.
Right. Okay.
It's
Because
more
she's
of
an
a
American
repellent.
woman, though. I think the American women don't find it to be attractive, but I think the European women do because this is something that they've seen for a long time. I mean, with a guy with a nice body and that kind of thing. But in America, you never see that because even a dude who's got the built for it, he not wearing the Speedo. In America, he's just not doing it. But in Europe,
You just don't. It's not impressive.
But
I don't care.
But you're
who
American.
You are.
But see, in Europe, I think that's their standard over
Yeah.
there. Like the shredded up dudes.
The guy was, no offense, but he was like Heineken, full Heineken can up top and Diet Coke mini can down below. You know what I'm saying?
He had two picks.
It's just
He
not-
should have enhanced it a little bit.
It's just not. He should have slipped the Heineken can into the
Yeah.
actual.
If you're going to make such a big show out of it.
I mean, it's really disturbing.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
But our luggage, I will remind you, since you don't remember it, our luggage arrived pretty quick at Logan, which is very impressive and not normally the case. So, all right. We'll continue with the rest of the news with Mego coming up. And right now, Shime and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market. The Red Sox lost to the Rays yesterday 4-1. Peyton Tolley went 5 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. The Sox lone run came on a Mickey Gasper RBI single in the 6th, which is yesterday's Play the Game presented by Nissan.
Swings and lines, went into right field, the base hit. Story hits third. He's being waved home. Here comes the throw, and it's far too late. Catcher grabs it well in front of the plate. The Red Sox are on the board.
You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full lineup that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. The Red Sox have the day off today before welcoming in the Phillies tomorrow night. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Canadiens beat the Sabres 6-2 to take a 2-1 series lead, and the Ducks beat the Golden Knights 4-3 to tie that series at 2 games apiece. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks have swept the 76ers, getting a 144-114 win last night. The Timberwolves beat the Spurs 114-109 to tie that series at 2 games apiece. The Washington Wizards have won the NBA draft lottery and therefore will pick first overall in the upcoming NBA draft. And the New England Revolution got a win this weekend, taking down the Philadelphia Union 2-1. Trending now is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market. Stock up on soda. Pepsi is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Buy 2 cases, get 2 free on both Pepsi and Diet Pepsi. 12-pack 12-ounce cans and 8-pack 12-ounce bottles or cans. Lowest priced item is free. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. That's what's trending. We got more of the news with Mego coming up next here on The Greg Hill Show.
What did you miss on Rich, Ken, and Ted?
Hey, give that to me. Don't.
Roadshow Season 5 gets underway this week, and we are unfortunately not going all the way to Memphis, but we are going all the way to Vermont and all the way to New Hampshire and all the way to Maine and all the way to the Cape. Couple road shows on the Cape, and we begin it Thursday night. We will be at the Neighborhood Tavern, which is in Northborough, and join WEEI and Miller Lite from 6:30 to 8:30 on Thursday night. That will be Mego's first pregame, so make it a memorable one for her if you could. And then Friday morning, we are broadcasting from the Ground Round in Shrewsbury. And Roadshow Season 5 is brought to you by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here by Catches Law Group. Your attorneys, your neighbor since 1986, by Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer, by Land Rover Norwood, where everything is different, by Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water. Curtis and Wiggy can vouch for that because we were on a Barton and Gray Hinckley in Naples this spring. And by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. So we'll see you on Thursday night. Next week, Memorial Day weekend, believe it or not, we are on the Cape to kick it off at the Flying Bridge a week from Friday. So cannot wait to be back out there and see all of you, and we'll begin on Thursday night. But we were in the middle of the news, Mego. What is left this morning?
Unfortunately, this next one comes from my home state of Maryland, and it's a case of how creepy is it?
The Greg Hill Morning Show presents...
You think I am a creepy guy?
How creepy is it?
It was probably the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Can I put the camera in the lady toilet?
And it's kind of creepy, which is nice.
Back up, you creep.
A 55-year-old man was arrested Friday in connection with a Peeping Tom investigation near Towson apartment, Baltimore County Police said. Andre Robinson was taken into custody around 4 a.m. after he was found in the Rogers Forge area. He was charged with misdemeanor Peeping Tom and surveillance offenses and is being held without bond.
So he's like running around looking in people's windows?
Just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Okay.
Robinson was seen by a patrol officer looking into the windows of apartment units.
Dale here.
Oh, God.
Shine, please.
I didn't do anything.
That was me.
Dale doesn't even live in Baltimore. Documents say he even used a stepping stool at one point to gain an elevated view into one of the units.
Was it a crate?
Dale here.
Robinson told police he used it to look inside garbage cans for resale items, but camera footage shows he never went near the garbage. He is one of a handful of men alleged to have looked inside residents' windows in the area. CBS Baltimore shared a reaction from one resident.
It doesn't matter what we do. I think these people are deranged and they're going to do anything that they want. And that's just the kind of person that's willing to go this close to a window.
So is there like it seems like this neighborhood has a influx of Peeping Toms?
That's what it said at the end. Yeah,
is there
the
something
news story.
about this neighborhood?
Do they have huge windows
I don't
in the
know.
apartment
A
building?
lot of smoke slip in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's like no drapes or something like
Right.
that. The
It's
apartments come without
Like, are
curtains.
they getting
Like,
together? It's like they're a Peeping Tom community. Like, oh, there's this one neighborhood. We really...
There's an app. Yes.
Right.
They have an app.
Well, it's very creepy to it's never happened to me, but thinking about just looking over and seeing someone peeking into the window of your home is
that's
so
terrifying.
gross.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh,
disgusting.
yes. Just no, thank you. No, thank you. Never.
That's why I always live on the second or third floor.
Right.
First floor is a no-no. My mother used to hate
People
the first floor.
People can climb trees and look over.
Yeah, but it's, she always say, never on the first floor. Never on
Is
the
that
first
why
floor.
your mom didn't want to live on the first floor?
No, she hated living on the first floor.
Because of that?
Well, it was that, and then it was always usually the crackheads breaking in, but the second floor was always an issue. But if you live on the first floor, I mean, that's why a lot of apartments in the city, the first floor, they have metal, bars on the windows, just because you never know.
I always thought it was because people don't like hearing the foot traffic overhead. When you live on the first floor?
You live on the first floor, and your neighbor upstairs comes down and steals your chicken wings.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that is true.
That guy was gassed, too. Those steps.
That's why I'm always always been a third floor apartment guy.
Penthouse.
I know. Well, no, it's not that you got to walk up the stairs, but you don't get to hear anybody upstairs from you, so you don't hear the footsteps. If anything, they got to complain about you being too loud, and you don't have to worry about peeping toms.
But on the first floor, you can intercept anybody else's food delivery.
That you can. That is true.
They have to go through you.
Well, yeah, that
so
is
if you
definitely.
wanted to steal the delivery, it's yours.
Yeah, the first floor is some good. You can get some good. What do they call it? What they call those guys? Pirate.
Porch
Porch pirates.
Porch pirates.
Yes.
A viral video out of Southbridge McDonald's shows apparent food contamination, and it has captured the attention of local police and customers. In a video obtained by Boston 25, a McDonald's employee appears to be putting fries in her mouth.
Oh, man.
And then repackaging them, presumably to be served to customers.
No.
Her colleagues in the video appear to be laughing alongside her.
Not one of those.
Yeah, it's nasty.
I hate those people.
A Southbridge resident spoke with Boston 25.
That's disgusting. Are you kidding me? It's not sanitary. I'm done with this McDonald's at least, and I might be done for quite a while with fast food, to be honest with you.
You should be death penalty for messing with people's food. That's the lowest thing you could do. I hate to see videos like that.
I know.
It's just like, because, a lot of us, we put our confidence.
You put your faith in the fast food workers of America.
Yeah, fast food, regular workers.
Yes.
But, as somebody who likes to, enjoys the fast food and enjoys the DoorDash, my faith is 100% in your hands.
You're going to stay away from the McDonald's fries for a while?
No, the McDonald's fry is sacred.
It's so good.
It really is
Dipping
amazing.
it in your own mouth and then reserving it. Ugh.
Greg, it is a remarkable wonder that McDonald's has dominated the fry game as long as it has.
Yeah, the fries.
How many times has Wendy's or other places tried 60 different French fries?
Yeah.
I mean, Wendy's
Some
fries
people
are right.
prefer, when we have the discussion, Five Guys.
I've
That's
never
good.
really been to
But Five Guys is not. Five Guys has good fries, but they're not a fast food restaurant. Would we stop with the Five Guys?
They're like Shake Shack.
Yeah, they're not. If you don't have
fast casual.
If 99% of your stores don't have drive-through, you're not considered a fast food joint. So I don't even put them into that category. McDonald's fries, I would say they're goated when it comes to fries. Five Guys I love, but they're in a different category of what do they call that?
Fast casual.
Fast casual.
I would also say the only one where if I have them next to each other and they're both hot, I might go the other is the waffle fry from Chick-fil-A.
I was just going to say, you had those at Logan last week, and you loved the waffle fries.
They're spectacular.
But sometimes they can, the thing about the waffle fries here, somebody who loves the fast food joint, they don't give you enough salt on it. McDonald's, they do it just right when it comes.
They got plenty of salt at McDonald's.
They did, but that's what makes the fry good is the salt.
When you eat a couple fries, you want to feel like you got to have hit a Diet Coke right away.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes Chick-fil-A, they don't even put salt on there.
Yes, they do.
Sometimes you get a batch where there's not. I'm telling you.
You can dip and Shime knows this, you can dip the Chick-fil-A waffle fries in the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Yeah.
It's so
which
good.
Which is bonus.
And because the waffle
Polynesian
fry
guy.
is so big, it's got such great surface area in order to get that sauce,
Correct.
too. It's not like with the McDonald's fry, they're not great dipping fries because they're so thin. You'd have to take 7 of them at one time to dip it in and really get enough sauce.
All right, what else, Migo? Anything else?
That lady was adding her own sauce. An international group of researchers has concluded that men are worse for the planet than women.
All right.
What?
It's the International Journal for Masculinity Studies found that on average, men have a greater negative impact on the environment and climate due to their consumption of travel, transportation, tourism, and meat eating.
Oh, my God.
Men are also more likely to be involved in factory farming and other industries that hurt the climate, according to the study.
I think that's sexist because I think there are a lot of truck women out there that like the Ford F-150s and the pickup trucks. I mean, I don't think that's fair.
Don't men and women travel the same amount?
Well, to Wiggy's point, I think with travel, maybe they are talking about the kind of car that you buy. Who's more likely to buy a little Prius? Not to be totally, sexist, but you're probably going to think your mom's going to buy the
Laird,
before your
Ken
dad.
Laird and his neighbors from Brookline.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I would also say, Greg, we learned that there can be chauvinistic snow plowing. So,
but more men.
So men are worse for the planet than women. That's where we're going.
Because I'm with Tomego's point. More men are probably more likely to buy pickup trucks. That would then be, and what's it, Monica Tidbit Nuts there, the one who's like, she hated anybody who had a pickup truck, but, more men are, more apt to buy a pickup truck, which, probably is worse on the planet than like you said, a Prius or even like a Camry or, any smaller.
I did think that maybe when I was first reading this study that maybe it was going to be women were worse because of all the like fast fashion stuff. Women going out and buying just a new jacket for this season and shoes for this occasion and shoes because I'm going on a trip with my friends.
Correct.
And the consumption there where it's like, if you look into it, there was a documentary that Netflix had like 7 months ago about how much of these clothes just end up in garbage bins.
Correct.
And
Like,
it's just so much waste.
I wear the same 5 sweatshirts. I don't need anything else other than that and the same pair of sweatpants.
I mean, Courtney has a dedicated Amazon truck for her house for deliveries.
Correct.
I mean, that is such a good point. Rent the Runway, the amount of clothes
well,
that
Rent
women...
the Runway is good because you're basically just recycling, sharing.
Right,
but
you're shipping it all over the country. That's not good
true.
for the environment.
That's true.
Right. What about the carbon from the hairdryers, Curtis?
Right. I don't ever have to worry about that. Thanks, Dad.
I'm calling bogus on this one. All right.
And the Aquanet?
Right. Yeah, the Aquanet.
Topical. All my friends in their Aquanet.
Yeah, no, I mean, think of the sheer amount of clothes that are purchased by women is by far worse for the planet than anything a man can do, I think. Speaking of that, because I'm reminded of the dress that she was wearing, are Cardi B and Steph Diggs back together?
Well, they look pretty friendly over this Mother's Day weekend. I don't know where they were, but...
That's the busy season for Steph.
I'm telling you. Steph Diggs. Yikes. Steph Diggs. I told you, hey, word on the street with him and the ladies. He gets it in.
Yes, he does.
He gets it in.
Yes,
he gets it in. They come back to him.
Well,
he's like boomerang, brother.
It seemed like he had a Mother's Day event for his foundation.
Yeah.
And she was there, and they look very romantic.
Oh, they were hugged up.
Makes me believe in love.
It does?
It does. When people go through, some brutal breakups and then they find each other again and again, it's like Elizabeth Taylor and was it Richard Burton?
Yes.
Yes, it's like that. They can't help themselves.
Topical.
Is that what it was?
Very topical. They're the Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor of our day.
I was
Cardi
actually
B
going to
and
say
Steph
that.
Diggs.
Oh, was Cardi B like, damn, I need my plumbing fixed.
Oh, God.
I don't know that she was.
Who do I call?
It must be, though, it must be once everything was resolved and she found out that the chef was just kind of looking for a payday.
Okay.
She was back in, I'm guessing.
Well, yes, maybe he was looking for a payday, but
she must have missed the testimony where he was basically cracking every employee that he had at the place.
Did she miss that part of it?
She might have missed that.
We all knew it was a money grab, but the fact was the matter, in order for her to grab some money, you had to be laying down with her. So she was like, that's why I said it's probably like, ooh, she just needed how the kids say, she just needed to spin the block.
All right, well, good for them.
Right.
I love love. Was there anything else?
Yes, one more. 2 Long Island parents allegedly pulled a knife on a group of teens after jumping in on an all-out brawl that erupted at a girls' high school flag football game. Shalea Gatlin and Jonathan Perez are accused of jumping into the fight between the 2 teams at Wyandanch, I don't know how to say that, Memorial High School. Gatlin allegedly punched a 16-year-old girl in the chest and another in the face. Perez is accused of fighting with a 16-year-old boy, threatening people with a knife, and saying he'd, quote, shoot up the school. Officials haven't shared what started the fight, but the visiting Southampton high school team is in its first season. Both parents were charged with harassment and acting in a manner to injure a child. Perez was also charged with criminal possession of a weapon.
Yeah. All right. That's it on the news. Thank you, Mego. More coming up from the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win. We will be right back.
Tomorrow night, Sox.
Well, we are going to get to Hill Notes next hour, so still time to leave one on any topic on the Odyssey app, and we will pick the best voice notes and play them back coming up. Real Life Tom has entered the studio with yet another piece of advice, apparently, that he is seeking when it comes to real wife Tom. Good morning. Hello. How are you?
Doing great, Mr. Hill. Good morning.
I did not get an update on the first date that you went on with the new woman that you had met.
Yes, the bridesmaid.
Yes. How did that date was not this past weekend?
2 weekends ago.
Okay. How did that go?
It went really well. So we went to the casino. I picked her up, which is, again, improvement from the last date where the last girl said, no, don't pick me up. I'll meet you there.
Right.
We drove to the casino. Go to the casino. I know you weren't a big fan of it, Mego. And I see why. Because we lost our money instantaneously.
That's a problem.
Almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
But it was the most fun I've ever had losing money. Like, we were laughing at playing slots, like the bonuses and whatnot. And super cool personal moment, a listener noticed me at the casino.
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So shout out Larry on Rhode Island. That meant the world to me.
Okay.
And
She's like, I'm with a celeb.
Oh, okay.
She actually said, so we can't go anywhere without you being noticed. And I was like, this was the first time this has ever happened to me.
Okay. All right. So what is the advice that you require?
So we went on a second date this past weekend, and we just went to the bar, a more casual hangout. We met up after work.
When was this, Friday or Saturday?
Saturday night?
Saturday night.
Okay.
So you made plans to go to a bar. What bar were you going to?
We went to Finnegan's in Hudson.
Okay. And you were both meeting up after work.
Yeah, so we meet up there, and she asked if it was okay if she brought her friend.
Oh no.
I didn't think.
I'm sorry.
Now I know some women are like more comfortable with their friend there, so I didn't really think it was that big of a deal.
You never know.
On to the next.
You never
Get
know where
ideas over
she's
there,
trying
Wiggy.
to go.
No, Wiggy, I see where your mind's going.
You never
Nope.
know. What's your friend look like? That should have been the thing you said to her. You do the sexy flirt and talk like I told you?
Yeah, like told you she looked great when she came in here.
Did she
play
ask,
back with you?
Did she ask you to bring a friend for her friend?
No, it was just, and I met the friend at the wedding, so I didn't think it was that bad. We were just playing pool, and honestly, it was more of her friend got hammered very quickly, and it was more fun just kind of like we sat there and just watched her interact, and kind of people watched her the whole night and just kind of laughed at her.
Maybe her friend is somebody that needs help of like trying to go out and meet people, and she feels more comfortable when she's with her friend. And you in this case, like maybe the girl's friend is a little bit more reserved, and that opens her up a little bit.
But I feel like a second date, like you're agreeing to go on a second date, so it's very serious or more serious,
right?
And then if you bring a friend along, it's kind of like you don't have full confidence in just the two of you. I don't know, Mego, from a woman's perspective.
You had the primetime slot, which is a really good sign because you were Saturday night. That's the best you can get. But
good point.
Bringing the girlfriend along tells me that she was not looking in this particular night for romance. She was looking for hangout, fun time with friends at the bar. And to me, like, I wouldn't even honestly call that a date. Because that's like, hey, we're just meeting up at a bar and my friend's here too.
So I'm a date 1.5.
I don't know if it's a half. I think you have one date and you have one hangout with her friend along.
But it could be a test on her part, though, to see how compassionate you are when she says, hey, I want to bring my friend. Is that okay? If she's like, oh, wow, this guy.
Wiggy, I love you, Tom.
I'm
You do a
telling
great
you,
job.
it could be compassion thing where she's like, wow,
This is the stage where you shouldn't be getting enough of each other. Like, if you're just dating someone and you're into each other, the last thing you want to do is bring your friend.
Yeah, that's where you say, like, sorry, I have plans.
Right.
Important question from a texter. Did you pay for both of them?
I bought her drinks. She didn't drink a ton. I think she had one or two, and then I didn't buy the friend drinks.
You did not buy the
Because
friend
she was
drinks.
sloshed.
Yeah.
Well, I also not there to see her.
Right.
Well, then why
I'm also
is
not
she
making
there?
money.
Okay.
That's why I said it's more about like that's why I said was there nice, cool, like fun banter, sexy talk between you and your
Yeah,
girl?
we were playing pool. She couldn't like figure out how to hold a pool stick. So I was like, hey,
was
let me
there a
help you
little
there.
touchy feely, like so maybe you're just there and you're the girl that you're talking to is like, listen, my friend, she has a hard time meeting people and her comfort zone is being out with me.
This is one of two scenarios, and you need to ask yourself honestly what you think is going on here, okay? Because we can't be wasting time if you're trying to wife up. You've either got a woman who decided she wanted to friend zone, and so she friend zoned you on a Saturday, brought her friend along.
Shime knows what that's like.
Or her girlfriend is a terrible, terrible friend because she's getting in the way of what could have been a great second date. So you've met the friend. If the friend reads as like somebody who is dead weight on the girl that you're trying to date, and the girl that you're trying to date kind of like feels bad or feels like she needs to prop up her friend emotionally, you got to ask yourself, it's one or the other. There's no in between.
So the friend's a CB.
Yep. And
That's
maybe
never a good look.
Oh.
That is never a good look.
I
have a
wasn't going to
question,
say it
Tom.
on air, but it's one of two of these two scenarios.
Her friend's like Mutombo. No.
Go ahead, what, Curtis?
Did the girl that you were dating that other time apologize for the behavior of her hammered friend?
She was like, I've never seen her this bad. And I was like, I mean, it's fine. It's funny to watch. And we were kind of like just enjoying that.
Did you
aspect.
ask her why she brought her?
Sometimes I know I've seen on social media and with other female friends that they feel more comfortable going
No, I know.
to a
I'm
bar.
saying, but did you ask her?
No, I didn't ask. I was like, I just kind of assumed, and maybe that, you know what they say about when you assume something.
Right.
Well,
I would say I would invite her on another date and say, if this is a date with me, can we go together and get dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't bring a +1
Right.
on this date.
Yeah.
now, it's okay once the relationship is established to have friends come along.
Oh,
right?
obviously.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. But to Curtis's point, this is supposed to be the second time that you guys hang out. Did you get any one-on-one time?
Yeah, when she, the friend went and played pool with the random guy.
No,
When the
saying,
friend
like,
was
did she-
Ralphing.
No, not that.
Did the friend like leave and you guys spent an hour at the bar together, or went to another
No,
location?
it wasn't like
Yeah.
A Motel 6.
This is
no
trouble.
Motel 6. My dad listens.
Scale of 1 to 10.
Did she and the friend leave to go to the gym at any point?
No, thank God. I was very happy about that.
I think that's at least improvement, right?
They got
we have improved. Sean.
Yes.
Yeah, that is an improvement.
Cycle class they gotta get to.
The first date after the casino, since we got rents, was like, hey, let's go get dinner. And she was like, absolutely.
I mean,
so then we got
okay.
dinner. So that's 2 wins right there.
Yeah,
We
it
picked her
is.
up and got the dinner. And then we watched some of the Celtics.
I think there's some potential here.
Right.
I understand your question about why she decided on the second date to bring one of her friends along. That kind of kills the romance.
And a
of it.
friend gets hammered.
Yeah.
Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being smoke show. Where would you rate the friend?
I'm not attracted to the friend.
I didn't.
Okay.
Okay. So she's basically she's below. She's closer to a 2 or a 3.
I'm not saying that. I have no attraction to her whatsoever.
Would you and her friend fit on a standard kayak?
Now, Tom,
If she's gonna bring a friend, you think she'd at least bring the cute one.
there
He's
is
all in
also
on the friend, Greg. I don't
there's
know.
a possibility that you maybe because you went very elaborate on the first date, maybe you made second date a little bit too casual, and so she was like, oh. Like, I remember I started dating somebody once right when my roommate, who was one of my best friends, had just gone through a really bad breakup. And so early on, because I was very comfortable with the person I had started dating, I was like, oh, do you mind if my friend comes and meets us at the bar? But there would always be a part of the evening where it's like, well, now we're going to go to dinner. See ya.
Right.
You know?
Right. You're
So,
trying
like,
to help your friend. You're trying to be there for your
you don't
friend.
want to bail entirely, especially at
Right.
your age, on your friend who's just gone through a bad breakup or something like that. But you know the context of this better than we do.
Were you
Yeah,
surprised the
definitely.
friend was there when the friend arrived?
No, I knew she was going to be there.
Oh, so before you got to this night, you knew in advance that she was
She
bringing
had
a friend.
texted me like, "Hey, is it cool if I bring so and so?" And I said, "Yeah, no
that's
problem.
cool.
I know her, so it wasn't." Like
So you've been on 2 dates. Let me ask this question: have you gone in for after the dates a kiss, especially after the second one?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, so you've kissed after the second
Well,
one?
at the wedding.
Oh,
No, but what about this one?
Wait, what about dinner after the casino? Okay.
Yeah. And what about like when she's leaving? Did you like
walked her to her car
and lean in and give you a little? Was it like a kiss or was it like like a you're kissing your aunt kiss or was it like
Tongue?
okay, a little action?
It might have been.
Okay, so then there
Was
you go.
there tongue or no tongue?
So now you look like the good dude. You're just like helping out the friend who's basically your girl's probably like, listen, my friend's got no
If that's
life.
the case, this friend feels like very much dead weight.
Yeah.
To Mego's second point.
But she has, it's her friend, so she just can't leave her out on a Saturday night.
She doesn't have to invite her to a date.
But she knows that real world Tom is super cool and like,
she knows he's really nice.
Yeah,
But
bringing him out is
you
no
have
big
to be
deal.
honest with yourself. Is it option A or option B? There is no in between. Is it option A where she's friend zoning you and she's being nice about it, or is it option B that her friend does not have her best interests at heart when she's like, "Hey, I'm into this guy. We had a great
She's like,
first
"Can
date."
I come along?
Yeah,
Forcing herself
that's not a
along
great
on
friend.
it.
But it's no friend zone if he's getting kisses after. Ask Shine, how long did it take you to get a kiss from your friend zone?
Never in the friend zone. No, I was never in the friend zone.
If he's getting kissed on the second date and there's a little tongue action, there's no friend zone. He's being the good dude who's helping out the troll friend who
I got a troll friend.
Well, I mean, if
Wiki is making these.
I did not say that, by the way. I did not say
no,
troll
that's
friend.
me.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, if I asked you to
Wiki does not speak for me entirely.
No, I don't act, but I said if you were going to rate her, 10 being a smoke, and you're like,
When you say you're not going to rate, that kind of is the
Is
answer.
there a third date coming up?
I hope so. We're still texting, but haven't gotten like the plan.
Do you have any other of her childhood friends that you have yet to meet?
No, we haven't planned out
When
like
was
the
this
third
date?
date. Friday, what was it? Saturday night.
Saturday night?
So what's
How
today?
long-
Monday.
Like, how long do you wait? Like, you're still texting. Why don't you say, "Hey, I can't wait to
Probably
see
like wait
you"?
till Tuesday. Like, hey, what's your schedule looking like for the weekend? Let's plan something out.
But is there talk like, hey, I can't wait to get together with you? Like as soon as you're ending the date,
Yeah, I was texting you yesterday.
I'd show some interest. Like,
Right
I
away.
don't know why you're being so casual. I'd be like, I can't wait to see you again.
Right. I don't get
It's
it.
driving me cuckoo over here.
I think that's
Like,
the young kids nowadays.
I need to see you today.
But I think that's the young kids nowadays. They don't like to show their hand.
Well, that's a problem.
I know it is. I don't get it. I would have been like after the date, after the kiss, like, I can't wait.
I can't stop thinking about you.
Right. As soon as I get home, I'm sending a text
Yes.
message like, man, that kiss was amazing.
Yeah.
When we getting
That's
together
right.
again? These kids today, they're like, oh, don't do that. You don't want to play. You don't want to show your hand too early.
You can't come off too aggressive. You got to play it slow, cool,
All
calm,
right.
collected.
Well,
like Tatum.
We call this Real Wife Tom. The search for a real wife. For our guy, Real Life Tom. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. You can obviously listen to them, but you can also watch them on either Twitch or on YouTube, where they are brought to you by Springer's Jewelers. And for over a century, Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, has been New England's most trusted destination for diamonds and fine watches. And when it matters most, trust Springer's. Visit springersjewelers.com. This is Pat from Plymouth. Hello, Pat.
Hello.
What's up?
Not much. I think you guys are missing. I think there's a whole nother read on this real life Tom situation.
Yeah.
I think the reason she's brought the friend is because she's so into Tom. She didn't want to seem easy, so she brought the friend as an insurance policy. He needs to get on top of this and call this girl.
Okay. All right. That's a positive for him if that's what was going on.
Wait, you brought a friend that's going to get bombed in an hour as your insurance policy?
Because she doesn't want to end up going home with him on the second date. She's that into him. So she said, if I bring the friend...
She has no agency in that decision. She has to bring her friend who's going to get bombed along with her to make sure that she doesn't go.
Well, maybe
home with
she
him.
simply can't control herself around
Yeah,
Tom. I get it.
makes sense.
Maybe Tom's
Handsome guy.
Tom's that hot, and she has no control, and she, at least with the friend, she's like,
Curtis
I can't
is
go
very
home with him.
Curtis is very down on the fact that she brought the friend. Am I correct about that, Curtis?
Horrible look.
Okay.
Because if you need insurance around Tom, then, like, what are you going to do? Like, he's the nicest, sweetest boy.
Yeah.
And with all due respect, if she was going to jump his bones, would have been at the wedding.
Yeah, and also, who cares? Like, they're both adults.
Right.
That is true.
It's not a reason not to wife her up.
but
Like,
maybe
that would be
she's
like
like-
me calling Jackson saying, I want to be around someone when I go somewhere. Like, he's basically not even there.
Maybe she doesn't want him to think like, oh, damn, if I jump his bones, he's going to be like, man, this chick's just another, thought,
Another notch on his belt.
Does Tom seem like that kind of guy?
No, but
that he's going to be like, I'm not calling her.
Because he might be like, the girl might be like, damn, now he's not going to call me back. He done already got the prize. He's going to think I'm a hoe.
Right. Tom strikes me as a are you sure guy.
So maybe the friend, like the caller said, it's like, all right, a couple dates before she gives it up.
Yeah. All right. Hill Notes coming up. Patriots rookie mini camp is over.
Yep.
You brought that up this morning. Did you bring that up in
Yeah,
your
it was
lead?
my lead this morning.
Mike Vrabel was there and present and counted for. And so next time, theoretically, that we will hear from the head coach would be May 27th. I believe.
And
So-
I have to say, the Big Dog Show on Saturday, Shime, 8 to 11 every Saturday morning, we got a ton of calls that really perplexed Shime in particular about people demanding that Vrabel apologize for this entire Diana Rossini saga. And I thought it was interesting, the point that a lot of callers were making were people respect when you just tell the truth. So because of the initial statement that you gave to Page 6, these are frankly laughable photos, because of that, fans feel that they deserve the full truth and an apology. So I wonder what you guys think, because Shime obviously was like, he doesn't owe anybody an apology for his personal life. I simply think that he's in a position where he really can't, because I do believe that initial lie that he gave to Page Six was trying to protect the feelings of his family and trying to maybe even protect the other guilty party in Diana Rossini, if you believe that they're both guilty of these actions. Like, yes, what he did, if that's everything that happened, was certainly wrong in the first place, if it's disrespectful to his marriage and hurtful for his kids. But now if he gets up at the podium and basically after all this, like, tells everything, I don't see how that makes it better for any fan.
There is no greater sign of our demise as a society than people who have never met someone demanding they have a personal apology. Mike Vrabel owes me, you, anybody in our audience, absolutely nothing. He has, if he's been dishonest with the people that employ him, that's their business. But I will never understand that, where it's like somebody you've never met wants you to tell them how sorry you are.
Did he kind of apologize, though, when he said that the press conference where he was like, I want to obviously apologize. I thought he said, like, I want to apologize to my family and the team for the distraction that I might have caused.
You know how I feel about this? I agree with Curtis. He doesn't owe me an apology at all. I care about how he does his job, and that's it. And that's because I'm not in a position to be judging anybody else because I'm not a perfect person. So, but he hasn't apologized. I don't think he's ever said, I'm really sorry.
Okay.
Do these people want him to say, I'm sorry I misled you? Is that what they want when it comes to an apology?
I think they just want him they want to feel like he is getting up there and telling the truth. And
I mean this sincerely. Do people out there not think that Mike Vrabel's been in hell? Like, could you envision in your life, driving to work today, the entire country going over your personal life, all the indiscretions you've made, all the bad decisions you've made on a tabloid level to the point that your spouse is being photographed at the store? And you think on top of all that, they need to tell you they're sorry?
617 text for you, Curtis. Do you invest in a team or do you buy tickets? Do you buy merchandise? Do you buy food at the stadium? If so, then he needs to be giving his undivided attention as a coach to the football team, and he's not able to do that. I would like him to apologize.
Okay, did Robert Kraft apologize? Did Bill Belichick apologize to Debbie publicly?
No.
Okay, like, did Tom Brady apologize to Bridget Moynihan publicly?
No.
It's none of our business. Like, if we find out about it and it became part of his job because she covered the team, I'm not saying it's not a story, but the notion that somebody is owed an apology, what do you give Mike Vrabel? If you invest in the team, you invest in the team to succeed.
Curtis, 774 text. Curtis, you moron. The fans are the number one asset to a team. The coach is responsible for accountability. As an alcoholic, you're breaking the steps with your with your opinion.
Bring up
on this.
my alcoholism.
So could you say? Because
what does that have to do with anything? I don't think he owes me an apology. I have failed more than anybody could ever imagine in all elements of my life, and I'm telling you that Mike Vrabel, if you're an adult, you look at him as the football coach of your team. What does that have to do with being an alcoholic? I have no idea. He doesn't owe me anything. It is my responsibility to live my life. It is his responsibility to live his, and he's certainly getting judged accordingly.
I'm kind of torn on this one because I feel like if I was in this situation, and obviously this is just me from 30,000 feet saying if I was the coach, and maybe from the PR standpoint, if I was to say, I just want to apologize, obviously, to my family, to the team, to the fans for, bringing, whatever the word you want to use.
For becoming the story.
Become.
But that's not going to make those people.
No. I'm wondering if that's like maybe
for being a distraction.
Yes.
I mean, he did sort of say that.
For missing a day of the draft when you had 7 picks.
Yeah. Like for missing the draft, for just, being a distraction for the team, for the organization. And, I'd like to just apologize to everybody for that. Obviously it's a matter that I'm trying to deal with my family and the team and my players. But I would love to, I want to just apologize to everybody for, I'm somebody who talks about don't be a distraction for the team. And so I wonder if there's maybe that's what they're looking for. And if I was in that situation, does that maybe cushion the blow a little bit where some people would go, oh, okay.
No, because I think people want blood.
You know what the next thing is? He gives an apology. You know what the story is? Oh, he did not show appropriate contrition.
Well, that's kind of what it was.
to apologize to absolutely nobody.
That's kind of what it was when he got up to the podium and talked the first time before.
That's
the
what
draft.
I was saying. Did he apologize?
He did. He didn't apologize.
Okay.
He said that he had to have some some tough conversations with his family. And he thanked the media for their patience.
I take accountability for my actions and the actions that cause the distraction to the people that I care most about. My family, this football team, the organization, and our fans.
So
what the hell? He already did it.
So that's sort of,
So he kind of apologized because I was thinking maybe he didn't use the actual word sorry, but that's why I was like, I feel like he did that and threw the fans in there as well, and so.
Right.
Yes, but that statement was before. That was at that time we only had the page 6 photos.
Okay.
That statement came because remember then he had to go up to the podium again when it came out that he was going to be missing a day of the draft. The other photos of him with the kissy bar stuff went on, and then now all the boat story is a whole other layer.
What was
to
the missing the draft interview or when he went up to podium?
That was that Wednesday.
Right.
And he was just like, I'm going to counseling.
That's when he had to say, he had to address that he was going to counseling.
I think we should put a camera in the confessional at his Catholic church and record him trying to seek forgiveness from the priest. I think anything short of that, I don't think I'll watch a game.
I think a lot of it comes down to we all lie. Everybody lies.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't like feeling like they were lied to.
Well, I think the thing that, Megan, and this is an interesting way that you kind of phrase it. I think a part of it is because as a coach, you tell fans, here's the standard that we're going to create. Here's the culture that we're going to create. And so you as a fan, you go, all right, I'm buying into that culture. I'm buying into that standard as a fan. Granted, I'm not a player, but I'm buying into that. And then when something happens that standard and culture that you told us.
And well, let's say this, okay? I don't think that this is really going to affect his relationship with the locker room. I don't. But Curtis, to sit there and compare Vrabel and Belichick as 1-to-1, I mean, come on.
Well, I didn't just do Vrabel. I did Robert Kraft. I did Tom Brady.
But they're completely different personalities. Vrabel's whole thing is that he's one of the guys.
Mm-hmm.
He is somebody that guys probably feel like they could go out and get a beer with or be on the golf course with for 18 holes. Belichick was never that guy. And there's a lot of coaches in the NFL who it's they're hired because they have this great offensive system. Or Vrabel was hired because he's a culture builder and a program builder.
And he built a great culture that went to the Super Bowl. Did you hire Bill Belichick? So it's okay if a guy's just a football mind to cheat on his wife, but it's not okay?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that I do think a big part of Mike Vrabel's strengths are character
that he's relatable.
Are character-based.
And that will, this season and going forward, he will be judged accordingly. If his culture is changed and he's unable to do what he's done, he'll be out of a job.
Yeah, I am with you guys. I don't think he needs to apologize to the public or anything like that or get up there and basically detail the entire truth of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm surprised that people do feel this way out there. A lot of people say well, if he hadn't denied it in the New York Post, then it would have been a different thing. But he denied it, and now all this stuff continues to come out.
Can we find a single apology that worked where it happened and people said, wow, thank you. I feel so much better.
Interesting.
Tiger Woods when that awkward arena.
Oh, I have one.
All right, who's this? I'd like to hear it.
Christian Barmore. When he apologized for the phone video.
Okay. Not quite as high profile.
In real time, we all said, that's a pretty good apology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kanye?
All right.
Didn't Kanye apologize?
Or TBD. I have been listening to College Dropout again.
I
though.
mean, he sold out the form in like 15 minutes. So after the apology, I don't know.
All right. Well, anyway, maybe May 27th, I guess, maybe is when you will hear next from Mike Vrabel. Is the schedule release Wednesday or Thursday this week? Is that what we are to believe?
Yeah, I believe is it the 17th? Is that the date?
I don't know, because they keep going back and forth. It's like, I'm hoping it happens on Thursday night.
The 14th.
When we are
14th,
out
yeah.
for pregame.
Oh, so it will be Thursday
Yeah,
night.
May 14th, 8 p.m.
And yeah, Schefter's going to continually leak little nuggets like he's already leaked the first Sunday night game of the season.
Does that bother you?
No, I'm just
Okay.
I'm just
The
saying
way
like
you said it.
he's going to keep teasing them out until the actual schedule release on Wednesday or Thursday.
Greg, how perfect is this? I just looked up the date of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If the Patriots go back, it's Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Rossini and Vrabel pregame interview.
All right, so we'll be able to we will be able to in real time Thursday night with you at the tavern in Northborough. We'll be able to examine fully the schedule. All right, Shime, let's get to what's trending right now.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Subaru of New England. The Red Sox lost to the Rays yesterday 4-1. Peyton Tolley went 5 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. The Sox have the day off today before welcoming in the Phillies tomorrow night. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Canadiens beat the Sabres 6-2 to take a 2-1 series lead, and the Ducks beat the Golden Knights 4-3 to tie the series at 2 games apiece. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks completed the sweep of the 76ers, getting a 144-114 win last night, and the Timberwolves beat the Spurs 114-109 to tie that series at 2 games apiece.
Does it look like Knicks, OKC, because OKC, they're on the verge of sweeping the Lakers, and I wonder, I mean, I don't know if the Knicks are going to continue to play the way that they've been playing. I'm pretty confident that they should be able to come out of the East. Do you feel like it's going to be Knicks, Oklahoma City?
I don't think that last night's Wolves-Spurs game should count because Wemby got tossed out. Like, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
I still have faith in the Spurs. I
All
just
right.
think that was a ridiculous set of
And I only say that because it seems like both teams, you know, the Knicks and OKC have kind of relatively went through the first 2 rounds. Well, I guess maybe, the first 2 rounds pretty easily.
The Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery last night and therefore will have the first overall pick in the upcoming draft. The New England Revolution got a win this weekend, taking down the Philadelphia Union 2-1. Trending Now was brought to you by Subaru of New England. Let love bloom in a brand new 2026 Subaru Forester with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for just $269 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. That's what's trending. We've got Hill Notes coming up here on The Greg Hill Show.
Jones and Keefe.
Catcher's Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. We are going to get to Hill Notes coming up, but first, could we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? All right, Curtis, what do we got today?
Oh, let's see, Greg. I was not prepared with my modeling. Here it is. It is 53, feels like 47, cloudy afternoon high of 64, going to be in the low 60s tomorrow. Got some rain on the way Wednesday through Friday occasionally. Thursday looks like the real wet one, and then this weekend hopefully is dry and gorgeous in the mid to upper 70s.
Okay, well, we'll put up with some rain now if we finally get a nice Memorial Day weekend. So,
we need like a nice consistent 70 degrees.
Oh, Ken Laird says this is the best month of the year weather-wise.
It's been horrible.
Yeah,
this whole spring.
I'm glad he's got important decisions to make at the company.
Well, you can get, if that decision is about getting new energy-efficient windows for your home, you can go to windowworldofboston.com or any of their 4 local showrooms. Shime, let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
How many times a show do you think Wiggy says, it's going to be really interesting to see?
I like it. Because it'll be really interesting to see whatever the conversation is.
I mean, an accurate statement. Oftentimes, it is interesting to see. I don't know what you said it about today. I don't remember.
I think it was about the next date for Tom.
Oh, it probably was.
Yeah, that'll really be interesting.
Yes.
Greg, would you care to comment on how Shime was given a Saturday morning show, riding the coattails, or more appropriately, the dress train of the amazing Mego, and after the first 2 weeks, immediately takes the next 4 weeks off?
I'm not taking 4 weeks off.
3.
Taking quite a bit of time off, though.
Well, Greg, there's the thing. It's called a honeymoon. You do it after your wedding.
Yeah. We those of us who were married in the radio business had honeymoons. They were just a week, not a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Greg, I've never had a 2-week vacation in my life. It's going to be a glorious time.
When do you leave?
Excited. Sunday. So we'll have one more big dog show here on Saturday morning. I'll be off for a couple of weeks. I'll also need that third Saturday off because I, like you, Greg, I have a business meeting or a business trip that I have to take.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm gonna go visit one of our clients out in Michigan that first weekend in June. So, I'll be back on the big dog show in the middle of June.
Does that town in Michigan have like a weird fetish of bad golf?
No, they love me. Traverse City, Michigan, cherry capital of the world, by the way.
There you go.
Look at that.
The pie, Wiggy? Are you a big pie guy?
Apple. That's it.
That's it?
I don't do any other pies but apple.
Their cherry pie is dynamite.
Yeah, that's it. Only apple pie. I don't like cherry pie, blueberry pie. No, only apple. I like cheesecake. That's
who
why.
will be producing in your absence? Real Life Tom?
Oh, yes. Real Life Tom will be stepping in while I am on my honeymoon. That is correct.
A big moment for him.
I know.
Step right up. Theoretically, we could forget about you while you're gone.
I could get Wally pipped. That's very possible.
You do run that risk.
I think he's really talented. He's a really good kid. He works really hard.
In this business, you run that risk, Shime.
Always have to be prepared.
Just be aware. Okay.
Man, I'm not ready to get back into Loserville territory already. Come on. We're having discussions about whether we feel better about the Celtics losing after watching the Sixers lose. This is where we're at. I guess it's where we're at.
Yeah, good point.
Good point.
Yeah. It ended too quickly, I feel like.
So quick. Because I had them go to the
You've
NBA
heard that a lot,
Finals.
Greg.
Man, to the NBA Finals and and then you're up 3-1 and you give it away, and then you see the Knicks just completely curb stomp the 76ers. And I don't know if you beat the Knicks, but I think you put up more of a fight than that. It's just so disappointing.
I think what's good as a silver lining, though.
What's that?
I'm all about the silver linings today. Brad Stevens, I think this makes him do a full audit of the current state of the Celtics. Because the way that he talked in that press conference was like, everything's going to be under a microscope. This is
he better.
The way that the regular season went did not demonstrate how good the team was in the postseason.
Right.
And we care about the postseason around
He
here.
better. You guys talked to Dante Hall and Hilton Head, and we had the conversation about the dynasty with the Kansas City Chiefs. And when you start to look at this team, you know, there were, man, I don't know, after they won their championship, you know, there were conversations, maybe I was starting them, like, could this team potentially win another, you know, 2 or 3 championships in a 4 or 5 year window and put themselves in the conversation of, like, the new Golden State Warriors? And then you start to see what you've done since that last finals appearance. It's like, all right, Brad, you made some good, but now, all right, I'm going to give you a pass on this year because Tatum was done. You didn't know what that was going to be and the expectations, but now you look at it and go, we have 2 of the top 10 players in the NBA. What are we doing here? We need to be winning championships, not getting bounced in the first and second round.
By the way, Dante Hall, excellent guy. Like,
yeah.
Curtis, was he not like the nicest man ever?
Great guy. Would be a great guest on the show.
Yeah, excellent guy.
We are 1 Super Bowl away from Shime asking Drake if he can wear his skin.
No, that's disgusting. What are we doing?
That's a lot.
Come on now.
Thank goodness the president's putting a halt on this NFL price hike. I almost had to choose whether I was going to watch football this year or drive to work.
Dude, the gas prices are bad.
I mean, shouldn't you worry about that one, Trump?
I'm worried about that.
Worried about the kickoff in the NFL.
Do you think
it is actually good? Like, what is he even talking about?
I don't know.
Do you think internally inside the NFL offices they have discussed charging for Thursday night and the schedule release event?
Oh, yeah. The NFL, any way they can make money, they are definitely trying to do that. Capitalize on it. I mean, I get it. I understand it. Why wouldn't you?
That would be so dorky. How would they put on that event? They just like unveil, yay! Look, Sunday night football, yay!
Yeah. Well, I don't mean charging for people to be. I mean like make it a pay-per-view, like they're doing with every.
Why not?
Other...
Look at the NFL draft. Look at how successful that thing has become and what the NFL has done now moving.
So you're saying have people attend the schedule drop event?
Well, no, I'm just saying to kind of like jump on your train. Whatever the NFL does, it's gold. They can make money. Don't they charge some of those people when they go to the NFL draft, like for certain VIP seating?
We're talking about a TV show.
No, I'm even a TV show, right? So you can look what they've done. They turned the draft into a much-watched television Thursday night event. I think people would do the same thing for scheduling. In the same way we talked about, you don't think people would sit in to watch the NFL voting?
Oh, I think the big thing to watch with the schedule coming out is if any of the other teams, because everybody does a cute schedule release video now, if any of them poke fun at the Vrabel thing. Because I bet nobody will touch it, but I think a lot of people are expecting that somebody's going to twist the knife a little bit there.
Yeah, who is credited with having the best schedule release videos?
Generally the Chargers, I feel like, are at the top of the list.
The Titans had the best one years back, though.
Fair.
Remember where they were asking people, everybody rips it off now, they were
that's
asking drunk people in Nashville to identify the different logos of the teams.
It's a great one.
Yes.
Heard Mego's story on the Peeping Toms, which I find absolutely disgusting. But here's my problem. Why is it Tom? Why did the name Tom get linked to this perverted act? I feel bad for anyone named Tom. They're halfway to perversion just because they're named Tom. Why isn't it a Peeping George or a Peeping Larry? I don't know. I think we should vote. We should change the name. I vote for Peeping Angry Principal Dave.
Earlier you were talking about pay-per-view for the Super Bowl. I haven't paid for a pay-per-view since Mike Tyson was a real fighter. If I'm watching a season of football and knowing at the end I'm going to have to pay for the Super Bowl, I'll probably stop watching football.
No. I mean, they make a ton of money with the commercials, so
yeah.
Maybe they won't do it. Would you be willing to pay for it if it was commercial free?
But it's never going to be commercial free. Red Zone channel now is commercials. Like, the last thing I paid for, though, do you remember the Pyramid in Memphis? It was Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson. It was like in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
That was it. The last like primetime event I paid for.
What if they had an option where you could watch the Super Bowl with the commercials and not pay for it, and then there was a pay-per-view option, and during the commercial breaks, you just had a bunch of guys mic'd up that you were watching?
I think that's more likely.
That would be That would actually be pretty cool.
People could pay a premium to hear the huddle or hear whatever.
But how deep we going into the mic'd up thing?
Is it unedited?
Is it unedited, or is it now like every mic'd up? It's like, hey, we got Derek White mic'd up. He's like, hey, let's have a great day today, Jason.
If it's pay-per-view, it has to be completely unedited.
Right. And it's like when Tomlin's bitching
Wiggy,
about
would
hearing
players
Joe
ever agree to that?
Money.
You're standing next to someone on a hot mic and you forget about it in the heat of the Super Bowl?
Well, it's not that players wouldn't agree to it. It's now the player's going to be looked at differently, right? Because when Hard Knocks first came out, it was all types of stuff being said. Can you imagine like some of the curse words and words that we would hear from players, and then how people would be like, oh my God, I can't believe he just used that.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I listened to the show on Saturday morning with Mego and Chime, and I don't recall any kind of cavalcade of demands for apologies from Mike Vrabel. See, the way that you guys are covering for Mike Vrabel is that you're casting this whole issue in terms of, quote, his personal life, unquote, and then you're trying to make him into a victim by saying everybody is demanding apologies from him. I don't see it that way. This is an ethical issue. This is not Robert Kraft with some random masseuse at the Orchids of Asia. This is a head coach of the National Football League. Only 32 exist. Canoodling with a national reporter, which has ethical implications. He doesn't have to apologize, but he has to take care of that. Peace.
Okay, we probably got at least a dozen callers.
The phone lines were jacked.
Also, is that Jackson?
We talked about it.
That guy sounds like Jackson.
I don't think any man over the age of 15 should use the word canoodling.
And but isn't that the greatest example of this, Greg? Like he leaves a 2-minute hill note, mad that we don't want him to apologize, and his end game is he shouldn't apologize.
That'll do it today, Greg.
All right. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
Are you having a hard time making it through a day of work without butt pain?
Jones and Keefe coming up momentarily, and a lot to talk to them about. Red Sox with a loss yesterday. Jarren Duran off of Instagram, I guess, for a while after his critique of the broadcast abilities of Michael Hawley, and so you can talk to them about that. What do the Celtics do? What is going on NBA, NHL playoffs wise? All of that. NFL schedule release this week. Patriots done with rookie minicamp.
Mhm.
So all of those things are topics.
You know, we just had the Hill No caller who said, I always say, what's interesting? Well, you know what I was thinking about what is going to be really interesting? That might make Vrabel kind of, I don't know, maybe reevaluate things moving forward, as if, or when does Diana Rossini speak? Or even if she does speak on, you know, if she has an interview, does she go on this that buddy her there, Stu Gatz, does she do a podcast? Because what's going to happen is she's doubled down. So when she goes on whatever it is, she's going to have to say, yes, there was a relationship there with me and Mike Vrabel, or she's going to have to triple down and go, no, there wasn't, and then explain all these pitches.
If she triples down on it, there's not a person in America who's going to believe that.
That's why I think it's going to be so interesting.
I don't think she's gonna. Do you think she's gonna go on and do a tell-all? I don't think so.
But it doesn't have to be a tell-all. Where can she go? A podcast anywhere.
She could go on Barstool.
But they're going to ask her. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But she's going to have to talk about it.
I think if she gets another job in media, it's going to be like a year from now. Like after this NFL season, she takes a year off and then she returns somewhere to the point where it's like, hey, remember how things ended last time? And it's a quick, ha, that was crazy. And then they move on.
But you think?
But I don't think she's going to get another job as a reporter.
Well, maybe not as a
personality on someone else's show.
Right, but as a personality on somebody else's show, they're gonna have her say, all right, Diane, you're gonna have to come on here and you're gonna have to talk about it. Right? No one's just gonna say, oh, we have Diana Rossini on and she's a personality on our show, and we're gonna be like, hey, so what do you think? Who do you think's gonna win the Super Bowl?
No,
this
but
year?
Wiggy, they'll wait until it's so far past that.
But
it's
even
like,
next year, though,
people will say, why would any nobody cares about it at this point. It's ancient history.
But
they'll joke about it and move on.
She could do like the boating weather or something.
Hey, I got the weather handled.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Is there a possibility that she just...
We should hire her just to do the weather for boating.
I think that would be great.
That she just disappears.
Red flag.
Yes. If she...
Bad day for motorboating.
Oh!
What?
That she just disappears.
Are those for speed?
Doesn't go on no podcast, nothing. Just that we never hear from Diana Rossini again.
I think that there are many, many elements of the NFL and people within it that are desirous of her to never say a word. And usually when that's the case, money talks and people clam up.
Yeah.
But what do you mean money? Like people?
I think that I don't know. The theories abound by people in the know think that Mike Vrabel was not the only person. And that there are a lot of people that could be caught up in this, and that's why you likely will not. I don't think she's ever covering the NFL again.
No, I agree with that. I agree that she's not going to be in a reporter capacity. If she gets another media job, she'll be a personality. But is there also
But
a world?
she's not necessarily somebody who was great at that. So she would just get that job because people are interested in hearing about this.
Right.
So it's not like a job that you're not paying her you're not doing a deal with her for 5 years because she's so great as a personality.
Right. No one wants to hear her talk about who's going to be in the Super Bowl or injuries of the week.
Right. I find real life Tom far more compelling.
The thing that people are going to want to know if she's a personality is give us your side of the story. That's what they're going to.
That's not a whole job, though.
No, but
at some point she's got to offer something more than that.
But in the beginning, that's what that people are gonna want to hear. And then in the beginning, isn't that just gonna open up a whole nother can of worms?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that there's a reality where, if she works things out with her husband and they stay together, I mean, he's like a big shot with Shake Shack fast casual. So she probably doesn't need
She just
to work.
disappears. That's it.
She just has a private life after that. That's a possibility.
He must be a very forgiving man if they're able to work it out.
Yeah, I mean,
But who knows their history?
Yeah, we
Greg?
don't.
I mean,
Yeah, we
who knows
don't know.
anything?
We don't know.
I mean, everybody's. We've seen this plenty of times where people have had situations they've forgiven each other and they're able to. It's brought them closer together. They've been stronger, and they say, "Hey, this is the reason why we were able to now be where we are today." I'm just more. I'm looking at it more from if you're Vrabel and you're in it, right? Vrabel has a job. He's in it. Everything is about football. That might be his focus. And if you're Diana Rossini, and I don't know her personally, maybe she's like, well, I don't have no job. I want to be able to tell my side of the story. People are all over the internet basically saying all types of things about me. There has to be something in there that goes, I want to say something. And does she ever do that?
Is there anything she could say that would make her a more sympathetic
But it's
figure?
not about
Rob Bradford said it best. My apologize.
Right, but I think Mego, and I think this is a fascinating kind of like dynamic.
My apologize.
There you go.
It might not be that she wants there's something that's going to say that makes her look sympathetic, but do you think that she is viewed as the ultimate villain? And don't you think she wants to give her side of the story?
Actually, that's Hillary Clinton.
Depends on what the definition of is.
You think you think she's the ultimate villain?
Well, I mean, like
what are you talking about? The ultimate villain?
Oh, you don't think she's like people that memes, the things about her and the baby?
I think people have a pretty brutal view of her right
Right.
now. I'd
Okay.
agree with that.
You don't think that
People are saying, how could she? How dare
Meaning
she?
the boat thing.
Yes.
That's really the.
Come on,
Right.
that's a
Yeah.
different level to this.
That is a different.
and the son's name, so you don't think she wants?
Well, she's said that she named her son for her brother.
I buy that. Michael, it's not like Michael is like the most exotic name.
Right.
No, but
Where did you come up with Michael?
I know she said that, but don't you think there are a lot of people that are like, yeah, whatever, we're not buying that? And I think
So what could she say to change their mind?
I don't know,
what
but
I'm saying.
I it's not about changing their mind. It's about giving your side of the story. If you're viewed,
Well, you're saying she's viewed as the villain, and I'm
Right.
saying that's not going to change people's view of her that already hate her.
well, I mean,
They'll
but
just say she's just making it up.
well, but there might be some people that go, oh, I didn't know that story about the brother. I don't know. It's just when you're in a situation, and I've never been there, and I don't know if anybody has ever been there before, when people are always constantly painting you in this picture of being the horrible person. I use the word villain loosely, whatever adjective that you want to use. Don't you want to be able to tell your story? And it's not about sympathy from people. It's just like, well, hold on. Here's what really went down.
But you are asking for sympathy. You're saying you see me as the worst woman ever.
Mm-hmm.
This is my side of the story, and I'm telling it to add context so you see that I'm just human like you.
Right.
And that you could understand a little bit of where I'm coming from.
Right, but it might not be the fact that I need your sympathy. It just might be the fact that I want to get my side of the story out.
Well, how do you say it? It'll be interesting to see.
It'll be interesting to see.
Yes, it will. It will be. Okay. Well, great to be back.
Yep.
At least for 4 days in the studio before we head off and get ready for road show number 1 on Friday. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 6. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run.
you just hope that Wilson Contreras is okay. He hit by a pitch, left the game, had his right hand and wrist wrapped in the dugout, so another weapon the Red Sox can ill afford to lose.
Jones and Keefe. Right now on WEEI.
Are you ready for the baseball team to snap out of it, Keith?
Oh, I've been ready. You know what? I thought last week there was glimpses of it.
Me
I
too.
thought the Chad Sox were fighting hard. They were playing
Sweep.
pretty well. Yeah, they played Detroit again. They might be all right. Detroit without Scoobel, they might be okay. Rays are good, though. Rays are a nice team. We talked about that. There's only 2 good teams in the American League. Rays are one of them.
I still don't even think they're good. They're the best team in the American League.
They don't have a good roster.
Yeah.
The players aren't good.
No, I don't
Well,
like
they
it.
have one stud. They have one stud player, and then somehow it's like I don't know how they're doing it.
I don't like hardly any other players.
No.
They never lose.
They're just
Best
a
of
wagon.
the race for their entire existence.
It really is.
I mean,
they'll get to the
no,
point. They'll make
it
the playoffs.
to the
they'll
World
lose.
Series with some bums.
They will get to the ALDS maybe this year and lose.
Yeah.
They're going to lose to somebody. I don't know who it is. Probably not the Red Sox at this rate. But I wouldn't.
I would say probably not. No,
unless they really turn things around any minute now.
it does just feel like one step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. They're just, in this spin cycle where they're making they got to snap out of it.
They're a mess.
They're making no progress.
Yeah.
So mess feels a touch strong, but
no.
that's how you feel.
Yeah, it's a turn. It's maybe tossed around too often, but that I feel like they are a mess. They never can get everything going at the same time. Either they're scoring some runs, and then the pitching's bad, or whatever. Like they haven't had everything line up. Then just when you think they're maybe turning a page a little bit defensively, they're not.
Trevor Story yesterday.
Yeah. And he's really been the worst guy though. And he plays such a premium position defensively, and he's let them down. Because if you go through this thing, same thing with the lineup, and you're like, all right, which guy stands out that shouldn't be in there? And then when you look at the field, you're like, all right, who shouldn't be in there? I mean, you have a unbelievable right fielder. You have a Gold Glove right fielder. You have a Gold Glove capable center fielder. Actually, he did win it. First base, I think, has been way net positive this year in the field.
Contreras, when he's not getting hurt, has been awesome at first. Yeah,
he's been really good. I think as much as Durbin's been bad at the plate, he's been pretty good in the field. Meyer's been good in the field. Catcher's spot's been fine. So shortstops let them down quite a bit, and he can't hit. So that's another issue that you have.
It's a tough combo.
But they have too many guys that are having career worst seasons at the plate, right? Like if everybody just did what they were projected to do, and not even overshoot that, just be yourself kind of thing, they'd be in a better spot. But it's all right, we're getting deeper and deeper into the season, and we're not there yet. I mean, it's 40 games in. It's a quarter of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be like if your favorite football team started 0-4 or 1-3 maybe. Maybe not 0-4, but 1-3. And you're like, all right,
time to wake up.
What
Time
do you
to
do?
wake up, and what do you do is the question today on Jones and Keefe. You can dial us up, 617-779-7937. Interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. You can watch along and chat. Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We are starting with the Red Sox today. Twitch is already asking, are we going to talk about Vrabel? Of course we're going to talk about Vrabel.
Yeah.
At some point in time.
I mean, we're going to have to. He's the head coach of the football team.
Do you feel sorry for him? On top of that, he was out coaching at rookie minicamp over the weekend, so we got some thoughts on that.
Also, I don't know if you caught this at all. The Patriots yesterday tweeting Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, no.
Perhaps shouldn't have. The response is, Jones, let's just say
Happy Mother's Day with a picture of Vrabel?
No.
Okay.
They didn't go that far. But let's just say a lot of the responses had pictures of Vrabel. Let's just put it that way. But they just tweeted out they had no player.
Was it the Pat Patriot one I love? Was it that one?
Oh yeah, that was on there quite a bit. That was on there quite a bit.
Nice.
So yeah, they just
a good rendering.
Yeah, and again, Happy Mother's Day to everybody as well from yesterday. But all they did was tweet out a photo. It said Happy Mother's Day, like Pat's Nation, and it was a picture of a football. There was no player. There's certainly no coach in it, and it has 2.6 million views.
Yeah.
and over 1,000 comments, and a lot of them are similar. A lot of people are really handy with the Photoshop.
Nice.
I probably wouldn't have posted that.
Yeah, maybe sit that one out.
This year, anyway.
Yeah, just for a
Maybe
year.
this year.
Take a year off. We'll get to the Celtics as well. They look even worse with the Sixers getting swept out of the NBA playoffs. Plus some thoughts on where Jaylen Brown could be headed, if anywhere. With, again, all your phone calls, 617-779-7937. Bradfo had some good numbers, bad numbers, on the Red Sox.
Stat of the week nominees?
Yo, 3 of them. You ready?
3 of them?
The Red Sox have the fewest home runs at home of any Major League Baseball team.
Well,
9.
That's because they played Petco Park. Oh, no, they played Fenway Park. Okay.
Of the team's 19 games at Fenway, they have managed 3 or fewer runs 13 times. So they never score at home.
No.
Including their Friday win.
Right.
And here's maybe the ultimate slap in the face. Their home OPS would be the worst of any Red Sox team since 1968.
Duck boats.
So that's where we're at with this baseball team. They don't hit. On top of it, you have Jaron Duran going at the media, which we'll get to.
Yeah. Oh, I have another Stat of the Week nominee just because we're here.
Great.
This is from Bob Nightingale yesterday. The Red Sox 4-1 loss to the Rays leaves them at 17-23. It's the first time in a full season that the Red Sox have won 17 or fewer games in their first 40 since 1997.
Oh, yeah.
Almost the 30-year anniversary of when they sucked this bad.
Nomar's rookie year, I think. That was a good
Oh,
year
might
for
have
him.
been.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Not a good baseball team.
No.
So what's wrong with them? How do they snap out of it, Keith? Because you have Trevor Story continuing to butcher plays at short. You have Jaron Duran popping off on the media. They can't hit. And on top of that, they feel like, again, they're just in this spin cycle where they're making no progress.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a little bit of everything. I mean, I guess you could almost say, let's take what the good is of the team, and that's a shorter conversation. Be like, all right, Connolly Early's giving you good starts. He gave you another really good one over the weekend. That's awesome. Peyton Tolley, I know it was an emotional game for him. He allowed 3 runs, but overall, net positive. I would say when Tolley takes the mound, when Early takes the mound, you feel like you're getting a chance, right?
Yeah, and he wasn't helped by his defense at all yesterday. And he settled down after Story butchered that play.
And then if you're talking about at the plate over the course of the season, right? Because guys have had, a good series here and there. Who can you even rely on? Wilson Contreras and maybe Wilyer Abreu?
Yeah.
Those 2 guys give you like a good at bat.
Yeah.
Overall.
Now Wilson Contreras is hurt.
Right.
X-ray's negative, but he's hurt. So I mean, I don't know if you even have 2 of those guys.
So you might have had 2. You might have 1 out of 9.
Right.
And Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani can prove to you that you can have the 2 best players in baseball, but if that's all you have, you suck. So they don't even have that. I mean, that's a lot to even say about Wilyer Abreu. But I would say, like, all right, he's a net positive. He's great in the field. He's been one of their best hitters. Everybody else is playing so far below what they are. Even if you're not a big Trevor Story fan, and I'm not, or even if you're not a big Jaron Duran fan, and I'm not, those guys usually aren't this bad. So they are on top. They are really bad. Obviously, Roman Anthony has not lived up to the hype, and he's hurt. Garrett Crochet is having a bad year, and he's hurt. So it's like some of the guys that you were hoping would lead them through this are hurt, and then some of the other guys are just having like historically bad years. So they tried changing the manager, and which I don't think was the wrong call. They needed to do something.
No, and they're still a game over 500.
Yeah,
Tracy.
They're whatever. I mean, they're better than what they were, I guess. But it's going to have to come down to the players, and maybe, and it's only May 11th, but at some point you're going to have to think of some sort of roster shakeup as well. I think you have to change some of the dynamic in there. I don't know how many other teams around baseball are like open to doing trades right now, but you got to figure something out. It's funny, like one of the very few bright spots of the team is Peyton Tolley, who you brought up out of necessity. That wasn't like
wasn't the plan.
Hey, like we're doing this because we need a spark or anything. It was like, oh, we have 3 starting pitchers on the shelf basically, so we have to call this guy up, and he's been fantastic, but he can only do so much. So I don't know. Is there somebody else they can either DFA? Is there somebody else they can send down? Somebody else they can call up? Is there maybe a trade from another team that might be struggling? But But yeah, I think the next thing might be change the roster a little bit more.
Well, and you saw trades have started, right? Giants made a trade
True.
over the weekend.
True.
Apparently, they now want to move Devers.
Fire sale.
We'll get to that later on.
That's hysterical.
It is very
on
funny.
top of their whole team.
No. But like,
Devers, they just got him.
People still think Devers is like Mookie Betts.
He's a generational player, we were told.
The Giants are ready to move on from him. And we'll pile on Devers more. This is for the Red Sox now. But just, I do think there's an opportunity to make moves earlier this year than there typically is in a baseball season.
You should at least try.
I think the Giants would be an example of that. Look to the Mets. The Phillies, who you play next, are actually turning it around a little bit. They fired their manager and are turning it around. What do you know? And maybe Cora won't get that job because Mattingly's turning it around there. But whatever. I just think you're going to have to do that at some point because right now it's not working and it's probably not going to. The manager gave you a slight shot in the arm. You're 7-6 with the new manager. You're +1 run differential. So you're basically a 500 team. You are an awful team with Cora. You'll take 500 over being 7 games under 500 and 8 games out of first under Cora. It's progress, but it's not good enough.
No.
So how do you get there and how are you going to do it? Probably not with Wilson Contreras on the shelf. Here's what Chad Tracy had to say after the game last night.
The quick scans that we do here came back negative, which is good. Sore. That's all we know at this point, and we're just going to obviously have an off day tomorrow. That helps a lot, and then we'll kind of reevaluate him tomorrow and the next day and see how he feels, and hopefully we're okay there, but we'll see.
Okay, with an off day, you hope, Keith, maybe he's back. Again, negative x-rays on the hand.
Don't mean much.
This hand specialist on retainer.
Busy.
He's a busy guy.
Guys,
is
like,
what
holy
he is.
Smokes. Yeah, because they said something similar about Roman Anthony, and he still had to go on the IL.
Anthony's was scary because it was a swing, and you're like, well, what the hell is going on in there? I can't imagine you're ripping a tendon when you're getting hit by a baseball. So that's probably a good sign, but that doesn't mean Contreras is right back in the lineup, and it doesn't mean he's at 100% when he's back in the lineup. I guess that's the downside of being hit a million times. The other thing the Red Sox can't get right, by the way, this is minor over the weekend.
Oh, it's not minor for those that were there.
They called the game on Saturday, even though teams like the Woo Sox called their game Saturday morning, knowing rain was in the forecast. They waited, basically right up until first pitch was scheduled, and then they bagged the game at the last second. So they're not good, Keith. They're not entertaining to watch. As somebody texted, not only are they bad, they're boring. It's a bad combo. And on top of that, they're ripping their fans off, getting them to go into the concourse, park, buy food, buy beers, buy whatever, merchandise while they're in there, sit, wait, waste their Saturday, and then they punt the game to July where they're going to have a doubleheader. So there's that on top of it, too.
No, that is super annoying. I thought there was a stretch there where they actually got a little bit better at this because they used to always get bashed for this and people would be so annoyed, as they should be. And then I thought they got a little bit better, but this weekend was terrible for those that went all the way down there, spent all the money on parking and commute and travel, let alone the concessions and things like that, and then you don't even get a game. And they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, we'll see you guys in July or whatever it is, like the makeup game. And it's like,
it's not even the next day.
Not even the next day, and it's a Friday, I think.
Oh, is it?
It's like a Friday afternoon.
You're right. It's
so
Friday,
I bought
Friday
tickets,
July 17th.
I bought tickets for Saturday night or whatever, Saturday afternoon. How about Friday? During, like, can you get out of work?
Can you take work
Like,
off?
Come on.
I mean, your kids will be out of school, at least in theory, by then. But no, they can't even get that right over the weekend, Keith. So just what you thought might be a series where they have a little momentum. Again, I don't think the Rays are as good as they've played. They just took 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox. You're coming off the sweep against Detroit. Maybe this is the point in time where you turn a corner, you heat up a little bit, and it turns out they're the same Red Sox. So how do they get that sorted out? My short answer is I don't know, short of a significant transaction.
By the way,
this
is really kind of a nothing thing, but there is yet another Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel photo.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's nothing.
When did that come out?
Just now, TMZ.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you, it's nothing. But it's I think people are really going to roll their eyes at this one, but we're covering the story, so here we go.
Let me be the judge of that.
All right. Diana Rossini wraps arm around Mike Vrabel, chatting it up at a 2022 Super Bowl party. But there's like people around and stuff, but she does have her arm around him and she's whispering into his ear. So it's just another.
I don't know if that's nothing.
I mean, yeah, but like
public canoodling.
I know, but
all these have been public.
I was gonna say once again we're at the point where I'm like, I think they were hooking up. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think people are gonna. It's just another one, is what I'm saying. So like,
Got it.
for the photo album out there, you can add another one to
nice.
it. So it's not stopping.
It's just that it started off as like, oh well, these photos are from a private place. Nobody can come in. Nobody can go out. Now they're literally like potting together.
Well, and this to me is when it makes Vrabel's statement. I didn't even realize there were new pictures. I'm not surprised. I guess we get them every day. but I didn't know this. It makes it.
I'm going to reset the counter. I have that counter, the Vrabel counter.
No, do it.
What make it to 2 days?
It makes it even more ridiculous that Vrabel came out and he's like, "These are laughable." Like he has to know at some point.
I'm telling you, that's the worst part.
No,
and like those guys,
but it's even worse when all the pictures come out because it's like you knew you were making out in a bar. You knew she's got her arm around you in the middle of a Super Bowl. Like you're in public. You're not in the middle of nowhere.
If you truly had a one-night stand, you'd be like, "All right, let's just deny this." Tell people that you can manipulate photos or whatever. Like there can't be a lot of evidence, right? So like let's just really try. Are there 6 years of evidence and we weren't really hiding it very well before? I think that's the most insulting. They were arguing about it this morning about like whether he should apologize. I don't think he needs to apologize. I do think he should be like, either I'm dumb or I thought you were dumb.
Right.
Like that's kind of what he's doing.
Here's my answer to that. Not to go off on a big tangent with Vrabel, which we just said we weren't going to do for a little bit. We'll get to it later on, but new pictures, we'll react.
Another photo.
No, I don't think he has to apologize. I think apologizing might help. Like I think apologizing may help his situation. Now, he doesn't have to. He doesn't owe it to anybody. But if you don't want to stay in this hurricane of a news cycle where every day there's more pictures and you get dragged more and more every day, an apology might help. You don't have to do it, but
apology for lying or apology for cheating? Because I feel like lying is worse.
Either or.
Because you didn't cheat on me, but you did lie to me.
I mean, either or. You don't have to do it. No one's making you do it. I'm not asking for it. But it might help your situation. And it might make you, I don't know, a little more sympathetic. Because you're not very sympathetic right now. 617-779-7937. Anyway, we're planning on getting more into Vrabel, but you never know what we're going to get with pictures.
See how many more photos we get.
Each and every day. Plus, what's going on with your Boston Red Sox? How do you fix them? And it probably starts with a transaction. So who are we punting off the team? Trevor Story, certainly an option. Horrible play yesterday. They finally saddled him with an error, although I think it was a hit and an error on that Chandler Simpson play. Should have been an error right out of the chute. Embarrassing scoring yesterday at Fenway Park. Jaron Duran, another good candidate to get the hell off this team. We can get to that right after Trending with Billy.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. The Boston Red Sox dropped the series finale 4-1 to the Tampa Bay Rays at Fenway Park yesterday. Peyton Tully got the loss after giving up 3 runs on 7 hits in 5 innings. Sox lone run came from a Mickey Gasper RBI single in the bottom of the 6th. Sox are off today and will return to action tomorrow for the first of 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies at Fenway. In the NBA playoffs yesterday, the New York Knicks completed their sweep over the Philadelphia 76ers with a 144-114 win, and the Minnesota Timberwolves even their series with the San Antonio Spurs at 2 games with a 114-109 Game 4 win. In the NHL playoffs, the Montreal Canadiens took a 2-1 series lead on the Buffalo Sabres with a 6-2 Game 3 win, and the Anaheim Ducks Vegas Golden Knights series is now tied at 2 after the Ducks got the 4-3 Game 4 win. And the Boston Fleet season has come to an end after being eliminated in Game 4 of the semifinals in a 4-3 double overtime loss to the Charge in Ottawa. Dig into the 99 Restaurants, $14.99 big deal meals available all day, every day. Save on big hearty favorites like the grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the 9s. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
What did you miss on Rich, Ken, and Ted?
And then Chad Tracy doubling down. Well, this is on the short. He's going to be on the IL in the short hair. No, he's not, Chad. No, he's not. He's not. I'm rooting for Roman Anthony. I was one of those people who said he's ready to take the next step. Last year, in his limited amount of time with the Red Sox, I said he was their best player. I said this. But Mike and Keith, I got to say, this has to be one of the biggest, so far, this has to be one of the biggest flops that we've seen.
Get him off the air. Rabble. Rabble. Michael Holly.
Yeah. Easy, Michael.
Just taking the flamethrower to the Red Sox and Jarren Duran specific. Oh, wait.
Oh, he said the teams lie about injuries because teams lie about injuries? I thought we were all in agreement that they do. All 4 teams here, every team around the league. The Red Sox, though, specifically, and that's how that conversation began. I don't know if you know this. I was sitting right next to him when he said it.
I was going to say, Keith, you were on Mike and Mike last week.
Sick brag, bro.
Incredible performance.
I was sitting right there. I was doing a good job listening.
What a night that was. Tons of content.
Huge. It was a content factory.
You were getting lectured about USA Today.
Oh, that's right. Same night. You're
Same
right.
night.
Yes.
And on that night, apparently, you didn't think much of it sitting right next to Michael Holly.
No.
Holly was just very highly offensive to Jarren Duran, I guess.
Because, how many of the Red Sox players over the last, say, 5 years have come back off the IL the day they were eligible? I feel like Tristan Casas is still, I don't know what's going on with that guy.
Yeah, he's taking dry swings.
1 to 3 months, years. That's pivoted pretty quickly.
USA Today or Jones and Keefe?
Jones and Keefe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
bud.
okay.
Yeah,
Right.
take a walk, pal.
Okay. But I would say a lot of these teams do, and I didn't even look at that as a personal attack at Chad Tracy. I think Holly's that's just what these teams do. And then we got into talking about, the team and whatever else. But for Jarren Duran, so for those that missed this.
Okay, here's I have his Instagram story.
Okay, you got it.
So you isolated this. I didn't even know about this. He has a picture of Michael Holly with, I don't know, the social video, closed caption on there.
I think they posted a clip on their Instagram, which must have been how it got on his radar. So then he just screenshotted this one part.
So the screen grab is Holly sitting there, and it says they lie about injuries. Okay, so that's what he has saved.
Yeah.
Then he says they let people like this on NBC Sports. Clown emoji, which, careful, Jarren.
Clown emoji.
Let me tell you, I know.
Them's fighting words.
I know sometimes that gets people fired up.
It does.
Clowns, bozos, etc. You got to watch what you say.
Would you rather be called a clown or a bozo?
I'd rather be called a bozo. I think that's less offensive than clown.
Because he's the king of the clowns?
Yeah.
The top clown?
Or
is that worse?
I think it's not as bad. I've had this debate with some.
Right.
Let's just say they disagreed.
Okay.
But clown emoji.
And then
crying
emoji.
At Michael S. Holly. So he got called out by you and others for this, Keith, yesterday.
Yeah.
And then he tucked tail and deleted his Instagram.
Not just the post, his account.
The whole account.
When people always tell you when you have a bad tweet and they're delete your account. He did. He did. He took his account and went home. He was like, I don't want the smoke. If there's anybody that didn't want the smoke, it's this guy. Oh. As somebody who's had a lot of bad tweets and a lot of bad Instagram posts, you just have to kind of wear it. You kind of leave it there. You let the people fight over the comments, call you every name in the book, and then you move on to the next day.
Because you know why?
Because none of it matters.
Someone else is going to have a bad Instagram post.
100%. Like you, Jarren Duran. You can take the attention off everybody.
Like Keith, when you have a bad one, you just wear it for a day because I got one right around the corner.
Don't worry, Jones will bail me out. Don't worry.
Somebody is there to have a worse Instagram post or Twitter post or social media post than you are, and they're going to bail. Just wait it out, Jarren. You don't have to delete your whole account.
Also, if I was his crisis management right now, he has a couple of things working against him. One, you called out maybe the most liked media member in Boston.
This is what I don't get.
If you came after Jones, big win for Duran. You come after me, big win for Duran. You come after anybody else, I feel like you probably get a big win. You go after Michael Holly, everyone's like, what are you doing? Also, you've been horrible this year, so no one's going to take your side.
No. You're hitting, as you tweeted, Keith. At least he's hitting 190. Great job coming through in a big spot yesterday. No. Game's on the line.
He for sure won't.
You're up, 2 outs. He's not going to come through in that spot.
He's having a career worst year.
But, on Holly specifically, he's, very well respected, very well accomplished, not a bomb thrower.
No. The man's written books.
Jaron Duran,
he's an author.
Jaron Duran, probably a lot of athletes. I'm not sure they know how a lot of these broadcasters are viewed necessarily. So he probably just lumps in Holly with everybody else, and I think that was a calculated mistake.
It was really stupid. Not his first dumb decision that he has made in his time. And then people are like a handful of people are trying to defend him, and they're like, "What? He can't speak up? Go ahead." Speak up. We have no problem if athletes want to like clap back at media members or whatever. If they don't like what they're saying, they can. You have the forum to. You can do it. But you're going to get mad about that, which made no sense. And then you get probably a couple of mean tweets, and you're like, I'm out. You just bailed? So like, why even get involved in the first place?
I don't know. Is he going to get asked about this? Probably. What's he going to say? Is he going to blow off the media like he did when they fired Cora? Where he just stared everybody down, and he's like, yeah, right. So he might not answer questions.
He probably will take the day. Yeah, take a day.
Well, they have the day today.
They do have the day. Maybe tomorrow will he be asked about it? Because that's the thing.
He should be. I don't know if he'll answer questions, and I don't know what he'll say, and I don't know if it'll be the truth. I don't know if it'll be a fabricated truth. I don't know what it'll be, but yeah, he should be asked about this.
I think he should.
What the hell was that?
I think he should. I think he should be asked either about the post, maybe just to explain himself a little bit more, or I think, the media is supposed to be like a conduit for the fans, right? I'm sure there are fans that are like, no, how come this guy's not on Instagram anymore, right? Because he had, I'm sure, a large following on that. I didn't see the number, but I'm sure it was like a large following on there. And all of a sudden, poof, he's gone. But hey, what happened? What happened? That'd be my first question. What happened?
So, Duran, you can get in line to get off this baseball team.
Yeah. Or you can start the line.
Yeah.
Him and Story, you can only get rid of one. Who are you getting rid of?
Story.
I think Story's hurting the team more.
Yeah, I think Story. It's close, though.
It is close.
Yeah, no wrong answers here.
Also, don't forget, Alex Cora blocked the Jaron Duran trade.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like Jaron Duran on the team? Great.
Yeah.
Breslow tried to trade him. Your manager got in the way. Your manager said, no. I hate log jams in the outfield, but I want to ensure this one.
Got to have this guy.
Ex-manager. 617-779-7937. It's how you get in touch with Jones and Keefe. We are live today from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We can get back to Duran in a moment, but closing the loop on these new Vrabel-Russini photos.
Yeah, these ones are pretty much nothing to me other than the fact that it is another year, right? Because we've had 2026, that's how it started. 2020, which is really kind of like, I think, blew the doors off this thing. Then there was a 2024 one. This one's 2022. So it's like, this was not a one-off.
Yeah, it's like Mike Vrabel bingo.
It's like a lot of work. It's like another whole relationship.
Eventually, we're going to get more.
It's not like another whole relationship. It is another whole relationship.
It is. Yeah, it for sure is.
I do like Portnoy on Twitter. He goes, Super Bowl parties are loud. It's hard to hear. Find the new slant. So she's like leaning in on, I trust TMZ on this, but like, if you told me that, you could tell me that's any human being.
It's a big dude, yeah.
It's got to be a big guy. You're
got to
right.
be a big guy.
Any
like
Haas.
you. Yeah.
Any old Haas.
It could be a Haas. Any Haas of the week.
It couldn't be
Well,
me.
it couldn't be you. That doesn't look like your profile.
There's like a little love handle jutting out. That could be me.
That's all right.
So there,
She's got her arm around him and she's whispering sweet nothings into his ear.
Arm around some Haas. What do you think she's saying? Just out of curiosity.
She's like, they got a good deal on vodka crayons. Get me a vodka crayon.
I love this. This is our song, Mike. This is our song.
When can we get out of here?
Reading from TMZ, Mike Vrabel and Diana Russini kept it pretty professional.
Yeah.
In front of their NFL peers at a post-awards show party before the 2022 Super Bowl, because we've obtained photos of the pair hanging out at a pregame party.
Woo-wee.
A little more here. We're told the gathering was for the NFL Honors Party, with plenty of football people present, basically the type of bash many of Vrabel and Russini's colleagues would surely attend. Vrabel had just won Coach of the Year.
Hell yeah.
And Russini, an employee at ESPN at
she
the
voted
time,
for him.
worked the red carpet earlier that night. It's one way to put it.
Yeah.
We spoke to people who attended the event. They claim they saw nothing questionable going on between the two. After all, it was a work thing. Then they get into more of it. So I would say, Keith, right, it's just that it's a new photo.
Yeah.
There's nothing inflammatory or like the pregnant photos. I gasped when we saw the
I know
when we
you
saw
did.
the video and the photos. Like
it's
that's
actually
7
a woman
months
at her greatest form, Jones,
floating around out on some Tennessee lake. Like that to me was an update. This one's not an update. It's just more piling on.
It like literally would have been nothing a month ago or 2 months ago. You know what I mean? Like if this somehow somebody's like, hey, I got a picture of these two talking, and that's all you had, you'd be like, I don't care.
You'd be like,
what is this?
It's a little close, but that's not.
Yeah, it's a
inflammatory, incriminating.
It'd be closer than normal. I don't know if Ian Rappaport would be whispering into Vrabel's ear like that.
He can't reach.
What a photo that would be.
I don't think he can reach.
Nah,
He need a step
Mike,
stool.
come here. Down, lower. Mike. I gotta
lower,
tell you something.
lower.
I gotta tell you something.
You want to play Guess Them Percentages, Keith?
I love guess them percentages.
All right.
I was getting pretty good at this last week.
I like checking the Kalshi prediction market.
Okay.
Here. New England head coach, week 1, Mike Vrabel. What percentage of a chance that he will be the week 1 head coach of the New England Patriots? Keith.
Jones, I'm going to go with 69%.
Ooh, 77.
Oh, way up.
It's gone up.
Interesting.
I'm guessing people haven't seen these latest bombshell photos.
It probably will go up again.
It'll go to like 85.
Yeah, it should go up after these photos. Wait, so at its lowest, it was 58? Oh, no.
Yeah, no, that sounds
Is that
right.
right?
That was not fairly recent. At its lowest,
How does it even say on there? Because I remember
April 27th, he was at 60%.
Oh, okay, 60.
And then last week, we were down in like the low to mid 60s, 64%.
I still think it's 99. Am I crazy for 99?
63% on May 7th. You think it's 90? Well, I thought you said 69.
No. Well, I'm guessing the Kalshi stats. If they were going to ask me to set the
USA Today or Jones and Keefe?
Jones and Keefe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, pal.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I would still put it at 99%.
Yeah,
I think you have to leave 1% open just for.
I said last week 90. Like I'm still there.
Okay.
Like I think there's an overwhelming chance he's back. But when Florio keeps hinting at it and more stuff comes out literally every day,
it's nonstop.
I can't in good conscience say it's more than 90%.
Do you think
that he's going to be back?
Okay, let's say he is back. We both think that he is, and week 1 is right around Labor Day. Do you think we're still getting photos around then?
Well,
because don't you think
I don't still think that, but I never thought we'd still be when these photos first came out in Sedona. I didn't think we'd still be getting photos every day. So my answer is I don't know, but I don't think so. No,
I think if they said we had an affair, I think the photos stop. I could be crazy. I could be naive. I think part of the Page 6 TMZ thing is the way both have responded to it, and they're like, okay, and people are clicking on it. People, the old sex sells. People are in on it.
Yeah,
but I wonder if you just admit to it. I always go back to the same analogy, like the steroid guys in baseball. The ones that fought it so hard are the ones that are like the most blackballed by it. Whereas guys like Andy Pettitte were like, yeah, I was on it. And they're like, okay. Yeah, good luck next season, bud. You know what I mean? Like, it was like nobody holds it against him. Nobody even includes it. And he's just like, yeah, it was me. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that, but I did. They're like, okay. Meanwhile, all these other guys are looked at like they're like real criminals.
Pariahs.
Yeah. And so if somebody came out with like a receipt for Andy Pettitte getting steroids, people would be like, why are you putting that out there? He already said he did that.
Right. There's no
What's the point?
There's no mystery.
Right. They're like, we have footage of him injecting himself with steroids. Like, yeah, he told us that he did. We don't care anymore. I really do think part of the reason why the story is as big is because they both were so defiant that nothing happened.
Well, this is why, again, does Vrabel need to apologize? This is something they were talking about this morning.
Yeah.
Does he need to?
No.
And I don't need an apology. I mean, I'm sure most fans don't need an apology. He doesn't owe it to us. Would it help?
Mm-hmm.
From a PR standpoint, would it help? To me, that's a separate debate. He doesn't need to. No one's. At least I'm not saying he needs to. It might help his cause. And if he wants some help, which I probably would, since it's a new photo every day and a new headache every day, even though this one's innocuous.
Yeah.
Largely innocuous.
But it just keeps him in the news cycle, right? It keeps him on top of mind.
If you want to get out of it, cop to it, apologize. That might help you. You don't have to do it. You don't owe it to anybody, but it may help. 617-779-7937. Because whatever you're doing ain't working when it comes to your crisis management. We will get deeper into the Vrabel discussion. Max Kellerman, of all people, getting very defensive of Vrabel and Rossini.
Hi, Max.
Plus the Celtics. Oh, yeah. Both of them.
Holly was on that show.
Holly and Kellerman. Good call.
Hi, Max.
Meanwhile, you should feel worse about the Celtics after the Sixers get swept out of the postseason. We'll get to that next.
Tomorrow night, Sox and Phillies, Mass Mutual.
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We'll get to the Celtics with the Sixers getting swept out of the playoffs by the New York Knicks, who knocked the Celtics out a year ago. What does that say about your Boston Celtics? We started Red Sox, though. We got into another disappointing weekend. They feel like they're in, a holding pattern, to put it mildly. Even with mild improvement under the new manager, it's still not enough. So what needs to happen? Who needs to go? What sort of roster transaction needs to happen? Jaren Duran can move right to the front of the line with his internet, social media flare-up over the weekend.
That won't be happening anytime soon.
Going at Michael Holley,
Deleted
or at least
his account.
attempting to.
Yeah, he tried.
And then deleting, as you said, Keith, not a post, his entire account.
Yeah.
He went, what's his name? Jim Bowden. Went Ralph Twitter egg right on
Bailed.
everybody.
Just
completely bailed.
Deactivate account.
Pulled the ripcord.
Yeah.
We also have more Vrabel photos this morning because not a day goes by where there aren't more Vrabel photos.
And this
although
is probably
these
the
ones
weakest.
pretty mild.
Yeah, this is the weakest of all the photos, but it just has to be included in the photo album. So if you're making a nice little scrapbook of Vrabel photos, you could toss this one in there, but it's really a nothing thing.
Yeah. But add it onto the list. So we started with those two items. We'll get back to Vrabel coming up in a minute. Max Kellerman, very, very defensive of Mike Vrabel. I wonder why. Meanwhile, Celtics, how bad of a look is this for them that a Sixers team that looked pretty good against the Celtics, even before Game 7 where Tatum was out, now has been swept out by the New York Knicks who beat the Celtics a year ago.
So it's terrible. I don't know. I can't really feel worse because I thought it was a failure for the Celtics. That's pretty bottomed out.
I feel worse.
So here's the thing, though. You can,
at least if Philly was competitive, you're like, oh, okay.
Well, no, but flip side is they probably just lose to the Knicks.
Yeah.
I was wrong to think they were going to beat the Knicks. I don't think the Celtics could beat the Knicks. I think it does make the first round series look worse because Philly stinks. We all thought Philly stunk. And the Celtics even beat Philly twice by 30 points in the series. They were up 3-1. And now the Knicks go out there and just lay waste to them. There was one close game in the sweep by the Knicks. I think 3 of the games were decided by 14 or more points. There was one 6-point win in there. 6-point win in there. But so Philly can't even win a single game against New York. Meanwhile, New York was down 2-1 to Atlanta. Like Atlanta gave them much more of a matchup. So yeah, I think it does. It looks pretty bad for the Celtics because Philly, in the words of the great Denny Green, were who we thought they were. Not very good.
No, it's true. I still can't believe that the Celtics are now bounced 2 years in a row by 2. And look, I respect the Knicks. I don't think they're a better team than the Celtics, but I respect them. They're back in the Eastern Conference Final. They seem to have a little something going on.
Yeah.
But you couldn't guard Maxey to save your life. Could not stop him, right? No. People focused on Embiid and Paul George. It was Maxey to me, and it wasn't close. When the game got close, Philly was running things through Embiid. He was gassing out in Game 7, and then they got the ball back in Maxey's hands, and boom, they hit the afterburners, and they were out in front. Celtics couldn't catch him. The Knicks have so many bodies to throw at Tyrese Maxey, and I thought the Celtics did. For most of the series, Tatum was there, 6 games. Jaylen Brown says he's the best two-way player in the league.
This has been my favorite season so far.
Wow, good for you.
Derek White, Keith, is an all-NBA defensive player, right? And he has been a couple of different times. You can't stop Maxey?
They could not.
So, I don't know. I think that's where I'm just shocked. The Knicks had no problems. He had no good games. I think he had one 20-point game in the series. He was going off for like 30 a night against the Celtics.
Game 2? No. When did he have? Yeah, Game 2, he had 26. So, yeah, Maxey went 13, 26, 17, 17. So he averaged 18 points per game in the series. He averaged 27 against the Celtics. He also averaged more assists with more rebounds. He was an extremely better player. He made 42% of his threes against the Celtics. He made 15.8% against the Knicks. They just defended him way, way better. He looked like a different guy.
They have good wings who can defend.
Yep.
You have good wings who allegedly can defend.
That's what we've been told.
They did not against Philly. So, look, they already should have been embarrassed.
Yes.
It already should have been a wake-up call. They lost in round 1 to Philly, with or without Tatum in a Game 7. That should have been a wake-up call.
Home, I guess.
Thank you. If they weren't shaken awake by that, they should be by this, and we'll see if they are.
One of the questions that comes out, and they ask everybody, they even ask the Bruins this, but they're like, how close are you? Or like, not point blank, like, can you run it back? But like that sort of idea has been brought up. They have so many guys the Celtics do that are under contract. So you're like, all right, well, what if you got a full, healthy Jason Tatum? What does that mean? It's like, well, how close can you be if the team that knocked you out is not close?
Right.
Like Philly's not close. Now, I still think the Eastern Conference isn't super strong. Like, it's probably going to come down to New York and Detroit. And I don't look at them as like world beaters, but who knows? Maybe this is the year the Knicks break through. And because they did beat you 2 years ago, and I know I personally like don't give them a ton of credit for that because I thought the Celtics cost themselves, but that's been a theme.
Celtics lost it more than the Knicks won it, but
but guess what?
When you do it against a bunch of teams.
If they keep doing that, and if you look at the 4 years Joe Mazzulla's been the head coach of the team, when they have faced adversity in the playoffs, they've kind of wilted. You know, the 1 year that they got some good breaks and they kind of just rolled through everybody. It's kind of similar to Alex Cora in 2018. You know, they just dominated. They were like, we're winning every series. They were never really backs against the wall, none of that. Whereas the last couple of years, the Celtics have had not just winnable games, but very winnable series, and they've let them slip away.
Well, and you can look at this, too. The Knicks is somewhat instructive. I want to get to something B-Rob, our guy Brian Robb, wrote about Joe Mazzulla over the weekend.
Yep.
But the Knicks got to the Eastern Conference Final. I'm just double-checking this last year. For the first time, I believe, since 2000. Okay, they went to the conference finals in 2000. They made the NBA Finals in 99. Yeah. Okay, so this is as far as they've gone in 25 years.
Was that Sprewell?
Yeah. And they fired Thibodeau. They brought in Mike Brown. And let's see if they go any farther. Let's see what happens. I mean, they're right back in the same round. But there's certainly no worse for the wear. And we all thought that was kind of an odd firing. Thibodeau outcoached Mazzulla last year. He's out of a job. The Knicks are at least right back where they were a year ago, maybe better.
Yeah.
So now what are you going to do with Joe Mazzulla? And B-Rob wrote, Mazzulla will be under a microscope next season during a playoff run. Given the amount of miscues he's had in a non-championship playoff run, he will certainly be under the microscope for next year's playoff run if the roster is improved sufficiently this summer. So there's a lot of like qualifiers in there, playoff run, rosters improved, blah, 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 blah. He should be under a microscope next year. Another way to put it, and I know you said it this way, he goes into next year on the hot seat. And he absolutely should be.
I can't imagine the roster is going to be worse, right? Like, don't you either run it back with the star guys, which I don't think we're advocating for, but I feel like that's one avenue, like meaning Tatum, Brown, White, Pritchard, and then whoever else.
And Tatum for a whole year means your roster's better than last year.
Yeah. It's better. So I don't think he'll have the out. And then if you end up losing a series where we feel like you're the better team and you're the favorite going into it, then I think that's fair. I mean, there are people right now calling for Mazzulla's job. So if you give him one more year and he still doesn't break through or he gets bounced in the first or second round again, I mean, that's just the NBA.
Totally fair. 617-779-7937. We've talked Celtics. We've talked Red Sox. We've talked some of these new Vrabel and Rossini photos as, again, innocuous as they are.
Not much.
Just another one to throw on the heap. Speaking of Mike Vrabel, let's get to him. Are we starting to feel bad for Mike Vrabel? I know one individual out there is wanting to lecture everybody about it. So let's get to that next.
Jones and Keith.
it's so disgusting to me because, especially the latest, it comes across my reels, and I've worked with Diana Rossini, right? And she's, I haven't worked with Mike Vrabel, but it's on my reels, so I can't avoid it. And it's like, oh, there are pictures, and the press is trying to create a timeline where when might they have been cheating. So without regard to how this affects their spouses, their children, they're like putting these families through hell under the guise of journalistic integrity and ethics, where in fact that is just an excuse to put out salacious stuff and like shame on the media for covering it the way they are. That's what I have to say about it.
Hour 2, Jones and Keith here on WEEI.
Shame.
I guess we should be ashamed.
Shame.
Yeah.
Shame. Yeah, I mean, this is just an example. At least he admits, he's like, I know and have worked with Diana Rossini. And like, you can tell certain people will talk about the story. You and I. Others will not.
No.
There are some that will not talk about this.
Put on your sunglasses and stick your ostrich head in the sand on this one.
Right.
Yeah.
Fart into the microphone and kind of move on about your day. But that's what it is like, if this was another coach and right, or a media member that, people like Max Kellerman didn't know, I'm sure they'd be all in on the story. They'd be all in on the story. So, like, you got to be consistent. And that's why, again, I say always listen to Jones and Keefe. We have no friends. We have nobody to protect. We can talk about anybody at any time. We don't have to worry about ruining any kind of relationship.
It's a good point.
And so, yeah, it's funny. There have been a few kind of like the Max Kellermans out there. They're like, this is insane that we're even talking about this. And it's like, is it? It's like one of the top NFL insiders is hooking up with one of the top NFL head coaches and has been for years. Like, and then they both immediately denied it, even though she quit her job over the whole thing. Like, it is a big story. And I guess he feels like it's being covered wrong, but I don't know. Everywhere you look, it's being covered a little bit differently, too.
I mean, no offense to Max Kellerman, and I guess he does this podcast with Rich Paul. I didn't realize they did a podcast together. I assumed he was on the podcast as a guest.
I think it's a Ringer one. They started it not too long ago.
Game Over with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul. So that's just a podcast. He's not even a guest on there. That's just that's
they are the hosts.
Didn't realize that. Okay, but when people say shouldn't the media feel bad for putting Mike Vrabel's family through this, like. Yeah, I don't like the one guy hounding Vrabel in the airport, or like
lame.
Photographing his wife, and I think we've said this. Like, I think those ones went too far. In general, should we feel badly that the media is putting Mike Vrabel's family through this and Diana Rossini's family through this, or should Mike and Diana feel bad about the position they put their families in? Like,
kind of on them, I feel like.
I don't even think those two are close.
No, I think it's kind of on them.
Like, if you want to tell me somewhere on the list the media's on there and piling on, and I guess we're guilty of that, fine, we're somewhere on the list. I'd say we're at the very bottom of the list, and the people at the top of it are Vrabel and Rossini, who, I'm sorry, I have trouble having any real sympathy for, especially when they haven't really, initially certainly, didn't admit wrongdoing, haven't apologized, or really even copped to what happened.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of sympathy for it. I don't.
No.
You can say it's none of our business. I don't feel sorry for them.
Yeah, but then they also screwed this up. And as it relates to Mike Vrabel, missing a day of the draft specifically makes it Patriots fans'
business.
Yeah. Like, they had a case a little bit to be like, guys, this is only off the field. This is only personal life. But then also, and those that have covered the team have pointed this out, all of Vrabel's sort of like mantras or like his talking points during the year were like family first and no distractions and like you're representing the Patriots. So for everybody that's like all that matters is on the field on Sunday, not according to him. He was saying that all this other stuff was super important. And then you've become the biggest distraction possible. But now you're going to blame people for like talking about it and posting pictures of it. It's like this couldn't have been a bigger distraction, I feel like.
No.
So like how does he rectify all of that? And again, that'll be up to the players and everything, but no, this is an issue caused by Vrabel and Rossini, not by the people that are talking about it.
Yeah, and the avalanche of photos. Like people are like, "Oh, I can't believe they're digging through their I don't think anybody's digging all that hard. I don't think it's all that hard to dig through some of these photos. They're everywhere. These two were everywhere over the last, at minimum, 6 years together. I don't know how difficult it is for anybody to dig in on this. These pictures are everywhere. So, no, I don't have any sympathy for Mike Vrabel or for Mike Vrabel. And I guess if Max Kellerman is friends with Diana Rossini and he sees what's going on in her personal life, I get that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's our fault. I think that's, I don't know, call me crazy, her fault and Mike Vrabel's fault.
Uh-huh.
And, again, this is where I think he can win back some sympathy from fans or even people like me. Even though I have no heart and no soul, you can win back a little bit of sympathy from me if you do apologize. Now, this is their big debate this morning. And I heard, Curtis arguing with Mego about this. And I agree with Chris on the one hand. Mike Vrabel does not owe me an apology. He doesn't owe the fans an apology. He owes one to Jen Vrabel. He probably owes one to Robert Kraft if he hasn't been truthful or, this is putting his organization in an embarrassing light, which it is. So I'm not saying Vrabel owes no one apologies, but certainly not me, not you, not most of the fans out there. But then separate debate from whether or not he owes it to anyone. Think it would help? Like, what do you think he can do to help and to start winning a PR battle? Let's face that he is losing day after day after day after day after day. The crisis management has been abysmal. He's getting dragged on social media and from a PR standpoint. So how do you start to fix it? You acknowledge wrongdoings, not like blanket wrongdoings, but some actual acknowledgement. I don't need specifics about what happened and where, but like
because we might get those in a matter of time anyway.
Not just I need to be a better husband, like some acknowledgement about what you did, some ownership about what you did, and an apology. I think that would go a long way towards putting this to rest and not snowballing and cascading every single day. If you're interested in putting an end to it, that's what you got to do. You don't owe us an apology. You don't have to apologize. It would probably help you and your situation.
Yeah, it might help. I just feel like all this whole time, them being so adamant that nothing happened has made it worse and has sort of pushed people to either talk about it or search for more photos or more proof.
Apologize for that.
Yeah, I think you need to apologize. I don't know if you need to apologize as much as you need to just...
Texters are saying apologize for lying, not for the act.
Yes,
fine.
yes. That's what I'm saying.
I'm okay
I feel
with
like
that.
that ended up being worse. Or like apologize for it becoming a distraction, right? Not that... You know what? Those two might not want to say sorry. They might love every second of it. They might actually really love each other. I don't know. So like we're not apologizing for that because true love is blind.
Go ahead and come out and say that then.
Yeah, whatever it is. But like they really thought, which is so crazy to think, that their initial statements to the Post were going to like wipe everything away. So we had the 4 photos in Sedona. And at the time, that's all we knew was that there were 4 photos in Sedona. And you had at least 6 years of canoodling and trips on a boat while she was pregnant and casino trips and everything else. And you're like, oh, this is so dumb. You're so dumb for thinking this is even a thing. And then she quits her job because she's saying there's like mean tweets, even though they were probably going to look into this and fire her. You know what I mean? Like you can't fire me. I quit. So you're like, okay, so she's out. And then this just keeps piling up. And it is such a distraction. So yeah, I think you need to probably go back to the beginning and be like, look, this was something that was happening and like, I got to deal with it with my family, but like it's become a distraction. And for that, I apologize and blah, 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 blah. But just he really hasn't apologized. He just did sort of like word salad. And we've only heard from her twice through written statements, and they were both just like nothing happened. So it's like, all right, I guess we're the dumbest people in the world then if nothing happened.
And I think if you're trying to again, quiet this down, calm this down, call off the dogs to a degree. If you apologize, even for lying, not for the act, fine. You can apologize for both if you want. But apologize for lying. Somebody texted, guys, he lied to the fans. He needs to apologize. WEEI would make you apologize to listeners if you were openly lying to us, so wake up. Maybe. Yeah. Fine. And I heard Curtis make this point today, too. Oh, well, would we pick apart the apology and would we critique the apology? Well, we probably would.
I mean, maybe, but...
But I think most fans probably would say, okay, he apologized. He copped to it. He acknowledged what he did. We can all move on. How's another small picture like this going to hurt when he's acknowledged what he's done? So I don't think he owes it to anybody. I don't think he has to. But again, I think it would help. I think it would go a long way. If you want to put this to bed, maybe you don't. Maybe you're enjoying every second of this.
Well, I just wonder, like, is he thinking, like, is TMZ going to tire themselves out? Unlikely. So if this
does not appear,
no,
if that was their calculated bet, it does not appear to be the case.
So like they just keep at it during the season. Like it's one thing in like May, June, July, you're like, oh, this is annoying. Like if you're Vrabel and if you're the Patriots, you're like, all right, this is annoying. Oh, here comes another meme. Here comes another joke at our expense. But then once the season starts, and now players have to deal with it then. Now, like, something like that came out today, the photo of them at, like, a Super Bowl party. That's nothing, really, and I don't think any players would be asked about that. I don't see why you would ask about that specifically. But who knows where this is going to go. And it just feels like they being TMZ and Page Six, they don't see a real end to this story yet. They still feel the need to put this out there. So how long can you go with that once the year begins?
I would imagine not far if we're still getting pictures then. Let's go to the phones. Jimmy is in Quincy. Hello, Jimmy.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
At the outset of this thing, I thought this was a not sports-related scandal sheet kind of item. But now, obviously, when you're questioning whether Vrabel will start the season, whether he'll last the season, I can imagine what's going to happen when the Patriots go into opposing towns. The radio shows, the press, the fans. Don't you imagine that would be a distraction? And wouldn't you be inclined to do something like that if an opposing coach came into Boston?
Yeah, we'd mock the opposing coach. I tend to think, is it a distraction on some level? Maybe. I think that's going to be fairly easy for Vrabel to manage.
I think you can. Like, you just can't be like Jaron Duran and like looking on Instagram and like checking your DMs. I wouldn't do that.
Flipping off fans.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I trust Vrabel in that situation where
hurling slurs at them. Yeah, don't do that.
It wouldn't be the first time the Patriots went into other places, and I'm sure heard, Spygate jokes, Deflategate jokes, all kinds of stuff, throughout. And so you sort of, I don't know, like Bill said all those years, like ignore the noise and whatever other cliches you want to toss out there. So it'll be there. And if those guys, specifically Vrabel, just stay off the internet and just coach, I think they'll be fine. There'll be some really funny signs in the stands, and like some probably they won't be able to show on TV and stuff like that. And like that's one thing that might be like the toughest part for Vrabel overall is like you're kind of the butt of a joke now for a while. Like, this is going to stick with you. Even 5 years from now, people are going to be like, oh, yeah, remember this? And, like, remember, like I think it's going to be kind of attached. People still talk about, like, Marv Albert biting that Lady of the Night that he was with, right? Remember that?
Yeah, no, I knew what. I was just wondering what word choice you were going to go with. Lady of the Night. Yeah.
Remember that story?
Good save.
That story was wild. And we were like kids, and I was like, wait, what did he do? To who? The hell? But, like, you don't talk about it all the time, but, like, some people, when you hear his name, you're associated with that.
Sure.
So the sheer amount of coverage that this has gotten, don't you think Mike Vrabel, there's going to be just, for some groups, some people, some football fans are going to associate this with him forever.
It's going to bleed over into College Game Day. Imagine they go to Ohio State, the signs.
Oh, the Michigan fans are going to be ruthless.
God, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So, no, this is, I think, a fair football question. That maybe fans think the answer to this is no. They think Vrabel will be the exact same guy, and this will not impact how he carries himself, and he can be the same head coach that he was a year ago and coach the exact same way and carry himself the exact same way. Maybe you believe that. If you believe that, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to change your mind. But I don't know how that couldn't change you personally in the way you carry yourself. You just said it. You're constantly the butt of a joke.
Yeah.
He used to be the one making jokes.
Yeah, he was very funny. He's like a dry sense of humor, sarcastic. Remember Drake May even had that great line. He's like, I don't even know sometimes when he's joking or not. Like
he's the one making everybody else the butt of the joke. Now he's the butt of everyone else's joke.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's a big difference.
Uh-huh.
And he's a cocky guy who carries himself a certain way, and I think in a good way.
Yeah, no, I've always liked all that.
And yeah, can you carry yourself the exact same way? So this takes us on the field over the weekend at rookie minicamp. Mike Reese tweeted out a video. He was there for this. He was not there the day that.
What did Gronk call him? Big Piece?
Oh, Mike Reese. Big Piece, Mike Reese.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can.
That's like when Gronk was on with Greg last week. He's like, oh, yeah, Big Piece, Mike Reese.
Yeah, Big Piece, Mike Reese.
Yep. He might be at the top of the Patriots cheerleader pyramid.
Yeah, well, he put the video out there. This is the day where he was there, unlike the day where Vrabel bum rushed the podium.
Yeah.
And he's got Vrabel coaching hard out there on the field, very vocal, very loud, very hands-on with one of the rookies.
Look at him into this mess.
And so if you want to prop that up and say, see, Vrabel's the same guy.
Yeah, he's still doing it.
I guess that's evidence of that.
What are the comments like on that tweet?
Well, good call.
I would imagine it's a lot of that same meme.
Yep, it says hands-on all right with that. Yep.
Well, see.
With that meme.
Yep, of course. There you go.
He says, yep, hands-on can get you in big trouble sometimes.
Sure. See, that's, yeah.
He loves being hands-on other things, too.
You tweet out something like Happy Mother's Day, you think it's just going to be like, hey, good one. It is not.
Somebody said, at least we know where he is.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I would say the comments were very friendly on that.
It's tough.
So I think that's going to be difficult for him to carry himself the same way. But if you want to give me evidence that he was the same guy on the field yesterday, I guess there's evidence of that.
So I agree with this text. The schedule release on Thursday, they usually allow teams to be super creative, or like whatever their like social media person is, to be super creative. The person that schedule release is going to be brutal. I think it will be too. Do you think the league lets them?
Yeah, I think if it's just like memes of Rabel and Rossini.
But not the one that was not that one.
No, a tasteful Titanic.
Yeah.
Coldplay.
You could do that.
Meme.
I think so.
I think the league should. Well, I certainly think they should allow it.
Yeah.
But will they? I think they would allow something like that. Stuff like the Pat Patriot one, that ain't gonna fly. You're not gonna be allowed to post that.
So here's what I would say. If you see a couple of like Titanic type memes, overall, I view that as a good sign. If the league is so sensitive about this,
good point,
that they're telling all the teams
you
can't do it, it's clearly even more on their radar than I'm guessing. And so I wonder if that leads
Let
to
people
something.
have their fun for a day. It's just a dumb schedule
You're
release
better
video.
off letting it happen than if you find out that the league put the kibosh on
You'll
it.
get roasted for 48 hours, maybe
whatever.
not even.
It's
and
been
then,
longer than that.
Then we all move on. No, you're probably right. If there are none, then the league is hypersensitive to it.
Yes.
Robert Kraft is hypersensitive to it. And why are they so sensitive to it? Maybe there's more coming.
Well,
maybe they know exactly how hot button it is.
I think the last caller had a good mindset when it came to this, where he went into this being like, guys, it's not a football thing. But the fact that there is a not 100% chance that he's back and he's missing the draft, it's like, all right, now it has to be a football story. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just put your head in the sand on this one and be like, hey, guys, what happens off the field happens off the field. Like, don't worry about it.
No, but I agree with the caller. When the first pictures in Sedona came out, we're like, boy, this is salacious, and we're obviously going to talk about it. We're not going to ignore it like some people do. We're going to talk about it, but I didn't think there was like a real football aspect to it. I like the caller was wrong about that because it has now impacted things very much on the football field. Although, Keith, those Calci odds still at 77%. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's still not as high as I would put it.
No, I mean, that's not a great number, but it's ticking up. It's ticking in the right direction for him compared to last week. 617-779-7937. More on the Celtics this offseason. Could Jaylen Brown be on the move, and where could he be on the move to? Some names have come up via Chris Mannix. We'll get to that right after Trending with Billy.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Awaken 180 weight loss. The Red Sox dropped the series finale 4-1 to the Rays at Fenway Park yesterday. Peyton Tully got the loss after giving up 3 runs on 7 hits in 5 innings. Sox lone run came from a Mickey Gaspa RBI single in the bottom of the 6th. Sox are off today. Will return to action tomorrow for the first of 3 against the Phillies at Fenway. In the NBA playoffs yesterday, the Knicks completed their sweep over the 76ers with a 144-114 win, and the Timberwolves even their series with the Spurs at 2 games with a 114-109 Game 4 win. In the NHL playoffs, the Canadiens took a 2-1 series lead on the Sabres with a 6-2 Game 3 win, and the Ducks-Golden Knights series is now tied at 2 after the Ducks won 4-3 in Game 4. And the Boston Fleet season has come to an end after being eliminated in Game 4 of the semifinals in a 4-3 double overtime loss to the Charge in Ottawa. Here's a unique opportunity for you, the chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, medication-free, and free support for life. 40 by the 40th, this is your year. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Hey, it's Craig. 5 years ago, the world was reopening, and I wanted...
I love Boston. If it was up to me, I could play in Boston for the next 10 years. I'll say it again. I hate that Brad even had to respond to this. Like I said, me and Brad had a great relationship, and I can play in Boston for the next 10 years. I love Boston. So with that being said, moving on, I say this and I stand on this again. And y'all can clip this up. This was my favorite season of my career. Like, I will say it even louder. Like, this, I stand on it. I triple down, quadruple down, whatever y'all want me to say, chat. You know what I mean? And I'm coming on here to give context and talk about certain things, but I'm really not here to clear up no backlash or to, I'm really here to add context, because a lot of people in the media and or social media don't always kind of select to use their brain.
Crush a bit, little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling lit, feeling right. 2 a.m. summer night, I don't care, hand on the wheel, driving drunk, I'm doing my thing, rolling the mid beside and now, living my life, getting our dreams.
So that was Jaylen Brown last week on one of a million internet streams that he's done.
He's busy. The busy guy. It's a side hustle.
I'm sorry I put Brad in that spot. We have a great relationship. I'd love to be in Boston for 10 years if they'll let me. But I'm doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on this being my favorite year ever, paraphrasing what he had to say. Chris Mannix, Keefe, over the weekend, says that ahead of last February's trade deadline, the Atlanta Hawks and the Boston Celtics had a brief conversation about a Jaylen Brown trade.
What in the world?
Those discussions could be revisited in the offseason. He says that's a team, given what happened this year, I could see getting interested in Jaylen Brown. Again, the Heat, the Rockets, the Warriors, these are all teams theoretically going to be in the mix for Giannis and could turn around and make a run at Jaylen Brown if they fall short of Giannis. He says, I think that bears watching. So Atlanta, he says they talked about and they're going to revisit, but also Miami, Houston, Golden State, other teams to watch for Jaylen Brown.
Would you trade Jaylen Brown for Jalen Johnson?
I might, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would.
I mean, I don't think Atlanta would do that.
I don't think so either, but I'm saying, like, because that's the team that Mannix said they were talking to, and I'm sure they would, like, if you're Atlanta, to pair the two of them together and see what you could do. But I'm just saying, like, Jaylen Brown this season had a top 5 year. I don't think he's a top 5 player, but he had a top 5 year. He's probably a top 15 player in the NBA. So there's not many guys I would trade him for. Like, after many, many years of running him out of town for every single guy, whether it was Jimmy Butler, Paul George, Anthony Davis, whoever it was.
Before the Celtics even drafted him. I traded that pick 8,000 times.
Bradley Beal. I mean, you name it. He had been traded in so many fake trades. Maybe the most traded player in fake trade history was Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Now I'm holding on to him for most players, although Jalen Johnson, just because we're talking Atlanta, that one I would do.
Okay, I think I would too. Here's why. I don't think Jalen Johnson, would have a problem playing in Tatum's shadow. It seems like Jaylen Brown does right now.
He might thrive.
So, right, and he's
young.
Triple-double threat, distributes the ball well, rebounds well. He's still like a high-level all-star wing. Is he as good as Jaylen Brown today? I don't know. Debatable. Is he as good in big games? I'd say definitely not, although Jaylen wasn't great in this latest Game 7. At least there's some track record there. So, yeah, I think I would do that. Are you better with Jalen Johnson?
No, that's more of a long-term play.
Right. I don't think you're better either, not this upcoming year. So that is a longer-term view.
Mazzulla. If Mazzulla's coaching for his job, he's going to be saying, let's keep Brown and Tatum together and try to figure out the rest of it after that. But, yeah, the Jaylen Brown thing doesn't seem like – if he says he's happy here and he says it's his favorite year, which people still have a problem with, which I understand. I have a problem with it as well. It's a really weird thing to say after getting bounced in the first round. But it's like, all right, what would make him happy? Now, some of these guys have to realize, these guys being like NBA players, the answer is nothing. Because Kevin Durant, for example, has tried it. He was like, I'm my own guy with the Thunder. Oh, but now Westbrook's here. So let me go to the Warriors. I can finally win, but I don't get viewed as a winner. Let me go with my best friend and go to Brooklyn. Oh, that didn't really work either. Let me go to Phoenix. Oh, I didn't even make the playoffs in Phoenix. I hate it here. Let's go to Houston. Like, he's never happy.
No.
Guy's like a billionaire and one of the best basketball players of the last 2 decades, and he's miserable. A lot of players in the NBA don't seem to be really happy. Because if you just ask Jaylen Brown straight up, like, what is it that you would want? I don't even know if he could come up with it.
Well, I think he'd tell you his own team.
Yeah.
But then he'd go to his own team and he'd be like, well, I want to win. And then and now you're
That's what I'm
bouncing
saying. You're
around.
chasing your tail.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think he would have an answer for you. And I think the answer, if I had to guess, would be he wants his own team. He wants to be the guy. He wants what he had this year. But then would he actually be happy with that? That's up for debate.
I don't know, because he's used to winning a lot.
You're an Atlanta Hawk now.
Yeah.
And you're playing with a Kongwu, and you're playing with the Great Barrier Thief, and like you're one and done in Atlanta. Are you happy with that?
I don't think so. At least not for the long haul. Maybe for a year, and he'd be the guy, and he's in the All-Star game again, maybe an All-NBA caliber player. But then if you're losing in the first round, like that's got to wear on you, I would think. But he also has a ring, so it's a little bit different.
Well, here's what's interesting about the Mannix report. He's certainly not shooting down Jaylen Brown being on the move. They talked last year at the deadline. How about that, by the way? Just that revelation for a moment.
That's crazy.
So last year,
in the middle of his MVP season, he's proving by February MVP, you know, caliber. He's going to finish fifth or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, his best year. By far his best year. And at that point, February, they had so far exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
Right? So even people that thought they were going to make the playoffs, like you and I, didn't think they were going to be the 2 seed. Jaylen Brown, the first time he said it was his favorite season was all the way back on December 23rd. So this is 2 months after that. The team is rolling. He's an all-star, all this stuff. And they're like talking about a trade. Now, that could be Atlanta just calling them.
Totally.
And being like, what would it take for Jaylen Brown? And they're like, Jalen Johnson. And they hang up and whatever. But the fact that it's even discussed is something.
So Jalen's cap hit this year was for what? Almost 50 million?
Yeah, at least.
Okay, I see
58.
I see, 53 is what I see for this year. It's 57 this upcoming season.
Yeah.
So last year, he's at 53. This past season for Jalen Johnson looks like he was at 30.
Yeah, he signed an extension. I think it's 30 every year for the next bunch.
So,
when did Trae Young get moved? Was that right around the deadline?
It was. He went to Washington. Yeah.
So they probably called, hey,
by the way,
we'll give
you guys
Trae
want
Young.
Trae Young? I'm like, no.
By the way, Washington is like, yeah, because we don't even know it was Jalen Johnson.
No, I probably wasn't.
Right. So, maybe it's Trae Young. Exactly. Good point, Nick. We're just speculating maybe it's Jalen Johnson. But how about Washington now, by the way? Anthony Davis, Trae Young, and maybe DeMonsa?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Maybe.
Celtics should trade for Anthony Davis because he got the first overall pick. Every team that guy lands on gets the first overall pick.
Good point.
Yeah, not bad.
Good karma.
Not bad.
So, all right, maybe Nick is on to something. Maybe they're just shopping Trae Young around the league, and they're like, what about Jaylen Brown? And the Celtics hung up the phone.
Jaylen Brown, like, wait a minute, you're trying to unload a salary here.
If
You want Jaylen Brown?
If it's Jalen Johnson, the answer is right in front of us. Yeah, the Celtics would do that. I'm sure the Hawks wouldn't. But the Celtics and Bill Chisholm would do it. He cost $20 million plus a year less.
Yeah.
And so Bill Chisholm goes, wait a minute, I get a representative player and I get to save $20 million, and we dip below the luxury tax and stay below the luxury tax. Like, honestly, it's probably simple math, quite frankly.
Did you hear T-Mac this weekend? He sort of talked in circles.
Yeah.
Just talked in circles, and he was saying, because this was all part of the story last week, and this is how the whole thing started with Brad Stevens being asked about it. And T-Mac's like, I'm hearing in the building. And then he's like, well, I'm not hearing anything. I'm just an analyst. Like, hold on.
Hang on.
It's like, no. This is based on nothing. I talked to Jaylen Brown, and he's a friend of mine, but, like, this is just me.
It's not from Jalen.
You said you're hearing. No, I talk to myself sometimes, and this is the take I had.
I hear a lot of voices.
Only me.
Yeah, I hear a lot of
all
things
right, bud.
From time to time.
I think that's a tough game to play. So I don't think anybody really believes that.
They talked about it at the deadline. They're expected to revisit in the offseason. So that tells me it's not Trae Young, by the way. If they were talking about it, Trae Young's gone. Like, if they're going to revisit in the offseason, who are we talking about? And then there's the other teams. So Miami, Houston, and Golden State are all going to be in on Giannis. I wouldn't trade Jalen for Giannis.
I wouldn't either. People would, and that's fine. I get it. I would not.
I think a lot of people would. I would not. I wouldn't even trade spare parts for Giannis. Maybe that's too strong. Like, I know you would do that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's too strong. But okay, Miami, Houston, Golden State. Mannix is handicapping. Those are the teams in on Giannis. The teams that miss out on Giannis are then going to pivot to Jaylen Brown. So, like, Miami, what are we talking? Jaylen for Bam? I'm not doing that.
No.
I'd do Derek White plus for Bam, and maybe that's not enough for Miami, but that's what I personally would be interested in. Houston, are we talking like Şengün?
Well,
are we talking younger than that? Are we talking like Thompson?
Houston is, I'm sure Ime Udoka would go crazy to get Jaylen Brown.
Good point.
And so,
and Jalen would probably want to play for him.
Now, I don't know how they make that money.
Şengün was voted the most overrated player in the NBA.
Was he
Got
really?
it.
I think he's good. But I think you would start with Amen Thompson.
Would you trade? Right. So I would rather have Thompson than Şengün. I wouldn't trade Jalen for Şengün. Thompson I would think about, but you'd need more in the deal to make the money
I still think
work.
Reed Shepard's going to be good. I know he hasn't been great.
Okay, so maybe those two.
Yeah, but that's like
you still need more money back.
You need like $50 more million. Those guys are like nothing money.
Do they still have? Oh God, why am I blanking on
Kevin Durant?
No. You could finally do the Durant trade with Jalen. No, who's Steven Adams? They still have him. Does he still make a bunch of money?
Oh, I don't know.
Like, is
he on their roster?
I can't remember. Is he there? He was there a year ago. Is he still there? Golden State's another team on the list. Who the hell would you even want off Golden State for Jaylen Brown?
Steph Curry.
Like, they're not moving him. So
Chris Mullin.
Like, I don't know. I don't want Jimmy Butler at this point.
No.
So I don't know that any of those teams make sense either. But it's interesting. Mannix is like not at all ruling out trade discussions with Jaylen Brown and the Celtics.
All right, the big money for you're right. Steven Adams is still collecting a paycheck anyway.
Yeah, he played 32 games last year.
Is it not a big big check anymore?
$13 million.
Okay, that's not much.
No, so if you look at their contracts for next year, Durant makes 43, Sengun makes 35.
Oh, so Sengun makes way more money than I thought.
Sengun makes 35. Yeah. Fred VanVleet has a player option he can pick up for 25. Adams, Finney Smith, 13. Jabari Smith up to 23.
Yeah, so but there's some contracts in there that you can make it work with Jaylen.
Amen Thompson and Reed Shepard, if you combine them, that's 23, and then Sengun. That's almost overkill.
Yeah, no, I don't think Houston would give you all, but maybe VanVleet.
No thanks.
No, I'm just saying to make the money work.
I don't think he can be traded because he has an option.
Yeah, well, there you
go. Okay. No, that's what I'm keeping him. I was with you. We did our plans last week.
Especially talking through everything. I don't really love any of those options. I like Jalen Johnson a lot,
yeah,
but
I
don't think you're a better team if you make that trade. Not this upcoming year.
Yeah.
Maybe in 3 years, but not right now.
Yeah. It seems unlikely that would happen anyway. It seems like he has more trade value overall, but they do need to do something, and that's when you go back to Derek White, and that's why you brought him up last week. But Derek White had a bad season. Not that he's the worst player by any means. He's a good player, but you need to trade good players to get good players back, and he makes $30 million. So we're talking about that's in the ballpark as a Sengun. That's in the ballpark of some of these other Jalen Johnson. They make as much as Derek White does. So it's not the supermax deal that Tatum and Brown are on, but is there another third player that could be better for this group? I think there is. I don't know who that is right now. It's Sabonis. It's somebody, but that's something that I also do. You trust Brad Stevens? Because I feel like he makes moves and he is aggressive.
So I feel like my commentary on Brad Stevens, I just want to be clear. I don't think he had a great year last year, but I think that was the owner's fault. The owner had him shave payroll. How are you supposed to get better and cut as much payroll as he did? I think he was put in a 0-win situation, no chance to win. But yet somehow he was executive of the year, so I was pushing back on that.
Well, yeah, that's weird.
But I think he's a great executive, and do I trust him to get the most he can for someone like Derek White? Yeah, I do. Even if on the surface I didn't even know this player was available. A year ago, I didn't think they were going to get Anthony Simons. In fact, going back further than that, I didn't think they were going to get Derek White in the first place. He's done a pretty good job of finding pieces that I didn't necessarily think were available and getting them to fit. Definitely. So my short answer would be, yeah, I trust him.
Yeah, so do I.
If the owner lets him add some payroll, yeah.
But also based on his time, it seems pretty unlikely that he would just run back the same roster, doesn't it? I feel like there would be some moves to be made, especially losing in the first round. They never lose in the first round. So I wouldn't be surprised if something big does happen.
617-779-7937. We will get back to the Red Sox at high noon. They are in a holding pattern of suck right now is where the Red Sox are at. Plus, Jaron Duran deleting his Instagram. We got thoughts on that. We'll eventually get to Rafael Devers as well. Giants ready to move on from him. So we'll get to all your thoughts next.
What did you miss on
flagrant one.
Specific contact by Wembanyama. It meets all the criteria and has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2. Wembanyama's been ejected.
What does that mean, he just said? I'm ejected. You read his lips as he was talking to Harrison Barnes. What does that mean? So Wembanyama is out of this game.
How can we still succeed taking what we don't need? Telling lies, alibis, telling all the hate that we breathe. Supersize our tragedy. Or just a fight we're born in the land of the free. And we're out to blame. We've gone too far.
We got Timberwolves and Spurs, Keith, all square at 2 apiece after Wemby got ejected last night. Quick throat rip there.
Yeah, that was and Wemby's got those slender man arms too, so that is like a thin sword almost, right to the chop or right to the throat of was it Naz Reid?
Yeah.
Did you see the angle of Dylan Harper looking at
his face in the background?
He's like,
oh no!
That's not good for us.
So look, you said this last week. Compared to or including the Stanley Cup playoffs, like the NBA and the Stanley Cup playoffs, it's not very compelling series. San Antonio and Minnesota probably is the exception to the rule.
Yeah,
we talked about New York sweeping Philly earlier, which looks horrible for the Celtics. You have the Thunder
about to sweep the Lakers,
already up 3-0 on LA.
That's
Detroit
tonight.
and Cleveland. I guess we'll see what happens with their game tonight. Maybe that gets even. My guess is probably not, but I guess we'll see. That Minnesota-San Antonio series is one of the few compelling ones. Minnesota has a backbone and they play hard and they play tough.
Yeah.
Obviously a huge advantage when Wemby is out. What'd you think of the ejection?
I mean, it was an elbow to the throat.
Soft though.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm. Trust me, I am of keep the guys in, let them play.
Like flagrant foul,
hard foul,
technical
flagrant
foul,
one, yeah.
whatever.
You're here
like,
to see the stars.
You probably have to do that in that scenario.
Yeah.
You know, they're not even calling fouls on that probably in the 80s, which I get.
Because like elbow to the throat.
But you have to call something. You don't have to eject him there.
No.
And I would be against ejecting a player there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my line for ejecting a player, they would have to murder somebody on the floor.
Spit-
like blood would have to
spit
be
on a ref.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Spit on a ref.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
No
I know
spitting.
I know you don't like that.
But like, I also think the elbow, as bad as it was, you can hide that a little bit more than like if he just went out there and took like a full swing punch.
Yeah.
Like if you like step into a punch, you're like, all right, like we kind of need to police that. This isn't, unfortunately, the 80s, right, where guys could just deck each other and then we all just move on and just keep playing, or shove guys out of bounds and into like the third row, and it's like, all right, guys, you know, Celtics ball. Like it's not like that anymore. But that was too bad. I mean, that's obviously going to change the complete outcome of the game. Now, at least it was a game 4 and not a, an elimination game, I guess is like the one thing you can look at it. But no, my line, or my threshold for eliminating or ejecting a player is pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's what I would say if I was a Spurs fan or Spurs media or whatever analyzing that game. I'd be like, well, Wemby put himself in that spot. What he's supposed to do? I would like to not eject a player. Guys get elbowed in the nose, throat, face all the time.
Yep.
And so you can say that one had more malice, more intent. He wound up. He looked at the player. I see Twitch chat commenting on some of that. Fine. I think that's a tough one to kick a guy out of the game.
Did the man die? He did.
Almost did. Yeah, he almost did.
Yeah, he
So,
did.
look, I would say that's a tough spot to eject a guy, but he put himself in that spot. I'm not crying any tears for the Spurs. That's been a good series, though.
Yeah.
And, I kind of respect what the Timberwolves are doing. And
so do I.
I wish the Celtics had a little more of that. Now, this is not an Anthony Edwards, Jason Tatum analysis, which I know, this was a thing like a year ago, 2 years ago. Anthony Edwards plays with more edge and attitude than Tatum.
Although he missed their game.
Thank you. I was just going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
He missed basically their whole first round.
He missed a lot of games.
So I'm just making it clear that is not my analysis here.
Right.
But the way it's really more like McDaniels and some of those other guys. That is a team that is unafraid, and they're a team that is pushing people around and pushing back. And I think getting to Wemby to a degree, which is why he's reacting that way. And the Celtics could use some of that. I think they get bullied way too much and pushed around way too much. And when people step to them, they step back. And I just think it's obvious watching Minnesota, the Celtics don't have enough of them.
No, Minnesota definitely has like some snarl. I mean, they just took down Jokic in the first round, and now they have a chance, and they're giving Wemby all that he can handle. Like, they are a tough out for sure. And the other thing I thought of, and this, at the risk of being the boldest take ever, how handy it is to have the number 1 pick in the draft in the NBA. So, like, the draft lottery this weekend, but then looking at the players that are out there on the floor this week. And so in that series, you have Wembanyama and Anthony Edwards. And when both guys were picked by their teams, like, their teams were trash and they were so far away. And now here they are duking out in the second round. I think about the same thing with Cade Cunningham and the Pistons. When he got drafted by the Pistons, you were like, that's such an afterthought team. That's such a joke team. Now they're the number 1 seed and they might be going to the conference championship game. So, like, Washington getting the number 1 pick looks like a nothing story. Like, hey, maybe they get to Bansta. But, like, in 3 years, are they going to be, like, fighting with the Celtics for a spot? Like, maybe. Now, there are years where the number 1 pick sucks and, like, it doesn't matter.
This is a good year to have the number 1 pick.
The Hawks just had the number 1 pick, right? And, like, that guy's not really helping them.
No.
Ricochet? He stinks. But, like, those other years.
But the Edwards year, I don't think Edwards was a clear-cut number 1.
I don't think he was.
Wemby, he was.
Wemby's, like, a generational player. But, like, Cade Cunningham, I remember, like, oh, he's, like, a really good player, really good college player. And spent a couple years with the Pistons, and you're like, man, he's just going to kind of toil away there. And then he takes it to the next level, and you're like, oh, like, you could take a 18-win franchise or whatever they were, maybe not even 20 games. And now they're winning, close to 60 games, and, like, they're a top team. And, you know, you have, like, the extremes like LeBron, who's still in there, but, like, the number 1 overall pick and, like, how many of them are still playing and how that could impact the Celtics in a couple of years.
Look, I think that's fair. And, yeah, that lottery breaking Washington's way.
Yeah.
I forget. It was something like, I don't have the numbers in front of me. It had been 7 straight lotteries where the team with the best odds hadn't won the lottery or something like that.
Yeah.
And Washington finally broke that streak. You saw what happened to Indiana?
Yeah. Their guy had to come out and apologize.
I mean, honestly, the Indiana, is it Pritchard? Is that his name? Kevin Pritchard?
Kevin Pritchard.
He's come out and apologized quicker than Vrabel has. And so he came right out and he's like, look, I thought the ping pong balls would bounce our way. We made the trade for Zubac. It was top 4 protected. And they wound up losing their pick in a year where they were absolutely miserable without Tyrese Halliburton, and they're having no pick to show for it.
They tanked the year, basically.
They did.
But then they traded their pick for Zubac?
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
So he tweeted out yesterday, I'm really sorry to all our fans. I own taking this risk. Surprised it came up 5th after this year. I thought we were due some luck. But please remember, this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We have always been resilient.
How about that, by the way? I thought we deserved some luck. Like, that matters? Like, that's like, wow.
Guys, we were due.
We were owed one, I thought.
Come on.
Like, how are you going to go into it
the
and say
ghost
that?
of Rick Smits was going to give us some good luck.
That's what Sweeney and Neely should have said the other day when the ping pong balls didn't bounce their way.
Yeah,
and they went in favor of the Leafs. God, I thought we were due one. My bad.
We had buzzard's luck. I don't know what you want me to tell you. But, yeah, no, that was a crazy one. Yeah, no, the lottery ended up being fairly entertaining.
I didn't know when did they start doing it? On a weekend. When have they ever done the draft lottery on a weekend?
I don't remember. I feel like it was always halftime of a Thursday game.
Weeknight of like a conference final. I thought was like the way they did it for years and years and years. Now they're doing it, burying it on Mother's Day.
I guess they're trying something different. I guess.
I'm sure moms across the country are thrilled about that.
Yeah.
Wizards.
Sorry,
fans,
I gotta watch the
Wizards fans
lottery.
like in the middle of Mother's Day brunch are like, I gotta watch the lottery. Pacers fans are walking around all pissed because they traded the first round pick on Mother's Day in the middle of a Mother's Day brunch. Brilliant. Good job, NBA.
The Milwaukee Bucks owner's daughter was there again.
Well, that was cool.
Just pointing that out.
I have no criticism of that.
No.
617.
Didn't win the pick.
No.
Didn't get a pick, but
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. Let's get back to the Red Sox. Continue to be in a holding pattern. 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Right now, that's been the Red Sox under Chad Tracy. We got thoughts on them next.
Jones.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. This is your Red Sox, Keefe.
This is.
They win a game on Friday night.
Feeling pretty good about that. Tampa Bay Rays, good team.
You feel like maybe they're going to win a series. Saturday gets rained out. They put all their fans through that on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then on Sunday, they're losing before you can even sit down and pop the game on.
Yeah. That's quick.
The Rays beat them 4-1. Not a very compelling, not a very interesting game. Defense lets them down. Bats are quiet yet again. Peyton Tolley gets zero help. On top of that, you have Wilson Contreras leaving the game yesterday. So Red Sox lose this series to the Rays. They drop 2 out of 3. So they're down in that. They're 7-6 with Chad Tracy under the new manager. It's like we said, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, rinse, repeat, holding pattern for the 2026 Boston Red Sox, which, if they're hoping to turn their season around, they can't be in a holding pattern. They got to go on a run at some point.
Yeah, hard to go anywhere when you're just playing 500 and you started the season 2-8, right? So it's like, oh, well, they're playing 500. It's like, yeah, but they're still so far under. Like, they're going to have to go on that win. You're waiting for, like, a sustained winning streak or just multiple series wins. And it just hasn't happened for them. I mean, look at the 2 games since we were last on the air, Friday night and then yesterday. They scored 3 total runs.
It's so bad.
They just don't score runs. They don't hit homers, obviously. That's a big help in scoring the runs. It's just knocking it out of the ballpark. They don't do that. And they thought they were going to win on pitching and defense, something that we go all the way back to the spring on. Pitching and defense. Well, the pitching, for the most part, has been bad. Now, Connolly early, Peyton Tolley, the last 2 starters that we saw, credits to those guys, especially early. Great game for early. Peyton Tolley's been more good than bad since he's gotten called up. But they still don't score, and they don't really play very good defense. It seemed like they had gone on a little bit of a stretch where they were flashing the leather around a little bit. They weren't committing stupid errors. And then you have like a grounder to short yesterday.
Well, I think in general they are playing better defense.
Yeah.
And maybe that was bound to rebound no matter what. They have so many good defenders and Gold Glove caliber defenders. They added Wilson Contreras. Like, maybe it was bound to rebound even if Cora were here. But it has under Chad Tracy. They're playing better defense under Tracy than they have in years under Cora, where last year they had the most errors in baseball, full year under Cora. So maybe that was going to correct automatically. Probably not.
No.
Probably Tracy woke them up. But separate thought, even with their improved defense, that play by Story yesterday was brutal.
Terrible.
The only thing worse than the play was the Fenway scoring, not giving him an error initially. It was a hit.
I know.
They then changed it to a hit with an error. Simpson was on second because of the error. That's just an error. That's a horrible play.
Hit right at him, and it hit his glove.
What the hell?
That's like the definition of an error.
Seriously.
I don't really get it. Yeah, so that part has obviously been really frustrating. Like, you've had some of your pitchers, your starting pitchers that you thought you could rely on are either hurt or not that good or a combination of both. And then the bullpen, now they got Slayton back, but like without Slayton, they had a hard time trying to go from the starter to Whitlock Chapman. So there were some games there over that course that you either lost or maybe you were protecting, you were down by 1 and then suddenly you're down by 3 or 4. And then that always feels like you're down by 10. Like when the Red Sox get down by 3 or 4 runs,
it's over.
It might as well be 20 runs on the board.
All right, so people ask this because I maintain they're better under Chad Tracy than they were under Cora. To this point, they have been.
Just a low bar, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a high bar. They are over 500 with a positive run differential. They're 7-6 plus 1. Okay? That's not great.
Hey, we'll take it.
But
plus anything.
Cora, they were 10-17 minus 13 run differential, I believe, and they were 8 games out of first. Okay.
I did see their splits batting wise are identical.
So this is what I was just going to say. Somebody sent me that tweet. I know exactly what you're talking about. Their batting splits, Billy, I saw you do it. Identical.
Patsy.
So people go, well,
what? Patsy back.
Okay, but people go, well, how are they any better under Chad Tracy, Jones? Well, I think the pitching has been better.
Yeah.
It hasn't been great. It hasn't been what we thought before the year. It has been better under Tracy. And you just said it. I think the defense. I think they're better defensively. Run prevention has been better under Tracy than it was under Cora. But the bats have been the same. And the bats are just way, way, way worse than I think anybody anticipated. Zip said no one's hitting 20 home runs.
Zips might be on something.
They didn't say they'd never score. Here are the numbers.
Runs.
The numbers again from Bradfo.
Okay.
The Red Sox have the fewest home runs at home of any team in baseball. 9.
Well, it's cold. It's been cold. There's cold games. Some of the games have been cold.
It's been a chilly May around here.
That's all I'm saying.
Of the team's 19 games at Fenway, they have managed 3 or fewer runs 13 times.
That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so basically the other starter, it doesn't equate for how long they've pitched, but it's like they're a quality start every time.
Then the ultimate slap in the face, writes Bradfo, although I think the last one was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a slap.
Their home OPS would be the worst by a Red Sox team since 1968. So
the whole thing has been a disaster.
It's a bad offense.
Eeks.
And it's an offense, and this is I think this is a totally fair criticism of Breslow, and you could see this coming, and I wish I could remember who called us last week about this. I think it was Justin in D.C., but it could have been anybody. They're not built to take advantage of Fenway, and those numbers underscore it. 9 home runs at home, fewest in baseball. 13 out of their 19 home games, 3 runs or less, on pace for the worst OPS by a Red Sox team since 68. They're not built to win at home. I mean, that's horrendous.
So the only 2 teams in the majors with fewer home runs than the Red Sox are the Brewers, who have played 2 fewer games, and the Giants, who are trying to get rid of all their players, including Rafael Devers.
Yep.
Right? So that's where the Red Sox are. Like, you just can't win a lot of games in the majors like this. Like, unless you do have, like, the 95 Braves pitching staff, I feel like you're going to have to sock a few dingers. And when you're playing in Fenway, like, there's probably, 10, 12 stadiums around Major League Baseball where you're like, you're going to have to score a lot of runs to win there.
You should be an offensive team.
And they're one of them.
The Red Sox, over the years, traditionally an offensive team for a reason, and this team's not, at least not yet. And I don't feel like it's getting any better. No, we talked about this, Keith, in the offseason. The Rangers had the best ERA in baseball last year. They were, I think, sub 500, but whatever their record was, they certainly missed the playoffs. They had the best ERA in baseball, so you can pitch your tail off. That doesn't guarantee anything. You need to hit. And I think we all had questions about the offense coming into the year. I don't think anybody thought it would be this bad, especially at Fenway.
No,
the Rangers were 81 and 81.
Okay, so I'm sorry, not sub 500. They were 500 and missed the playoffs.
Want another stat of the week nominee?
100% I do.
Wilson Contreras has more home runs than Rafael Devers and Alex Bregman combined.
Yeah.
So another way of putting it is Wilson Contreras was a good pickup, right? And Devers was a good, see you later. And Bregman, honestly, I don't think the end of the world. I think people saying that he would have helped Roman Anthony out, I believe that more than, what his overall on-field production was going to be. I subscribe to that way more. Okay, coach on the field, helps guys with their mechanics, leader, a guy that'll face the music when there's a losing streak, all that kind of thing. Captain, fine. I sign up for that more than what was left in the tank as a player. So Contreras was a good signing, but to just sit there with a straight face and be like, yeah, Caleb Durbin's our starting third baseman and
our shortstop.
He kind of is.
He might be a shortstop.
But then even Story, we're just gonna stick by Story because he's definitely gonna duplicate what he did a year ago.
Yeah.
And then your outfield, which you like I don't know, it's just been a met. Even if Yoshida in your plans was going to be a DH, there's no power there.
No.
So where are you generating the power from?
Yeah,
Contreras has actually done it.
Where are the Yoshida people, by the way? He's slugging 338. He's down to 279. Now that he's an everyday player, he gets exposed, which classic him. I don't know where all the Yoshida people are. Yeah.
I think one of the many reasons why they are where they are is you were talking about some of the preseason projections. A lot of these different outlets, whether it was the Shredder or Buster Only or whatever, were super high on both Jarren Duran and Roman Anthony. And so you're like, all right, one of those guys is going to be in left field every day. One of those guys is going to be leading off every day. The other guy might be hitting third, and they're both been terrible. I mean, Duran worse than Anthony, but Anthony only has 1 home run, and now he's hurt. I feel like he was starting to swing it a little bit better.
Anthony?
Yes.
Or Duran? Yeah.
No. Well, Duran had a stretch there where he hit a few home runs.
Yeah. No, Duran, rather, in May is 256, 822 OPS. That's not good, but it's been better in May than it was to start the year, but it's still not good. And if that's your best month, that's nothing. Guys hit 250 every month.
No, Jarren Duran's OPS is 577.
No, I was just saying it's better in May to start than it's been all year. That's all I was saying, yeah.
But, those were 2 guys that you could at least make a case would be pushing the envelope to be an all-star. Yeah. We both thought Roman Anthony would be an all-star. And to get as little production from those guys, it's basically made it inconsequential that Contreras has been solid. He's been good in the field. Now he's hurt, so it's that's just classic Red Sox. You have one guy going, even Garrett Crochet, 2 bad starts, finally has a good one, then he's hurt. Roman Anthony, we think might be coming out of it, hurt. Wilson Contreras, really your only power bat, hurt.
That's also Wilson Contreras. He misses at least 30 games every year.
Yeah, and it's probably because he gets hit all the time. Like he can't. It's hard to feel too bad for Wilson Contreras and getting hit on the hand when the guy is leaning out over the plate. Yeah, no wonder the guy misses time. He's already been hit 8 times this year or something like that.
Yeah, is that right?
I think that's right. So I get what you're saying, Keith. Wilson Contreras 1 for 1, greater than Devers, greater than Bregman.
Yeah,
like. Probably greater than Alonso. I've kind of lost track of Alonso. I think he's heated up a little bit.
Maybe 6 home runs. I'll double check.
I think he's been greater than a lot of the individual moves 1 for 1, which I guess is a minor score for Breslow. So they're
Alonso's up to 8 dongs.
Okay, but yeah,
Contreras hit 8 times, leads baseball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How about that?
But like 1 for 1, maybe that's a good move. The issue with the Red Sox is that they have to make it 1 for 1. Like it couldn't have been Bregman and Contreras.
Oh, you definitely could have had Bregman and Contreras, no doubt.
And that's where. For all the criticism Breslow gets, it still goes higher than Breslow. It goes to ownership. I mean, if you're not going to allow for multiple contracts like that, then what are you supposed to do? So, I'm not telling you Breslow had a great offseason. I think Contreras was a good move. I think Gray's been a good move. I think Suarez has been a good move. Durbin, obviously a horrendous move. Never mind trading away Kyle Harrison in that same trade. But I think there's been some good baseball moves in there this offseason. The overall roster is horrible, even though he made a good decision to upgrade, if you will, to Wilson Contreras. They should have Bregman and Contreras. Or if you wanted to play the game, Devers and Contreras, or whatever. And they're limited in that way. So I wouldn't let ownership off the hook by any means. I know most people don't. But I think this is where it becomes a discussion.
Yeah.
1 for 1, they might have made the right move. The Red Sox shouldn't have to make a 1 for 1 move. They should be able to sign 2 or 3 of these guys and have them all. That's what was happening when they were winning World Series.
Oh, we talked about it for months. I mean, you can't take Bregman and Contreras, Bregman and Devers, right, which were on the opening day roster last year. They were on the roster all the way up until Father's Day a year ago, and then you turn and you're like, well, now it's Contreras and Durbin. Like, that's unfair to Durbin. Like, he can't – he's not Devers or Bregman, although – he might be Devers now. Devers is that bad now.
No,
but
he's still Devers is not that bad.
He's starting to heat up. He's hitting 232 now.
Yeah, as bad as Devers is, he's not that bad.
But that's what you're doing, and that's like what you're telling your lineup. So you had 2 guys that you were confident that could hit second and third in your lineup, and now you're like, oh yeah, no, we don't have that. We have a guy that's clinging on to his major league life. Like he's gonna be in Worcester before he's like back up to hitting second.
So meanwhile, by the way, his play yesterday, bang bang play at first base, the one in the ninth. Bang bang play at first base. When you only tap it 2 feet, I really don't want to hear much about it. Like, it's not like he smoked the thing.
He never smokes ever.
It was like a 2-foot tapper, and it was a bang-bang play at first. He looked maybe safe. It was a toss-up play, and it would have been bases loaded with one out, right? Is that what it would have been?
Yeah.
So, like, it was a big play and a call that went against him, and bang-bang. When you hit it 2 feet, I don't have a lot of sympathy for you.
The Durbin special.
They still would have scored. It didn't
yeah,
matter.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably wouldn't have scored there anyways. But no, so Peyton Tolley on the mound yesterday.
Yes.
Keith. Why don't we play this for the people, and then we'll react on the other side. I think Tolley pitched well. Story let him down defensively. The bats with Durbin and Duran ending the game and everybody else let him down. It's not like he was great, but I think he was fine yesterday. Early home run that Caminero hit below the strike zone like an absolute missile. And I didn't know the full story on Peyton Tolley. I knew his mother had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know it was as close to Mother's Day as it was.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was something that was going to be weighing on him. Maybe I should have thought more about that. I just hadn't. And so here's Peyton Tolley after the game, asked about what the day meant to him, wearing the pink socks, coming out to Danzig's mother. Did you see that before the game?
Love it.
That's what he came out to.
Oh, what a great call.
So he was asked about that after the game.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend's really tough for me. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a tough weekend. I think yesterday would have been just as hard. But I try to. It's tough.
So you hear the emotion there.
He's 23 years old. You know, like he's had a lot of really impressive comments throughout the way. Now, this is one where he's super emotional, but I remember last year during his call-up, you know, when he made his debut, he was obviously emotional. And there's also been some really lighthearted moments with Peyton Tolley. He came on our show when we were down in Worcester. It seems like a great guy, great personality. If they're able to turn things around, it feels like Peyton Tolley is going to be a big part of that.
Yeah. Bradfo, I thought, worded it pretty well. He had a tweet about it where he's like, he'll be part of the solution.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be part of the turnaround. I forget exactly how he worded it. Peyton is part of the solution in so many ways, is what he said.
Yeah.
So I agree. And Peyton, even prior to that comment, Keith, which, you know, you hear the emotion there, and I like that he's like, look, I'm not going to lie to you. This is tough.
Sure.
Look at my face. Mm-hmm. Look at me. So I think that's just a humanizing thing that doesn't necessarily make him a great baseball player.
Yeah.
But I think that makes him likable and authentic. Who's likable on the Red Sox? Peyton Tolley.
I'll give you one. No, Peyton Tolley easily is likable, and he is the most likable guy on the team.
Is there anyone else?
I think he's quiet, but because he's been good, Connolly Early.
Okay.
I like Early. I would say when he's pitching, Garrett Crochet. I know it's been a little rocky so far this year, but he's another guy, the War Pig or whatever. Like, he's good. That's three. Lefty pitch. You basically have to be a lefty pitcher.
I like Contreras. I like the fire. I like the bat flips. I like him, ready to fight his brother and everybody else.
I didn't like him calling out the young guys.
No, that's fine. And so I don't know that he's popular with the fan base or likable. I personally like him.
During that dust up in Detroit, it was like, fake tough guy Contreras coming out and not
No, that's what I'm
fighting
saying.
anybody.
Look, not everybody may like him.
I like Meyer.
I don't know that he's popular. Yeah, I like Meyer
I think he needs
as well.
to get going, though. I think if he's hitting, I think people will really like him.
This is maybe the real trend line here, Keith, is
who's good? Who's been playing well?
Who are the popular guys? The guys who come on in Worcester with Jones and Keith.
That's true.
Meyer, Tolley.
Those are our guys.
Check.
Yep, those are our guys.
I think we just talked to likable people.
Who's the other little dude we talked to? Oh, Braden Ward.
Likable.
Yep, bring him up.
I think.
Bring him up.
So, look, at the end of the day, I don't think that makes you a good or a bad baseball team.
No, but if you're going to be bad, at least be likable or entertaining. And, if you're not scoring runs and you got a bunch of turds, it's hard to root for Trevor Story. It's hard to root for Jarren Duran.
Yeah, we're going to get back into Jarren Duran. Impossible.
No, and
to
then
root for
what
Jarren
also
Duran
doesn't
right now.
help, too, is, we don't hear from these players a whole lot, right? They don't really come on the station. And then what we do get represented on the station is Sam Kennedy and Craig Breslow interviews. And I don't think you really walk away from those afterwards. You're like, yeah, I'm rooting for these guys.
No, you get
that doesn't help.
You get the manager. People always like Cora.
Well,
I thought Chad Tracy's first appearance with
1 for 1. I thought he was fine.
Rich and Ken with Ted, I thought was good. And I thought, it was interesting to just hear him say, I'd spent 22 years in the minors and this and that. So, maybe the manager helps him a little bit.
Dahlbach.
Right. As a manager and a player and a coach and everything, he was in the minors that long. His first call up to the bigs. I thought that was a good one-for-one appearance. So, maybe the manager helps them, but I agree.
Yeah. You only talk about your debut so much.
Kennedy, Breslow, none of the players come on.
No, not really.
Not really.
No, not at all.
That's spring
training.
Spring training. They
spring
come
training,
on.
and we go to Worcester.
We have to go to Worcester and beg for a player, and so none of them come on.
Yeah.
And so whatever that is. It doesn't make you very humanizing or likable or anything. And again, that doesn't make you a good baseball team, Keith.
No.
You can be a bunch of unlikable guys if you're talented, but if you're gonna be bad.
Yeah.
You can't be boring and unlikable. That's a lethal concoction.
But I was going to say, but this also there is something to it because 2013, now I know there was a whole bunch of circumstances that happened then, but that was not the best team top to bottom.
Nope.
But they were incredibly likable. And then they ended up carrying it all the way to a World Series. Now you had a guy like David Ortiz in your lineup. That's going to help you. But there's been certain teams along the way, I don't think the 04 team could have possibly been more likable. Everything about the 04 team was amazing. They won. Now, 07 was probably a little bit more nondescript. They had some of the carryover guys, but it wasn't the same heart maybe of the 04 team. But you know what I'm saying? Some of these teams that have won, I think have had varying degrees of how much people were obsessed with them.
But it's Peyton Tolley, very likable.
Yeah.
And maybe he even stands out more on this team because there's so many unlikable, underachieving, and boring baseball players. That's kind of what the 2026 Red Sox are.
Yeah.
Which again, bad combo.
Well, we've talked with Bradford. Baseball isn't boring, asterisk. But
Red
the Red Sox
are. Yeah.
Red Sox can
maybe,
be.
29 other teams might be fun to watch. Not this one these days. 617-779-7937. Billy with all the latest and trending. And then we'll get to maybe number one on the unlikable list, Jarren Duran, next.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. The Boston Red Sox dropped the series finale 4-1 to the Tampa Bay Rays at Fenway Park yesterday. Peyton Tolley got the loss after giving up 3 runs on 7 hits in 5 innings. Sox lone run came from a Mickey Gaspa RBI single in the bottom of the 6th. Red Sox are off today and will return to action tomorrow for the first of 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies at Fenway. Tonight in the NBA playoffs, it's a pair of Game 4s. hours. First up, it's Pistons Cavaliers. Detroit leads that series 2-1, followed by Thunder Lakers as OKC is looking to complete the sweep. In the NHL playoffs tonight, it's Game 4 between the Colorado Avalanche and the Minnesota Wild. Colorado is up 2-1, and the Boston Fleet season has come to an end after being eliminated in Game 4 of the semifinals with a 4-3 double overtime loss to the Charge in Ottawa. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI.
WEEI.
biggest flops that we've seen.
Oh, there he is, that clown again. Michael Holley, just piling on, in that case, Roman Anthony.
Yeah.
You were there that night, Keith.
I was sitting right to his left that night. He even mentioned me by name in there.
I heard it.
It was a very busy night, as it turns out.
That was
must have been show of the week, show of the year.
That was like the newsiest Mike and Mike in a long time.
There was a lot going on. Weird thing for Jaron Duran to clip and post about, because what he actually clipped was Holly saying how
they lie about injuries.
Yeah,
I see it right on the
all
the screen.
Teams do, and I thought we all kind of agree with that.
Well, you were sitting there in real time. You didn't even think much of it, right?
I was like, yeah, they do, and like
Right.
the Red Sox, there's probably even more examples of it. Tristan Casas is a good one, and like plenty of others. I mean, you go all the way back. I remember like Dice K. That for some reason it sticks out in my mind where they were like, yeah, he's like probably just a 15-day DL, and then it was like Tommy John. Or it's like whatever. It was like a day later. It's like, no, he's out for the whole
So
year.
the one
It's
I
like,
know,
what?
I know it's not the Red Sox, but Holly said all the teams in the city. The
Yeah.
one I always think about is Garnett coming back in 2009, and it's like, oh no, he'll be back. Oh no, he'll be back. He'll be back. Next round, he'll be back. No. The round after that,
never saw him.
He never came back. Like,
Yeah,
the Celtics lied to us once a week for like 4 months about Kevin Garnett. So
it's not an attack on Jaron Duran. It's not an attack on any of his players. It's not even really an attack at Chad Tracy. It's like that's sort of the way business is done.
Yeah, is he sticking up for Roman Anthony? Like, is that what he thought he was doing?
Yeah, but like, we haven't seen it yet. Maybe Roman Anthony will be back on the day he's eligible to come off the IL. But maybe he's not. Like, we don't know yet. So I don't even know what Jaron Duran's all hot about. But then he goes one step further, and he like calls out Holly. What's the line?
He says it's an image of Holly screen grab where it says they lie about injuries. He's talking about Roman Anthony and the Red Sox, not about Jaron Duran. But Jaron Duran in his Instagram story says they let people like this on NBC Sports. Clown emoji, crying emoji, at Michael S. Holly.
Wow.
He then, after some blowback, I imagine.
Yeah, you get a lot of blowback on Twitter. I don't know if Duran's on Twitter. He probably left Twitter a while ago.
Yeah.
Because it's not the safest space.
No.
People come at you on Twitter.
Twitter is absolutely not a safe space.
Oh, boy.
So,
Head on a swivel.
Jaron Duran had this on his IG story. He has since deleted his Instagram
account.
Correct. His entire Instagram.
Yeah, just shut it down.
Has now disappeared. Not the post, not the story.
No.
Which I don't have Instagram, Keith.
So the stories last for 24 hours.
This is what I was
You
just
really
going
don't
to say.
even need to delete it. It'll delete itself.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. The story just goes away.
See you later.
So it would have gone away on its own, and Duran decided to just delete his entire social media account.
Shut it down. Yeah. Shut it all the way down.
As the great Jim Bowden once did. In a panic, deleted his entire, in Bowden's case, Twitter.
I don't know how that works either. Like, I've never deleted an Instagram account, Brad.
No, me
and
neither.
so can you just be like, start it back up? Or do you have to like start from 0 followers?
Probably need a new email.
You lose your name and the whole thing.
Probably need a whole new email. Got to create a new Jaron Duran Gmail.
So anyway, if you're out there and you're like, hey, I followed Jaron Duran, I haven't seen any updates. Well, that's why. He has decided to get off of Instagram. But that didn't last very long either. So he calls somebody out, then he gets blowback. And not even by the person. Holly didn't say anything to him.
I mean, I don't think.
As far as I know, he didn't. And then so everybody else is probably like, what are you doing? Like, why are you mad at this? It's a weird thing to get upset about.
Yeah.
Because some of the defense for Duran is like, well, can't he like speak up for his team? Sure. But is this even that? And then if you're so confident in yourself, maybe, I don't know, don't delete your whole account.
Exactly. Like, whatever high ground he had, I don't think he had any.
Yeah.
Because, again, maybe he miscalculated on this. He might not know Michael Holly's full background, or he might just look at all media members and lump us all in as, like, poopsters and everything else.
He should have said you. He
That's
should have
not-
gone after you.
That's not right. If he went after me, it would have been a win.
Yeah.
You know, if there's plenty of people if he went after, it would have been a win. It's not going to be with Holly, who is accomplished and not a bomb thrower, and maybe he didn't know the full breadth of who he was going after. I don't know. But
Seemed like it backfired a little bit.
whatever high ground you might have had, whenever people were like, get him, Jaron. Yeah, fake news media, like, get him. Whatever high ground you had, you lose by deleting your entire Instagram account.
Yeah.
It's hard. Now you can no longer defend it on either side of it, I don't think.
Well, as the great Statler and Waldorf once said, I'm up at Family Christmas, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the farmhouse. And so he's like, I'm out. I'm going to delete my entire Instagram. So he's done with that. And I'm sure he'll be available to the media tomorrow. Oh, wait, no? He also will just turn him away when things happen?
I mean, I'm guessing he's going to get asked about this at some point. Now, I don't know if he's going to answer. I don't know if he's going to give a satisfactory answer. I don't know if he's going to fabricate a reason. But with Jarren Duran, it's just another thing where he already didn't fit on the roster. I think it was Nightingale a week or two ago had a tweet where him and Alcantara are going to be two of the biggest names at the trade deadline this year, two of the hottest names at the trade deadline. So apparently there's a market for him if you believe Bob Nightingale. And yeah, I would say that'd be a player to get off the team yesterday.
Yeah.
I'd probably want Trevor Story off the team first when you asked me that earlier, Keith.
Same.
Story or Duran, who goes first? Story. But yeah, Duran's right there. And when we talk about an unlikable team, those two are right at the front of the line.
Oh, definitely. And they're both really underachieving. Because even if you don't think either are that great.
You can be unlikable if you're hitting 300.
Correct.
When you're hitting sub 200 in both of their cases and not coming through in clutch spots,
it's a double whammy.
Yeah, it is.
So I think the reason why Jarren Duran's still on the team right now is because they didn't get the value that they thought they could get for him.
And the former manager blocked it.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that's part of it. But then even subsequently, and maybe who knows what the return was, right? Maybe part of the blocking was
prospects for Jarren Duran or something like that. Yeah, no, Cora might have a good reason to block it, but you can't be like, why is Jarren Duran still here?
Right.
The manager blocked it.
But 2024, I think, is going to stand out as the real true outlier in Jarren Duran's career. Like, I thought going into last year, you're like, maybe that's who he is. Like, maybe Duran will be able to sort of follow that up. He was one of the best leadoff hitters in baseball. He finished 8th in the MVP. He was the All-Star Game MVP. He had power. He had 21 homers, but he also had 34 steals. Remember, every time he hit the ball in the outfield, it felt like it was a double.
Mm-hmm.
And then that really dried up. He's yelling at fans. He's flipping fans off, and he wasn't as good as he was last year. And then this year, it's like way worse. So he went from an 834 OPS to a 774. And now this year's 577. So even when he was a part-time player, it was better than this. This would be a career low.
Yeah. I thought his 2023 was slept on. He got hurt. He didn't play a full season. But his numbers, 828 OPS, 295 batting average, stealing a bunch of bags. Like, I thought his 2023, he was well on his way to doing what he did in 2024.
Well, and I agree, because 2022, I believe, was the one where...
That's when he's fighting fans in the outfield.
Didn't chase after the ball. Like, is just, like, awful in the field. Told fans not to root for the team or whatever. And he's like, oh, if you don't like us now, like, never root for us. Remember, he was like calling up fans like, dude, what?
Yeah. You're in last place, dude. No one's
You're in last place and you're dropping fly balls. Like, let's call it what it is. But then, like, to his credit, he really rebounded and he was good in 23. Unfortunately, got hurt. And then 24 was the great year. And now this seems like that was lifetimes ago. Like, he's so much worse than he was.
It is. People are asking on the text line, Keith, was that you coughing in the background?
It wasn't.
Of that clip? I was not?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was the other mic.
Yeah, but are you sure?
I am
sure.
It
wasn't.
It was not me.
Hot under these lights. Hey, Keith?
No. USA Today or Jones and Keefe?
Jones and Keefe.
Oh, okay.
Felger got take flu after Keith put him in a box there. Duran will headline a package to the Astros for Jordan.
Oh, my God.
Sign me up for
yes,
that.
please.
Oh, my God. If that text
I'll
right.
take that trade.
Holy cow. If that happens, get out of my way.
Oh, dreams do come true.
New pants, aisle 3. Justin is in D.C. Hello, Justin.
Hey, gentlemen. I think that I just don't understand why you guys are trying to implicitly defend Breslow. We are.
Hang on. Don't confuse Keith with me. That's me who is.
Well, no, but I want to hear this out. In regards to what?
Yeah.
Well, in regards to, quite frankly, anything. We are in Mother's Day. There was a Mother's Day crowd there at Fenway Park. We're only 20, 25% of the season done, and they were getting booed by the fans at home on Mother's Day. So this is not only do the fans, is it boring and are they bad, the fans hate this team. Like, that was a bunch of mothers in the crowd. But also, the other two reasons are really simple, right? Without getting into the ins and outs of each of his moves. Number one, Fenway Park is the second friendliest hitters ballpark in all of baseball outside of Colorado. And Craig Breslow took your biggest advantage of as a team and made it a detriment to where other teams that come in here have more of an advantage because of the ballpark you play in And then the second reason is because it has never been easier to find pitching in Major League Baseball and more difficult to find hitting, maybe outside of the dead ball era. And Breslow decided to get rid of your good hitting and double down on pitching.
Justin, fair. The lineup's been bad. I'm not even arguing with that. How come they've been better since they fired Cora?
They haven't. If
have.
you look at the lineup, if you listen to what Breslow said, he said they fired Cora because of their hitting. They kept all of the pitching infrastructure. The only reason why they've been better is their pitching. And I hear you guys talk about their defense improving.
But it's been better.
That is not true.
No, hang on. It's
You're
been better.
stuff
It's been
up.
better without Cora. No, we're not. Their defense has been better.
They were trending all the way up, and if you look at their DRS,
Trending.
above average.
Yeah, they started bad.
If you look at it week over week with Cora, they are not playing any better the last 2 weeks with Chad Tracy than they were Cora's last 2 weeks.
Justin,
it's just they started out bad.
Okay, well, yeah, under Cora, exactly. So maybe it was getting better as it went along, and Justin, I acknowledged that in real time. I said maybe they were due to not be this bad. They led the big leagues in errors last year under Cora, so the pitching's gotten better without Cora, right?
Yes, because Breslow said they didn't fire the pitching infrastructure because that was already in place and it would get better.
Okay.
So Cora had nothing to do with the pitching, according to Breslow.
I wouldn't say he had nothing to do with it. They pitched better since he left. And look, I'll continue to monitor this. All I know is they were 10-17 with Cora. They've been better without. I don't think the roster's as bad as he's making it out to be, Keith. If that makes me a Breslow defender, then I guess it makes me a Breslow defender. The lineup's bad. I can't argue with the lineup. We read you all those numbers from Bradfo earlier, and I'd agree with Justin on this. They're not built to take advantage of what should be an advantageous ballpark.
Yeah, so I would say where Breslow deserves the most blame to me this year is Caleb Durbin and being like he's a starting third baseman when he's not. I think
that trade is the bad move he made. The Contreras trade, the Gray trade, the Suarez signing, all of those have been actually pretty good.
But
the Durbin one has been a mess.
But where it's on the players and the former manager, to me, is more Jarren Duran, Trevor Story, even Roman Anthony to a degree. Some of these guys that would have been in your lineup no matter what, whether Bregman was playing next to him, whether Pete Alonso was playing next to him or not, those guys have all been terrible. They haven't even been average. If they're just an average player, they've been so far below that. And I think no matter what version of the Red Sox you would have come up with this offseason, I feel like there's probably some combination of those guys, and they've all really let you down. I mean, they were really banking on big seasons. I think you're banking on a big season from Roman Anthony. You were hoping for the same season from Trevor Story and a bounce back for Jarren Duran, and you've got none of it. And so that's 1/3 of your lineup.
So, look, you can say banking on a bounce back year from Story. I'm sorry, the same year on Story is a mistake. You can say banking on Duran having a bounce back year to 2024 is a mistake. Although, again, Breslow tried to trade him, and Cora said no, and blocked the trade. I also think it's fair to criticize Breslow for this, and I saw this in the Twitch chat earlier today. I forget who said it, but it's a common refrain. They put too much on the young kids when they hadn't proven anything.
Well,
that's fair.
Yeah, okay.
They put too much on Roman Anthony.
But that's not Duran's story.
No, I agree. So now Roman Anthony has to go out and hit 229 with one home run and a 675 OPS because they put too much on him?
That seems low.
What's that say about him?
Yeah.
So they did put too much on him. I'm not arguing with that. It's okay for him to go out and hit sub 230 with a 675 OPS and one homer?
No.
Like, come on. They put too much on him. True.
Yeah.
He needs to play better. Also true. 617-779-7937. More of your phone calls here. Jones and Keefe live from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. One deal that I think the Red Sox have won, and we're getting real close to closing the book on it, is the Rafael Devers trade. Let's get to that next.
Boy.
Tomorrow night, Sox and Phillies, a Mass Mutual pregame show with Chris.
entitled thought of, I don't even understand why you're negative. There's ups and downs, and that's all this is. I don't even dispute that. Of course there are ups and downs for any athlete, but to sort of turn this on the media or the fans and say, I don't even know why you would think I'm frustrated and I don't like your negativity, to me, in his position, still getting to know the fan base, by the way, we're still getting to know him.
Right, hasn't even been a full year.
That's not, that is an entitled space to be in.
Rafael Devers.
Mark Willard out in San Francisco.
All right, Mark.
Good rant on Rafi Devers.
Pretty good.
From a week or so ago. Just the media out there had started to turn on Devers.
Huh. As the other guy said, it hasn't even been a year yet.
Hasn't even been a year. Fast forward to yesterday, Keith. Bob Nightingale says the San Francisco Giants are trying to offload Rafael Devers' contract. Along with most of their roster, they made a trade over the weekend with the Guardians, I think. They traded Patrick Bailey, who's won a couple of Gold Gloves behind the plate. So they've already started what appears to be a fire sale out with the Giants because, as we told you constantly last year, Devers made this team worse. He made that team worse. They were a playoff team when he got there. He dragged them out of the playoffs last year. He's doing it again this year. They're one of the few teams worse in baseball than this Red Sox team offensively. Never mind their record.
Yeah, they hit less home runs than the Sox.
In less than a year, Keith, they are ready to unload Rafael Devers.
If only somebody could have seen this coming. If only somebody could have warned them.
Unreal.
Yeah, this is really, it could not have gone any worse for them. And you remember they were trying to talk him up about, oh, he's like a generational hitter, and they've never had this. Like since Barry Bonds, they haven't had a big bat in that ballpark ever, which is a hard place to hit. But yeah, he's been terrible. We knew his attitude was beyond terrible.
It's the kind of thing that drags a team down.
And
it's the kind of attitude, waste of money that drags a team down.
But
and
also,
that's what he's doing again.
And this is the fear with some of the massive contracts. It's not just, will the guy break down? Is he just going to be like, good with it? Like, I'm going to take my money. I don't need to do anything. I don't know. Like, he also has a ring. So, like, what's his desire? He gets every penny, whether he hits 45 home runs or he gets 4. So you're like, hey, I would think the competitive spirit, the guy would be motivated alone. He's a professional baseball player, and he'd want to go out there and do it. We kept track all year last year on what he was doing and what the Giants were doing. And he got traded on Father's Day. I remember when I first heard it, I thought it was a joke. Couldn't believe they did it. They had just swept the Yankees. They trade Rafael Devers away.
He hit a home run that day.
And at the time of the trade, the Red Sox were not a playoff team. They ended the season in the playoffs.
You want the numbers?
At the time of the trade, you
still
have
have
it
it
written down. The Giants were a playoff team, and then they give him Rafael Devers. He tanks the team out of the playoffs.
The Giants, 10 games over 500 when they acquired Devers. 10 games under after acquiring him. Red Sox 1 game over 500 with Devers. They were 15 games over after they scored more runs without him than with him.
Yeah.
The Giants scored fewer runs with him than without him.
I mean, it's just...
I don't know what other numbers you need.
He's one of the most overrated players when you hear people talk about him across baseball. My favorite stat, as you know, never a top 10 MVP finish.
Well, how's that possible, Keith? Because he's a generational player on par with Mookie Betts.
And not only that, because they split him up by the league, he was never a top 20 player, if you want to look at it that way, one step further. And what is he, a 3-time All-Star? Like, 10 years from now, when we're still doing this, God willing, and we're doing random baseball players still,
put that on us.
15 years from now, we're still doing this show in this time slot, in this building.
Yeah. You say in this building?
Yeah, in this building.
Yeah, we'll eventually, we'll eventually be back in this building.
We'll be back in this building somehow, some way. It's happened before. Time's a flat circle. And I say, random baseball player, I'm like, all right, played the hot corner, the other hot corner, and some DH for the Giants and the Red Sox. You guys will be like, I don't know.
Snow.
Yeah, who? J.D. Snow.
Pablo Sandoval.
Yeah.
Text lines. Oh, somebody.
The reverse panda.
Somebody called him the reverse panda.
Yeah.
That is what he is.
What's that?
You ever had the reverse panda?
No. No, not me. My anniversary is in a couple of months.
You got to stretch.
A reverse Paul Brown.
Devers is going to be a Yankee, isn't he? Says the text line.
Take him.
I don't care.
Take him.
Go in there and rip him apart.
What is
is
he
what
gonna
he'll
do there?
I don't care one
be
bit.
a good ballpark for him. He hits there.
Short porch.
Yeah.
Short porch.
Yeah. You know,
I don't think he
If
cares.
Trent
anymore.
Grisham can hit 35 home runs there, then I think Devers can.
That's a fair
He's
point.
a negative WAR player.
Even if he does, he'll
I
make
think
them
he
worse somehow.
maybe him and Trevor Story are battling it out,
Are they
but he
the
might be
worst?
the worst WAR in baseball.
Is that right? Oh, he was at one point.
He had
Remember
the
we were
second
looking that up?
worst. I don't remember who was first.
Oh,
Or
let's take
last,
a-
I guess.
I'll
The
take a
reverse.
gander.
He is the reverse panda. That's exactly what it is.
I'll take
The reverse Sandoval.
reverse panda. Yeah, that was not good.
Okay.
Well, it's sort of like they're getting, or the Red Sox are getting revenge on the Giants for that deal from all those years ago.
Yep.
I am still scrolling.
Universe
here.
giving us justice. All right. Well, while you're
Just
scrolling
sort
for
the
that,
other way.
while you're scrolling for that,
I can't. It's just so many rows of players here.
text line 617-779-7937. Jones, you're a moron.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Look, maybe so.
I agree with that.
How are they better since Cora left? Well, let me tell you exactly.
Well, the
how.
record.
I love
Let's
this.
start with that.
How Justin and DC?
The
They're
winning
not
percentage?
better. Oh, they're not. They were 10-17 with Cora. They're 7-6 without him. Their run scoring differential was negative with him. It's positive, barely, without him. I'm not saying all of a sudden they're winning the World Series. The numbers are inarguable. They're better so far.
Smaller sample size.
Fine, small sample size, whatever. So far without Cora, they've been demonstratively better in terms of wins and losses and in terms of run differential. Inarguable. Yet people want to argue it. So I'm a moron, I guess, for just reading numbers. Reading numbers. Those are numbers.
Let's see. Only 5 players have a worse WAR than Devers this year.
Okay.
He's tied with a bunch of guys at minus 0.7.
Trevor Story is or is not one?
No.
Oh, dang.
That's a different
Mayo
metric.
was down there.
That's a different metric. Yeah, Kobe Mayo is Matt Wallner is dead last. The right fielder for the Twins, dead last. Kobe Mayo, Tyler Hanneman, Owen Cassie, Josh Lowe, Ezekiel Tovar, Nick Castellanos, Andrew Benintendi, Cedric Mullins, and Lynn Sosa.
There you go.
That's the Rafael Devers category right there.
That's the company he keeps. So okay.
Amazing.
Look, score one for John Henry if you want, dump in the salary. Score one for Breslow if you want, but score one for the Red Sox on that one, and score one for Jones and Keefe. Because that was one before they traded him. This was not like, oh, you work for the flagship, you're doing the company's bidding.
No, we didn't
the
like
team's
him.
bidding. No, while he was a Red Sox, just like Cora.
That's what I'm saying.
While Cora was managing, we're like, get rid of him. While Devers was on the team, we're like, get rid of him. That's not doing.
So let the
that's
record
not
show.
doing the team's bidding.
Let the record show.
That's actually arguing with the team while they're on the team.
If they get rid of Jaron Duran or Trevor Story,
Yeah,
we're
we're
not going to be positive
No.
just because it was a team move.
We're not doing any of the team's bidding. We're encouraging them to do what they should do.
In fact, we're a little negative now that they've kept up so long.
Exactly. Meanwhile, update here from Shams, and we can get more into this, Keith. On the Bucks seeking trade offers for Giannis, according to sources. Well, no crap.
Bucks? Oh, they might trade Giannis?
Hey, Shams, my sources can confirm the Bucks want to trade Giannis.
Yeah,
I'm with
I'd
you
say
on
so.
that.
Yeah.
Here's where he's got some news, though. He says the NBA playoffs represent a landmark point for the Giannis sweepstakes. Sources said postseason teams such as Minnesota, still playing, Cleveland, still playing, the New York Knicks, still playing, the Lakers, about to be knocked out, and the Boston Celtics pursued Giannis at the February trade deadline, and their finishes to the campaign will play a major factor in their aggressiveness to trade for Giannis. So what am I supposed to make of that? They're one of 5 teams that inquired about Giannis last year.
I guess.
Chris Mannix said the Celtics were talking about Jaylen Brown to the Hawks last year at the deadline. Interesting. And then when he has that line, their finishes to the campaign will play a major factor. So does that mean the team knocked out first will be the most aggressive for Giannis? Is
That's
that what he's
how I
trying to
read
say?
it. So, like
Yeah.
the Lakers, if the Lakers are out tonight, which I think they will be.
Well, the Celtics, no matter what, were the first team knocked out there.
Oh, Celtics
among
are
those
out.
teams.
Yeah, they've been out.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get into that.
Oh, boy.
More on Jaylen, potentially for Giannis. Jaylen, potentially to the Atlanta Hawks. We can mix that in with, more photos from Mike Vrabel, because, of course, that happens every single
No
day.
doubt.
We'll update both of those next.
Jones and Keith.
Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
I think the biggest thing is can we generate looks at the rim? Yeah, everybody wants to do that, and every one of us would prefer a dunk over a three. Every single one of us. Those are hard to get, and we struggle to generate them. And so yeah, we certainly shot some bad ones. I'm not telling you we didn't. There's no question about that. But I also thought we shot some really hard shots at the rim and some really hard shots in the mid range too. So, and I don't necessarily fault anyone for that, other than credit to Philly's defense. And we've got to do a good job as we build out the roster to have more options.
Final hour, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Could one of those options Brad Stevens was talking about be Giannis?
I got a bad feeling about this. I think it's pointing towards Giannis.
Okay.
I think there's too many details here.
Why don't you say the epiphany you had in the break, Keefe?
Well, there's a few, but Brad Stevens was talking about how they need to be aggressive and get help at the rim. And you're like, all right. And then when he was talking about they'd rather a dunk than a three, I was like, you sure about that? Like, your team doesn't really feel that way.
I don't agree that they want that.
But
coach doesn't want
I used to criticize Giannis all the time for how many threes he would take, but he's actually chilled out on that the last few years. He will still take. I feel like any Giannis three is a bad Giannis three, but it's way less than it even used to be.
What is it per game? 2?
Last year was 1.3. The year before that it was 0.9. He had a time where it was just under 5.
That's way too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he had a few years in a row, and that's probably when I was most on. It was like 4 or 5 threes a game.
What do you think it would be here?
Well, Joe Mazzulla also said, you give me 5 guys that can post. No, he might be right. You give me 5 guys that will post, I'll play it that way. So is that Mazzulla trying to save his job, being like, whoever you give me will maximize their use? I don't know.
Look, you seem to think Giannis for Jalen's happening, right?
I kind of do.
Not necessarily an under-the-table handshake, but you think it's happening.
Why else was Jalen even involved in trade talks this year at the trade deadline?
Great question. So rewind now, because I think I don't want Giannis on this team. I definitely don't want Jalen for Giannis. I'm against that. I am against Giannis for spare part. I just don't want Giannis on the team.
Yeah, there's definitely a loser who won mentality to Giannis. But you also wonder.
Well, no,
Jalen and Jason have that.
It would upgrade their talent, and it might be now 3 of those losers who won all together on a team. I don't like that recipe.
He's still top. Is he a top 5 player still?
Maybe.
Okay.
If he's not, he's close.
Yeah.
So and he's better than Jalen. So I understand in a vacuum upgrading the talent, and even though I don't want him on the team, and I'm not arguing he's talented, I just think. Devers a talented player too. Sometimes talented players aren't necessarily what you need. And sometimes their attitude and everything else they bring to the table drags you down. I think it would be fascinating for Mazzulla to coach a player like Giannis.
Well, and you know who was just talking up Mazzulla?
Giannis.
Giannis was.
Good point. At the All-Star break last year?
No, it was more recent than that.
Was
Somebody
it?
brought him up to him. I don't know where that was.
I thought it was
It was right at the end of the season.
No, that's what it was. He was talking about the All-Star game, right? And playing for him? Is that what it was?
Speaking of All-Star games, Giannis was Tatum was Giannis' first pick when they did the draft.
Okay. So again, backing it up now. Why are we talking about Giannis if you missed this at the end of last hour?
So he says go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, this is the quote from Giannis. Everything about my decision is based on winning, culture. Like you saw, I talked with Boston coach Joe Mazzulla. I said, you had so many opportunities to make excuses, but you didn't. Celtics, blah, 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 blah. He said, and then Mazzulla said, no, they're good players. And he's like, I said, no. It's about the mentality that you instilled in your place. So I think he loves Mazzulla.
So he likes Mazzulla.
Yeah.
He likes Tatum. Jalen hates him. Jalen's called him a clown.
You wouldn't have to play with him in this scenario.
Called him a child.
All right, so I think you can look at it a bunch of ways. Do the Celtics need to make changes?
Yes.
Is Jaylen Brown happy with the current situation?
No.
Is Giannis going to get traded?
Yes.
Do their contracts line up?
Almost to the dollar.
Almost to the cent. And then you got Brad talking about impacting the rim. You have Joe Mazzulla, or you have Giannis talking about Joe Mazzulla. There's a lot of things here.
I'm not saying you're wrong. Yeah. I'm just saying I don't want that trade.
Wrong.
I don't like that trade.
I'd rather run it back with Tatum and Brown.
Me too.
I would rather, and other changes, but those two guys as the lead two guys, then bring in Giannis, who certainly has not won as much as he should have in his career.
It's not a failure. It's steps.
That's like the worst quote of all time.
I don't want him on the team.
That's bordering Jalen after this playoff run.
It is.
That was worse. Giannis was worse. Giannis was worse.
I agree.
It's not a failure. Shut up.
You lost in the first round.
Yeah.
To like a play-in team.
So, okay. Let's just square away.
They're both failures.
Let's just square away the two items here in the last 24 hours. Chris Mannix over the weekend said the Celtics talked to the Hawks about Jaylen Brown. Briefly, but they talked to him. And then he linked a bunch of other teams in the Giannis sweepstakes to Jaylen. It was Golden State, it was Houston, and Miami, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So he's like, all those teams are in on Giannis. Whoever loses out might pivot to Jaylen. Think about the Hawks. And we're like, okay, were the Hawks calling around with Trae Young at the deadline because they dealt him to the Wizards and asked about Jaylen Brown? Maybe. That was a stupid ask. Were they offering Jalen Johnson, or were the Celtics interested in Jalen Johnson? That'd be a good deal for the Celtics, I think, long-term. Maybe they take a half step back in real time, but long-term, that'd be a good deal. And Mannix said they'll revisit in the offseason their talks with the Hawks. Now you have Shams, and we mentioned this late last hour, but it's worth reading again.
Mm-hmm.
He said the NBA playoffs represent a landmark point for Giannis and the Bucks sweepstakes. Sources said postseason teams such as the T-Wolves, Cavs, Knicks, Lakers, and Celtics pursued Giannis at this past February trade deadline, and their finishes to the campaign play a major factor in their aggressiveness to trade for Giannis, which I would interpret as the teams knocked out earlier will be more aggressive in pursuing Giannis. I think that's what he means.
Yeah.
So they talked about trading Jalen at the deadline. They talked about trading for Giannis at the deadline. Maybe all together, maybe separately. Who knows? What are you pulling up? I think I know what you're pulling up.
This is my favorite fake trade that somebody proposed on Instagram.
And it's these three teams, right?
Jaron Durant can't see this anymore because he unplugged his account. But for everybody else that's on there, Game Time Nation, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
3-team trade. Who says, let's do a classic game of who says no.
Okay.
The Celtics, in this case, would receive Giannis, Buddy Hield.
You like Buddy Hield.
And both of Giannis's brothers.
Wait, is that actually in the trade?
Yes.
Is it
Yeah,
really?
oh, yeah, 100%.
You gotta have that.
That's honestly,
100%.
That's how you know it's a super realistic
This
trade.
is a good trade.
Okay, yeah.
The Hawks get, isn't that amazing? All the Antetokounmpos
What is
and
it?
Buddy Hield.
Giannis.
I love Buddy Hield.
Giannis, Giannis,
and Alex.
Okay.
The Hawks get Jaylen Brown and Sam Hauser.
Okay.
And
Already, I don't like it for the Celtics.
And the Bucks get Jalen Johnson, Jonathan Kuminga, a Celtics first-round pick, and a pick swap.
Honestly, great trade for the Bucks.
Yeah. The Hawks.
The Bucks would trade away Giannis and get Jalen Johnson. Great trade. Second best team in the deal is the Hawks. The Celtics lose out in that trade. It goes Bucks, Hawks, Celtics in that potential swap. Yes.
I like Buddy Hield. But I feel like Buddy Hield's the deal maker for me. And I feel like with Giannis, though, I understand you don't like him. I don't really like him overall either. But if you're looking at this right now for the upcoming season, let's call it the upcoming 2 seasons in the NBA, he is the best player.
Yep.
So
he is the best player in
that's
that
what I'm
team.
saying. So
I
like
agree.
that feels like a pretty fair trade then.
Is he going to be? What's he going to be next to Tatum? How's that going to work?
I mean, next to Tatum.
In front of Tatum.
He might be right there with them.
So how's that going to work?
Is this going to be like a Curry Durant situation?
It could be. I mean, I'm not ruling out that that's in the range of outcomes. I wouldn't wager on that though. That's not my prediction. That wouldn't be my bet.
Yeah. Do you think Tatum and Giannis could play together better than Tatum and Brown?
No.
Like from a Tatum perspective.
I think 2 or 3 years ago I would have said yes.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, the factor or the X factor in all of this is if Jalen just wants out.
Yeah.
If Jalen will not return to the Celtics and Giannis is the best you can do, I get it.
I bet that's part of the calculus for Brad Stevens. Now, I'll take him at his word for it. He said he had a brief conversation with Jalen, and Jalen wants to be here, and they love Jalen or whatever else. But I also know that Brad wants to win, and he wants to make changes, and he's usually pretty aggressive. I still go back to the day he took the job, he traded Kemba Walker. Like, he hadn't had his name on the door, and he was like, Kemba Walker's already gone, and Al Horford was back. It was like, hey, Brad, how are you going to be as a GM? He's like, hold on, I'm trading one of our guys. Like, he was really aggressive.
So, yeah, and I had a bad read on that trade at the time. I thought that was like salary cap maneuvering, and Horford had way more left in the tank than I thought. No, look, here's what I'd give the Celtics. I would be against that trade. But here's what I'd give them credit for. I would say they mean what they say when they're going to play different. I hope. I mean, unless they're going to have Giannis launching 7 threes a game,
I don't think so.
I think that would be evidence that they mean what they say. I think.
Yeah.
Because Brad Stevens said it 2 years ago, meaning not this past breakup, but a year ago when they lost to the Knicks. He said, yeah, we got to look at how we play. And they didn't change it.
Yeah.
They tweaked it minorly, but I think most of that was Tatum being out for the year is why they were 4th in the league instead of 1st in the league in terms of three-point attempts. How do I know? In the playoffs, they led in three-point attempts. So they didn't really change how they played. It was Brad Stevens saying it but not meaning it. If you say it again this offseason and then trade for Giannis, that would be evidence you mean it. I don't think the team would be better, but I guess we'll wait and see and we'll find out, and it would be fascinating to watch.
What about
from a play style standpoint? But at least they would mean what they said.
What about a Derek White, Buddy Hield, Jason Tatum, Giannis, Queta starting lineup?
Yeah, I don't like that yet. I don't like that
with Pete Pritch off the bench.
I don't like that lineup at all. You like that lineup?
No, it's kind of Twin Towers though.
It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
you have a Greek and where's Queta from? Portugal.
Queta is Portugal.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Hield is Bahamas?
Oh, I think he's Bahamas.
Yeah. That's
nice.
cool.
You got the United Nations out there, and then two Team USA guys
really
who are
do.
actually on Team USA.
Yeah, you really do.
Ugo coming off the bench.
Sure. I don't like that roster.
No, I'd rather have Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
I just think this is going to happen. I think everybody needs to open their minds up for this.
It might. And I think there's a lot of fans that want to move on from Jaylen. I get it. It was not a good way to carry himself in the aftermath of a loss. I don't think it was as bad as Giannis. It's not a failure, that one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's right up there. It might as well be. It's the same thing.
All right, but what about
so
this?
I get fans being done with him. But
At least Giannis didn't blame Embiid for flopping for them blowing a 3-1 lead.
It's true. I would rather they try to move on from Derek White and try to make it work with the Jays than as a wise woman once said, split up the Jays.
All right,
I would rather they try that.
All right, other scenario. Let's say that's not your plan of moving on from Derek White and trying to add a player that way. Let's say it's either or this trade for Jaylen for Giannis.
Split up the Jays.
Or run back the exact same roster.
Split up the Jays.
I guess I would. I don't want to split them up, so I guess I would keep the same roster. But I would understand.
White,
yeah, it's probably not going to change anything.
Threes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I would do. What would you do?
So I think in that scenario, I want them to change it. So I guess maybe I'm a little bit. I want Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown to me, even though in a vacuum is not better than Giannis, I think Jaylen Brown with this team is better
fit.
Yes.
Better fit. Yeah.
But if you're somehow looking at it and you're like, well, we couldn't beat the Sixers, but if we run back the same team, we might be able to avoid everybody again and have everybody get hurt on your way to an NBA Finals. I assume the Knicks are either going to bring back their team, which is better than you right now, or they might even go get Giannis, and we'll see what that looks like. So, yeah, I don't think they're in a spot where they can simply run it back.
Split up the Jays.
It's amazing.
Maybe she'll get her wish.
It's amazing how many times in different ways she said it. It's true.
Seriously.
Text line.
I hate Jason Tatum. I hate the Jays.
He's saying, though, that's part of the equation. Tatum would be on the team still. It doesn't sound like that's what she wants.
I think that was devious work from Ryan Garvin. I
Could've
think
been.
all of that was out of context, but it's funny nonetheless.
It's all AI.
Celtics get the better player but lose the trade. Good call, Jones. Yeah, I mean that does
but there
happen.
is something about fit. I mean, yeah, 100%. That can happen.
I mean,
it does happen.
It happened with Devers. I don't know what else you guys need to watch. Like that happens all the time in sports. Would Giannis come in and be the 2 to Tatum? Would Tatum take a backseat to Giannis? Like how would they work? You think that's guaranteed to work? It's a more talented player. We know Jaylen on some level works. They got knocked out in round 2 last year. They got knocked out in the first round this year. They blew a 3-1 lead for the first time in franchise history. I don't like the trend line either, but I do know on some level Tatum and Brown work. I don't know that with Giannis, even if he is more talented.
Those Danny Ainge teams had all the talent in the world, and they never fit together.
Great call.
100%.
Like that Kyrie team in 2019 was 1 through 8.
Ainge just kept adding
1 through
players.
8, 1 through 9 was wildly talented. None of it fit.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin is in Brookline. Hello, Kevin.
Hi, guys. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Rich, you said that Brown is unhappy. And please just hear me out for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the competitive nature that Brown feels about himself, is it wrong for him to feel like he's Tatum's equal? I mean, this guy carried this team to 56 wins. I firmly don't believe that if the roles were reversed, that if it was Tatum playing and Brown was out, that they would have won that many games. And I can understand why Brown says, there's more to what he says, that this was his most enjoyable year. I mean, he's a competitor. He tried his best. He made
Yeah, but Kevin, play that out. Play that out. I think we might be saying the same thing. If he feels like he is the equal to Tatum, now Tatum comes back, is he going to be happy next year? The fact that he was so happy this year, I think, is sort of the point.
But he said he would stay here 10 years. I mean, I think a lot of people would just. I don't like what he said either, so don't please get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the words, but there are times that competitors, when they have career years, felt that it was my most fun year. Now, is that a smart thing to say? Not at all. I get it, but he was unbelievable this year. He's an all-5 player. When was the last time an all-NBA player got ran out of town?
Well, I don't think he's getting run out of town. I think he's kind of
No, that's the thing.
Yeah,
I would say that's not run out of town.
Yeah.
But all NBA players leave all the time. LeBron James, Kevin Durant, they leave all the time. Shaquille O'Neal back in the day. So it happens often. That's also why we're talking about this, is like the player in the NBA, it seems like more than any other sport, as soon as they voice any kind of like displeasure with the team's usually like, all right, we'll trade you for 5 first-round picks and move on.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I mean,
so I think I think we actually agree more than he thinks.
He said he wants to be in Boston for 10 years.
Yeah. Is that with Tatum?
Well, there's that.
Kyrie said he was going to resign.
Thank you.
Yes, he did.
Doc said he bled green and he was never going to leave the Celtics. A lot of guys say they're not going anywhere.
True.
Yeah, Jalen might really mean it.
Tom Brady was a Patriot for life.
Yeah, we could take it at face value, but like guys say stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
And then boom, they're gone.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know how much stock I would put in it. I think we could take it at face value. But I wouldn't take that one to the bank.
Yeah.
Like
also,
it's set in stone.
Nobody's running him out of town by any stretch.
No,
I think he's
running himself out of town, if anything.
Maybe. Or Brad Stevens is going to trade him, because Brad Stevens will do whatever he thinks is best for the team. I know he's not the same player, but Marcus Smart was on the Celtics for a long time. Brad Stevens also coached him and then moved into the front office. And I think Brad Stevens honestly probably liked Marcus Smart. But then he's like, I'm going to make our team better. And I'm going to send him packing. And I'm not even going to tell him. Like, he was, shocked by it. I think he would. Now, Brown and Tatum, there's more attachment to, clearly. But I think if you're getting a player like Giannis, it's not like you're trading him for a bag of balls, or you're trading him for even Orlando Cabrera. Like you're not even doing that.
No,
you're
exactly.
trading for Giannis.
No. You're getting a talent upgrade. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm questioning the fit. But,
no, that's true.
But can you do better than Giannis? Maybe not. We mentioned Jalen Johnson. We mentioned Bam and some of these other names. Sabonis has floated around. Giannis is easily the best player on that list.
Jalen Johnson might
easily
to me have more trade value because he's younger than all the other guys in that trade scenario, and I think he would play alongside Tatum really well for a couple of years and be like, it's your team.
Yeah, I think he's the guy who would sit in the shadow of Jason Tatum. I think Jaylen Brown, I used to think that. Now I'm not so sure. Yeah. I doubt Giannis would do that, but we'll see. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there. You can jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson coming your way at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour. And right after Trending with Billy, if my voice can handle it, it's time for Grab Bag.
1:30, the best time on Jones and Keefe, because they play my lullabies that'll drive my wife to other guys. She just started making quilts and doesn't feel a shred of guilt, because it's such a huge red flag that I'm Mr. Grab Bag.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. The Red Sox dropped the series finale 4-1 to the Rays at Fenway Park yesterday. Sox are off today and will return to action tomorrow for the first of 3 against the Phillies at Fenway. Tonight in the NBA playoffs, it's a pair of Game 4s. First up, it's Pistons-Cavaliers. Detroit leads that series 2-1, followed by Thunder Lakers as OKC is looking to complete the sweep. In the NHL playoffs tonight, it's Game 4 between the Avalanche and the Wild. Colorado is up 2-1, and the Boston Fleet season has come to an end after being eliminated in Game 4 of the semifinals in a 4-3 double overtime loss to the Charge in Ottawa. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
This is Stories from the Pitch.
It's time for Grab Bag. Oh, it certainly is time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And Jones, the NBA playoffs rolling right along. We talked earlier in the show about how the Knicks swept the Philadelphia 76ers. They put up 144 points in the game yesterday. And the Timberwolves evened the series with the Spurs after Wemby went full elbow to the throat of Naz Reid and was asked to leave the game. Tonight, doubleheader. Luckily, they're on different networks. So
Phew.
Peacock has Pistons, Cavs. Prime has Thunder, Lakers. So Cavs got a game. So the Pistons are up 2-1, and the Cavs are home, and they're favored.
I was just going to say, give me a line.
3.5 Cavs.
Cavs?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take the Pistons money line all day.
Okay. The
All
game
day.
is at Rocket Arena.
Don't care.
In Cleveland, Ohio.
Don't care.
Right near where the Guardians play.
Doesn't matter. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
You can go there in any city.
You
according
can
to
walk
Ken.
to all three.
Yeah, any city you can hit that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Specifically, though, it is based in Cleveland.
That's the only place I know that there's a Rock and Roll Hall.
So
of
that's
Fame.
at 8, and then the Thunder are 11.5-point favorites against the Lakers in LA.
Probably lay those points on that one.
It's at Crypto.com Arena, though, in LA?
Yeah, I'd still lay the points, yeah.
The celebrities still go to the Laker games, or they're like, this is tough.
Yeah, I thought it. Did I say Leo was at one of the games?
Yeah, Leo was, I think.
Yeah. So there's your answer.
Cool.
Just unbelievable to see all those retired numbers out on the field in living colors. Williard drives one high and deep into right center field. It is back.
It is gone! Ding dong!
Grab bag.
That's what you call ding dong.
Grab bag.
Right there. Yeah! Oh, yeah!
And it is 1-0 Red Sox.
That's a ding dong
Grab bag.
for New England right there.
Hey.
How about that?
How about that?
How about that put together?
Pedro in the booth.
Pedro.
That was Friday night.
In the booth. That's right.
Nice.
That's right. Hockey playoffs also rolling right along. Canadians over the Sabres 6-2 yesterday. Montreal with a 2-1 lead.
Not making the Bruins look good. You want to say it's not as bad as the Celtics
No,
look
it's not bad.
with the Sixers getting swept, but if Buffalo goes out in 5 or 6 games, that's not a great look for the Bruins either.
That means the Canadians would have 1-3.
True. We both think Buffalo's going to win, or we both thought Montreal's going to win this series anyway.
Yes, but
they're up 2-1.
But the point, Buffalo is not some great team. Anyway, keep going. Yeah.
And then Golden Ducks, Anaheim got a 4-3 win, so that series
That's
is
even,
tied
right?
2-2.
Yeah,
2-2 in
that
one.
surprises
Not
me.
bad.
Good showing there by the Ducks.
In the NHL tonight, one game. I don't know how they screwed this thing up.
I don't get it. Is this who is this?
No, Carolina already advanced.
Carolina's through. You're right.
So
Sorry.
Carolina's waiting for a team that just yesterday played Game 3 of a series. They just played Game 3.
Like,
it's 2-1.
A couple
So
years
it's
ago,
going
the Bruins
minimum
had that.
5.
Yeah, they did.
They had to wait 11 days.
Bruins
to
had
get
to play
the Hurricanes, actually.
That's how they got. Who'd they get hurt? They get Marchand hurt, like scrimmaging themselves going into the Stanley Cup final.
Oh,
that was the Bruins,
maybe,
wasn't it?
Maybe.
Sure. I'm sorry. That was that year. It was definitely the Bruins. That was that year. I think.
Remember the year was 2007 when the Red Sox beat the Rockies? The Rockies were like the hottest team at the end of the year, and then they swept everybody. They waited like 2
Forever.
weeks or something, and then got smoked.
Sox had to come back to 3-1 down.
Wild Avalanche
Josh
tonight
Beckett's ex-girlfriend, yeah.
at 8 on ESPN.
Okay.
This is where Colorado's up 2-1 in that series.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and ain't that America for you and me? Ain't that America? It's something to see, baby. Ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah. Little pink grab bags for you and me.
Red Sox are off today, so you got to take a little bit of a breather.
Woo!
Don't worry, no Sox tonight. They are home for a 3-game set with the Phillies starting tomorrow. It'll be Zach Wheeler on the mound for Philly opposite TBD. Does that mean they're doing the Bayo thing, or what is this? What is this game?
Good question. I don't know.
Yeah, they are opening again in this Bayo.
That is the plan because Suarez
yes.
is supposed to pitch in this series too. So I was gonna say maybe it had to do with that. I'll tell you, Keith. I don't know what this says about me. When the Red Sox don't play, I don't know what to bet.
Tonight?
Yeah, I don't know what to bet.
We got 2 basketball games and a hockey game.
I feel I like to bet a local. I like a local bet.
No,
There's
the local winter
bet
teams
for
are
me.
out.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm a little lost.
All right, sorry about that.
It's time to grab the bag. Time to grab the bag. It's all about the bag and how you grab it. It's all about the segment. If you can host it, it's random baseball player. See if you can guess it. It's all about the bag. Let's see if you can grab it.
All right, the NBA draft lottery results are in. The Washington Wizards got the number 1 pick in the draft. Utah Jazz number 2. So there is a scenario where AJ DeBansta plays, even though he's from here,
his whole life,
high school,
in
college,
Utah?
pros in Utah.
I hadn't even thought
He
about
leaves
that.
Brockton, never comes back. He stays in Utah.
You think he's going 1 though, right?
I would take him 1, yeah. But I think there's between Boozer and Peterson, there's some discussion.
I read Nick.
It
Was in
should
here.
definitely.
You
be
might not have been
DeBansta.
in studio the other day.
No.
Nick popped in a break, and I was.
Where was
reading,
I?
I don't know, getting water
Remote?
or something, taking a leak. And these Darren Peterson comments about how he went into full body cramps.
Oh, he's blaming the equipment staff or whatever?
No, but he went into full body cramps, and he wanted to call 911 and thought he was going to die. I'm like,
that's terrifying.
Little too dramatic for my taste. I'm not taking him at number 1. I'll take the Bonsa. Thank you very much.
I'll take the Bonsa, and then I'd probably take Boozer too. I wouldn't take Peterson more.
I might not take Peterson the first round after those comments.
Bulls 4, Clippers 5, Nets 6, Kings 7, Hawks 8, Mavericks 9, and Bucks 10. So speaking of that, you each get to bring a representative to the draft lottery, right? Remember, it'd be like ML Carr.
Sure.
All right, so who had the best, who had the worst? So the Hawks sent their GM. Lame. Nets sent Vince Carter.
Cool.
Good. Hornets, Con Knippel.
Oh, love that.
Current player. Bulls, Tony Kukoc.
Oh, nice. Billy loves Kukoc.
Yeah, Kukoc. Good one.
Yeah.
Mavericks sent Rolando Blackman.
Great one.
Yeah, really good.
Does he work for the organization?
No,
I think,
just his former player, it says. Warriors sent the assistant to the GM, Larry Harris.
Lame.
Pacers sent TJ McConnell.
I don't like.
How many people said no?
I'll make an exception for Con Knippel because he's actually good. I don't tend to like when they send a current player, and definitely not TJ McConnell.
The Grizzlies sent Tayshaun Prince, who works in the organization.
Okay.
The Heat sent Alonzo Mourning. Same.
Nice.
The Bucks sent Mallory Edens.
That's the winner right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Thunder sent Nick Collison, who also works for the team.
Uh-huh.
The Kings sent their GM. The Jazz sent Keontae George.
Another current player.
And the Wizards sent John Wall. They're like, dude, we owe you so much money. They're like, please. We're paying you so much money.
So Wall,
can you at least go to this?
Wall brought him good luck.
Yeah.
Good for them.
I feel like current players usually not good. And your own GM seems kind of lame, too. It's like, you can send anybody. Send anybody. I'd send the mascot. And just, not make any kind of reference, but just, sit there. Like Hugo the Hornet. And just, wait.
You'd send the current Lucky. Not the old Lucky.
Not the
send the old Lucky.
No.
There'd be a lawsuit on your hands.
Probably in prison somewhere.
Yeah, can't do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Jones and Keith Show and the Grab Bag Flavored Water. Bring it on. Listen up. Here we go. It's a grab bag world and a grab bag place. Everybody's judged by the grab bag face. Grab bag dreams and a grab bag life. A grab bag kid with a grab bag knife. Grab bag moms and a grab bag dad. Grab bag cop with a grab bag badge. Grab bag job with the grab bag pay. And a grab bag boss is a grab bag day. Grab bag press with the grab bag lies. Will keep us in the back with the grab bag eyes. Hey, everybody knows grab bag.
Chargers made a signing. Tight end David Njoku, former Cleveland Browns tight end. I thought it'd be a good fit here.
Me too.
And I know the Pats added a tight end free agency. They added a tight end in the 3rd round. But Njoku, pretty good player. Chargers, again, they'll probably, between Harbaugh and Herbert, choke it away again. But they do have a good roster.
Well, I like almost everything they did this offseason, right? Like they brought in McDaniel, which I wouldn't want as a head coach, but as a play caller, I like.
Yeah.
They should get all their old linemen back. Njoku's a good signing. I like a lot of their moves.
Talking Sox, 10 to 2 all week, but the best block happens every day at 1:30. I'd much rather be grabbing that grab bag.
And Keith, would you please pardon me if I use profanity when I'm grabbing my grab bag, babe? So just be sure to keep it here with me on Jones and Keith, grabbing that grab bag, babe.
Jones, you may have missed it, but this past weekend it was WWE's Backlash. I for sure missed it.
I did miss it.
ESPN Unlimited is not.
Yeah, you're in a dispute.
I've not been able to, I guess, activate it somehow, even though it says it's active.
I thought they were getting back to you.
They have not.
Oh.
Well, spoiler alert if you're waiting to watch it, but Braun Breaker defeated Seth Rollins by pinfall in a singles match. Trick Williams with Little Yachty defeated Sami Zayn by pinfall for the WWE United States Championship.
Little Yachty put him over the top?
I think so. I think he was pretty supportive. All right. Danhausen and Minniehausen defeated The Miz and Kit Wilson by pinfall in a tag match.
How small is Minniehausen?
Small. Io Sky defeated Asuka by pinfall in a singles match. And Roman Reigns defeated Jacob Fatu by pinfall in the World Heavyweight Championship match.
Nice.
So that's what we're looking at.
Good
there.
showing. That was the whole card?
That was the whole card, Nick.
Grab bag. I'm Jones and Keith today. Grab bag. And I can listen to it more. Grab bag. On the midday show. Grab bag. Yes.
All right, is A.J. Brown a member of the Patriots yet?
Yes.
No, he's not.
He's not going to Eagles camp.
Oh. All right, well, that's something.
Under the table handshake.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean he's there yet.
No.
Yeah.
More likely to be on their current team, A.J. Brown or Giannis?
Giannis.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
but they're both gone.
I bet they're
but
both gone,
yeah,
but
yeah.
Giannis is more likely to go back, I think.
Whoa, here she comes. Watch out, boys, she'll chew you up. Whoa, here she comes. She's a grab bagger.
Oh, Dork Podcast tonight. Boy, do we have something for you.
Woo!
So we're going to Daredevil Born Again Season 2. That's going to be the first episode. And then the second episode, we're actually going to talk about two different horror movies. One in theaters called Hokum.
Oh.
The other is streaming now on Hulu, was in theaters earlier this year. Send Help. A couple of horror movies.
This one's on my list to watch.
Send Help. Yeah, Sam Raimi directed, Rachel McAdams starring. Good. I like them both. Who, McAdams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
she is.
That's fine.
Not the film.
Oh, it's a very
No, the
good
film's
film,
good.
though.
Okay,
It's
all
good.
right, all right.
It wouldn't be GOAT status, I wouldn't think. I wouldn't think, but I've been wrong before.
Well, I love that dirty grab bag. Oh, Jones and Keefe. Yes, you're my home. Do 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 do.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
A lot of people are asking Jones. Actually, a lot of people are sending me tweets now from Bob Ryan.
You were telling me this.
The answer is yes.
It's already been spoiled.
Yeah,
He did
the answer is
tweet.
yeah.
People are now
We
sending
can't
you
get
Bob
to
Ryan
all of them.
tweets.
Can't get to all of them. It was a busy weekend for Bob tweeting. SureBet Fusion tweeted out, "Who's the first person that comes to mind when you see the St. Louis Cardinals logo?"
Ooh, Ozzie Smith.
No, way too recent.
Oh, I was saying for me.
It's got to be
I thought you were
Stan Usual, right?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
He said Stan the Man, of course.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah, he said Stan the Man, of course.
Dang.
Somebody else wrote, Chloe Five Stones Tinsley tweeted, this is a standalone tweet, by the way, tweeted, "Could not possibly care any less about what intrigues you." Bob wrote, "I could say the same egg about you, but we both have chosen this forum." I didn't really get it.
It feels like either a talk to type or a typo or something. He's getting gammons.
Al Smizzle tweeted, "The OKC Thunder the OKC Thunder are very good. Will likely be an NBA dynasty. And I have zero desire to watch them play. Watching the Warriors was fun. The Bulls were amazing. The Lakers with Kobe Shaq or Kobe Powell were appointment viewing. Watching the Thunder is annoying unless you're a fan."
Okay, that's Al Smizzle.
Al Smizzle wrote that.
Yeah, what did Bob say?
Bob wrote, "There's always WEE, pal." So close.
Was it telling people to listen to us?
He was right there.
So close. One slap an eye on there, and then we'd have a listener.
Oh, I thought he was going
I think
WWE.
he was trying to say WWE,
Yeah,
but
no,
he
Jones,
was
he was trying to.
WEE.
WEEI.
Capital WEE.
He could have meant that.
Yeah. Then he had a few others. Talking about old point guards. It's all the whole thing.
Who are you talking about?
Somebody said,
Like, how old are we talking?
well,
Like Terrell Brandon? Older than that.
no,
I
it was like,
like Terrell Brandon.
remove the worst point guard.
Oh.
And it's a photo of 6 point guards. They are Steph Curry, Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, John Stockton, Steve Nash, and Oscar Robertson.
Oh.
JG
I think you get rid of Stockton.
D said Nash or Curry. Nash played in a superior era, however.
I think you get rid of Stockton.
I don't know.
Yeah,
And then some guy asked
Stockton,
Bob, he's like, would you even classify Oscar as a point guard? And then he got into a whole thing about that. And
Okay.
I think ultimately he would. So
Don't it always go to show you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, put up a grab bag. Ooh, grab bag.
all right, Jones, let's find out who the best NBA performer was from yesterday. Was it Karl Anthony Towns, 17 points, 10 assists? Was it Joel Embiid, 24 points, 5 rebounds?
Definitely not.
Was it Dylan Harper, 24 points, 7 boards? Was it Miles McBride, 25 points? Or Anthony Edwards, 36 points and 6 rebounds?
Yeah, let's go Ant.
I put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the grab bag.
Who was the best baseball player from yesterday? Was it Heliot Ramos, 2 for 6 with a
Just
home
Elliott.
run? Huh?
All it is Elliot.
Elliot?
Yeah, I believe so.
Heliot Ramos, 2
Elio?
for 6.
I assume the T was silent.
2 RBI,
Yeah.
3 runs scored. Kyle Schwarber, 3 for 4, 2 home runs. Joe Adele.
Oh.
Joe Adele, 3 for 4, 2 dongs. Was
He's
it
up to 2 in the air. That's good.
Good for him.
He's got more than 2 home runs, Nick. What are you talking about? Joe Adele now has
6?
6.
Almost 7.
What's wrong with that?
That's not good.
He'd be like tied for second on the Red Sox.
Yeah, they're not good.
Joe Adele's good.
Yeah.
He also robbed 3 home runs in a game.
If you add that.
Logan Gilbert, 6 scoreless with 9 Ks. Or Jacob deGrom, 7 scoreless.
7!
With 10 Ks.
Look, DeGrom, nice. Schwarber, though, 2 dingers for the dong team. We'll go with Kyle Schwarber.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random! Brandon Phillips!
Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, we have a former left-handed pitcher who was a one-time All-Star. He broke into the majors 2003, hung up the spikes after the 2016 season, played for the following teams: Brewers, Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Snakes.
What year were the Red Sox?
2014?
Brad Ziegler?
No. I don't really remember him here. So he didn't start with the Red Sox. He started most of his career. His All-Star season, he was a starter with the Brewers.
Lefty.
Lefty.
He was here.
Born in
2014.
Springfield, Mass., which I also did not realize. He had back-to-back seasons over 200 innings pitched. He went 18-12 one year.
What year was he with the Yankees?
He was with the Yankees in part of 14 and 15.
Both
And then he
Red
hung up
Sox
the
and
spikes.
Yankees in 14-15. Okay.
After the 16 season, he made $27.3 million and did not have a nickname of note, sadly.
I don't even have a guess. This guy was on the Red Sox in 2014.
All-Star in 06 with the Milwaukee Brewers. He went 11-12 that year with a 4.03 ERA. Had 174 strikeouts and 222 and a third innings.
I'm looking.
Yeah, people got it.
Chris Capuano?
He got it! The Red Sox win!
Huh.
Chris Capuano.
I remember him. I definitely don't remember him here. I kind of do remember him on the Yankees.
I just remember with the Brewers. I don't remember him here at all. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris Capuano.
Yep.
Good get. Random ball player each and every day here on Jones.
That's how you play.
And Keefe. Good guess. It's not Sean Figgins. That guy's been guessing that just about every day. One of these days it could be.
It could be Sean Figgins. Has it ever been Sean Figgins?
It may have already been Sean Figgins is exactly what I was just going to say.
Yeah, I guess it could have been.
But that doesn't rule out a repeat. So again, every day at this time here on Jones and Keefe. Stay tuned.
It's all about the bag. Let's see if you can grab it.
Stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way at 2 o'clock. And we'll get to the clip du jour next.
WEEI.
All right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It's time now for our clip du jour. Jones, are you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. This is the clip of the day. And, well, here we are minding our own business talking Red Sox. We're talking Red Sox at the time. And lo and behold, we get another photo drop for Vrabel Rossini.
Yeah.
This is really kind of a nothing thing, but there is yet another Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel photo.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's nothing.
When did that come out?
Just now, TMZ.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you, it's nothing. But it's I think people are really going to roll their eyes at this one, but we're covering the story, so here we go.
Let me be the judge of that.
All right. Diana Rossini wraps arm around Mike Vrabel, chatting it up at a 2022 Super Bowl party. But there's like people around and stuff, but she does have her arm around him and she's whispering into his ear. That's just another.
I don't know if that's nothing.
I mean, yeah, but like
public canoodling.
I know, but
all these have been public.
I was gonna say once again we're at the point where I'm like, I think they were hooking up. You know what I mean? Like I think people are gonna. It's just another one, is what I'm saying. So like,
got it.
For the photo album out there, you can add another one to
nice.
it. Yeah, it is. It's just in the catalog.
Not a day goes by without those two.
No, and that's why you're saying, like, all right, it's May, so pretty soon it's going to be, the next time he speaks is going to be May 27th, as it stands currently, and then he has a whole bunch of media availabilities in June.
Do you think it would be smart for him to do, like, a sit-down before that? Like, people have talked about Rossini doing a sit-down. I don't know, with, like...
Greg?
Yeah, or, like...
Come on,
that's a good one.
WEEI.
I was going to say, like, I don't know, Channel 7 or something locally, Channel 4, but, like, no, Greg's a good one.
7!
Like,
come on with Greg and Wiggy.
Come sit down and just, I don't know, in a friendly environment, try to start taking the heat off a little bit before you're just facing a firing squad at training camp or whatever it is, OTAs.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if he'll do that. I doubt it, but I wonder if that would be beneficial to him.
Yeah, it'd be better than a written statement. I don't think you need to do any more of those.
That's true.
And then it's funny, too, because we say, oh, well, he's scheduled to speak on the 27th. Well, there's a couple of times that he spoke where he wasn't scheduled to before.
That's also true.
So, I don't know. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's anything. I mean, he just waited out, right? Because it's not like he responded after the boat dock video.
No.
You didn't have to respond to that.
No.
I think a lot of times the best way to do it is wait it out. I don't think denying something and then being proven a liar is smart. I never said that was smart. But a lot of times, it's like something else will happen.
Well, I agree, but then that's how they've played this, and it has not gone well.
No, but because they lied. I'm telling you, because they lied at the beginning, it's added so much more fuel to the fire.
It's probably true. Okay, more of this, I'm sure, on Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson comes your way in just a few moments every day at 2 o'clock here on WEEI. Jones and Keefe brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. You can visit the Nines the day after a Red Sox win.
The kids are starving.
And you get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchased. The 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. We're back tomorrow, Tier Tuesday, Tom E. Tuesday, Kiefer Madness, and more, I'm sure, on Jaylen Brown and Giannis coming up tomorrow at 10 here on WEEI.
On WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We have a full house today. The OGs for our third week are back.
Yeah.
There's Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Teddy
What's
J?
up, man? Good to see you, boys.
We got Stiz Jackson back there in the back. Jackson's been busy. We will get to some of that a little bit later. But this past Friday, Ted, we missed you out at Fenway.
Missed you guys.
That was
How'd it go?
Listen, I love broadcasting for Fenway. I've only done it a couple times now. And it's definitely odd because, as I said, when you show up there, you just having the entire park to yourself is really strange. Like literally, like if you wanted to, you could walk back inside the concession stand, screw with all the food. You know, you could go up to the broadcast booths and rub your butt on, where Orsillo used to sit.
Yeah.
You could do all of that stuff if you wanted to. But it was awesome. It was great because Friday night was a beautiful night. It was a beautiful night for baseball. Saturday, not so much for their game. And I've got something that drives me crazy more than almost anything else in baseball. And really, it's just baseball when I think about it. So Saturday, there was a forecast of rain the entire day.
Oh, yeah. I know where you're going. Gotcha. Yeah.
Everybody knew
Yep.
that it was going to be a wet disaster to the point where the Woo Sox at 9:20 a.m. canceled their game for later on that afternoon. Hours upon hours.
Different climate in Worcester. It's up on the plateau.
It's truly,
come on
it's
now.
truly like it's like a different continent. And the Red Sox wait until everybody gets there, pays their money to park the ridiculous amount of cash that it takes to not only find a way to get there, but then to get inside the game.
Have a couple brewskis.
$18 beers, get a tray full of hot dogs, and cost your family hundreds of dollars. And 9 minutes before the game, they cancel it. And they say it's going to be in July. See you in July. Just a big thing on the Jumbotron. How is it that the Woo Sox got it right and the Red Sox made you pay out your ass when you went out there and then right before the game's about to start say, hey, man, come to think of it, even though everyone knew, the Woo Sox knew, the forecast knew, the world knew that it was going to rain, you cancel it then.
Now, do you want the company excuse?
Oh,
please, I would love to hear the company
excuse that I get because I talk to the Red Sox all the time.
Okay.
The excuse that I got was,
let's hear it.
And you?
It's MLB's fault. We are dependent on Major League Baseball to decide when they call the game and if they're going to play the game and where they push the game.
Smart,
so the Woo Sox
smart.
are apparently on their own and could do all kind of wild things, but the Red Sox can
pass it up the chain. Yeah,
You can't.
Smart.
You can't tell me that the Red Sox don't have some sort of pull in that.
That's what they tell me.
You know what? You can't tell me that someone can't get on the phone, John Henry or anybody, and just say you have effed over our fans, and they're mad at us. Like, what are you doing, Major League Baseball? Like, who's running the major? Like, who's blind that's running? Can't you look at some sort of local weather? I mean, geez, I just put it on the Weather Channel. You knew it was going to rain.
But these lucky people get to pay twice. They get to come back in July and do it all over again.
Yeah, by the way, it's a Saturday game that is now moved to a Friday. At 1:30, so I'm sure people can get off work too.
Summer, first Friday after the All-Star break, you're going to be itching for baseball, Ted. You're going to want that double dip.
I don't know. A lot of people get weekend games, for a reason. A lot of people got to work on Fridays.
That pisses me off so bad. And it's one of those things that I just
save the fans some punishment, probably, given the way they're playing.
I don't. You know what? I don't even care. It's like one of those things where it's happened to me before, and I think it got canceled Maybe it was like 15 minutes after, because sometimes they do that. Sometimes they'll delay it for a little bit, and then they'll say, we can't do it. So I think it was like 15 minutes afterwards. And it's one of those, too, where you don't know whether or not they're going to try to play through it. And I actually had seats that were covered, which was one of those rare times where you're like, thank God I'm covered, because usually if you're in covered seats, you ain't sitting in the WEEI seats, I'll tell you that much. And it just sucks because then you're right. Then they end up getting, the rain delays happen and you end up getting tickets for times and games you don't want. But the least you can do is make it so you don't have to come in from wherever the F you're coming in from, get on a train, pay $50 to park, and then end up being told, you know what, we knew the entire time, but screw you. Find your way home. I just that really pisses me off.
Well, we took a lot of angry callers after that was banged on Saturday. Joe Wiles sat in here and took one after another.
Good.
So that's why we're the voice of the fan.
They should. They absolutely should do that. Like, I mean, because and for the Red Sox to come out and say we have nothing to do with it. No, stop. You absolutely could do something about that. You're the Red Sox. It's you're an owner in this team, Major League Baseball, and I guarantee you the Rays would have loved to have known about that earlier too. Then they wouldn't have had to get all dressed up and head over to the park or whatever they did.
Go through the routines, all that. Yeah,
that it was just the one thing that happened, on Saturday that just it really pissed me off.
This is not a new thing though, right?
They've been doing this forever, and that's why it's a problem, Ted. Is that at some point someone's just got to step up, and you know what, the Red Sox got to stop cleaning their hands of this. If that's what they're saying, that's a lame excuse.
But don't you think like this coupled with the NFL is asking for what $100 million more from their TV partners, and your prices to watch these games is going to go up. They're saying it's like $600 a year for the average fan to watch, but NFL has got you, and the Red Sox, because of Fenway, they've got people. Like this is not a breaking point for people, right? They'll come back on that Friday.
It's just an awful thing to do to the people who are paying your ticket prices and supporting your team. It's just a crappy way to treat them.
Yeah,
when you knew the entire time. All right, let's go to Matt on line 1. Matt, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
How are we doing today?
What's up, buddy?
On this morning's show on you guys' station, they said that Major League Baseball only gets involved when it's interleague play. If you're playing teams in your own division, you play them numerous times, so they can always call it early because you're going to play them again. If you're playing a National League team, you're only playing them once a year. It's hard for them to reschedule the game later on.
Well, not what I have been told and repeatedly told.
You've got the Sox phone.
I get the Sox phone.
It comes right to you, Ken
and
Laird.
It's always MLB's decision.
Always. Well, there you go. So thank you for just letting me get my rant there. It was one of those strange things because Friday was awesome.
You wanted to see Duran go 0-for-5 again?
Oh God!
But when is the? I mean, I think of in football, maybe the equivalent would be when they flex games.
Yeah,
they have a game scheduled right before the season, and then they see how the two teams that are on the schedule are playing as the season goes on, and then they change the date in times of the games, and that screws people over too, man.
Yeah. The flex, especially when you're traveling out of town to go see a game. That's the worst. And the tough thing is that the Patriots are a good team now, which means you're going to get flexed every once in a while.
Is there a breaking point for the NFL?
No,
I don't know what they could do to ever turn fans away.
Nope. Nothing. There's nothing you can
Every game could be pay-per-view. I mean, most of your home games you can find, most of them. But still, and Goodell, I saw him respond to Trump had a thing on an interview where he was ripping the NFL, but Goodell says 87% of our games are free, and he's got all the stats that he'll throw back out at you. But there's nothing. They have got the American public so tied.
They have everybody so tied. They got Rupert Murdoch tied. Like he's freaking out because Fox is the networks, the NBCs and are losing out to the streams.
Right.
And so
he'll pay.
They basically have pissed off everybody. Yeah. Everybody that's a partner to them, but the partners have no. What are they going to do?
They post Vrabel picks. That's all you can do.
That's all you do. That's your only revenge.
Give me another pick.
That's true.
Well, at least with flex, you'll know it's. You're going to be because it's just the same day, right? It's just later on in the day, right?
Well, they'll sometimes change the day.
Oh, that's right. Because sometimes they can end up moving it to that's right.
So it's not just the same day game. They'll change the actual day of the game.
They shouldn't be able to do that. Like that one, they shouldn't be able to do. Like if it's just later on, like they do sometimes, move from 1:00 game to the Sunday night football game. You know what? Okay, it's the same day. It's a big inconvenience, especially if you booked your plane ticket for coming home that night, and then it's a night game all of a sudden.
Yep.
That part of it sucks, but that happens. But the rain thing's just disrespectful. By the way, I saw some of that interview too, but one thing it made me think of is, there's this whole thing that Mark Cuban once said about sports leagues, and that is pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered.
Right.
Sometimes you can just have too much, and at some point the NFL is like bulletproof.
Right. He said that, 15 years ago, and nothing's happened.
He exactly right. He did say that. Now, since that time, I don't know. We got we've got more games than we ever had.
17 games.
And you're playing Thursday nights, Friday nights, Saturday nights, Sunday nights, Monday nights.
Different countries.
The NCAA tournament expanded to what, like 85 teams in the tournament,
which
or
is
something
ridiculous.
This past week?
Yeah, which is crazy because 64 was perfect.
Yeah,
it was perfect, and now they've screwed it all up.
College football used to be just the top 2 teams.
Yeah,
I actually
forever.
Now I
now
actually
it's
like
the top 12.
I like the new one better. Like I do, because sometimes there's teams that get screwed who are like 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
Ones that won everything except for Alabama lost 1 or sometimes 2 games. You'll have someone playing for the national championship, which always pissed me off. Because at least give them a shot. Give these teams a shot maybe in a lesser conference who've won every single game, and that's what that does. But I do think 18 games may be the tipping point. And like the more that they're talking about 18 games, how would you feel as a player if it was 18 games and you got 2 bye weeks? Because I guess that's the way they're going to do it.
I'd say, let's go. You go, yeah, I know it surprises you. Yeah, you know why? Because you cut down from 4 preseason games, which are like total waste of time.
Which you probably had to play in.
No, we played in those things, right? And so you cut it down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also, they've renegotiated back in 2011, they renegotiated the CBA to which you only have 14 days of padded practices all season, and you don't have 2-a-days anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And every 3rd day during 2-a-days, you get off. So you're not hitting nearly as much in practices before the season starts or even when the season starts. So adding 1 more game, honestly, to get a boost in salary is guys aren't going to complain about that.
Okay, I know this. I'm not trying to set it up as if this is old man yells at cloud, but as someone who played in the league, when you guys had to 2-a-days and you were hitting so much more, how does it make you feel when you look at the conditions that the players have now?
Oh, my! You kidding me, right? Yeah. But I always have to remember that the guys that came before me looked at me the same way I'm looking at.
Sure.
And so then it checks me a little bit.
Yeah.
But you can't. So the biggest one where you go, oh God, is the salary cap when I retired was $80 million per team.
Yeah.
It is now, what are we, almost 280, almost $300 million per team?
Sounds about right.
You think of the percentage that it's grown since
301.
300 million.
Jeez.
Okay. So it was 80 million when I played. You think of the percentage that the salary cap has grown from that time to now. I don't know what the percentage is. I suck at math, but it's a lot. Compare that to what the percentage of what inflation is.
Yeah, right.
And it's far out, blows away what the rate of inflation is. So these guys are making so much more money. Like you literally can almost retire just off of 1 contract now.
So Ted, that also brings up, there's this, I don't want to say it's a rash of this happening, but there's it used to be unheard of, but you're having these players in the NFL retire after like 5 years.
That's true.
And I don't blame them at all.
Aaron Donald, 32. Calvin Johnson.
Luke Kuechly, 8 years. Like these guys are
Andrew Luck.
You had to play get 3 contracts to equal what these guys are getting in their first contract.
Yep, absolutely.
You know? And so, you don't have to play as long.
No
way.
And it's like, man, I got, as they say, secured the bag. But then at that point, you're like, I'm not going to subject myself to all this injury. Like, I'm injured enough, man. I'm going to take that money and live the rest of my life and make sure that my kids can live the rest of their life.
I'll never forget the day I signed my first big contract. It was my second one, but and it was my agent's like, boy, you were born at the right time. It's like, my gosh. All agents are saying that to their clients right now, man, because there was not nearly the revenue streams offered back then that there is now. So the salary cap's gone up just insane amount.
And the NIL,
you think Drake May will see like 35, or will he be gone in 10 years? I mean,
you know what? That's going to does Drake May, is he methodical? Is he obsessed? Is he just like
is Will
maniacal?
Campbell still his left tackle?
right. And is it worth it? Is it fun to him? Is he what is he chasing? What does he really want? Brady was chasing this thing.
Yeah,
he's still chasing it. Just don't
he's still. You're right.
Yeah,
he can't get enough.
No, he can't.
I thought that.
So does he have that mindset? If he does, then he'll play 2 decades. I don't know about that. And the reason Tom was able to play as long as he was because he played in the pocket. If you are someone that plays outside the pocket, you're not going to have as long of a career.
I thought Andrew Luck was going to be that guy. And then he just, when he retired.
Shocking, right?
Shocking. But then again, that guy got the snot beat out of him for years. Dude. His offensive line might have been statistically one of the worst offensive lines in front of a star quarterback that I've ever seen consistently.
Worst general manager, Ryan Grigson, back at the time, I never forgot. He got like GM of the year because he drafted Andrew Luck first overall. Like, duh. He never put an offensive line in front of him. And that was the biggest sin for the Colts. Or else Andrew Luck would have been one of the great all-time greats.
Yep.
580 hits during his 6 seasons.
Yeah, he got mangled. By the way, no offense to Anthony Costanzo, our own Boston College grad. He was one of the few guys in front of him that actually did.
But he was doing his job.
Yeah, he did his job. He was one of the few guys, of course. All right. Well, you can give us a call, 617-779-7937. We got a lot to talk about today, boys. First of all, it sounds like a member of the Boston Red Sox has picked a fight with a member of the Boston sports media. We got sports beef. On top of that, we'll have Doug Kyde from the Boston Herald. He was out at the practice that the Patriots are having. Let us know a little bit about how things are going with Vrabel. A report on how the team seems to be handling this whole entire controversy. Also, new information about Jaylen Brown and his status with your Boston Celtics. We'll get to all of that right after this.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
I'm Ken Laird. Here's what's trending now on WEEI, WEEI.com, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Sox off today. They will open up a 3-game series at Fenway with Philly tomorrow, 6:45 p.m. Zach Wheeler expected to oppose an opener for Boston, followed by Brian Bayo, and then Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez Wednesday and Thursday for the Sox. And ESPN's Shams Charania reports the Milwaukee Bucks are, quote, open for business, end quote, on trade talks for Giannis over the next 6 weeks. And we'll talk about the Celtics and their role in that coming up. Trending now brought to you by Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online, carsforkids.org, cars with a K. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
That sounds so good in my headphones. Ugh.
Just the vibration.
It's like your boat Friday night.
Like a head massage.
Yes, the old boat cruise. I went to a concert on a boat. It was actually fantastic. I thought it was gonna.
You had low expectations, or
I didn't know which way it was gonna go, but there was like it was over there right by the seaport. It took out, yeah, and it left at 7:00, and it came back at 9:30 while the sun was setting. I got to go by Shutter Island, which was freaking awesome. Ooh. I've never been that close. What did the one where Shutter Island was filmed or was set?
I didn't realize that was out here.
Yeah, so what is? Tell me the history behind that island, the one that's got the building on it. Is that where they used to? It was a hospital on there, right?
Mm-hmm. Medfield State Hospital.
Okay, and it's empty now, right?
They send they did experiments out there and stuff.
Dude, it's spooky.
Yeah,
it's like and you go like right near it. Meanwhile, while the DJ is doing its thing, but you go right by it, and it is spooky as hell.
I know what I'll be doing Adams had his office.
Oh yeah, probably so. You're probably right. That's where all the videos are. That Ernie took. Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Safe space there.
Yeah, it is. But that was cool. It was fun.
Is it just like one big? Like, is there only one infrastructure there or one building?
So what I saw is it looked like it was several buildings, but I could be wrong. But I mean, it's still there and it's empty and it's creepy as hell.
Do they do tours? They should build it up like Alcatraz.
I'm surprised it's not been used.
You want to make a lot of money? Somebody around Halloween turn that thing into a haunted house.
Right.
That's what you do.
Connected with Salem.
Well, that place, and what was there's a place now in Danvers that used to be that really creepy-ass hospital where they filmed that movie, Session 9.
Great movie.
Yeah, great movie. But you know what? The movie itself is good. The best part of it was the setting was creepy as crap because it was a real mental
Danvers
hospital.
State Mental Hospital.
Oh, but now it's like an apartment complex.
Yeah, it's residential, but they kept the main building. So it was like, it used to be shaped as a bat, and this was called the name of that building was called the Kirkland Building or the Style.
Yeah.
And so it looked like a bat with wings, and at the end of on each side was where the the real bad people, they kept the main part of it, but everything else got torn down.
And apparently, if you read some of the stories, I don't know if they're true or not, about some of the stuff that happened to some of the patients inside there, it will freak you the F out if you were living in those apartments right now.
And another cool thing, you can still find and I've done this, the hidden cemetery where they would bury the unnamed or unclaimed patients. You can still find that cemetery. It's still there.
All right. I don't want to do that.
You have gotten Stiz on a horror trip here, which he loves. It's one of his passions in life.
You see, I don't like horror movies, but Session 9 was great because it's truly, you can't believe this exists. It looks like something somebody designed to be spooky, but overhead it's shaped like a bat. And like they before they plowed it down and turned it into apartments, they let them film this movie there, and they left a bunch of the stuff in there, like the creepy chairs that people were strapped into and stuff. Oh man! But I want to actually find out more about that Shutter Island building because as I went by it, I went, oh crap! I forgot this is even here, and the boat goes right next to it. It's somewhat creepy.
What do you think? Real quick, movie review. I wasn't the biggest fan of that movie.
Shutter Island?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of his movies.
Yeah.
Scorsese, but I just thought, didn't think that was one of his better movies.
Not to spoil anything, the ending
was
it didn't blow me the way that I think it should have.
A little Sixth Sense-ish.
Yeah,
right?
like I was looking for something and I shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
And that's not a good way to see a movie. It's like when Shyamalan started making all those movies, you knew there was going to be a twist. You started looking for something and that kills it. Mm-hmm. It's when it jumps up on you. That's when it gets you. And yeah, I'm with you, Ted. Shutter Island, the sum of it the parts are better than the sum. I love everyone who's involved, but it just wasn't that great.
I'm going to be that guy and say that the book was much better than the movie.
Oh, boy.
I know, I'm sorry, but...
I don't mind that. I bet it was.
But you really get a sense of what actually happened when you read the book.
Is that, what's his name?
Dennis Lehane.
Dennis Lehane, yeah. I read a really good Dennis Lehane book that just came out. Oh, and I forget about it, but it's essentially Taken, but with a Southie mom. It's awesome. It's like a Southie mom who gets revenge on her daughter being killed.
He's got the best books.
Yeah,
it's really
mess
good.
with a Southie mom, huh?
It's awesome, and I just read it. It's the one that came out like this past year. Lehane's a good writer. He is. But yeah, the new one, it's basically Taken with like a Southie mom going and beating the mob's ass because someone killed her daughter. It's great.
DiCaprio, best actor of the 2000s, yes or no?
No, Nicolas Cage.
No, you're out of your mind. No.
Nicolas Cage is the best actor alive.
That's crazy.
I'll fight you on it. Like Nicolas Cage is literally the best actor.
Mandy, you made me watch that. It was good.
Mandy's the best movie in the past.
It's the best I've seen him.
I think DiCaprio's really good, but I don't like his roles as much as I think that Jeff Bridges is up there. I think that Billy Bob Thornton's up there.
John Malkovich.
Tom Hanks, Denzel Washington, Tom Cruise.
God, Denzel Washington's always good. But I think Nicolas Cage is my favorite actor.
I did watch Tron over the weekend. I'd never seen it before. So young Jeff Bridges, excellent in the early 80s.
You saw the first Tron?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's not bad. All right, let's go to What is that?
That was Mandy. You ripped my shirt.
You ripped the shirt, yes, which is great. Let's go to Colleen real quick. Colleen, what's happening?
I was listening to you talk about Medfield State Hospital and the whole building issue and whatever, but it is currently part of it. I live in Medfield. It's part of it's being made into an arts theater area, arts cultural part. It's called Bell Forge, and the rest of it is probably going to turn into apartments, condos, living places. But it's a really cool place. It's an entire campus. It was built in 1896, and I had a great aunt that was a patient there.
Oh, geez. Man.
Had a head injury, and when you have a head injury in the 1900s, you went to a state hospital.
Oh, man. Well, thank you, Colleen.
I'm not confused. Is this an island? Medfield, the hospital's on an island?
No. It's just Shutter Island was filmed. Part of it was filmed on that spot.
So it was filmed in a different place than I think than the book they were talking about. But the one on the island, I forget which one it is. It's like if you go and you Google it, the pictures on the inside are terrifying. And by the way, Medfield's even. What is it with New England and terrifying mental asylums?
That's so
if
true.
This doesn't make Giannis want to come here, I don't know what will. I know you're waiting for it.
Save that in the awkward transition.
That's a great transition. That's a good line.
Yeah, we call them pivots just so.
That's
And
a great
we have like 6 of them already.
If I'm Giannis, I want to see all these historical.
He drops a Kincaid right in the middle of all of it. That is you are really gifted, my friend, in changing the subject. All right, well, are we talking Giannis? Are we talking Red Sox? Let's do a little Red Sox, shall we? And then we'll just freak out.
What just happened?
Yes.
Sports happened.
These pictures inside the hospital are awesome. They're just terrifying. I can't believe this. New England's messed up, my man. All right, where is There we go. Got to get my sheets in front of me. What just happened? Sports happens. Brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-777. It was a Mother's Day mother effer, my friend.
Jaron, 1 for 4 today. 0-1. High pop into left field. It's going to hang up on the warning track where Chandler Simpson camps out underneath it. He makes the play, and the game is over. The Rays win today, 4-1. They take 2 of 3 from the Red Sox in this series in incredibly impressive fashion.
Listen how beaten down he sounds.
Beaten down.
It sounds like he's broadcasting from his basement and doesn't want to wake up mom and dad.
And Friday, they were so pumped. They had Pedro in the booth with them, and he's calling it a ding-dong Johnson when Abreu goes deep. And they were having the vibes were so high Friday.
Oh, man.
And with all the alumni there, and then rain out Saturday, people are pissed. Sunday.
What was the bringing back of those guys all about?
Well, it was 125 years since the first game on the Huntington Avenue grounds. So it was.
I asked because I see them.
It was an excuse to get them all back.
There you go. But to bring people to this, and to make you forget how miserable the season is.
Yeah, remember when the team was good?
Yeah,
that's
great.
That's what it was. They rolled them all out. Well, can someone give Peyton Tully some help? Dude went out there, pitched well again, but once again the offense just goes ice cold. Boy, does his team love to leave men on base. As the Sox lose again, they blow another series. They're 17-13. Things are so bad. Did you hear Trevor Story getting booed at his second and third at bat?
Oh, he deserves it, though.
On Mother's Day in front of thousands of moms. Yeah. They booed Trevor Story on his second and third at bat. But how about this, Ken? You ready for me to drop a stats anvil right on your head? Okay. The team's 56 runs through 19 games are their lowest scoring single season 19-game stretch at Fenway since 1934.
That's crazy. That was in the Globe, so it's like the Globe is no holds barred.
Giving them some credit on that. And then there's this.
Yes.
You're out of it already, or one of them.
So the 1-1 and hits him. Going to get drilled for the 8th time.
Yeah, it's Wilson Contreras, one of the players who does seem to give a rat's ass. He bruised his hand after getting nailed by a fastball in the first.
Well, maybe back up a little.
No, he is crouched over.
How
That's
about,
his
how
MO.
about just Wilson,
He's got
just
8 homers. Yeah. Maybe they all need to crouch over.
Maybe.
Get Story crouching over.
Okay, but you wouldn't get your hand hit. I mean,
isn't that the Uke thing?
Yeah,
wasn't Uke like all over the plate, and that's why he kept getting hit by
Coach
pitch?
from Cheers used to just lean the head forward. Bang.
Well, he left the game, and according to Chad Tracy, the scans came back negatives. Here's what he had to say.
The quick scans that we do here came back negative, which is good. Sore. That's all we know at this point, and we're just going to obviously have an off day tomorrow. That helps a lot, and then we'll kind of reevaluate him tomorrow on the next day and see how he feels, and hopefully we're okay there.
You know, Ted, I was talking about this off the air. You know, no, we all want the Red Sox to do well. There's nothing worse than having a season of bad baseball, and everyone loves Fenway Park, and everyone wants to enjoy it, and God knows it helps our show if the Red Sox are good. But I was thinking about it this weekend, and the Red Sox have a lot of issues, but isn't one of the main ones, they don't have star power. I was thinking about it this weekend. I was like, if you were to go around with a picture of okay, give me the 2 biggest stars on the team. In your opinion, Ted, who are the 2 biggest stars on the team?
Oh, Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet.
Okay. If you got me pictures of Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet not wearing a uniform, how many people out of 10 in Boston do you think could identify who they were?
Probably maybe 6, 5, half.
You think 6 people could tell you who Garrett Crochet was outside without wearing a uniform?
They're both pretty new to the team. I might go lower than that, maybe 4.
4? Okay. Yeah, okay, maybe just a little less than half, but I mean, I don't know. I think they're even though because last year was such a great kind of came out of nowhere season that I think people would know who they were based on that.
That's true. I'm going to make a bet. I'm going to you know what? We'll do it on Wednesday.
A little social experiment?
I want Jackson to go out in front of Fenway and only ask people wearing Red Sox jerseys. Red Sox jerseys or Red Sox hats. And I'm going to have him get a picture of Garrett Crochet. And I want him to ask, hey, can you identify this person? Now, it's not going to be wearing Red Sox uniforms. You don't know who it is. You don't know if it's an actor or whatever. Just who is this person? Think about that same experiment with David Ortiz years ago. Think about that same experiment with, let's go with Roger Clemens. Think about that same experiment with Pedro. Like, how many stars, even like John Lester, the entire pitching rotation from the 2000s. Now, like, you could bring that out there and everyone could tell you who that is. But I'm telling you, this team has a star power problem. And maybe that just has to do also with the amount of money that they're spending on people. They could have done it with Mookie. Mookie, everyone would have known. As a matter of fact, I would have gone 9 out of 10, and that's hedging my bet because it probably would have been 10 out of 10 with Mookie Betts. But I'm telling you, I can't wait to see this experiment.
But Jackson, if you're doing it at Fenway, I think 7 out of 10 at Fenway. When you first said Boston,
you got to go out to the burbs somewhere.
No. I want the deck stacked.
Back bay.
You want fans.
I want Jackson to go out to Fenway Park and only talk to people wearing Red Sox jerseys. And show them a picture of Garrett Crochet not wearing a uniform, just dressed like a normal guy.
There's a lot of peacatters there, you know? Yeah, so maybe, right? There's a lot of people that maybe are just fringe fans that are there to see the ballpark and are not really hardcore fans. So you're right.
Wednesday's a hardcore day. There's going to be a lot of ball fans there Wednesday. Those are my people. So I think 7 or 8 out of 10. I have faith in the Fenway crowd.
You know where it was most striking? It was when they played back at the end of April when they played the Yankees. They lost 3 games to the Yankees in the 3-game set, and you just look at the Yankees.
They have Judge.
It's like
Giancarlo.
Yeah. I mean, just like star power.
Up and down the lineup and in the pitching staff, yeah.
I know. And listen, as I said, nobody wants this team to do better right now than I do. There's a lot of reasons. I hate watching bad baseball. And that's what kind of we're seeing. It's like it's not even bad. It's just like lackadaisical. The errors are down, right? Like it doesn't feel like they're doing that as much.
Except yesterday's story, an Ole.
That's right.
He booted one that really kind of, I think, did him in. That was the error that did him in.
Would you take Devers back?
No.
They are selling him at a bargain. The Giants want off him. I think this would be like, how Portnoy sold the gambling empire and then bought it back for $1. This would be a brilliant turn. You bring Devers back. And just give him a shot.
I don't think he's a fan favorite, though. I don't think
he's
people
recognizable.
Okay, well,
people know
they might recognize him. That's good.
As long
as they recognize him.
If you brought him back, he would be the probably most recognizable person on the team.
And he's been a disaster there. No doubt about that. But you give him nothing. You just take him back and They have 4 home runs over the wall at Fenway. Bradford was telling me this. Opponents have 6 or 7 or 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just they have no. You can't win at Fenway. Breslow built a lineup that cannot possibly win in your home park.
Yeah, which is insane because that's where you're supposed to. You're supposed to have a lineup that takes advantage of the unique, the dimensions of Fenway, but they don't.
So give the people what they want. Bring Rafi back.
Rafael Devers.
There it is.
I don't get the sense that people are clamoring. I'm a man on the streets, and I don't hear people going, Teddy, when are they going to bring Rafael Devers back?
Bring back that Devers magic. Why not? You know what? Who cares? I need somebody on this team that can that doesn't leave men on base every single time. God, this team's addicted to it.
Last 4 games, 4 for 31 runners in scoring position.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. They've been held to 1 run or 0 runs 10 times, third most in baseball. 3 runs or less in 22 of the 40 games. It's just.
What do you expect? This team was built on pitching and
Pitching's
defense.
been pretty good.
Pitching and defense, guys. You know.
Well, I like Tully, and it does suck because this was a good story for him too. I think his mother had died 2 years ago, and it was like a Mother's Day thing where he was out there, and like everything was set up for this to be a feel good moment and maybe even a rally point. And he's been good, and he's only got what 1 win under his belt because the team keeps failing him.
Mm-hmm. What was? Forgive me, I was away all weekend. The fallout with the player for the Rays that didn't like him showing him up. After
Caminero. I don't think he understood that it was partly his mother's. I think he was emotional because of it's Mother's Day, and he struck him out. But he was definitely giving the.
But
big
isn't
eyes.
that kind of pot kettle black because he loves to
these guys
celebrate.
All bat flip crazy.
Yeah. That's I forgot about that story over the weekend. It's just it's easy to just kind of hear some of this stuff coming out of the Red Sox and be like, start winning a little bit. Go on a run. You need a run.
And then to attack poor Michael Hawley. Jeez.
All right. So I you know what? Let's go ahead and get into that. So Jarren Duran is somebody who very publicly has been, speaking about his mental health and dealing with it. There's been times where he has snapped at fans. He flipped the middle finger to a fan. He's talked about how people were joking about him committing suicide, and he didn't like that. He's been very open about saying that, I'm somebody who struggles with my mental health.
He went even further than that. Sorry to interrupt, Rich.
Yeah.
We're in a documentary a couple of years ago where he basically said he attempted to take his life at one point. So he has put it out there to basically so everyone knows exactly what he's dealing with.
Yep. So Jarren Duran ended up this weekend posting on his Instagram a video of really, I think the biggest ne'er-do-well, everyone knows that when it comes to the Boston sports media, there's none more with a vendetta or none more evil than Michael Hawley.
Spits vitriol. That's all he does.
Who's just, when you think negativity, you think Michael Hawley.
First name.
But
I love you, Michael. Love you, brother.
Michael's the best. Obviously, I'm being extremely sarcastic. I don't think it was funny when we were going against WEEI years ago. We pretty much hated everyone except for Michael Hawley. Everyone loved Michael Hawley. He's the one guy who it's boy, EI sucks. Dale Arnold and Glenn Ordway. But Michael Hawley's all right.
You can't say no bad words for Michael Hawley.
No. So this is a clip that Jarren Duran put on his Instagram of Michael Hawley. I believe this is on Boston Sports Tonight on NBC Sports Boston. Let's take a listen.
But let's just be honest. All teams lie. They lie about injuries. They just do. Tell me a forthcoming organization in the city when it comes to injuries. They just don't. So when the Red Sox did it, why are we doing this? Why are you playing games with us? This is an unnecessary lie. We know you're lying. Stop it. He's day-to-day. No, he's not. And then Chad Tracy doubling down. Oh, this is on the short. He's going to be on the IL in the short hair. No, he's not, Chad. No, he's not. He's not. I'm rooting for Roman Anthony. I was one of those people who said he's ready to take the next step. Last year, in his limited amount of time with the Red Sox, I said he was their best player. I said this. But Mike and Keith, I got to say, this has to be one of the biggest, so far, this has to be one of the biggest flops that we've seen.
First of all, the first part of that clip, he's absolutely right. I mean, teams lie all the time. They lie about injuries. We know
Celtics, Jason Tatum, hello?
Yep. Exactly.
Are you kidding me?
Exactly. And you know what? He ended up not being day-to-day.
Soft knee, something, soreness.
No stiffness.
So Jarren Duran puts up that on his Instagram, and they let people like this on NBC Sports, and a clown emoji, and then a crying, laughing emoji, and then it copied Michael Hawley. And
he did an at Michael Holley, huh?
He did an at Michael Holley, went right at him. And then not much after he did that, when people just started crushing him, being Jaron Duran, and the awful year that he's been having, he not only yanked that post, but shut down his entire Instagram. And to Jaron Duran, I say this. Excellent. Good. Keep going. You are someone, Jaron, who is very openly dealing with your mental health. There is nothing more toxic than paying attention to what's going on in social media. Nothing good comes from it. It's a fix. You think that for a moment someone says something nice, but when you see that negativity, it stays with you, it eats at you. There's psychiatrists and there's people who are mental health experts all over the country who will tell you social media is toxic. So I say to Jaron Duran, I'm not going to sit here and make fun of him. If you truly, and you know what? There's a lot of people saying that Jaron Duran is faking the mental health stuff in order to get away with being an a-hole. I've heard that before. You know what? Turn off all your social media and you'll never hear that. Because people are going to say dumb things all the time that aren't true, that are uneducated, uninformed, and idiotic. But turn off your social media. Get off of it. Keep going, Jaron. If you've got Twitter, get off of it. If you've got any other kind of way that the people can randomly, that you don't know, can yell at you and tell you how much you suck, get off of it. Your job is tough enough standing in front of a crowd every single night and having people yell insane stuff at you. Don't you think that's enough? Why would you punish yourself even more? You know what? Only listen to the people that are important to you. Your manager is important. Your family is important. Outside of that, who gives a rat's ass?
Yeah, but you're of a different generation than Jaron Duran. That's all these people grew up with. He's, 29, 30 years old? Yeah. Like, if you shut off social media, you're shutting out your entire peer group.
That's not true. There are tons of famous people who stay off social media, and it works in their favor.
You don't look at Jaron Duran and go, why would you go after Michael Holley for something that really had nothing to do with him at all?
He was wrong for that. He absolutely was. And you know what happened? Because social media loves to take what you threw out there and throw it right back in your face. And maybe he learned at that moment, you know what? It's bad to listen to, and it's bad to dish it out.
I feel like there's been instances before that he should have learned his lesson.
You would think so.
Do you think because it was Roman Anthony that the Holly was sort of attacking there? Was he trying to be like a good leader? Like, here's a young guy.
Yeah.
So I can kind of understand
having
that.
his guy's back a little bit.
At least that
But
not in that
weird
method.
thing to trigger you. Like, I think that's a weird. Like, why are you?
It's because he's one of these people who seems to get. You know what? There's people who are addicted to anger. You know what I'm talking about?
Drama?
They seek out anger because it makes them feel alive. And I don't know if he's like that, but I do know that anybody who continues to take what people are saying on social media or what people are saying about you and try to throw it back in there, and then it gets to a point where you have to shut down your Instagram, you know what? Life is better when you're off it.
No doubt. It's just kind of like, it's like, why he picked the fight.
That's
and then
true.
once they come at it, it's like, oh, hey, now everyone's, bad for coming at me. Well, you kind of started it, bro. Why did you say anything?
Exactly. Well, he's learning too you can avoid the temptation to toss it out there because it always comes back tenfold worse when you do that. Always. So, and it's why I tell like friends of mine, even in our industry, when someone will like pick on you on social media, I'm like, dude, don't respond. Just ignore it and move on. And there's some people who can't avoid it. Yep. There was a guy who was there was a dude who was a DJ in Chicago who got in like a ton of trouble because this guy, like, it was something stupid. Like, the dude was holding a giant fish that he had caught, and someone like ripped on him and saying, "There's no way you caught that. It was a fake." And then he ended up going after the guy and said something about his kid, and he got fired.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Just either and you know what? There's a lot of people who are mentally healthy who can look at that stuff and it just not affect them. But there's some people who, if they see it, it will mess up their day. So just cut yourself off from it.
It's tough.
And I bet they've tried to shop Duran, or at least they've taken questions about it, or dangled him out there. And this is all part of the difficulty of moving him. They're sort of locked into him, and they want to get something good. He's a good player, obviously, when he's on. He helped them win 2 games the weekend before. Friday night had a big home run.
He did, you're right.
Sunday another one. So they need him to be good enough or stable enough to trade him at least.
And I know it's not a very sports talky thing for me to sit here and actually try to have a little sympathy towards Jarren Duran and just try to, look at the other side of it, because I know the tendency is to want to go, what a puss! Look at this this vagina! What is he doing? Yee! And my whole thing is that, you know what? You took the first step to getting over that. Just cut yourself off of all that. Listen to the people that matter in your life, because none of these people do. They don't matter.
Can I make one more, since we're talking to Jarren Duran?
Shout out to the chat.
Thank you, Stiz.
So you're talking to Jarren Duran. You're telling him, get off. You keep going. I would also say this. If you want to be looked at as courageous for coming out and sharing your story, which it is.
Yeah.
It is courageous.
Yep.
Because a lot of people, when guys were open about their struggles with addiction, it helped me go get the help I needed, and it helped me tell my story that I think helps other people. The way it's a courageous thing is if you put it out there and then don't respond to those people that are baiting you.
Exactly.
Like it loses some of its luster when you react this way. It's not as courageous when you are constantly getting in fights with people who, when you put your stuff out there, you have to know people are going to use it against you.
Exactly.
And so if you can't react to it, and that's the courageous part, is not reacting. That's the courageous part.
That is a great way to say it, because you're right. When you open yourself up and you're vulnerable, it leaves yourself open to get hit.
Correct.
And that's a great way to say it. What is that?
Y'all can clip this up.
Okay, all right.
Clip it up, baby.
You got to clip it up. All right. Well, there you go. So that's not exactly probably what, I think the sports talk world wanted to hear, but I just thought of a different, it's a
different way of looking at it.
You want the guy to get better. You do. And it sucks, because I want this team to get better, because they suck. So please, everybody, get right mentally and physically, and just stop leaving people on base.
Craziest thing is how far out of the wild card are they? They're like
2.5.
Like, seriously.
I know, but
it's an indication how bad you're right there.
You're right.
It is true. And that was Bradford's whole thing. Is like, they could be a playoff team because the AL stinks. Catches Law Attorneys. No fee unless you win. That is who this break is brought to you by. And we will be right back. All right, there's a clip that we played on Friday when we were at Fenway Park that Behind the Bee had released. That is the behind-the-scenes Bruins show that I think was developed at first to justify the Sagan trade, because I remember the very first episode was after the Bruins had lost to the Blackhawks, and I remember after they traded Tyler Sagan, the first episode had Peter Chiarelli saying, if we would have just gotten half of Kane with Tyler Sagan, we would have won the whole thing. And you're like, oh, that did him dirty, man. Did him dirty. But since then, Behind the Bee has become a pretty good show where every once in a while you'll see something that legitimately makes you go, oh, I didn't know that happened. And in this case, they just put out a clip of after Game 4, which was the worst game of that entire series. It was the listless 4-0 at the end of the first period.
Yep.
Awful crap that they just came out off the ice. And that was the one where you had Swayman screaming at the team as he was leaving the ice.
Yep. Just giving up your puck in your own zone
Yep.
over and over and over again.
Just like about as bad of a performance that team has had the entire season. And they released this clip. Now, this is a clip. This is David. The voice you're going to hear is David Pasternak, as if you couldn't tell when you hear it. It's David Pasternak as they are entering the locker room after that awful first period where they just got shelled. Do you have it there, Stiz?
We talk about it. It's a afternoon game. Gotta be ready. No, we show up. We lose every battle. Boom. 3-0. 2 mistakes. We get out battle. Outskate everything. Guys playing without MCL. And this is how we show up. Embarrassing, boys. Take it up. Damn it.
Okay, so
that's tremendous.
Well, first of all, my first thought was like, well, give him the captaincy. Like, that was great. Somebody showed a little bit of heart in there. And then the second thing, I said this on Friday, is that I couldn't understand anything he was saying. It just sounded like he was like pumped up, and maybe his accent got stronger the angrier he got. And I said that on the air. And so what happened, Ken, over the weekend?
They put subtitles?
They released the same clip again.
Were they Jackson subtitles?
They put
that's
subtitles.
awesome. Did they really?
They did, because
I love it.
I was making fun of it on Friday. I'm like, dude, that's pretty great. But it sounded like he said, loose everyone's bowels, boom. And I didn't know what he was saying. As a matter of fact, I was going to have Jackson like put his little recorder up there and transcribe it. And I don't know if they heard us or if just a lot of people were saying the same thing. But after we talked about that, they released the same clip again with subtitles at the bottom of it.
Now, Ted, like as an athlete, does that work? Like if somebody came in and was after a bad first half, would you respect them or would it just be like, all right?
So I'm looking to see what that was the fourth. So
they're down 4-0. Yeah, that was that matinee game. It was horrible.
What was the final score?
6-0, I think, or
6-1.
So
6-1.
So you could. How did they respond to his talk?
They played better. They played better in the second. I mean, it was a scoreless second.
I mean, how do you think guys took it? Well, how did they play after that?
That's a fair point.
But isn't it nice to know that somebody showed a pulse, though?
You just worry about. Do you remember? You ever stories about Ray Lewis back in the day?
Yep.
Stories are that his teammates would just, when Ray starts doing his thing, they go roll their eyes.
Mike Flynn told us that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, bro. Gotcha, Ray. All right. Whatever you say, Ray. So you wonder, the fact that he's not even named the captain and he's basically gets 100 points, waking up and going to work every day might tell you something about what they think of David Pasternak. I mean, the fact that he's not a captain already, I think, is pretty revealing. So my guess is there's going to be guys in there that are going to be like, really, you defense is optional by you. You constantly turn the puck over all the time, and you're a guy that stat humps a lot, and we got to hear it from you. Really, bro? You? So I think there's going to be guys that aren't going to take it the way you might think they would.
But I think
playing without MCL.
But I think Cam Neely, we've seen him get emotional up in the box, throwing cups and whatnot. He probably loves it, and he's a big part of Behind the Bee, from what I understand, and getting that started. That is a sign to me they're keeping Pasta. If there was any debate whether they were going to trade him or flip the organization,
Pasta just can't be your best player.
Well,
if
he has a good supporting cast, he could be your top scorer.
You know what, Pasta? It needs to be. There needs to be a Patrice Bergeron on this team.
Yeah,
I think
an adult in the room is what I call it.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
And it doesn't seem right now that you have an adult in the room.
Correct.
And I don't understand. We were talking about the other day about how just those teams, like the Stanley Cup winning team, I mean, how many guys could you have given the C to? I mean, you've, of course, had Patrice Bergeron, Chara, Recchi. You had, as I said, even Sean Thornton was like an emotional leader on that
Tim
team.
Thomas.
Andrew Ferentz. Well, Tim Thomas is a weirdo. I mean, he's literally the best. It was the best like goalie performance I've seen ever in my life. That stretch.
And they rarely
Stanley
go
Cup run.
to goalies, I'm told. too.
Yeah,
it's a rare thing.
They're weirdos, and I think they'd probably rather not have it. But nonetheless, it was an interesting thing, and it was funny over the weekend that they transcribed it after we were kind of ripping up.
That's
for a while.
awesome.
That was pretty great. All right, 617-779-7937. Let's get to this Jaylen Brown audio. It seems like people who said they knew a little something about what's going on between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics might be backtracking a little bit. We'll get to that next.
More Rich, Ken, and Ted. Game all season. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour of Rich, Ken, and Ted is brought to you by our friends at Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
You know, his frustration lies deeply within the organization and other things that,
Of course,
we don't really
I agree
have
with that.
details to. There's just been a lot of stuff, that I've been hearing just going on with the Boston organization, with JB, the leadership that I displayed within, this team. And you've seen that, not having our, best player in JT. You've seen a different side of me and what I'm able to bring to the game of basketball. So all that stuff, I think just came into play with him and his frustration.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
That is Tracy McGrady, mentor of Jaylen Brown, saying he's got inside information that there is some sort of strife between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics higher-ups.
Don't forget the main word, deep
strife. Deep within the organization. Which is kind of funny because, everyone immediately jumped in and said, well, Tracy McGrady, how would he get that? He obviously got it from Jaylen Brown. And Jaylen Brown is someone who loves to be talked about. He continues to go on his Twitch and talk about, does he want to be here for a while, or is he pissed off at the coach? Or it's like all of these mixed messages. And he just loves to put these little nuggets out there to get people talking about him. Well,
I love Boston.
Yes, of
if
course.
it was up to me, I could play her for the next team.
If it were up to me,
Sure.
we're here forever.
Yep, you stay here for a long, long time. However, Tracy McGrady this past weekend, the inside source to Jaylen Brown, was on, I believe this was the NBA Network, right? This is on NBA, or is it TNT? Either way, Tracy McGrady was talking about, he was asked, hey, tell us how you got this inside information. Is this Jaylen Brown talking to you?
I know him, and I know how he acts, right? So watching this series, how it unfolds, watching the behavior change and uncharacteristics of who I know Jaylen is. So it looked like he was frustrated to me when you go into the media and you say some of the things that he said, when he go on his streaming platform and say some of those things. This is me having a relationship with him. This is not me, having a conversation. I haven't talked to Jaylen at all about this. I just know my friend, and when I see certain things, I see frustration.
Wow.
Hang on.
Wow.
You
Wow.
Stop that.
It's just unbelievable.
That original clip, you were talking as if you had inside information. Don't you backtrack now. You will never get a job in this industry, my friend.
Wow.
Like that is just somebody.
I just know my friend.
Oh,
I mean, what?
God. Just chickening out, just crapping himself.
He's never
on TV.
told me this, but I know how he thinks. Like, really, bro? Really? He's never said anything. Anything you've been saying to us, he's never mentioned to you ever once. Please,
man.
How do we buy that?
But also, when he's talking there, it's like he's observing his behavior in this series. Was there anything? If you're just watching Jaylen Brown in the Sixers series, did he behave in a certain way which showed frustration? I didn't see that. In fact, he called it his favorite season multiple times afterward.
Yeah.
He's not frustrated at all.
Yep.
The only frustration is if it's actually deeply within the organization. And your guy Mannix went on his podcast over the weekend and had some good stuff in there about how he believes this to be true. The original report, Rich, that we just heard is true because, from what Mannix is saying, he was tired of all the trade rumors that he gets thrown into all the time, going back to AD and Kawhi and on and on.
Do you know how many things he still harbors resentment about? The fact that the fans booed him. The fact that I'm hearing. I mean, if you listen to Chris Gasper's commentary on this, it's almost mind-boggling because he brings up that's his guy. JB is his guy. So Gasper knows honestly how JB thinks. He's basically pissed off that Gordon Hayward got minutes over him when Gordon Hayward was first brought in here. Besides the fans booing him. And he even goes on to suggest that what Jaylen wants is more access like JT gets. He wants to be treated like with more respect and be put on a pedestal like JT is. And he wants the fans to treat him like fans treated Marcus Smart. That's what he wants, is to be treated like Marcus Smart.
To freak out every time he's at the three-point line with the ball in his hand?
He kind of did. I thought the fans treated JB pretty well this year, didn't you? I mean,
I don't know what
they chanted MVP for him.
Dude, they love you. They absolutely love you. And what do you mean? What do you access? They gave you a $300 million contract, and you're not happy.
So here's the one thing that if I was him, I would be upset about, but it's not within the Celtics organization, is that every offseason, it is true, every offseason that they don't win, everyone's talking about trade rumors with Jaylen Brown. But that's not the organization themselves, right? They're not the ones putting it out there.
They're shopping him, and that's according to Mannix. I don't know if you're going to play this report, but he says they talked with Atlanta last offseason.
Let me hear that. Let me hear that clip.
Mannix.
I mean, I wrote this week about the Atlanta Hawks. Jaylen is a Georgia native. Last offseason, the Celtics and Hawks did have a brief conversation about Jaylen Brown. It didn't really go anywhere. The Hawks were leery about the size of Brown's contract, which at the time was, I believe, the richest contract in NBA history. And they weren't really in a position to go all in. The Celtics were not looking to give Jaylen Brown away either, so it didn't go anywhere.
Now, but they shopped him then. If you're talking to Atlanta about, so that has to get back to Jaylen, that would piss you off a little bit.
Sure, but then don't lie about how you're not pissed. It's like you don't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You're either pissed or you're not. Like, I totally understand why you would be, but don't come out and say, no, man, me and Brad are great. Everything's awesome. Sunshine and roses. I'm farting sunshine.
Don't act this way right after you lose a series you had no business losing, and then cry, you can't trade me. Like, you're basically, in a way, shooting your way out. Like, you're giving them ammo to want to trade you by saying the things you're saying.
All right, this is going to sound like, this is going to sound like I'm being like, I like the old school basketball. But is it me, or is there this really lame bar for success amongst NBA players now?
It's not about winning championships.
No, think about just in the last week, 3 comments that I have heard. I have heard Jaylen Brown say after the 3-1 loss that this was his favorite season, even though he won MVP in the finals and obviously has a championship.
I stand on it. I triple down, quadruple down, whatever y'all want me to say, chat.
And then last night, we had Joel Embiid, who got swept and embarrassed, saying that he was proud of this season. And for me, this season was a success. And then you had Draymond Green talking about how it doesn't matter about championships anymore. We're still on television more than any other team.
Yeah. Those athletes are letting themselves off the hook now because
my man Giannis started this. He's the OG. So he said it's not a failure. It's a step towards success.
There you go. That. Like, it's process over results. It's not about results. It's about the process and the fact that we're doing the work to try and get these. It's like all this new age mumbo jumbo where it basically takes them, it takes all the pressure off of them. Because they're not winning championships, and that's how they go through life. Is like, you know what? Hey, at least we tried. I mean, you got to give us credit for that, don't you? We won 56 games in the regular season. I mean, the process was right? Yeah. I mean, the results weren't what we wanted. Yeah, no kidding. Like, seriously.
We're going to play some clips later on from the Kevin Hart roast because Tom Brady was on there and a couple other people. And Draymond was one of the people who roasted. But Shane Gillis had one of the best jokes of the night. He goes, Draymond Green bragging about having 4 championships would be like Ringo Starr bragging about having 11 #1 albums.
Well,
yeah, right. Like it was all him?
Right, it was all him. Never mind, you had some of the best shooters in history on your team at the same time.
McGrady's so confusing, though, isn't he?
I know him, and I know how he acts.
What is
he? Okay, so I guarantee you that was.
Been hearing.
He got a phone call or something. It was like, dude, just shut up. Don't say anything.
Really? But nothing publicly. I don't hear JB saying, you know what, Tracy doesn't speak for me. What he says is not true.
Because he likes it out there. Because he likes that out there.
Because Tracy saying exactly what he's thinking.
Yeah, I know him, and I know how he acts.
So are they trading him or not? Where are you today? JB.
I don't think they're going to get anything of value for him.
Value.
I don't think they're going to get anything that's better than what he is as a member of the Celtics. I looked at that list. We went over it on Friday, and it was like the top 8 teams that would be in on Jaylen Brown. And the best one was Jamal Murray from the Nuggets. And to me, that's just, as they say, it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's
Giannis you would take Giannis.
I wouldn't.
You would not.
I only want Giannis if he is part of if he's a big 3. If the 2 J's are here.
The Milwaukee, the great guy we had on last week would like look at you like you're crazy. Like they think JB is like you better add 3 more players.
It's true
because they think Giannis is way, way better than Jaylen Brown.
That is so. It's so.
Where we
crazy.
look at it the other way.
Yep, our perception in Boston is so skewed as to what everyone else seems to think. But most importantly, it's what I guess the Bucks seem to think. That's all that really matters if you want Giannis here. Do they think that Jaylen Brown is a 1-for-1?
Well, they're desperate. They have to trade him now. Shams came out and said he's on the block, so they have 6 weeks to get the best deal for him.
Yep.
There will be several teams in on him, but who's got a better piece than Jaylen? I mean, would you take 4 draft picks instead?
See, I do.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right.
I do agree with what the writer from the Bucks said, and that he said that they might just want to go complete youth, rebuild, get like a ton of picks high in the draft, and it be less about the player that they get. They don't want someone who's 30 back on their team. They want someone who's, a couple years in the league, potential future superstar and picks.
But that's tough to sell to a fan base. You're giving up Giannis, who everybody there loves. And granted, he's forcing his way out. But then you're going to sell them on 4 first-round picks? Like, who's coming out to watch those games?
Think about when Pierce and Garnett and Jason Terry got traded, and you know what we got? Like a buttload of picks. Remember that? We got all those great picks from Brooklyn.
Okay, what if it's this year's Celtics first and Jaylen? Jaylen in the first. They might do that.
I don't want Jaylen to get traded for Giannis.
No, I'm saying if you're a Bucks fan, you might go for that. Or Bucks.
So
GM.
you're middling it. Are you in win now mode, or are you
both.
in for the
You
future?
get a little bit of both.
You're middling it. So it's I don't know. I just either pick a side.
It's a good draft. So whoever they take this year probably will be a piece that you add. I don't know. I'm just because you're right. It's the best guy out there name wise is Giannis by far, unless the Jalen Johnson's going to get traded from the Hawks or somebody like that.
I heard Pierce say Sabonis.
Sabonis, I hear that
after that would rule. I do love
Sabonis guy.
Big
Sabonis guy.
Huge fan of that. So if that was to happen, and that was Paul Pierce coming out and saying that.
You need more than that, I think.
Yeah.
You know what the beauty is, and we've talked about this. The date that's in front of us, what is it, July 1st? Is when they got to decide when.
No.
They can offer him an extension at that point, right?
Yeah, Jaylen.
Jaylen is July.
Do they offer him or do they not? That'll be a telling, I think, kind of story point in this story and saga of how they really think of Jaylen.
Well, speaking of sagas, the Mike Vrabel saga with Diana Rossini keeps getting legs, keeps getting out there. There's always new pictures. There's some brand new ones that just dropped. But most importantly, he was out there with his team. How did he do? What did the players think? Is it affecting the way that he's able to coach this team? We will talk to Doug Kide from the Boston Herald and the Pats Chat podcast, and he'll let us know the latest from camp right after this.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, WEEI.com, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Off day for the Red Sox. 3-game series at Fenway starts tomorrow against the Phillies. 6:45 p.m. starts all week. Zach Wheeler expected to oppose an opener to be determined, followed by Brian Bayo. And then Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez will follow that on Wednesday and Thursday. Here's a unique opportunity for you, the chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, medication-free, and free support for life. 40 by the 4th. This is your year. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending. More Rich and Ken with Ted coming up.
Tomorrow.
journalistic integrity and ethics, where in fact that is just an excuse to put out salacious stuff and like shame on the media for covering it the way they are.
That is Max Kellerman talking about the Mike Vrabel situation. And you know what? Another set of photos dropped on TMZ, and it doesn't really matter. Now these pictures don't matter. It doesn't change the story or anything. We all kind of know what's going on, and you believe what you believe, and you've seen what's happening. You know, what does matter until there's something more significant or the story changes is that Mike's still got to figure out whether or not he's able to function and do what he does as coach of the New England Patriots without this all being too much of a distraction. And it seemed like yesterday he was doing just that. As a matter of fact, several of the players at camp were spoken to, and they don't seem to mind. I never thought the players would mind. It always seemed like they'd almost...
To be honest, though, these are rookies, and they don't know Mike that well, so they don't really know what he was like before. So they just... Their first impression of him is right now.
Yep.
So they're probably not the guys to ask, is my point on that.
That's a great point.
But I do think the photo that came out today is so benign. It's probably to Vrabel's favor. At some point, there will be people turning on TMZ like, okay, come on.
Yeah.
They're together. She has her arm around his back while they're talking. I mean, that could be just absolutely nothing.
It's true. And I think that really the only thing, unless there's something significant that ends up coming out, but the only thing that I see...
Pregnant with twins. I don't know. Something, yeah.
Jeez, I mean, who knows?
We don't know that. It's
But
just a boat trip.
But everybody's, he's not off the hook until she speaks. And when she speaks, it all comes back out again. So he's kind of just probably waiting. But on with us right now, a gentleman who really, if it comes to the Patriots, has one of the best podcasts out there. Not only because I enjoy this gentleman, but I enjoy his co-host, Mr. Michael Hurley. Ted,
the Hurley-meister, love him.
Hurls,
my guy.
Part of the PTSD crew.
That's right.
Doug Guide from the Boston Herald as well. What's going on, Doug? How's it going?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm a part of the Mike Hurley fan club with you guys. I might be the president at this point, I guess.
That's awesome, Doug. Well, so, what was the vibe down at camp with Mike Vrabel? And Ted makes a good point, is that these are rookies, so you don't really know, or they don't really know what to expect in the first place, whether there's a change in his attitude or who he is. But how did he look to you, and how did everything seem to go down regarding Mike Vrabel yesterday?
He seemed pretty normal to me. He seemed like his normal self. He was directing players like he always does. He was hands-on with players out there, being his usual, verbose, demonstrative type self. So I didn't notice a change from him at all. And yeah, obviously rookies aren't the best people to be asking about Vrabel since they don't know that change. But I also do think that any new player, I think, is what you worry about, what their, reaction to Mike Vrabel is going to be, or what their interpretation is, because the guys who knew him last year, they're going to stand beside him. Like they know who he is. They already love the guy. I don't think you really have to worry about them. It's all the new players that you're bringing in, whether it's a veteran or a rookie. And I think they'll all say the right things. But those are the ones I think that you have to worry about a little bit more, because it's like, oh, this is that guy that is in all the, tabloids right now and on TMZ and everything like that. But even with the new guys, they're saying all the right things. Like Draymond Jones, one of the new outside linebackers, he was retweeting someone, I think it was Asante Samuel or something like that, standing behind Vrabel. So I thought that was a good sign.
Doug, I'm curious, because I think it was Mike Giardi that reported the second time that Mike talked to the team, that it wasn't, his message kind of didn't hit the same way the first time he spoke to the team. And how are you hearing anything about just how staffers or how people in the building are looking at Mike, not just the rookies, but just the staffers there and coaches on the staff are looking at Mike? Have you heard any changes in that?
Not especially. I think that obviously there's going to be some sort of change just because he's dealing with all of this, but not in a negative way, I would say. And obviously players, when they're talking to us, they aren't going to give the full truth, but at least from what they're saying, they said that he's still the same guy. And I think that that's somewhat unbelievable, but from observing him at practice and him really looking like the same coach that we saw for last year and in training camp and rookie minicamp and all of that, I think that he can return to his normal self now that he's back in kind of a coaching mode.
So what do you think is, from the people you've spoken with and your time around the team, there was a report that came out that the Patriots are considering a contingency plan if for some reason another shoe drops.
Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, and right. And there was Mike Tomlin was one of the names. And, of course, you've even heard if Mike Tomlin doesn't work out, them just potentially bringing in Josh McDaniels being the head coach for a while. What have you heard about any kind of contingency plan? And have you heard anything about whether there's any truth to that report?
No, I haven't heard if there's any truth to that report. And when it's like the Daily Mail of all places getting that, I was even wondering about some of the wording in that report was very strange and almost kind of robotic from what I remember reading at the time. So, no, I'm not sure what about the truth of that. But I think that in any situation like this, you would need some sort of contingency plan. It's good that they've got a former head coach like Josh McDaniels on staff. The Tomlin thing just kind of made me laugh, I think, a little bit more than anything else because of where it was coming from. And I don't really have anything against the Daily Mail, but it was just such a random place for that report to pop up, and it hasn't come out from anyone else since.
Doug, what were your takeaways from rookie minicamp? Anything stand out at all in like an interesting way? This guy looks unbelievable out there. They're not in pads and anything like that.
Not really. The third string quarterback, Baron Morton, was better than I thought he would be. He completed every pass. But these guys are out there, no pads, all that kind of stuff. He's not throwing to the best receivers, but obviously also not covered by the best defensive backs out there. But I think it's interesting in that Tommy DeVito's never really been a backup before. He's been elevated to that status because of other guys getting injured. But there's a world in which Baron Morton could potentially beat out Tommy DeVito for the second string role. I don't anticipate that happening, but it was a good first impression from him.
All right. So can I just ask you, outside of camp, Stephon Diggs, what is the status with that? Did you see any kind of potential for him to be a member of the Patriots again?
Not a realistic one. I think maybe if A.J. Brown falls through, and then maybe if he's still out there and someone gets hurt or something like that. But he's getting older. I know he's good coming off the ACL, but now another year older. I think that one way or the other, he'll probably command more money than they're going to want to give him. At the same time, there's a reason why he's still out there available. It's not like there's other teams rushing to sign Stephon Diggs. But if A.J. Brown comes on the roster, I just don't really feel like there's a spot for Stephon Diggs unless he's willing to be like the fourth or fifth wide receiver or something like that, just position-wise. So I think he ultimately winds up going elsewhere. I know Patriots fans want him back, but it doesn't feel like a realistic situation to me.
Because did you see Christian Gonzalez is like publicly reaching out to Stephon Diggs trying to get him back?
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good sign for Christian Gonzalez.
And he wasn't the only one out there, too. I mean, he was beloved by teammates last year, but once you reach that point of releasing the guy, it's kind of hard to come back unless it's right away. And with the A.J. Brown thing, that's the biggest impediment to me right now.
Has there ever been a witness on the stand at a trial less prepared than the woman who was accusing Stephon Diggs?
It's a very good question. You would think that she would have had time to maybe prepare or get prepped a little bit better. But, that went a lot smoother for Stephon Diggs than I expected it to.
No, it sure did. Heck, the lawyer's like, you know what, Steph, you don't have to stay. You don't have to get on the stand. You're good. We're good.
I
think we got this.
Her lawyer apologized at the end. Was she a good witness? No.
Hey, Doug. I saw that the first rounder, Caleb Lamu, he took reps at left tackle. Is that a precursor to maybe Will Campbell getting moved to right?
Not immediately. I think that I believe the Patriots when they say that Will Campbell is our left tackle. I believe that heading into camp, heading into the season, that is their expectation. But for me personally, at some point, if the best starting five offensive linemen includes Lomu at left tackle and Campbell at either guard or right tackle, that's what I would do. I don't think that you have to worry about guys' feelings when it comes to protecting your, billion-dollar quarterback or whatever Drake Mays will be paid at some point. So I think that in rookie minicamp, you don't want to move these guys around. Lomu was most comfortable at left tackle, Crownover most comfortable at right tackle, but I think we see Lomu move around more once the veterans come around, especially someone in a mailbag brought up a good point. Morgan Moses missed so much time in camp last year just from a load management standpoint. I think we actually see Caleb Lomu get a decent amount of first-team reps this summer at right tackle filling in for Moses.
He Doug, just real quick, he does look the part. Like his body, his physique, you go, God, that looks like like comparatively speaking to Will Campbell, I just feel like physically, just looking at him, doesn't he look the part for a left tackle?
He does, and he does more than Will Campbell. And I think that this summer will be a really good indication of where he's at, where Campbell's at, if Campbell's improved or not. Because you're absolutely right. And he's just as athletic as Will Campbell. Last year at Utah, didn't allow a sack. I think he only had 8 pressures. So this is a very good prospect. And so there could at some point be a competition there for who's better to protect the blind side.
All right, Doug, now Ted has gone full Drake May fanboy. He has put him tier 1, and Mahomes is not even in his top tier. Where do you have Drake May going into the year, quarterback-wise?
I think top tier, based on the fact that he was an MVP candidate this year. So will that continue this year with a harder schedule, with, some different wide receivers? We'll see. I think we could see Drake May take a slight step back this year. If only just because some of the things that he was doing last year, especially from a deep ball perspective, are probably a little bit unsustainable from year to year. But, yeah, I would put him in the top tier. And the Mahomes thing is interesting. I mean, Mahomes has not put up elite quarterback stats for, 4 or 5 years now?
Yep. You are talking Ted's language, man.
Go, Doug. Go, buddy. He can't throw the ball downfield.
Exactly. I don't know where I put him. I think that based on reputation, probably still in the top tier. But, even just looking at passer rating, I know it's a basic stat, but his passer rating has not been anywhere near the elite quarterback since, I don't even know what it is, 2020, 2019, somewhere around there.
Since he last had his guy,
yeah,
Tyreek Hill. Hey, I'm curious because Gabe Akis, the second rounder out of Illinois, people are talking about him like he's the best edge rusher out of the draft, at least from the Patriots' perspective. Just what were your initial thoughts of him? Does he remind you of anybody when you saw him out there? What do you think about him and kind of how they're loving that kid up?
Yeah, I think that from a personality standpoint, he's perfect for Mike Vrabel in this defense. He was out there on Saturday, but didn't participate. Not sure exactly what's going on, but huge guy. And just talking to some of his former coaches, seems like he's got the right approach. I was talking to Joe Kim, who worked with the Patriots for a number of years. He got him out to Atlanta working with Justin Houston, got him on FaceTimes with Matthew Judon. I think that those are two pretty good comps for Gabe Akis. Maybe not the speediest edge rusher, might not get 15 sacks a year, but he's going to do all the right things. He's going to study. He's going to work hard. Good athlete, good size. I think that even by the end of the year, he could wind up being a starter for the Patriots.
Why are the Patriots getting crapped on right now? Every power ranking, what was the one that we read the other day? They had him at 15?
13th or something.
Or it was 13 at 15. They're not in the top 10 in most of these. I mean, God knows power rankings. Everyone wants to know what kind of power they have. So they mean the world to me. But why are they being disrespected throughout the NFL media right now?
I think the schedule plays a big part. The fact that they play so many playoff teams, the fact that they play so many different difficult divisions. I mean, they've got the AFC West, they've got the NFC North. I think that plays a big role where these people don't want to be embarrassed if the Patriots wind up finishing the season with 10 wins or 11 wins, whatever it is. But it is interesting where a team makes the Super Bowl. They're the best team in the AFC last year, and then they're somewhere in the middle in a lot of these power rankings. So I would put them higher. I think that they've improved this offseason. I think that even if May's stats aren't quite as good this year, we'll see a little bit of a leap from him. Better offensive line. Defense is still in good shape. So that would be my guess, is that people just don't buy them because of last year's schedule. But, I mean, they still beat the teams that were in front of them. They still made it as far as they did, and I would still put them in the top 5.
Well, Doug Kyde has, as I said, the one of the best Patriots podcasts, him and Michael Hurley, the great Michael Hurley, on Pat's Chat. Also, you can read him in the Boston Herald, and he's all about the power rankings as well. By the way, I'll have you know this. According to Kalshi, where you can bet on anything, 4 days ago, they had Mike Vrabel as being the head coach of your New England Patriots at 64%. Guess what it is now?
Well, is it somewhere around 80 now?
78%.
Right.
It has gone up significantly in the last 4 days, which obviously, if you're a Patriots fan, is a breath of fresh air. That sounds fantastic.
I don't want to go on a rant here or anything, but I don't totally understand the resigning, the firing, the everything that people are putting out there on Twitter.
I'm with you.
I don't even understand the tampering. I'm not trying to be a homer in all of this, but I just want someone to explain to me all of this stuff in a rational way, because I truly don't understand it.
So my only thing, Doug, and the only way that I thought that he wouldn't start the season is if it was his own choice to step back and work on his family. And I also don't think that if he would have done that, it would have been a permanent thing. I think it would have been, I'm going to take a few weeks off. I'm going to come back in week 5, and then it would be like a hero's welcome. That's the only scenario that I saw that happening. I never bought the whole he was going to get fired because that's ridiculous. My God, if the NFL comes down on that.
But there's a lot of fans that think he should be fired. That's the crazy part.
Which,
a lot of fans.
No? Okay.
Some fans.
I think there's a lot of people who don't understand what's going on, who are saying this is a double standard, but they don't realize that Diana Russini literally did something that her job told her specifically not to do, whereas Mike Vrabel did not. He just did something immoral to his, possibly, allegedly, did something that could have been viewed as immoral to his family. That's it.
Yeah.
One has to do with your job, one does not. But people who don't understand the situation are the ones saying, well, why does the woman lose her job? They don't get what's going on. So that's probably part of the reason why you're hearing that, Doug.
Yeah, and I also think that it's coming from a place of dishonesty from some of these people as well. They just want to put things out there on Twitter that they don't mean that they know are going to get the impression. So that's certainly what it is. Yeah.
Yep. Well, maybe Mike Vrabel can pull a Jaron Duran and just get rid of his Instagram and all the social media so he's not reading or hearing any of this stuff. All right. Well, Doug, great stuff, man. Thanks for coming on with us. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
All right, see ya. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's like now at this point, unless some major news drops or whatever, like I think you're right. That picture that came out today was a great thing for Mike Vrabel.
I think so.
It's the first thing that has been released by TMZ where I think universally people looked at it and went, well, this means nothing.
This is not credible.
The boat thing.
Shocking.
I said that up until the boat thing. Then you're like, oh, man.
No, the boat thing was real.
The boat thing's legit.
No, I know. But my point is, I was like, what else can we see at this point that's really going to change your mind? Like, the boat thing.
This when they were at like an NFL function or something like that, and they were talking. I mean, come on, this doesn't meet the threshold.
No, I mean, but that's also and right. It was kind of a little bit lamer. It wasn't them kissing or anything like that. But it also was something that we know that they were most likely together. That didn't do anything. The boat thing was real because she was pregnant, and he's so dumb to be showing his face out there in the city that he's coaching in, and how he didn't think people were going to take a picture of it and talk about it was just insanity.
Is your Vrabel takes 4 weeks off or 5 weeks off plan influenced by the Brady Deflategate suspension, where he came back and you had the Jimmy G fill in? Like, I feel like it's nostalgic for you. You go back to it.
Because you say, like, he should take a few weeks off.
No,
How about take a few weeks off now so that you're here for the season?
No, he wants games. First 4 games.
I don't think he should. I'm saying that's if he's not going to be there week 1, that's what I imagine being most realistic. If he's not there, it's because he pulled himself away, but I don't see him pulling himself away for a whole season. I see it being for a couple of games.
He would never, on his own accord, miss any games. He would never do that.
He took the draft off. I mean,
but that could have been a Patriots kind of red meat. Hey, you know what? Let's give the fans, you take a day off, kind of thing.
Hey, would you put it past the people at Good Morning America, 60 Minutes, or whoever gets the interview with Rossini to say, you know what? We'll pay you for this interview, but we want to do it right when the season kicks off.
Nope. Because you're basically saying that Diana doesn't care about Mike. Like, that she wants to hurt him. She wants to take him down. She doesn't. That's all reports are. That's the last thing she wants to do.
See, but I don't think it's about taking down Mike. I think it's about her coming out and say, I screwed up. Please forgive me because I want to work again.
Okay, why would you do that right before the season and knowing that doing that interview right before the season is going to really hurt Mike because it's going to bring the story back right as the season starts? Like, that would be the worst timing ever if you don't want to hurt a guy.
Leverage.
That's I mean, okay, so if all she cares about is money, doesn't care about Mike, then that relationship was all fraudulent, then she'll do it. But I think she has feelings for the guy. I don't think she wants to hurt Mike.
What if she's upset that he's not getting a divorce?
Well, there you go. Maybe. Yeah,
You're supposed to end up with me.
Yeah, you said. Well, it's like, okay, 6 years, honey. He didn't leave his wife for 6 years for you, and I don't know if he's going to do it now.
Real quick, nerdy schedule question. Thursday schedule comes out. If you're going to take a road trip to see the Pats this year, what's the best trip outside the division? Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City, Chargers, Seattle or Jacksonville?
Oh, Detroit.
Chargers.
Detroit.
Come on.
It's beautiful.
L.A.?
Are you guys seeing the schedule maybe being released? Is this fake?
Yeah, it's Thursday, yeah.
You're
saying
no.
it's leaking?
They're releasing like game by game. They do this every year.
I have the whole
You
schedule.
get the whole thing? Don't do that because that's going to, if it's not right, you're going
Ted, that happens. There's fake ones all the time. But
unless it's from like somebody you like really know.
It's probably a fake.
We know what the first Sunday Night Football is. I mean, that's apparently the Giants versus Cowboys. And who would have thought Giants Cowboys? Like, I mean, that happens every year.
Well, this guy has a blue check mark, but it doesn't mean anything anymore, right?
Okay.
He's only got 1,300 followers. So.
And it's the Patriot schedule?
It's the Patriot schedule.
I mean, we could just craps and giggles, read through it in a minute.
Yeah.
All right, here comes your wink reel schedule release right after this.
The Greg Hill Show.
My husband has celiac.
Oh, he does.
He can't eat gluten.
What does that mean?
It is 93.7 WEEI. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Also, you can leave us something on the take grenade. Just go over to the Odyssey app, press the little microphone button, and leave us a message, and we'll play those later on in the show. And listen, I am wrong about a lot of things. A lot of things. You're going to learn that. I'll come on here.
Double digits.
I'll have all double-digit win for the Celtics. I'll have all the certainty in the world, and it will be absolutely colossally wrong. It is something that is in my blood. I make awful predictions. But there is one that Ted, you and I nailed. And that is the moment that 76ers team beat your Boston Celtics, they would turn into the big ball of crap that the Celtics were supposed to face. And sure enough, they did. What an absolute demoralizing beatdown by the New York Knicks. Now, it does beg the question, though. It is kind of interesting. How do you think the Celtics would have fared against the Knicks after watching what you saw?
Better than that.
Not good.
I mean,
Tatum was not going to play. I mean, I guess they said he would have played, but do you believe that Tatum would have played all 7 games?
I don't know about all 7.
They would have given more of a fight, I would think.
Yeah, you would think that they would have taken at least a couple games.
Yeah.
6 games, if
I would
anything.
hope so.
But I'm a believer in that Knicks team. I do think they're better than I was giving them credit for a lot of the year. And it's not just because I saw them beat up on a crippled, awful, like they just gave up. They gave everything they had in that first round, and just the way the Sixers do, ran out of steam in the postseason.
But how do you look at the Celtics after watching that? The Sixers, who just beat the Celtics, a play-in team, just basically giving up against the Knicks in the second round. How does that make you feel if you're a Celtics fan when you see that?
It pisses me off.
And you were favored you were the favorite in the East coming in, right? And everybody knew what the Knicks were there.
You were the favorite in the East going into Game 7 against the Sixers. The odds still had you in favor.
That's going to make it very tempting for Brad to just say, well, stay the course. We have a good team. Everybody thinks we're the best in the East, so just run it back, right? Because it was just a fluke, whatever. Tatum couldn't play.
Well, I know as Celtics fans, it's probably like a little ridiculous to bathe in the tears of the 76ers, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh, good. I like
because this was fantastic. This was a shot. Remember, they lost in Philadelphia. So that Game 4 was in front of the Philadelphia crowd who just saw their team get their asses kicked for all 4 games. I mean, it was like they didn't even deserve to be there. It was bad basketball. And this is the crowd. This is the news report from inside the arena, like in the concourse. There's a reporter from one of the Philadelphia news stations, and here's how it went.
We're in live inside Xfinity Mobile Arena tonight, Cheyenne. This game was brutal.
Those are New York fans, by the way, mobbing her. It looks like it's a New York game behind her, absolutely mobbing her.
I ain't gonna lie, this is a Mother's Day massacre. I left my mom, you know what I mean, to spend time thinking that I'm going down with the ship, but I'm going down with the ship, so I gotta make it up to mama.
Sell the team, fire Nick Nurse, everybody gone.
Oh, that is a future sports talk radio caller there at 7 years old.
That's an Eskin.
right. That is a future Spike Eskin right there.
Sell the team, fire Nick Nurse, everybody gone. Like Kyle Lowry, coach.
We're getting clowned. Yeah, I got nothing. I think it was Game 6 a few years ago when the Knicks beat us here, and we walked out and they were chanting like this. It's worse this year.
They gotta play better defense.
And I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team.
Oh,
They
no.
did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking.
Oh, my God.
It really is.
That was especially delightful.
Wow. That's real? Real footage?
That's real. That was a
Oh.
woman crying at the end there because she loves Joel. And by the way, Joel doesn't care about you because he went out there and said that for me, this season was a success.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
This is so wild.
Right out of the Jalen, Brown playbook.
I keep saying this, but man, where are the Kevin Garnetts in this league? Where are the guys who, like, you could tell it killed them in the inside?
Yeah.
And that's the one thing you can say about a guy like Marcus Smart, even though, the fans had a love-hate relationship with him. But that dude bled green. Every game meant everything to him. And like, you could tell it probably killed him on the inside. You got Jaylen Brown saying it was a great season, got bounced at a historical loss, and you've got Embiid here saying the season was a success.
And coming apart, Embiid is blaming the Sixers GM for trading Jared McCain at the trade deadline to get under the luxury tax. So it's like amazing. They had this great win over over Boston. One series later, the whole thing's coming unglued.
Well, just feel good, Celtics fans, that despite getting your ass kicked in the first round, the Sixers will forever be a loser franchise. And they just proved it again. And Ted, I don't know what it was about that team. You just felt that each one of those players during the Celtics series was playing at their absolute peak, and that it would never happen again. Yep. And they just all crumbled right back to what we thought they were.
They also took Maxey out of the series. He was a non-factor. So, where was Missoula's adjustment to take Maxey out of the series?
It goes to show you, though, that Joe's just look. He can coach regular season all day, but when you got to play a team, 7 games. He just gets outcoached. He doesn't make adjustments. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's just, oh, my God. The Knicks of all teams, people, the Knicks fans are insufferable because they think they have, they thought last year they had this, championship caliber team.
Well, this is the most dominant run in NBA history so far for the Knicks. Their point differential is plus 194. It's an NBA record. So that's how bad Philly and Atlanta, I guess, have been in comparison to this team. You're making the Knicks look invincible.
And I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking.
Oh,
it really is.
We want to crap on the Sixers. I get it. I'm ready to crap on the Knicks, too.
Yeah, go Pistons.
They're a good team. They're a good team.
Oh, no, they are no.
But they choked to Indiana in the final and conference finals last year.
This is the same team and organization that after they beat the Celtics last year, the city's Department of Transportation named temporarily 15 different Manhattan streets for Knicks players, right?
Yeah.
So Jalen Brunson Boulevard, that's 7th in West. Carl Anthony Town Square, that's 7th at West and 32nd Street.
Yep.
OG Anunoby gets 6th and 8th Street. On and on. Miles, Mikal Bridges block, the Josh Hart Street, the Mitchell Robinson Road. They all got streets named after them after they beat the Celtics. And then what happened in the finals last year?
Oh, give it to them. The poor little guys don't know how to win.
That's crazy.
This is like when the Braves won the World Series and they got on their version of the duck boats and it was going 90 miles an hour down the street during the parade.
God, that was crazy, wasn't it?
That was awesome.
The fastest parade ever.
It was. They don't know. People were waiting for hours in the heat, and that thing went right by. Some cities just don't know how to win.
That's hilarious.
And right now, New York does not know how to win
at all.
No.
They don't.
No.
And so, you know what? Let them have their little fun. Now they're not winning a championship. By the way, that's another rich prediction that you can bank on.
Oh.
They are not winning a championship.
They're going to get bludgeoned if they get to the finals.
But do you think they'll get to the finals?
Yeah. They'll get to the finals. They're going to the finals.
They'll beat the Pistons.
They're going to the finals, and then you're going to get to hear a bunch of people from New York saying things like this.
I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking.
We're going to get
It really is.
Timothy Chalamet shoved down our throats.
A lot of Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller.
It'll be fun. It'll be great when they lose. It'll be great when they lose. All right, we have to get to Tom Brady. Tom Brady last night was on which I didn't know this was happening until this morning when I woke up. Kevin Hart. It was the roast of Kevin Hart. There are a bunch of different celebrities, but the guy who got roasted hard about a year ago ended up doing the roasting against Mr. Kevin Hart. Let's see how he did next. We'll play that here.
But it's just heartbreaking.
It's rigged.
Wisconsin is brought to you by findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, it's easy, it's free.
Rich and Ken with Ted.
You know, I said I don't look at comments and stuff, but I just looked over and I saw something on the YouTube and it said, quote, always a good day to wear all black. Quote, Rich probably.
You have a healthy selection of black.
I hope you know that I am borderline Simon Cowell or the dude who used to run Apple. I have like 2 or 3 outfits that I wear over and over because I don't like picking out clothes. I'll be wearing like a...
it's a convenience thing.
It's one of these like literal like hoodie shirts.
Hoodies.
I wear it all the time. I have like 2, 3 hats, and that's about it. So... Yep.
I could be more different.
Yeah,
I'm
yep.
the complete opposite.
I know. Ted.
I am. Athleisure wear, like, too much of it. Like,
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like... You work out?
I do.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
That was a dismissive look.
I didn't mean it to be dismissive. But it's like, so if you,
No, but you can't
if you
tell what
work
guy would do,
out, I like to, if you're going to work out, like, dress nice,
Yeah.
you know?
So I don't think I dress like schlumpy. I just think that I have a couple of things that I like, and usually it's like it's kind of like athletic wear. Not to show off my form or nothing, but it's just easy. I hate thinking about what I need and what I have to do. You know what I used to do? I used to subscribe to one of those boxes that sends you clothes because I'm so bad at clothes.
Oh, yeah.
And I used to do that, and that was perfectly fine. And then I found myself like keeping stuff that I didn't even need or wear and just donating it. And I'm like, well, this is a waste of money. And
What do you spend
this
your money
sucks.
on? You've had a long, lucrative career. I mean,
I don't really spend I like going on trips. That's it. I don't spend money on cars. I don't
like,
spend
what's
money
the
on things
biggest
like that.
bang out trip you guys?
Best thing to spend money on.
It's the best. I like trips and concerts. Like I like traveling to see concerts. That's probably my favorite thing. That's it.
How many concerts at the Sphere have you been to?
I've been to one.
Okay, just one?
I went. I saw U2 when they first did it. And
I saw it there, too, and I thought, I don't know, Coldplay, U2, they're both, like, up there. I thought U2 was a phenomenal concert.
religious. It was a religious experience. It felt like.
It was. It was.
Have you been to Red Rocks?
So, okay. I'm going to be going to Red Rocks because I have a certain family member who's going to be going to school there soon. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
hell yeah.
dude. That's awesome,
The
man.
old alumni of Teddy J and Christian Arcano.
Great venue. Great venue. I saw Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I saw there, and I saw, who else do I see? I saw, why am I blanking on her name?
Dolly Parton?
She sings Landslide.
Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
I saw Fleetwood Mac there, yeah.
Well, it's weird because like I actually went there when there was like nobody playing just so I could stand outside of it. Because it's the most beautiful venue I've ever seen in my life. I'll see anyone there. But I'm also such a U2 nerd because of Live at Red Rocks. I had to go there and just kind of like,
Show trip to the Sphere for Metallica, Ken?
Dude, did you hear Tool is like talking about doing a residency
whatever,
there?
that'd be boring. I want to see Metallica do it.
You're right, them fighting words.
The Sphere was built for Tool.
It was exactly. There's 2 bands it was built for: Tool and a Pink Floyd reunion. You do one of those in the Sphere. The crazy thing about the Sphere is that people pay all this money to have like seats in the middle because they think that that's going to be the thing that's going to take
Go
you
back.
in.
I didn't go back.
You could do back. I like
Where'd you sit?
because I was a huge U2 fan. I'm like, why are the floor seats the cheapest? The floor's tiny. If you have floor tickets, you are right in the face of the band.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, you can't get the full experience. Dude, it engulfs you. It swallows you whole.
See, I think sitting in the back is because you get to see all the visuals. Like to me, I enjoyed sitting in the back.
And I get it because there's 2 different ways you can look at it. There's that, and then there's I really like the band, and you're still engulfed by it.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
it's
Oh,
both ways. But yes, band trip to go see. Hey, Mike Thomas, let's see if we can do some sort of trip that we can, bring, quote unquote, bring listeners.
Wow, No Doubt is playing at the Sphere. There you go.
Who the hell wants to see No Doubt?
Mike Thomas knows my love of Metallica, so we can do this. We can do
Excellent. No Doubt is like every once in a while they like swing and miss.
Spiderwebs,
at the Sphere.
good song.
Like Eagles at the Sphere. I mean, like why would you see the Eagles at the Sphere? Like you want to see like some.
But would
like,
that if you hated the Eagles, would it make it would make it better?
I don't hate the Eagles.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
The Sphere would. It would
yes.
make an average
I
fan
think it
great.
makes any act way better.
And you know what's underrated too about the Sphere? It's not just the visuals. It's one of the best sounding venues I've ever been in my. I guess behind all those video screens is like the perfect how do they, the perfectly calibrated speakers for every seat in the house. Apparently, more money has ever been spent on a sound system in the Sphere than any other establishment. So
after, no doubt, Backstreet Boys and Kenny Chesney. That's all you got.
Why would you see Kenny Chesney there? It's like you got to see something where you can kind of let the
I
music
thought the Sphere would
F
be a
up
little,
your head.
I thought they'd be a little more selective in who they put in there.
I know. I think they're just looking for people to sell it out. And Kenny Chesney will sell it out, and the Eagles sell it out. And they got the Fish and the Grateful Dead, so it'll smell nice. But then you're just like, get Tool in there. Metallica's going to be unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I want to go to that. But it's like ridiculous.
Go when the Patriots are playing there, and that's where Tom Brady's
No,
owner of.
Vegas is coming here.
Oh, Vegas is coming here.
That sucks.
We get Brady in the booth.
I went out to Vegas I went to the Mac Jones game where who was it who shoved his face into the ground? It was the final play of the game. They lost on the final play.
Yeah.
Oh, who the hell was that? Was it Chandler Jones?
It might have been.
It was a former Pat.
Yeah,
Patriots
Chandler
player.
Jones took his face and smashed him into the ground.
That's right.
And I was standing there, and all the Patriots fans who thought they had the game in the bag, we couldn't even get mad. It was so absurd. Everyone was laughing at the ending. It was so awful.
Yeah.
But then again, that just encompasses, what kind of season they were having then. All right, let's get to Tom Brady. So Tom Brady, he had his big roast. And the roast was good, and it was uncomfortable, and there were moments where Bill Belichick got out there and people wrote jokes for him, and then they awkwardly had a drink together with Robert Kraft as he was like, see, everyone loves each other, and all is forgiven, and then you realize all wasn't forgiven. But nonetheless, yesterday, Kevin Hart was out there, and the dais had a bunch of people on it, some pretty good names. The Rock was there. Draymond Green randomly was there. A bunch of comedians.
Was Nikki there? That's our girl.
I know. Nikki's the best.
She's the best.
By the way, I'm working on having her on the show.
Oh, let's get her on.
Yeah, Nikki Glazer's one of our favorite guests we've had, and
she's great.
She's great, and she's coming to Foxwoods or one of those places down there, and I'm trying to get her on. I'm working on it. But no, Chelsea Handler was there instead, and there was many jokes about hey, it's Chelsea Handler here. Oh, I'm sorry, it's actually Nikki Glazer's week off of the substance. If you've ever seen that,
That was a Brady joke, and it was.
Was that a Brady joke?
Yeah, that was one of Brady's jokes. He ripped Chelsea Handler. Very vicious.
The weird thing about Brady is Brady's just he has a hard time being human. He's just so awkward. And you know what? Maybe that's what greatness happens with you, is that when you're so good at one thing, you lack in another.
That's why we won here for so long. You put Brady and Belichick together. You talk about awkward meeting awkward.
Am I wrong in reading it that way?
No.
Because Brady for years was a guy that we didn't know a lot about his private life or anything that he did. The commercials that he had endorsements for were all weird. It was like
the mattress one.
Oh, okay. The mattress one's one of the funniest things. The mattress one, if you know what we're talking about. There was a commercial where Tom Brady was supposed to look like a John Wick thing, comes walking into a hotel, and there's this guy, this concierge guy who sees him, and it starts like this.
Mr. Brady, we've been expecting you. Please, follow me to your room.
Okay, so Tom Brady goes up this elevator that's got 4 different keys. They walk down this empty hallway, and then they open up a door to a hotel room, and the only thing in the room is a mattress. And then this is what happens.
Will you be needing anything else?
No, not a thing.
And the only thing that you can think is, he's going to dry hump that mattress all night.
That's what it leads you to believe. Yeah.
It's what else are you going to do?
It's weird.
I mean, he looked at that thing aggressively, no.
The things he endorses just don't fit, like Pizza Hut.
Well, now he's going crazy.
Because so what he did was, right before he ended up retiring, somebody got to him and said, dude, Manning is kicking your ass in all of these endorsements. He'll do Oreos, he'll do Doritos, he'll do all this stuff. You need to be more of a regular person that people can kind of identify with. So he did that show where people came to his house, they filmed indoors, they did all that, and then they did all this stuff where he's endorsing regular things that he doesn't even use,
not
like
just
Subway.
Aston Martin.
But they don't know how to bring out the best. And what was it? Nationwide did with Peyton. It was chicken parm, you taste so good. He's a goofy, silly, funny guy that can laugh at himself. What is Tom's character. Like, what is what?
Aston Martin. I mean, the watches.
You should sell out to that, right?
Right.
Don't try and be funny.
Right.
Oh, well,
don't try and be,
That's
I
the
don't know.
worst. When he tries to have a personality, Ted,
Yeah.
like, do you remember when he first got hired on Fox and they did this big rollout for all of the advertisers? And there was this show where it was Michael Strahan and they brought out Tom Brady and they were talking about how great the Fox NFL broadcasts are going to be. And do you remember this moment when Gordon Ramsay came out on stage?
If Tom Brady wants to use the F word, I think we should let him. Come on, man.
Listen, if it's cool with Gordon Ramsay, then why the F not?
Oh, knee slapper. Knee slapper. Dude,
He's
come on,
just
bro.
so he's just so weird.
Yeah.
It's tough for him to be a human,
Then why the F not?
You know what? I actually, and I said this when he first signed on with Fox. I said, you know what? He's going to be awkward at first, but he's going to end up being great. Why? Because he's the smartest human being to ever play the game of football, and all he has to do is tell you what he sees. That's it. You talk as if you this is exactly why they're running this, and here's what they're going to do, because, as he said, he's got the answers to the test in his head.
Is that what you got, though, when you watched him?
He's gotten better.
Dude,
he has gotten better.
A little bit.
You have to admit.
It is almost like some of his commentary is the most generic, vanilla, like, really, bro? Like, anybody could have given that. I don't know why he's afraid to really get layered and go into it, and he just is afraid to do it. He's gotten a little bit better, Rich, but I don't think that much better.
I don't know how the hell he's allowed to call games with teams in his division with the Raiders. I have no idea. That's like, there's so many rules that
Rossini level intel.
I'm not kidding you. Like, that's, I don't know why they let him get away with it.
He would be insulted at this mere mention of that, though, to think that he's not on the up and up.
If that was anybody
he gets
else.
so offended by anybody suggesting that he's in any way compromised doing that job, which I agree with you, but Tom would laugh at the notion.
Well, Tom, you should not be able to do that.
Then why the F not?
Now, don't you think he came a long way, though, from that to the roast yesterday? I thought was not horrible.
You and I are going to disagree on a few things, Ken.
Okay.
We will play
by Brady's standards.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a pretty low standard.
It is.
I mean,
Have you been eating anything else?
No. Not a thing.
No, just some scissors and some lube.
What a catch!
But you know what? He did get Giselle, right? I mean, you got to have some game, don't you?
He had the UGG era there. He was long hair.
Yeah,
he had the whole thing going on.
I mean,
he owned that.
Did land Giselle?
If he wants to be a normal, I was going to say, if he wants to be a normal guy again, go back to Tara Reid.
Yeah,
let's talk. Let's talk. Let's get sloppy, Tom. Then we'll know that you're just a regular guy again. That's what we want. All right, let's play some of this roast, because it is Tom Brady, and Tom Brady got killed by Kevin Hart during his roast, so he gets to give it back. We'll play that right after this.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Opener for Boston to start before Bayo takes the mound, and then Wednesday and Thursday, Sonny Gray and Rangers Suarez. ESPN's Shams Charania reporting that the Milwaukee Bucks are, quote, open for business, end quote, on trade talks for Giannis over the next 6 weeks, and that the Celtics were one of several playoff teams that pursued Giannis, or at least checked in at the trade deadline. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending. More Rich and Ken with Ted coming up.
And if Tom Brady wants to use the F word, I think we should let him. Come on, man.
Listen, if it's cool with Gordon Ramsay, then why the F not?
Oh, Tom. You're just, you know what? It's, as I said, when you're that good at something, there has to be something else that you lack in. And for him, it's just acting like a normal human being.
He must have been a different guy in with you, because he would have dropped the F-bomb with you guys in the locker room, right?
Yeah,
Did he put on some kind of like different image when he left?
You know what? I think there's Tom was naturally going to be a little bit on guard.
Yeah.
There's a wall there. There's a reason he basically got out of Boston whenever any opportunity he could. And so I think Tom's one of those guys where when you talk to him, you can almost feel like there's just a little kind of this invisible wall that he doesn't want you to get too close to him.
Sure.
And you know, his secret, I think, is the way when he talks to you, he's looking at you. He's like deep into your soul. If you ever meet the Bradys, like the sisters, like they all have these really big, beautiful eyes, and they're all kind of like looking at you. And you're just like, wow, they're just staring at me like with these eyes. And you're like, I'm mesmerized by how they're looking at, like they're engaged to what you're saying. So you leave there going, man, what a nice guy. But there's no dynamic piece to Tom. There's no like, oh my God, that was the funniest thing, or oh, he told a great story, or oh my gosh, I'll never forget when he said that. Like that never happens when you meet Tom. It's just he's a super nice guy who, when you do meet him, he's engaged. He's not like, there's a lot of guys that, you know, they're like, that are successful, that are like looking around to see who else they can talk to when you're talking to them.
Yeah.
That Tom's not that way. And I think that's his gift.
But didn't that make him a perfect front man for a team? Because he was one of those guys that it was the anti-Belichick. He would answer your question no matter how tough it was, and he would do it with a smile. And if you're a reporter, you walk away going, wow, he really answered my question. And then you look at what he actually said, and it was nothing. Yeah. Like he was the biggest non-answerer that made you feel
skilled at it,
as if you got everything. Yeah. And
he wasn't dismissive. He didn't like look at you like you're an a-hole for asking the question. He asked every question. It was, I mean, Bill could have learned a lot from him, because Bill could have been that way and not say anything too, but he chose not to be that way.
It's true. And so yesterday we had the Kevin Hart roast, and there were a bunch of celebrities out there, but at the very beginning, Kevin Hart's on stage and he's saying, I'm the man, I'm the greatest, Tom Brady's a bitch, and started like yelling, Tom Brady, last time we had one of these roasts, it was Tom Brady and he sucks. And then, oh, look who sneaks up behind him. It's Tom Brady, and the crowd goes crazy. And here's a little bit of how it went.
I'm the man up in this bitch. Yeah. Jesus, do you ever shut the f*** up?
There you go. Isn't that fun? Good start. Good start.
Why are you giving him?
That's good for Tom.
That's not bad, but it's not good.
Okay,
all he just said is, "Will you be quiet?"
It's just he can do better.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
keep it going.
That wasn't even a joke, Ken.
I know, just give it.
Give him time.
Have you even left the forum? Or have you just been here screaming into that mic the last 2 years, waiting for Daddy to come home? And Kevin, what the f*** have you done to my roast? Seriously, I played in the NFL for 23 seasons, but I've never seen anyone drop the ball like this.
Okay, that didn't make any sense.
So if I'm up there on stage and I don't get a good response or a laugh, I'm toast the rest of the way. I'm like, how am I going to get through this thing?
I'm not even going to kill him, because obviously somebody wrote these for him. It's just the delivery is so uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was not great. He's just getting going though.
And Kevin, what the f*** have you done to my roast? Seriously, I played in the NFL for 23 seasons, but I've never seen anyone drop the ball like this. I've won 5 Super Bowl MVP awards.
Tell him, Tom.
Kevin, you're the 3rd most famous person in Jumanji. Draymond Green is here. Draymond's here. For now. He'll probably get thrown out in the next 10 minutes. You know we're not roasting Steve Kerr, right?
All right.
The delivery is brutal. Brutal. Go ahead, kid.
Now,
Defend
I feel like
them.
there's some selective editing going on here. Now, is this unedited, untarnished?
No, because you can't play like 20 minutes or however long it was.
All
No,
right,
we just listen.
That is those.
But those are the jokes. I mean, these are jokes.
He had 2 good jokes. Do you have more?
I think I might have one.
He had 2 good jokes. I thought the delivery was.
You know what, Ken? Find the 2 good jokes.
I am not
Give
even
them
a Brady defender.
Give them to Stiz. I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to pick bad jokes. These are just like some of the jokes he had.
You're right.
Pick your favorites. Let's play them. So just so people don't know that I'm like trying to point out that. I mean, you don't think these are humdingers?
No, what you've played so far is not his best work.
No.
I agree.
He'll probably get thrown out in the next 10 minutes. You know we're not roasting Steve Kerr, right? And when I run into Eagles fans, they always want to bring up the Philly special. They love to talk about the Philly special. Yeah, I don't. And I tell them, hey, his name is Shane Gillis. Have some respect. You're special.
All right.
They got a little chuckle there.
He had 3 good jokes. You played none of them. He had the affairs in Vegas joke.
Stop. Would you like to do it? Would you like to
I
to
don't
deliver
have
them?
I don't.
Well,
have
you can deliver them. Do you have them in front of you, like a transcript?
No, I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up at the Chuckle Hut, it is Can Fusion.
Well, he went. So I didn't know this, that Kevin Hart had an affair on his wife like 10 years prior in Vegas. So he brought that up. And so that's pushing the envelope. Now, for Tom, that is really stepping out there.
Hang on. First of all, let's stop with for Tom. Tom didn't write these. We all agree, right? Tom's
Well, I don't think Kevin Hart wrote that one.
No, by the way, everybody joked about that. But the one thing that, the joke may be good, but it was delivered somewhat awkwardly.
Okay, of course, by his standard, he's awkward. Yeah. But that's pushing that for him. That's pushing it. I thought he ripped the dais and then had a Spirit Airlines joke, which was good. He worked that one in there.
Oh, he did say, "How did all these people get here?" I thought Spirit Airlines went out of business. That's not bad.
Very good joke
That's
for Tom.
not bad. That's
not bad. Not poorly delivered. And then he talked about Chelsea Handler and your girl Nikki Glaser. That was his pièce de résistance. So
was it? Was her week in the substance? Was that him who said that joke?
Yes,
or was that somebody
it was
else?
definitely Tom.
All right,
See,
that's a pretty good joke. But the thing is you can have good jokes, but they can just be delivered poorly.
Of course,
and it won't work.
Very stiff. It's like his Fox work. He's
where
in the box.
I think maybe his best work ever was in this kind of sphere, if you will, was Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, he was.
Don't you think he did good on Saturday Night Live?
He did. He was very good on Saturday Night Live.
They seem to have kind of made him look his best doing those skits.
He had, by the way, his work cut out for him because every time Peyton Manning's on there, he's great. Like Peyton Manning had a skit that to this day is still one of the funnier skits that they've done, and that's when he was teaching the kids how to play football and was just like killing them.
Oh yeah, it was great.
It was great.
That was awesome.
Like that was a good skit. And Peyton Manning is a top 3 athlete ever to host on the show. Nowhere near Michael Phelps, who might have been the worst who's ever hosted on the show.
I don't remember that.
Michael Phelps was.
Where would you rank Tom?
He was great. I thought he was. Listen, I'm saying top 3, and I can't even name.
Well, Barkley's done a couple that have been good.
Jordan was actually pretty good when he was on one time. There was one Jordan skit that I can't believe that they aired. It was like super racist. Like, matter of fact, you probably couldn't air it now. Like they were using like really horribly racist terms. It was like, wow, this is a different time, a different place. But no. I would say that Brady's, top 3. He was great. He was really good.
I mean, he didn't bomb it like he's bombing this.
Well, he didn't. He didn't bomb it. And listen,
better ride it.
It also sounds awful when you're not seeing the visual too.
Yeah.
Like because
but they panned around to the crowd and people were uncomfortable when Tom was up there. You could see comics who had to look like, oh, this guy sucks.
They were very smart though, Ted, in putting him on first.
Yeah.
Because if they would have put him on after like these pros, like Jeff Ross, or like Cat Williams came out. And Cat Williams, I guess, and Kevin Hart have this huge beef. And Cat Williams had some really good, awesome, biting jokes delivered extremely well. Like he had one, he was just like, I know that Kevent Hart, went to some of these Diddy parties. And I don't believe anything bad happened. But I do believe that happened now that he always shuts his mouth when I mention it.
Dude, that's
and he started talking about just how, he was into these Diddy parties and kept going in on it. That was good. Like, that was really funny.
I'm curious, what do you guys just think overall where Tom's after football? Like, the decisions he's made, the professional choices he's made, how he markets himself.
I think that he does some weird stuff, but I also believe that he got that huge contract in broadcasting, and even when he first announced he was going to do it, as weird of a guy as he is, I had faith that he was going to end up being a pretty good at it. And so,
do you think it was beneath him? A lot of people think that what he's doing is almost beneath him. Like,
I give him credit for sticking. I never thought he would do game one. I thought it was just a total ruse.
You think $500 million or whatever he got is beneath him?
It's almost like an all-encompassing contract. It's like it's to do that, but it's also to be an ambassador for Fox. Whenever they basically ask him to do something, he's there. So it's not just calling games. It's more to it.
Yeah.
So a lot of people thought like you did, Ken. A lot of people didn't think he'd make it to the first game
And
because he took that year off. Remember?
Yep.
He didn't go into it right away.
Are you of the mindset, or I guess there's a faction of people who think that the Crafts did him wrong when it came to ownership? Wasn't there a story that came out that he wanted to own part of the Patriots and they wouldn't match the price of what he got with the Raiders?
I never heard that. I never heard that he wanted to, and that did it even became a negotiation. I'd never heard that.
Would it surprise you though if he was going to own a team, he would want to come back here? I mean, although I know he said he would never be caught dead in New England based on the weather and all that stuff.
Yeah, but with enough money, he'll come back
or
for
at
the
least
right
offered.
price.
At least if he was not offered by the Crafts.
The Crafts wouldn't. Well, I say they would never, and then they sold out right to the
right. They did. They did have some minority owners come in, right?
Yeah. That's what a lot of teams are doing now. It's giving what's the private equity?
Yep.
Yeah. So. If the Crafts giving Tom a discount like Mark Davis did to own the Raiders, that wasn't happening.
So, this was like back in like about a year ago. Remember the Patriots came out and they said they were going to sell 8% of the team, and there was all this questions about, hey, if you're going to sell part of the team, why not try to give Tom Brady the same kind of deal that he's getting over there with the Raiders, which is, by the way, a massive deep discount.
Yeah, so they're not going to do it. They don't want to give a discount.
But wouldn't you? How great would that have been, though? Because to me, it wasn't a discount. It was an investment in having the greatest that's ever played the game forever be part of the organization.
He already is.
He
already is.
Is he, though? Because now he's wearing a
Some-
Raiders jacket and he's jacking around with the Raiders and he's advising the Raiders. Don't you think having a guy like Tom Brady at your beck and call wouldn't help a dude like Drake May? Wouldn't help a team with recruiting
they got to
players?
the Super Bowl without him. They got to the Super Bowl this year without him.
Might have won it with him.
I mean,
yeah. You see how good he's doing. He basically made a lot of decisions for the Raiders last year. You saw how that turned out.
It didn't go well.
First
Now,
overall.
Do you
pick
think
this year.
Mendoza's going to win for them? But speaking of that, you might want to get Vegas week one. That would be great when the schedule comes out. You get the rookie week one, start off with a win over Brady's team. Kraft can.
Yeah, I think
his chest
Mendoza's
out.
going to be just a middling quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be anything special.
I don't
I mean, it's all guts and guile, and that can only get you so far. You got to
can run a little bit, but
a little bit. That'll get you killed. That'll get your head knocked off if you do too much of that.
Oh, sure. That doesn't piss you off, like that the Patriots couldn't have given him some sort of discount to be part owner of this team.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
It just doesn't make
I guess
sense.
to what end? What's to run the team? Do you want him around here more? Or do you just I don't know. Like I just
How about just what he's doing with the Raiders?
which is I don't know. What is it? He's not even. He has an office there, but he's not there.
But he's at the he's at camp, or he's going and checking out.
You know what? Now that have you seen how a lot of things he owns isn't very good. Like he's got problems with. I mean, he owned that soccer team, then he fired the coach, like a very famous coach, and had issues. Like I just don't think Tom. It's going to be like a Jordan. I don't think everything he touches is not going to turn to gold. He was a great quarterback. That doesn't mean he's going to be a great businessman or a great leader of a team after leaving the game.
I'd now like to turn it over to His Excellency Turkey Olive Shake.
Yes. So when Tom Brady opened up the TB12 studio or fitness place,
that workout
in downtown, I went to it.
Yeah,
because I wanted to know what it was all about.
Yeah, and what was it?
Weird. It was one of the weirdest experiences I've had. First of all, it was like $200-something. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to pay it because I can talk about it and I can say exactly how everything went down.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a place that had like classes that had to do with pliability, where you had bands and everyone was in it.
Or something that you've never seen, or it was like something, like next level that is new that you've never been exposed to.
Ted, I went down there. It was a Thursday after like when everyone gets off work. It was like 5:30 or 6 on a Thursday. All right, in like busy part of town. I was the only one there. Oh. And when I got there, it was these trainers who basically did this one-on-one thing with me where they had me work out with bands for a little bit. They had me step on this weird thing to find out how big my feet were and how I was moving. And then they brought me in the back and gave me the most painful massage I've ever had in my life, to the point where I thought I was being punked. Yeah. I honestly thought they were playing a joke on me. It's like, hey, it's Rich from the radio. Let's make him scream. I was seeing white. It was like this crazy pressure stuff they were doing on me, which I guess it works for a lot of people. One for me.
Yeah, it wasn't like, well, I can't wait to come back to this place.
No, but it was just weird because I still, when I left, couldn't figure out why they did it.
What's the point of it?
And I think it was for people who are trying to rehab themselves.
Do they market themselves that way?
No, it just says TB12. It's Tom Brady, and I thought it was workout classes. So it was the most confusing concept that I've ever seen for a place. They had a smoothie bar upstairs, so I'm like, hey, smoothie's great.
He went into retail, and literally the brand was called Brady. And you get the shirt, and it is like the cheapest material. And it just says Brady on it. Like, wow, bro. I mean, I don't know.
He did the NFTs for a while. I mean, he's into the trading cards. That's still going, but a lot of them have come and gone. You're right. I mean, because there's TB12's not it. It's done, right?
I think there's actually one, believe it or not, in Vegas.
Oh, really?
He's got one out there.
Last one.
I don't know what it is other than I don't know what the purpose is other than to lock Jimmy Garoppolo out as a prank. Because that's the only purpose I can tell of the TB12 place. It was weird. And I remember the people there being very nice. They were very nice. But I also kind of felt like I was visiting the Scientology church.
Did you get any like contacts you could reach out at any time, like a hotline, or if you have trouble with the bands, call us?
No, it was just. But I couldn't understand even after I went what it was all about.
Tom never gives you like, what are we trying to accomplish with the TB12 method? The TB12 method, it's basically stretching and band work. Are you kidding me?
And water.
And that prevents concussions. Yeah, Tom. Okay, smart.
That wasn't him. That was what's his name? That was
okay. Oh, so they're not one and the same?
Well, I will say that book that he came out with did have something in it that was saying that if you drank a lot of water, you wouldn't need sunscreen.
Right.
That was odd. Then that's real. Like that was in the book. It was like, some people say that it protects your skin and you don't need sunscreen. I'm like, that's not right. I don't think there's any science that says that.
Yes.
But yeah, he's done a lot of weird stuff. But I think his broadcasting career is the right way to go. I think that he's happy doing it. I think he likes being the man. He likes having the big games, and as he should. And you know what? To be quite honest, as a Patriots fan, I don't want him to be away from the game of football. I like the fact that he still has a presence there. I like the fact that you can hear him talk about, what's going on in that brain of his, because he's the smartest man to ever play. Here's the only thing.
Be critical.
That dude hedges his bets so much. And I hated the fact that he didn't say who he wanted to win the Super Bowl this year.
Come on.
When you played for the effing Patriots.
That was
Radio Row week.
Radio Row. I was out there for that. And we had
bathed in that.
Oh, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, it was the morning that we had Vince came on, Wolf Fork.
Yep.
Brewski came on right after Vince. And so we got reactions from two of his
legends,
two legends that were played with Tom for a long time, and they both were like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, no one would have hated him if he would have said the Patriots.
Of course not,
dude. That's your team. Of
course.
But
I think that's part of what makes him not the best broadcaster is he can't give opinions.
You're right. He has to get over that hump. You're absolutely right. And by the way, when I say he's a good broadcaster, it's more that the trajectory is going in the right direction. He has improved.
Same with Bill, improving.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, remember Drake May came out that week as well, Ted, and who gave Drake a call that week to get him ready for the big game? Peyton Manning, not Tom Brady.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
right. No one. I remember that. Yeah. No one would hate you, Tom Brady, for saying that the team that basically made you.
And you don't even have to say it, Rich. You just go. Listen, I played there for 20 years. You know what I'm doing. Yeah, exactly. Done deal.
But you know why why don't you think he called him?
Money. Oh, Drake May. Yeah. I was going to
because
go ahead, say what
the craft stuff.
Yeah, all that. It's just toxic.
Or he's jealous. Like
we talked about that as well.
Second year, he's got really.
I think he talked to Drake on speakerphone once, right? There was not at that time, but another time.
Ted, that's the only thing I'm going to disagree with you on this. I don't know how you can win 7 Super Bowls and be jealous of Drake making one.
I don't know.
You know what?
I don't know. He's a little more dynamic. Some people say he's better than Tom was in his second year. He's
They were, and Rich, it's the same thing you were talking about. When you are that great, you're inherently a little weird, and he's one of the most fiercest competitors
they're petty,
we've ever seen.
They're vindictive.
Exactly. I wouldn't put it past him. I'm not putting my life on it, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Come on, Tom, make a choice. Say who you want to win the Super Bowl.
Then why the F not?
I don't know. I don't know why the F not. You didn't do that. Yeah, that would have pissed me off.
Yeah. What was his line? I don't have a horse in a race. That's
Come on, you do have a horse. Yeah.
What a catch!
Maybe this year will be the year that he act. I still can't believe he's allowed to do it. Being the part I'm repeating myself, but that is insane. That you can own a team and be reporting on the teams that they're going up against and get inside information.
If we get Adam Schefter this year, ask Adam Schefter about should there be is there any concern with Tom owning a team and then doing his job? He gets so offended by that question. They're so offended.
Well, he's one of Brady's guys.
But it's just jeez.
But he has never done a Pats game. Do you think he ever will? Is there some vendetta there that, obviously Fox, they're not doing the Pats that often, but it could. There have been a few opportunities, and he has not broadcast.
It would have to be because they're NFC, right? The Fox is mostly NFC.
Yep.
Yeah, but they do both now. Yep. It used to be exclusive, but it's not anymore. They both CBS and Fox, they do both conferences now. Yeah. So it's not like it used to be.
All right. Well, 617-779-7937. We'll take your calls next.
Jones and Keefe.
Likeable on them. Diana Rossini seen for the first time in public.
How about that?
Since the whole thing went down. Just came out. It is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, who's won a Super Bowl 3 times, 617-779-7937. And
before you tell everybody what it is, I already got a theory on this.
Okay. Do you want me to just tell everyone first? Or?
I'm going to tell you, this was staged.
And I'm going to tell you why I don't think it is. Okay? So, Page 6 just came out with brand new photos of Diana Rossini and her husband, Kevin Goldschmidt, who's the guy who is the CEO of Shake Shack. And it looks like they are most likely outside of their home. It says outside of their New Jersey home on Sunday. First of all, how much does that suck? They got people sitting outside their home taking pictures.
Brutal.
Unless they called them.
Well, I mean, listen to Corey Ted. But in the picture, Diana Rossini's back is to the camera, and her husband is got a backwards baseball hat on and is giving her a kiss, and she's giving him a hug, and she's also holding one of their kids. Now, the reason that I say that I don't think it's fake is because she's holding one of her kids, and the face is blurred out. So I don't think you would stage the picture if you were involving one of your children. That's just me. But look at these pictures. There's, let me just kind of describe what's going on. It's someone who's taking like 4 quick photos while they're hugging. And there's just one where the husband has his head like on her, like in her shoulder as they're hugging. And that looks like a beaten down man. That looks like a man that has had the worst several months of his entire life.
Poor Goldschmidt.
And
No sympathy for Goldschmidt?
No, not really.
He's an innocent bystander.
What? You don't have to be with her. You can eject. You can eject, bro. You can eject from this ride anytime you want, bud.
All right, that's true.
But even if you could, think about if for some reason everything is true and every day somebody is reminding you that the woman you love was with somebody else.
Yeah.
Like that would just kick your ass all over the place. And I wonder like whether it would be easier to be somebody where it wasn't famous and you just had to silently deal with it and go out in public and nobody knows and you had to just keep a smile. Or is it almost good that the whole entire world knows and can empathize with you?
No, I don't think the second one's.
Okay.
I'd rather suffer in silence. Are you kidding me?
So, Ted, why do you think this is staged? Like, give me the backdrop here.
I just wow. They're still like really have strong feelings for each other. It's just, and how many times do you kiss your right outside? Where people are watching. You're gonna give your husband a kiss who you basically have been cheating on for 6 years. I mean, these latest pictures that came out with her on the boat, pregnant, that's not going to affect your relationship. You still love her enough that you want to give her a kiss when you probably know the people are watching where you are.
Well,
I just think it's there's a chance that it was. That's all.
Well, Ted, to your point, if it was staged, it does seem like it would be the proper first step to her comeback. It would be when she does go and she speaks to the press. It was, I've done a horrible thing to my husband. This is something that many people go through, and I've asked him for forgiveness, and we're working on it, and I love him so much, and I just want to show my children that you can do something that you regret and be able to come out stronger on the other end.
Yeah.
You still can't have an insider job. That's not going to matter.
Maybe not this year, next year.
Yeah,
it's like an ACL. It takes a year to come back.
Okay.
No, I agree with the insider job thing because it's all about the integrity, and she's shown that she can't do that. But, I mean, she's a personality, and she could be a broadcaster. And matter of fact, if you aren't somebody who is in radio or who is in some sort of fringe, you can't work for the NFL Network or something like that. But if you're some sort of like internet website or something like that needs a great personality, I would be all over hiring Diana Rossini. First of all, everyone's going to listen at first. And second of all, guys are probably going to be like, well, she's connected. She knows like all these people and she might have gotten information from them in weird ways. But if you needed a good guest, my God, she could pick up her phone and get you on the phone right away. Although I wonder how many guys wouldn't answer the phone. Because their wives or girlfriends might be like, why is she calling you?
Diana Rossini? That's have her. I'd put her under a different name if in my phone.
Pizza Hut. Yeah, right.
It rhymes with Diana Rossini.
right,
Something that rhymes with her.
That's right.
Would not be her name.
Back to Ted's theory now. This is the same New York Post that had some elaborate story that she saved somebody's life on a burning Jeep or whatever on the highway. So
it wasn't.
And then it ended up not being
it
true.
was not her. So
Yeah.
she's obviously got some connections with the New York Post. So if she was going to call somebody for a first step, this is a good place to start.
It's almost more impactful than it is a statement.
Yeah, definitely.
In a way, just a picture of her kissing her husband, holding her baby is like, oh, it just there's a
Perfect.
more, what does he get out of this, man? It's like, unless she just likes, being like a martyr. I don't know. It's what are you doing?
Poor
bro?
Goldschmidt.
Yikes,
Ted
dude.
is down on Goldschmidt.
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
get your balls back, bro. Let's go. What are you doing, man? Be a man. Come on.
I mean, right. And listen, none of us are in that relationship and know what's going on. But I mean, the dude obviously is going to be seen as like either a saint or a doormat when this is all over with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to look at it
I know
like,
how
how
Ted
can
sees
you-
A saint. Yeah. I told you how I saw it.
Oh man, but it is step one to a rehab of her image, and I know that, as I said, I keep going back to that article I read about the woman who was in the Coldplay incident, and she hired a professional to teach her how to do it. It seems how to get the PR right, and she got interviewed by the New York Times and did a pretty good job.
I don't know if her career's back, but it's maybe the first. But does Diana Rossini seem like somebody who wants to sit on the sidelines or somebody that's going to fight to get back?
She wants to get back.
That's what I think, too.
There's not even a question. She wants to get back, and I have a feeling that this is probably a step in the right direction. You're right. Whether it's planted or not, I don't know. I don't think it's planted because it has a picture of her kid in there, and she probably could have done it without her child. So we shall see.
Now, what if Thursday, right before scheduled release show, she does the first interview as a lead-in on one of these networks? The NFL has this all planned out. This is step one. Step two is Thursday night. You get people watching.
The NFL won't touch her. It has to be.
No, be some rival, some associated network.
Okay.
They'll funnel the money back.
Yeah. All right. Maybe. I just don't think she wants to bring attention. I don't think she wants to do anything that's going to make Mike's life harder than it's already been.
Well,
you still think she's still got a thing for Mike?
Oh, I do.
You don't think it?
Are you kidding me?
I mean,
call Goldschmidt. Talk some sense.
What's the baby's name? The baby in our belly? It's Michael.
It's Michael.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
Michael,
So come on. Yeah, she's got a thing for Mike.
If you're the husband, what do you think about Mike? Do you change your kid's name?
There's a name for that. There's a name for what.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. And listen, who knows?
Okay.
I don't know what's going on there. All I know
Each
is
is his own.
Each his own.
Giannis, let's go. Giannis.
As we keep talking about it, each is his own.
All right, we have on with us next a gentleman who is not going to be talking about the Vrabel Rossini situation, although I could probably talk about it for a while. Ty Windish. He works for the Eurostep podcast. He covers Giannis and the Bucks. And the news came out today. It looks like the Bucks are shopping him around. And by the way, who's it who tweeted that there was the highest chance right now?
That's Kalshi.
Yeah, Kalshi right now. Highest chance of getting Giannis is without a doubt the Celtics. They are at 20% right now.
20%.
Not surprised.
Big field, but 20%.
I just think they have a lot they could offer Milwaukee.
Yes, they do.
More than maybe other teams.
It would be dumb for them to give up Jaylen Brown to get him. We will talk to Ty and find out the latest on that next.
This is Rich Shirtley.
PR-wise, and even for what they're trying to do if they were to move him and sort of rebuild.
Rich Shirtenleave, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
It is truly sobering and hysterical how people in Milwaukee think that Jaylen Brown ain't worth Giannis, and how people down here think that Giannis ain't worth Jaylen Brown. It's truly a strange two different types of, what do they call it, a dichotomy, when you have people, whatever the word is. We don't see eye to eye. And the one thing about all of this is that there is going to be, seems like a reckoning soon, because like according to reports all over the place, both Jaylen Brown and the Milwaukee Bucks are making calls, or at least taking calls and exploring trades. So what does this mean? Does this mean that the Celtics are going to get Giannis, or Giannis is going to go somewhere else? Right now, according to Kalshi, the number one place, the number one destination for Giannis would be at 20% the Boston Celtics. Who knows what that means? All I know is that we have a gentleman on the phone with us, Ty Windish from Eurostep Podcast. He covers Giannis and the Bucks, and can tell us a little bit about what's been going on there. And by the way, we are broadcasting for the Ketcheslaw Injury Attorneys studio. No fee unless you win. Ty, thanks for coming on with us, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. And yeah, it is a funny situation where both sides seem offended by the straight-up swap, which means it's probably hard to go anywhere else, but clearly worth talking about based on all the reporting.
So where do you stand as far as who's right in this? Because Celtics fans think that, Giannis, I don't know, man, he's older, and he's a big man, and older big men usually end up breaking easier. And then there's people who are saying, well, you know what, why would you trade Giannis for a guy who's not youth, like a youth movement to rebuild the team? So it's definitely not worth it. Where do you stand on all that?
Honestly, I think both sides have pretty valid points. I think, Brad Stevens, pretty deliberately said in his end-of-season media availability, like, we need to adjust the rim pressure of the roster, right? And I think, it'd be a pretty dramatic way of doing that to add Giannis, who is, has dunk numbers like a Rudy Gobert, right? Like a center who just gets lobs all day, but he does it by pressuring the rim constantly. So clearly the need, I think, is there for Boston. And Milwaukee needs two-way wing players. It's the hardest thing to find in the league. The Bucks are clearly very short at that position, really have never solved, since Chris Middleton declined with age and injuries, they've never really had a worthy replacement there on the wing. They've tried with a bunch of players like Kuzma and others, but clearly we're talking about a different caliber of player with Jaylen Brown. But I think, both for Boston, I think it's totally fair to acknowledge the injury history of Giannis and what that's meant in the playoffs, and especially when your own injury situation with Tatum sitting out most of the year and not being able to go by the end of the playoffs. It's like a little nervy to have big question marks now on your two clear most important players if they made a trade like this. But from Milwaukee's perspective, they weren't good enough with Giannis. I think Giannis, when he plays, is better than Jaylen Brown. You don't really have your pick control. So if you're doing something close to a one-for-one swap, are you kind of just locking yourself into, we'll be all right? Maybe we can be scrappy with a new coach and system, but I don't really know what the path forward is without any real draft picks after this draft, all the swaps and stuff until, basically the next decade in the 2030s.
So if there was a deal with the Celtics, what do you realistically think the Celtics would have to give up for the Bucks to agree to a Giannis trade?
Yeah, I would think, I don't really look at the other players on the roster as much just because, again, since they don't have their picks, the Bucks aren't going to, if they trade Giannis, launch into a full-scale rebuild. I don't think it would be more of kind of what the Nets had to do, ironically, after trading with Boston of okay, we don't have our picks. We just need to accumulate young players and take swings and make ourselves respectable. And they did before they kind of gutted that for the KD Kyrie thing. So I think Milwaukee, though that being said, you do just want to pick more often. I mean, they've had such a horrible run of draft picks, but they haven't picked much. This is going to be their first lottery pick in 10 years, and they're usually using one every other year, if that. So you would think some other draft pick capital. The problem I know Boston is it'd be more out in the future, and that doesn't necessarily help you a ton. If it's we got Jaylen Brown and a 2030 first. Well, we already are going to have some stuff in 2030, but it's going to be a long 4 years to get there. So some sort of a three-way deal, I think, may make the most sense here where even if it's lesser players than Jaylen Brown going to Milwaukee, maybe a few of them. The Bucks need depth. They need just shots at getting more good contributors. So, some lesser assets like picks or young prospects, I think kind of make more sense to me if I'm the Bucks than kind of cashing in the whole Giannis chip on one additional player.
Ty, what kind of say does Giannis have and where he goes? Do you think he will were you there when he gushed about Missoula? He seems to like the Celtics, or at least respect them.
Yeah, I think my understanding of this, and this isn't, reporting, and more just reading everything else and what's been out there, and a little chit-chat here and there, is just like, I think it's more like I think it's going to be like yes or no to each destination, more than like, I'm going to this team, right? Because that was the Knicks' whole line, pretty much until this point of this whole saga was like, oh, he's going to be a Knick. He wants to go to the Knicks. But if you read around the deadline, I mean, it seems like he, to some degree, him or his camp, and Giannis will, I guess, correct you if you, I didn't say that. It came from my camp. What does that mean? We don't have to interrogate that right now. We joke on the pod. He has like a rogue agent or something who's just out here saying these things. But Miami got the nod. I think Minnesota got the nod. Kind of Portland and Golden State got the, I don't think so as much. And New York, of course, got the nod, that all the reporting. I think Boston, if not already, would as well. So it kind of seems like teams that are in the Midwest or on the East Coast and just successful, right? If not right now for Miami in the recent past. So Boston fits the bill. I think he'd be interested in going there. It doesn't seem like he's going to do the all one team Anthony Davis to the Lakers thing. I think Giannis, this whole thing in part has been caused by it being such a saga. Has been caused by him not wanting to be the quote unquote bad guy and going and demanding a specific trade. I think he may want to move. I don't think he wants to do the one team thing. It'll be more like a small list, but I think Boston will certainly be on the list.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Ty, because the one thing that we've been talking about a lot over the past couple of days has been Jaylen Brown and some of the things that he's been saying and not saying and whispering to Tracy McGrady possibly, and Tracy McGrady saying I never talked to Jaylen Brown even though that's his mentor. It's a weird type of I want to be talked about mentality that seems to be permeating from Jaylen. What kind of weird stuff like that, if any, is going on with Giannis? Because I remember for a while, it was Milwaukee or bust. It was like he was the biggest salesman for playing for the Bucks, and then something happened during the Doc Rivers years where it sure didn't seem like he enjoyed playing up there anymore. When he comes here, if he comes here, should we be on the lookout for any type of, I don't want to say attitude problem, but an interesting aspect to who he is?
I mean, I think contentment-wise, I wouldn't really worry, right? Because you're going to have Jason Tatum there and, Derek White, and obviously Brad Stevens has shown a penchant to nailing these late-round firsts, wherever that Boston is picking, as well as just finding good trade opportunities. So I would imagine they'll be competitive enough. I wouldn't worry about that. I will say I've been talking about this for longer than this current saga. Giannis has a way of just, he makes inconsistent statements to the media. I think he's very guarded. I think, his background, of course, selling trinkets on the streets of Greece to survive, right? Like, I think there's a trust aspect, and he's very guarded with what he shares a lot of the time, especially if it's to a wider group of media, not a one-on-one interview with one of the guys he's got this years-long rapport with in Milwaukee. So I think that's what I would look for, but I don't think, I think Boston tends to be so competitive. That's really what he wants. And that's the issue that's come up with Milwaukee. I don't think there's any secret drama with him or the other players or the coach or the front office or the ownership or anything like that. I think he looked at it after the Dame thing, and they clearly went out and waved and stretched him and thought, we'll get Turner, we'll retool, we'll be more modern, two-way team, yada, yada. And I think Giannis looked at it and went, we need another guy who's at least close to my level to win, and that guy isn't here, and I just don't think we're going to be able to do it. And I think if you look at all the teams that he's informally given the nod to, I think Bam Adebayo is a bit of a stretch and fit with Giannis, but clearly Giannis is really high on Bam. They have the same agent and really is in on Spo in Miami. And then it's Ant and the Wolves, it's Jalen Brunson and the Knicks, and now Tatum and the Celtics. I think he wants that player who can help insulate and make sure he's able to win and expand his legacy with additional titles. That's the goal. I just think he doesn't feel certain Milwaukee can do it, which, fair play, they sure struggled to win games this past season.
Hey, Ty, do the brothers have to be part of the package, the Giannis brothers? And what do his teammates there think about, that threesome always having to be together?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Thanasis, the older brother, who's been around longer in Milwaukee, has gotten a lot of respect in the Bucks organization and league wide. I think really does bring a lot of kind of the intangible sort of, energy, leadership, all these other things. Certainly plays a role, I think, in stabilizing Giannis in particular mentally. And you've seen some of the big playoff moments over the years. And TA, as he's called, was right there, kind of talking to Giannis, making sure he stays focused. So I don't think that's been as much of a issue or anything like that. I believe he's a free agent, so I'm sure they'll kind of figure out how they're going to handle that in Boston if when a trade like this happens. Alex Antetokounmpo, on the other hand, I think his teammates were happy to see him get a little run and score toward the end of the year.
He's the Cooper Manning, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you look at the G League stats in year 3, it's not two-way caliber. That one holds up a little tougher.
Right. It's like, an air and a spare. So,
yeah.
Well, great. Well, we can embrace all three of them if that's all part of the deal. I for one, there's mixed. Just to let you know, Ty, it's not everyone's clamoring for a trade. There's some people who are kind of quote unquote sick of JB's antics and they would like something different. I am not one of those people. I think that, just keep Jaylen Brown around. I think unless they can figure out a way to get Giannis here and for Celtics to still be able to keep the two J's, I'd be perfectly fine with that. But it sure does sound like that would be pretty much impossible. Even if you got a third team involved, I don't know how you would end up with Giannis without giving up Jaylen Brown, unless you know of a way.
No, certainly not, right? Yeah. I mean, I think even if Boston had all of their own future picks, right, why would you want to bet against a team with Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Giannis Antetokounmpo all under? I mean, forget whatever the rest of it looks like. I wouldn't want to bet, great, we get the 30th pick every other year. Like, that's not going to help you rebuild. So, no, I don't think there's any – I think it's – I first heard around deadline from someone I talked to a bit that – hey, Boston's talking to Milwaukee. What do you think about that? And I thought it was crazy at the time.
Yeah.
If anything, I was like, wow, would they do Tatum for Giannis to have Jaylen and Giannis healthy in the playoffs, and then Tatum ends up healthier than Giannis on the stretch. So I have no insight on what the combo was, just that they talked. But I don't see how it would start without a J.
Do you remember how the people were nearly rioting in Dallas when they got rid of Luka?
Yes.
That would be if Tatum ended up getting 100%. Traded anywhere. Yeah, there's not even – like, Tatum is untouchable, and if it happens, I swear to you, people will lose their crap. They will lose it here. I can't think of a more shocking trade, at least in this generation, at least in the last, 20 years. I mean, I can't think of anything more shocking than that. That he is essentially untouchable. So we'll see, man. It's going to be an interesting as hell offseason because I'm looking at Cal Sheehan, as I said, 20% to Boston – 18% that he stays with Milwaukee or retires. That's interesting. Cleveland is at 16%.
Just in case, I guess.
Sure, that's a definition of hedging your bets. Well, Ty, we appreciate it once again. Ty Windish with the Euro Step podcast. Great name, by the way. And he covers Giannis and the Bucks. We appreciate you coming on with us, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, man. And the drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. You know what we haven't done today? Taking any calls. Any calls. So you know what? Here is your time, 617-779-7937. And also, I have a question because when it comes to World Cup, I am a moron. I can't figure out why people are freaking out about the World Cup coming in town.
Well, the Revs are hot, by the way, so this is becoming a soccer market.
All I know is that Stiz told me something earlier that is wild about what's happening at Gillette Stadium right now. And we will get into that, all of that, and take your calls. Once again, it is 617-779-7937. But something very strange is happening at Gillette Stadium as we speak. We'll get to that next.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. And indeed, Shams Charania reporting the Milwaukee Bucks are open for business on trade talks for Giannis. The Celtics were one of several teams pursuing Giannis at the trade deadline. Also in that report. Red Sox off today, 3-game series with the Philadelphia Phillies. Tomorrow, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Zach Wheeler opposing an opener, followed by Brian Bayo. And then later in the week, Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending. Rich and Ken, but Ted Johnson. More coming up.
Sports Original. 93.7 WEEI.
All right. I'm a moron about some things, but this thing I can't figure out, and there's no way I'm not right about this. I'm seeing everywhere all of these reports that when the World Cup ends up coming to Foxborough, that it is going to be a cluster F the way that this city has never seen it before. And I am hearing it being compared to, imagine 3 Taylor Swift concerts on top of the Super Bowl, on top of the World Series, all happening at the same time. And my only question is, that stadium can only fit a finite amount of people, right? Like, you can't, they're not putting 4 people in each seat, are they? How is it going to be more than a Patriots game? A sold-out Patriots game. Why are there going to all of a sudden be like 50 times more people than a regular Patriots game? The math doesn't math. Somebody please explain to me why this is supposed to put a chokehold on our city when only a certain amount of people can fit into Gillette Stadium. Oh, I'm sorry, Boston Stadium. If someone can explain this to me, please, 617-779-7937. There may be a completely rational reason, but all I know is that all I see is that these reports that you should work from home, definitely don't get on the road, it's going to be poison. And we're not just talking around Foxborough, we're talking everywhere. If you like, it's like if you live in Marshfield, if you live in New Hampshire, people are losing their minds about this.
Well, my only theory is that this is the biggest sport in the world, right? Whether you agree or disagree with that here, planetary-wise, right? It is the biggest sport. So maybe people they would come to a road city, even if they don't have tickets, on the hopes that they would get one and just to be part of the atmosphere with a team? Or do they have like a huge, traveling section? I don't know.
Do you see somebody traveling from, let me look down, Ghana, who doesn't have a ticket just to hang out outside of the stadium?
I mean, Shutter Island is here. There's a lot of great things to see.
Do you see Magnus von Magnuson from Norway coming over just to go to Toby Keith's I Love This Bar and hang out and just hopefully they can hear some of the greatness that's happening inside the stadium?
And to your point, they just approved tailgating recently, right? At one point, they were not going to allow anybody to tailgate, which would have taken away any. I mean, Patriot Place is hot. There are a lot of good shops down there.
This is kind of funny. Stiz showed me this picture earlier, and it's truly wild. So as you know, they're not calling it Gillette Stadium because the Gillette is not a sponsor of FIFA, I don't believe. But Stiz, tell everyone what you just showed me or before the show.
Yeah, so I have a buddy who works in the Bricklayers Union. Shout out all our union listeners and friends. But he was working at Gillette over the weekend. I said, "Oh, what are you doing at Gillette?" He said, "Big push for the World Cup. Dude, it's insane what they have to do to this place." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Every advertisement has to be removed. Nothing can say Gillette, DraftKings, etc. They are changing every sign on the highway that says Gillette Stadium to Boston Arena."
Unbelievable.
If it can't be removed, it has to be covered. It's insane. He then sent me pictures, and anyone familiar with Gillette Stadium, you know that there's a whole section of seating that has the DraftKings logos on the seats.
Yep.
Those seats are probably bolted down, I'm assuming, to the concrete. All of them had to go. So they got these union guys in there just covering up or removing any sort of advertising in that place.
And they are working weekends, they're working nights.
Whatever the cost, my buddy said. Get it done.
It is insane. And you showed me a picture, and it really looks ominous because, first of all, you don't even realize how many ads you're looking at when you go down to Gillette Stadium. I mean, they're literally everywhere, and they've had to go in and erase all of them. And there's like a giant bag over where the giant Gillette sign is, right? It's like a big white bag.
Yeah, it's like a huge, basically like a trash bag over the thing.
Right. It doesn't. Hopefully that's not how they're going to leave it, because that's truly what it looks like. It's like, when someone's coming over to your house and you just throw something in the corner and put a bag on top of it or a blanket so nobody sees it. But I mean, I don't get it. I don't get how people think it's going to put the city on lockdown with the traffic going to Gillette when only a certain amount of people can fit in the stadium.
Now, England plays here, right? That's one of the biggest draws. Will be, I'm sure, the Brits play here.
England versus Ghana, and the tickets, by the way, the average price right now is $1,500 a ticket.
Okay, so is it possible that anybody who is British in America will just migrate to Boston on the hopes of being around the team?
Why would you do that? If you're not, if you
watch parties,
watch parties. If you can't watch it where you are. Like, if you can't get into the game, why would you go down to Gillette Stadium?
I believe Brazil, too, which is going to be another big one. I believe Brazil. But again, Rich, when you said it last week, like, there's only so many seats in Gillette, 70,000 or whatever it is. Unless you're putting 4 people to a seat, I just don't understand how it could be so much different than a sold-out Patriots game. And so I was saying that over the weekend, and people were telling, no, you're crazy. People are just going to want to be in that vicinity of the stadium, of the parking lot. Like, you have no idea how big this thing's going to be. So,
well, now you will have like multiple teams in the city. So the teams that are not playing on the match day, would you, if you're Ghana and your team's not playing, would you be out and about at Patriot Place just to be near the Boston Stadium?
But once again, that's like, okay, 70,000 people staying somewhere else that's not Foxborough.
Right.
I don't get it. It's and you know what? I as I said, I've lived through an Olympics in a city that I lived in where people were just like saying, dude, it's going to be insane. You got to take a bus to get in town. Don't stay anywhere near it. And it was a ghost town.
Oh, really?
It scared everyone away.
Yeah.
And to me, it's fascinating. And I do love the ticket prices. They're like, insane, which, by the way, that I understand.
And the hotel prices.
Well, the hotel prices. Oh, sure. Like if you're that Radisson or whatever that is, the Residence Inn, you're killing it. Yes.
You know, the other thing they're doing too is so they upped the price of the commuter rail, right, to $80, which I think it's usually like $20.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was controversial.
Yeah, $80 from it's usually $20
one way.
Maybe round trip. Let me double check on that.
But still, even round trip commute from Boston, it's going to be a $80 round trip.
It's a scenic ride though.
Into the drunk tank.
But they're also rebuilding. So, Foxborough Station on the commuter rail is one of those ones where they kind of just like drop you off on the side of the road.
Oh,
you know what I
there.
mean? Like
yep.
those. And so they're actually building like a legit station.
Cool. Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that could be good for us.
You know what? That's one thing that I wish they would change is that I wish they would change where they didn't wait until after the game was over for the trains to leave. Like, just have trains just going back and forth the entire time.
That's the worst part. When you got to wait in queue
yes.
after the game, it's the most miserable experience.
Ever been in a game where either the weather just sucks and the game's out of hand and you're just like, it's like the fourth quarter and you're like, I'm out. And you just want to go. I've done that before and I've left and I've had to wait for the train. And it doesn't leave like right after the game's done. It's like, what, 45 minutes after the game is done?
It's hard to get on the first one. I mean, sometimes you get shut out.
Yep. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass. So I wish they would do that. And I don't know why they just don't continue only on game day, obviously, or if there's a concert, continue going back and forth. That would obviously make things a hell of a lot better. Listen, if that's what's going to come out of this, out of the World Cup being here, that they get a new train station and more trains, then cool. God bless you.
But we will have the FIFA Fan Fest, the Government Center. That will go off perfectly, I got to imagine.
That's going to be cool. Like, you got kids, that's cool.
Right by the Dubliner. I went to the Dubliner, sick brag, over the weekend. I was shocked by the queue of line for people, like young people, going into the Dubliner.
I had my birthday party there a couple weeks ago.
It was banged out. There was like 50 people deep. I'm like, who was waiting in a line for a pub?
Dubliner is one of my favorite bars.
It's a great bar.
It's the guy who runs McGonagall's, too, over in Dorchester. And it's like legit, believe it or not, I know it's not ironic, legit great Irish food.
It's really good food.
Because Irish food
plate.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice.
But would you wait like 30 minutes to get in there if you were a kid? Like,
that's become the place where like women and people in their 20s after they get off work will get in a huge line and go, why wouldn't you want to go to an Irish bar? To me, Irish bars are so much better than just like, just to meet people and hang out. Like it's always a good time and it's never weird. And obviously Guinness is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, it was fun.
It's a great place. And like at night, they've got, it sounds like I'm doing a plug for the place, but I love it. It's truly one of my favorite places to drink.
I feel like Rich gets to skip the line though, Ken.
Oh, that's true.
I do get that feeling.
He's definitely a special guy.
There's a perfectly legal way or a perfectly like non-shifty way that I'm able to skip the line there, and I don't want to tell you because I don't want people like taking my spot.
Keep the hack secret, man.
All you got to do is think it. Like, it isn't tough to figure out, but there is a way to get in and get past that line if you have a cell phone. That's all you need. And maybe an app called Open Table. That's it.
Really? On a Friday night?
Secret's out.
Secret's out.
All right.
If you're waiting in that line, just go on Open Table, get a reservation for right now.
Man of the people you are, Rich.
There you go. I'm hooking you up. But please, Dubliner people, if you're listening, hook a brother up. I go there a lot. Not enough where they know me. I'm like Norm or anything like that, but that's a good spot. All right, let's do some take grenades, shall we? Let's let these suckers roll. The way you can launch a take grenade is you go over to the Odyssey app, listen to WEEI on there, and there's a microphone that you can press and leave us a message, and we end up playing them on the air. You know what? We should do some sort of like kick-ass, like military Hall of Montezuma background or something like that. Isn't that the name of the song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the halls of Montezuma. Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, something like that. We had like Marky Mark before. I mean, obviously, he's
or a Magnificent Seven theme or something.
by the way, Magnificent Seven, not a good movie.
What?
Not a good movie.
Tremendous movie.
And my whole life I was told that it was a great movie. My father had very good taste in movies, except that was the one that I remember seeing going, The one that he turned me on to that to this day is one of my favorites is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Oh, that's a top 5 movie of mine all time.
It's like legitimately, like that's one of those movies.
Tuco. You get a villain like Tuco. You can't beat that.
One of the best villains ever. One of the best villains ever. That's one of those where I proudly sat down and showed my son. I'm like, here we go.
And Angel Eyes.
Angel Eyes. Who's Angel Eyes?
Well, the third guy in the triumvirate. It's Clint Eastwood and Lee Van Cleef.
And Eli Wallach. Yeah.
Came out in 1966, and I know that because I did the video for my mom. Happy birthday.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, let's launch some take grenades, shall we? Let's see what we got.
I am so pissed at this Celtics team for the last 2 years. Last year, they lose to the Knicks. The Knicks act like they win the NBA championship because, they finally beat the Celtics and crap all over themselves against Indiana. Can't even get to the finals. And then this year, they lose to a completely inferior team in the 76ers. And then Joel Embiid gets his ass kicked in the next round against the Knicks and says, this is a successful season. These guys don't care about winning championships. They care about beating the Celtics. And the fact that we lost to that piss-poor, disgraceful poverty franchise is sickening.
I just like that once I was right. And that was that they were going to not just be bad and get beaten by New York, but after they beat the Celtics, that they were going to be awful.
No, Embiid was just done. Like he has 7 playoff games in him, and he used them all up.
Yep.
You caught them. It turned out to be horrible that your backups beat Orlando to force that matchup.
Yep.
In the postseason.
The Celtics were their finals.
Yeah.
They got out there and gave everything and achieved honestly, it was like if it was a video game and you had a cheat code, they could put all of them at 100%. Every single person overachieved on that team, and I just knew it.
To that piss-poor, disgraceful poverty franchise is sickening.
All right, woman who was interviewed on TV yesterday who was a Sixers fan, what do you think?
I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking. It really is. It's the refs.
It's the refs. So he yelled, it's the refs. Oh, yes. As I said, it's kind of poor form to be a fan of the team that you got your ass kicked by them and then drink their tears, but that was just too great the way that they lost. At least we got, no. I'd actually rather lose the way they lost than the way the Celtics lost.
Well, that's a good question. Would you rather blow a 3-1 lead in round 1 or just get swept boat race by the Knicks in round 2?
I would have rather lost the way the Sixers lost. I'm not kidding you. I would have. The way the Celtics lost was awful. Like, that was embarrassing.
First in history, you're right.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. All right, let's hear another take grenade. Pull.
Turn on my 2 to 6 show on WEEI on Odyssey. And there's the gentleman talking away. JB for a few minutes, and then it pivots to Big Bad Bill.
We didn't talk
Big
about Belichick.
Bad Bill.
She's still going.
Belichick, 8-time Super Bowl winner. And we got Teddy J there, 3-time Super Bowl winner. If it was that bad, Teddy, why'd you stay, hon?
Well, he made it through. He stuck it out for a while.
And it really is amazing how people can get on Ted for having any kind of criticism of Bill Belichick when he literally played for the guy, had to negotiate his contract with him. Nobody, trust me, as much as you think you know Bill Belichick, you don't know him better than Ted Johnson. Right. You don't.
I don't even know what that means, but
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't wait till Ted writes a book. There are so many stories that Ted is holding on to that are just unbelievable. He's had some really strange stuff away from football that's happened in his life that is like, oh my God, dude. He's like, he's the Forrest Gump mixed with the Hulk.
He should write it now and save it. And because you don't want to get to a point where you forget not that he'll forget some of these stories, but you want to have all the good story and polish it up, ready to go. And would you like wait a couple days after Bill passes or wait a couple weeks? I mean, it would be the timing of it is going to be interesting.
Maybe he should do what Bill Belichick did and hook up with the biggest ne'er-do-well in Boston sports media, Michael Holley, and have him write a book.
Not Holley's always out to get people.
That is, to me, that's the funniest thing. So Jaron Duran, if you didn't hear, Jaron Duran, he ended up shutting down his Instagram because he posted on his Reels a video of Michael Holley from Boston Sports Tonight, which, as I was joking about before, no one is more negative than Michael Holley. God, Michael Holley's like the best. Like, I love Michael Holley. And I was saying even earlier, like when we were at the other station and, it was Glenn Ordway and it was, Dennis and Callahan and all that. We hated everyone over here, but everyone's like, but Michael Holley's good. Like, Michael Holley's a good guy. Everyone loves Michael Holley. And he had, do you have the clips, Diz? So this was the clip that Jaron Duran put on his Instagram, and let's take a listen.
But let's just be honest. All teams lie. They lie about injuries. They just do. Tell me a forthcoming organization in the city when it comes to injuries. They just don't. So when the Red Sox did it, like, why are we doing this? Why are you playing games with us? This is an unnecessary lie. We know you're lying. Stop it. He's day-to-day. No, he's not. And then Chad Tracy doubling down. Oh, this is on the short. He's going to be on the IL on the short hair. No, he's not, Chad. Chad, no, he's not. He's not. I'm rooting for Roman Anthony. I was one of those people who said he's ready to take the next step. Last year, in his limited amount of time with the Red Sox, I said he was their best player. I said this. But Mike and Keith, I got to say, this has to be one of the biggest, so far, this has to be one of the biggest flops that we've seen.
By the way, Michael Holley's right. He's one of the smarter people who does what we do. And he was right about, like, people fake this stuff all the time. When teams fake it all the time,
well,
these
of
injuries.
course. And it's not just, superstars. Everybody they put on the IL, they'll say, well, they're due to come off the IL at a certain time, but then there's a rehab process. It ends up taking always 2 weeks longer than, the date that they give you, just by default.
And Jaron Duran ended up posting that clip and they let people like this on NBC Sports. And it had a clown emoji and then a laughing with tears in their eyes emoji. And then they copied at Michael S. Holley. And, of course, what are fans going to do? Anytime you put something like that out there, there's an instant reaction of people wanting to throw it back in your face. And, of course, they all ripped on his batting average and how poorly he's doing this season. And so he ended up yanking his Instagram down. So it's
which you
gone.
Applaud, which you think is the right move for him personally.
Well, what I said was, this is somebody who has been very open to talk about his mental health. And I know that there's a lot of people out there who are saying, he uses his mental health as an excuse, blah, blah, blah. To me, that doesn't matter. What matters is good step, Jaron Duran. Get off of Instagram. You know what? Shut down all of your social media because all it can be is a means to feed negativity into you. Don't listen to any of that because none of that matters. You already have a job that's stressful enough where you're going to have people yelling stuff and you can't keep yourself from hearing that. You are there at the park. Yeah. They're right there. Why would you be someone who chooses to suffer more by listening to what people you don't know try to tell you that you suck or that you're